Chapter 1. A First Encounter. I live with my cousin, Su Anrin, who dropped out of school early to work and support both of us. All along, I have perceived myself as a burden, a hindrance to her, and my academic performance has not been stellar. Consequently, I contemplated following in her footsteps, leaving school to earn money and alleviate her financial strain. However, my cousin adamantly opposed this notion, insisting that I should strive for a university degree first, which would enable me to secure an office job, unlike her arduous labor. I neither wholly agreed nor disagreed with her, as I recognized the truth in her words. Standing at the entrance of Tsangan Second Middle School was a boy with a black cloth blindfold over his eyes. The moment he appeared, the classroom erupted into a lively commotion. Zhan Shen and Li Yifei rushed to greet him. "You must be Lin Xie, right? Allow me to show you to your seat." Lin Xie was taken aback, bewildered by the situation, which was quite different from what he had anticipated. The clamorous chatter of the class drew Gu Xiyan's attention back. She shifted her gaze from the window to see class monitor Zhan Shen and Li Yifei surrounding a boy. It suddenly dawned on Gu Xiyan that this was the same boy her aunt had mentioned yesterday at the school gate, asking for assistance in looking after her nephew. "Dear girl, are you a student here too? You are quite adorable. My nephew is also quite handsome. I hope you and your classmates can look after him." At that moment, she had pressed an egg into Gu Xiyan's hand. Indeed, he was quite handsome, Gu Xiyan mused. Before she could fully grasp the situation, Zhan Shen and the others led Lin Xie to the vacant seat beside her. "Lin Xie, you can sit next to Gu Xiyan. This is the only available seat." "I am Zhan Shen, the class monitor." Yes. If you need anything, feel free to ask me, Li Yifei," he added eagerly. Wang She. Gu Xiyan is a nice person, though she can be a bit reserved," Wang Xiao chimed in. Just then, the class bell rang, and a female teacher entered, holding books. "All right, everyone, please return to your seats and prepare for class." After a brief exchange with Lin Xie at the back, she proceeded to the front to begin the lesson. Gu Xiyan bit her lip, stealing a glance at Lin Xie, uncertain how to initiate a conversation. Perceiving that his new desk mate was not the most outgoing individual, and noticing her somewhat shy demeanor, Lin Xie took the initiative to speak. "Hello, I'm Lin Xie." Gu Xiyan did not expect him to break the ice first. She hesitated momentarily before responding. "Hello, I'm Gu Xiyan," then silence enveloped them as she redirected her attention to the teacher. Lin Xie was not particularly proactive. Either his earlier attempt at conversation stemmed from the awkwardness of the moment, and now he too remained silent, focusing intently on the lesson. "Everyone, please turn to page 91. Today, we shall discuss the history and dilemmas of modern-day Great Xia. A century ago, our planet was home to over 200 nations. Thus, the day when the fog descended, marked as every year on March 9th, is referred to as Survival Day. The clear chime of a bell resonated throughout the campus, heralding the conclusion of evening study hours. Unbeknownst to them, the students had spent hour upon hour engrossed in their studies. As the bell rang out, the previously tranquil campus erupted into lively commotion. Students poured out of the classrooms like a flock of liberated birds, chattering and laughing as they stepped out into the open air. After a day filled with academic rigors and pressures, this moment marked the most relaxing time for the students. They could temporarily cast aside the weight of their studies and relish in the joyous company of their friends. Among them was a particularly noticeable group of around 10 individuals, with a boy at the center, wrapped in layers of black satin, surrounded by his companions. Gu Xiyan found herself at the back of the group, not out of a desire for solitude, but because her home lay along the same path. Lin Xie's lips twitched slightly, and he remarked helplessly, "Is there a chance that I could actually make my way home alone?" Yet, regardless of what Lin Xie said, none of them consented to let him depart on his own. Lin Xie, this overwhelming attention was quite unfamiliar to him. Their enthusiasm was almost excessive. He suddenly felt a sense of isolation, which, in a peculiar way, did not seem entirely unwelcome. However, this was also their genuine goodwill, and since they insisted on accompanying him, he decided to let them. What he did not anticipate was that his new deskmate also headed in the same direction. Unlike other classmates who walked in groups, she quietly trailed at the back of the line, almost eerily silent. If not for his keen perception, he might not have even noticed her presence. After traversing a considerable distance, The group had dwindled from its original 10 to merely 5 or 6, affirming Lin Xie's belief that some classmates had indeed taken a shorter route. The lively chatter gradually subsided as the numbers decreased, and Lin Xie silently exhaled a sigh of relief. Of course, he was not the only one relieved. Gu Xiyan, despite being at the rear, felt a tinge of nervousness. She was accustomed to walking alone, and today felt remarkably different. At that moment, Li Yifei suddenly spoke up, engaging the others in a discussion about whether the fog might re-emerge. Li Yifei, is this the reason you neglect your studies? If you continue this way, I might just inform our teacher. Zhan Shen addressed him sternly, her face reflecting her disapproval of his words. Wait, no. Class monitor, I was just joking. Li Yifei exclaimed, his hair standing on end as he quickly added, turning to wipe the sweat from his brow. Humph. Jiang Qian dismissed him with a cold huff, choosing not to engage further. Lin Xie, who had remained silent until now, suddenly voiced his thoughts. But what if this fog is not a natural phenomenon? Qi, you cannot truly believe in the statements made by those so-called theologians, can you? Several voices expressed their astonishment, deeming such notions utterly absurd. We are in a new era, we must place our faith in science, interjected a classmate named Lu Yuan, unable to restrain himself. What do you think, Xian? Jiang Xian, observing their heated debate, suddenly directed her question towards the last person in line, Gu Xiyan. As the class monitor and a fellow girl, she was well aware that Gu Xiyan preferred solitude and often walked at the rear. Initially, she had attempted to invite her to join, but upon noticing Gu Xiyan's awkward demeanor, she had refrained. Nevertheless, she made a point to slow her pace, accompanying her in a leisurely manner, though Gu Xiyan remained lost in her own world, oblivious to this gesture. Upon hearing her name, Gu Xiyan was taken aback. How could this concern her? Yet, she dutifully responded to Jiang Qian's inquiry. I don't know. Lin Xi fell silent as well. Ever since that fateful night on the rooftop, when he encountered the angel on the moon, he had grown increasingly convinced that this world was far more intricate than it appeared on the surface. Enough overthinking. If the sky were to fall, there would be tall ones to hold it up. We are merely high school students, and our focus should solely be on our studies, Jiang Qian said with a smile, acknowledging that such matters felt distant to them. Indeed, on a certain street in the old district of Tsangnan City, a robust man strode steadily along the dimly lit road, shouldering a heavy signboard while softly humming an unknown tune. Upon reaching an intersection, he halted, retrieving his phone to check. This is the place, he murmured, carefully lowering the cumbersome signboard from his shoulder and positioning it securely on the ground, ensuring it stood upright and firm. The signboard appeared somewhat aged, its inscriptions faded, yet under the glow of the antiquated yellow light, the words stood out distinctly, as if they were fervently conveying the vital message it bore: no entry ahead. The four prominent characters leapt into view, although the font was somewhat coarse. It exuded an air of seriousness and caution that warranted attention. The man first responded to his earpiece, seemingly informing the other party of his readiness. Then, he smeared blood upon the signboard, which absorbed it and created a realm invisible and inaccessible to ordinary people. With a sigh of relief, the man plopped down onto the ground, grumbling in a tone of dissatisfaction. Damn it, another day of being drained. The man who had just opened the forbidden area sat beside the signboard, engrossed in his phone. Suddenly, a voice crackled through his earpiece. Zhao Kongcheng. Here, Captain, what has happened? Upon hearing this voice, his previously relaxed expression vanished, replaced by a look of seriousness. Whatever was being said on the other end caused Zhao Kongcheng's countenance to darken considerably. The individual across from them reiterated with urgency, "The faceless specter poses a lethal threat to ordinary individuals. You must act swiftly." Zhao Kongcheng. Understood. Zhao Kongcheng responded solemnly, hastening towards the vehicle and departing towards the southeast. I will take a right turn at the next intersection, Wang Xiao interjected suddenly. See you all at school tomorrow. All right, see you then. Wang Xiao waved goodbye to Gu Xiyan, who was trailing behind, before turning to leave. At that moment, Gu Xiyan was struck by an overpowering, foul odor approaching from a distance. Unable to resist, she instinctively covered her mouth and nose with her hand, as her keen sense of smell had always been remarkably acute. She then noticed that only a few familiar classmates remained. Hesitating briefly, she finally mustered the courage to rush over to Zhan Shen, grasping the corner of her shirt and whispering, "Class monitor, do you smell something strange?" Initially taken aback by Gu Xiyan's sudden closeness, Zhan Shen quickly regained her composure upon hearing the question. "Not all. Is there a smell?" As she spoke, she took a moment to sniff the air around them. Li Yifei, following suit, inhaled deeply but nearly retched ugh. Wang Xiao, who had already taken a couple of steps towards the alley, halted upon hearing Gu Xiyan's words, sniffing the air as well, and mirrored Li Yifei's reaction. Lu Yuan, bewildered, wondered why he couldn't detect anything. Lin Xie, meanwhile, also caught a whiff, employing his perceptive abilities to gauge the surroundings. Before Lin Xie could discern anything further, Gu Xiyan's gaze fixated on the alley where Wang Xiao had intended to venture. Seeing Gu Xiyan frozen in place, Zhan Shen followed her gaze, spotting an exceptionally tall, eerie figure advancing towards them from 10 meters away. She too was taken aback. It was evident that this figure was far from human. Li Yifei and Wang Xiao, having noticed the same, could only make out the towering silhouette in the dim light, unable to discern its features. Trembling, Li Yifei attempted to speak but struggled to find his voice. Lu Yuan, still oblivious to the unfolding events and slightly nearsighted, was at a disadvantage. The unnerving silence prompted Lin Xie to sense something amiss just as he was about to speak. He detected a creature that appeared both human and ghostly, hurtling towards them at an alarming speed. In an instant, Lin Xie reacted, shouting, "Run! Run fast!" Finally, Li Yifei and the others snapped to attention. Wang Xiao grasped Li Yifei with his left hand while extending his right towards Gu Xiyan, attempting to pull her along. However, Gu Xiyan was a moment behind, her mind racing with thoughts of escape, yet her limbs remained unresponsive. Zhan Shen, jolted back to reality by the urgency in Lin Xie's voice, felt an instinctual drive to move. She reached for the slower Gu Xiyan, while extending her other hand towards Lin Xie. Despite his nearsightedness, Lu Yuan, too, caught the foul scent as the creature drew nearer. He turned towards the source of the odor and beheld the same monstrous figure that Li Yifei and the others had seen. I could see the moment Lin Xie shouted. He instinctively joined the fray, exclaiming, "A monster, a monster." In his panic, he inadvertently collided with Lin Xie, nearly sending him sprawling to the ground. As Zhan Shen and Li Yifei rushed past, Zhan Shen quickly grasped Lin Xie's wrist, pulling him along as they sprinted forward. Among them, Gu Xiyan was the smallest, nearly being dragged along in a clumsy dash towards safety. Chapter 2. The terrifying ghost-faced creature. Yet, despite their desperate speed, they could not outpace the creature. In the blink of an eye, it was hot on their heels, mere steps away. Through his heightened senses, Lin Xie discerned the creature's form, a grotesque amalgamation of human and specter. It possessed limbs and a head like a person, yet its visage was that of a ghoul, with a blood-red tongue lolling out, drool pooling beneath. Lin Xie's expression darkened. The creature's swiftness was alarming. Escape seemed utterly impossible. Zhan Shen, Gu Xiyan, Li Yifei, and Wang Xiao could all sense the relentless pursuit behind them. The whooshing sound of the creature's rapid approach chilling their blood. Their faces turned pale, hearts racing with dread. Zhan Shen, unable to suppress her fear, glanced back to gauge the distance between them and the creature. Sensing her intent, Lin Xie urgently called out, "Don't look back." But it was too late. As Zhan Shen beheld the creature's ghastly face, it was already a mere half-meter away. Its terrifying countenance burned into her vision. Li Yifei and the others instinctively turned to look. "Ah!" They all screamed in unison. Gu Xiyan, however, resisted the urge to turn around, her mind consumed by a singular thought: survival. She had to return home. Her cousin was waiting for her. Zhan Shen released her grip on Lin Xie and Gu Xiyan, hurling her backpack at the creature. Li Yifei and Wang Xiao followed suit, but their bags lacked any real force to harm the ghost-faced entity. The weight of the backpacks merely interrupted its stride momentarily. In a flash, Gu Xiyan also flung her backpack aside, and in that instant, an inconspicuous little bell on it emitted a faint glow, momentarily immobilizing the ghost-faced creature, though none noticed. Lin Xie clenched his teeth, as if steeling himself for a decisive act. He turned, positioning his cane defensively before him to ward off the creature's assault. Run! Li Yifei, Zhan Shen, and Wang Sha, driven by the instinct for survival and terror of the monster, turned and sprinted ahead. Gu Xiyan watched Lin Qiye's brave stance, her heart torn by guilt and conflict. Yet she understood her own limitations. She lacked the strength to aid him and could very well become a burden. Thus, she murmured an apology to Lin Qiye before following Zhan Shen and the others. Lin Qiye managed a bitter smile, harboring no resentment towards him. After all, they had pulled him along when Lu Yuan had nearly knocked him down. However, he was resolute in not succumbing to despair. It is said that this hideous creature possesses immense strength. As it exerted force, the guiding cane was abruptly snapped in two with a resounding crack. Damn it! When Gu Xiyan caught up with Zhan Shen and the others, she found them frozen in place, unable to move forward. Following their gaze, she beheld another creature, identical to the one before, seemingly crouched on the ground, gnawing on something. Her pupils dilated in shock. Another one! One of these monstrosities was already overwhelming enough. Gu Xiyan's complexion turned pale, despair etched across her face. Were they destined to perish this very night? With no path forward and no retreat possible. Not far behind, Lin Qiye was engaged in a struggle with another creature, while another monster feasted in front of them. The ghastly figure, initially relishing its meal, lifted its head upon hearing the commotion. Upon noticing the arrival of more potential prey, it was instantly filled with excitement. Roar! The roar faded, and it charged towards the unsuspecting food before it, its terrifying eyes gleaming with the primal instinct to devour. Li Yifei, Wang Xiao, Zhan Shen, and Gu Xiyan only realized what the creature had been feasting on when it lifted its gaze. They could clearly see a human hand among the severed remains. They felt their stomachs churn violently, nearly retching, but since none had eaten, they could only retch in vain. As the monster charged towards them, Wang Xiao and Li Yifei exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of duty as young men endowed with greater strength. They resolved to take the lead and shield their companions, especially since Lin Qiye had already engaged one. They scanned their surroundings for suitable weapons and, fortunately, discovered two sturdy wooden sticks. They hastily grabbed them and returned to stand protectively in front of Zhan Shen and Gu Xiyan. Imitating Lin Qiye's earlier stance, they positioned the sticks before them. Bang! The ghastly figure was fiercely intercepted by the two. They exerted every ounce of strength, pushing against the creature, but its power was indeed formidable. Seeing this, Zhan Shen and Gu Xiyan cast aside their fear and placed their hands behind the two boys, joining in the effort. Chapter 3. Two divine agents. As a few individuals confronted the ghastly figure before them, Lin Qiye found himself in a dire predicament as well. The black satin covering his eyes had been severed at some point. He felt the suffocating weight of death pressing upon him, his heart brimming with infinite rage and frustration. A decade prior, he had similarly been forced to accept such a fate, branded as insane for his defiance. This time, he vowed not to submit, refusing to acquiesce. "I will not be resigned to this fate," he shouted aloud. In that moment, a searing heat surged through his eyes and enveloped his entire being, followed by a radiant golden beam of light erupting from his body, reaching skyward. The entire night was illuminated. Gu Xiyan turned in astonishment, witnessing Lin Qiye suspended in midair. Li Yifei, Wang Xiao, and Zhan Shen were struck by the brilliance of the beam, collapsing one after another to the ground. However, Gu Xiyan, unyielding to the impact, unleashed a soft, violet beam of light from her own form. This beam was strikingly different from the previous one. It was imbued with compassion and protection for all beings, exuding warmth and resolute strength. As this light ascended, a small bell from her backpack flew before her, its previously unremarkable form now radiating a gentle violet glow, revealing itself as a bell of pale gold tinged with purple. The two beams of light shot upward in an instant, visible to a significant portion of Songnan City. In the old district, 5 figures cloaked in dark crimson were engaged with the remaining ghastly figures when the first beam of light ignited. Almost simultaneously, they turned in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Could it be the new Forbidden Ruins? The individuals debated the nature of this Forbidden Ruins. Yet, a voice crackled through their earpieces, proposing another hypothesis. This is the forbidden ruins of the divine. Upon hearing this, the group's expressions turned grave. If true, then given the current circumstances, both beams likely belonged to divine ruins. One was blazing and sacred. If I'm not mistaken, it is likely Divine Code 003. The King of Angels, Michael, a man clad in a white shirt, the leader of this squad, Chun Mai, fixed his gaze intently upon the golden beam, articulating each word into his earpiece. The other beam, however, exuded compassion and protection for all beings. It belonged to an unrecorded deity. In this small city of Tsangnan, two divine agents had emerged. They must not fall into the hands of the ancient God Church. Zhao, Kongcheng, you are closest to those two beams. Investigate. Acknowledged. Lin Xie stood enveloped in the golden beam, his body involuntarily suspended in midair. An inexhaustible energy surging forth from his eyes like a tidal wave. As the light began to dissipate, he gradually descended back to the ground. To his astonishment, he noticed that Gu Xiyan was also emanating a beam of light, albeit distinctly different from his own. In her radiant column of light, one could sense an overwhelming compassion and protection for all beings, simultaneously emanating a warm and resolute strength. Two demon-faced figures were present. One was forced to the ground by the golden beam, while the other was pushed away from Gu Xiyan. As Gu Xiyan regained her senses and reflected on her transformation, a sense of bewilderment enveloped her. She gazed at the small bell in her hand, lost in thought. Recalling her recent encounter with a being, a deity who bore the weight of the world, she remembered his tall and graceful form, his gentle and kind visage, and the tender warmth in his eyes. He exuded an aura of sacred and inviolable tranquility, as if capable of purifying the soul. One could hardly blame her, after living an ordinary life for over a decade. Today she faced a radical upheaval of her worldview, first encountering a man-eating monster, followed by the explosive emergence of a new classmate, and ultimately experiencing an inexplicable surge of energy within her own being. She glanced at Lin Xie, relieved to find that she was not alone in her misfortune. At that moment, as the two beams of light dissipated, the demon-faced figure that had been pressed to the ground suddenly regained its senses. Springing to its feet with the swiftness of lightning, as if the overwhelming pressure had been but an illusion, its eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty, crimson light. Fixating intently on Lin Xie, emitting a low, guttural growl before charging toward him without hesitation. At this juncture, Lin Xie held firmly onto the other half of his cane. His expression turned grave as he sensed the fierce and rapid approach of the demon. However, he was not without means to confront it, observing the creature's every move. Lin Xie calmly predicted its trajectory in his mind, sidestepping to avoid the impending assault. With the opening of his eyes, his perception expanded from a previous range of 10 meters to 20. After successfully evading the monster's attack, he swiftly retrieved the other half of his cane. Before long, Lin Xie pierced the demon-faced creature's right eye, driving the cane through to the back of its skull, rendering it utterly lifeless. Just as Lin Xie concluded his struggle with the demon, mere seconds had elapsed before the other one began rushing toward Gu Xiyan. Her pupils widened slightly, and instinctively, she summoned the newfound power within her. A pale purple halo materialized around her, enveloping her in a protective embrace. However, the transparency of the halo revealed its thinness, indicating it would not hold for long. The demon faced her from outside the halo, fiercely clawing at it in an attempt to shatter the barrier. Upon witnessing the second monster charging toward Gu Xiyan after dispatching the first, Lin Xie hurriedly sprinted in her direction, though he was still a considerable distance away. Fortunately, the halo provided her with temporary protection. Just as the halo began to crack and teeter on the brink of collapse, a middle-aged man cloaked in dark red surged forth, wielding a straight blade, and swiftly struck at the demon with remarkable speed. The straight blade traced a crescent arc, and the monster sensed the impending attack, instinctively raising its claws to defend itself. The clash between the blade and the creature's talons sparked a flurry of embers. This middle-aged man was Zhao Kongcheng, who had just arrived to witness the ghoul-faced man lunging at a young girl. Without a moment to ponder, he swiftly intervened. Zhao Kongcheng forced the ghoul-faced man back several paces. Lin Xie and Gu Xiyan watched in disbelief, particularly Lin Xie, who had previously faced the grotesque foe and was acutely aware of its formidable strength. This man was astonishingly powerful. After driving the ghoul-faced man back, Zhao Kongcheng seized the opportunity and soon dispatched the creature with a single stroke of his blade. Zhao Kongcheng first activated his earpiece, informing his team that the two fleeing ghoul-faced men had been dealt with and that the logistics team could come to clean up. He then deactivated the earpiece, slung the blade over his shoulder, and casually held a cigarette between his lips. He flicked off the ash, replaced the cigarette, tousled his bangs, and turned to the two with a broad grin, asking, "Did I look cool just now?" Lin Xie and Gu Xiyan replied in unison, "Cool." Hearing their response, Zhao Kongcheng's pride swelled as he bobbed his head, saying, "Do you want to be as cool as me?" "Not really. No." Their voices echoed simultaneously. Zhao Kongcheng was momentarily stunned. What? Could it be that the script was flawed? They were supposed to be eagerly excited, responding with a resounding yes. After a brief silence, Zhao Kongcheng stared wide-eyed at the two, questioning why not. Lin Xie replied, "Because it's an easy way to meet a swift demise." Gu Xiyan added, "Because I'm not ready to die yet." Zhao Kongcheng was taken aback. These two were decidedly unusual, exceedingly so. However, he was unwilling to surrender so easily. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, "How about this? You both come with me. This isn't an ideal place for a chat. Oh, by the way, I'm Zhao Kongcheng, certainly not a villain." Upon hearing this, Lin Xie blinked and nodded obediently. "I trust you, but we need to retrieve my backpack. The documents inside are vital." He then slyly winked at Gu Xiyan. Gu Xiyan blinked back, bewildered. Lin Xie. Zhao Kongcheng was left speechless. "All right then, let us move quickly." Once Zhao Kongcheng agreed, Lin Xie immediately grasped Gu Xiyan's wrist, darting away like a rabbit, swiftly evading Zhao Kongcheng's line of sight. However, Gu Xiyan remained earnest, stating, "My backpack isn't over here." Lin Xie sighed in exasperation, wondering if she truly intended to discuss those monsters with him. It was only then that Gu Xiyan realized Lin Xie was deceiving Zhao Kongcheng. "Oh, I don't want to think about it." As they exited the alley, Lin Xie released Gu Xiyan's wrist. "All right, let us part ways." Gu Xiyan contemplated for a moment before quietly saying, "Thank you for earlier." Without waiting for a response, she walked off in one direction. Fortunately, Lin Xie possessed keen hearing. Otherwise, he might not have noticed. However, he was taken aback by the direction Gu Xiyan was heading and promptly pursued her. What a coincidence. My home is in this vicinity as well, Gu Xiyan thought awkwardly. The two exchanged no words along the way until Lin Xie halted, pointing at an old building and stating, "This is my home." My house is just down the alley next to yours," Gu Xiyan replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and quickly added, "Well, see you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Without further contemplation, Lin Xie returned home, needing to reflect on the events of the evening. Meanwhile, Zhao Kongcheng was preoccupied with the captain's pursuit of the Phantom King, lost in thought while puffing on a cigarette. Something feels amiss, he suddenly realized. Where are those two little rascals? After a moment of disbelief, he could scarcely believe he had been deceived. He had been tricked by two young children. Damn it, do kids these days possess such cunning? Just then, a few cloaked figures arrived, noticing only Zhao Kongcheng and the three unconscious students. Hong Ying looked at Zhao Kongcheng with confusion. "Old Zhao, were they?" Zhao Kongcheng's expression darkened at the mention. "No way. Did they really manage to escape?" Hong Ying continued to press, her heart secretly reveling in the predicament. "Sister Hong, I picked up several backpacks just now," Si Xiaonan quietly interjected. "Quick, let us take a look," Wen Qima urged. Upon inspection, they discovered not only the backpacks belonging to the three unconscious students, but also two additional ones, unmistakably belonging to the two divine agents. The group immediately perked up, leading to a scene of several heads huddled together, examining the backpacks. Lin Xie, Gu Xiyan, in the second-year class 2 of Sangnan City No. 2 High School. "Sister, I'm back," Gu Xiyan announced as she stepped through the door, taking a deep breath to steady her emotions. Why are you so late? Where's your backpack? Su Anren observed that Gu Xiyan was empty-handed, her clothing slightly wrinkled, and frowned. What happened? It's nothing, sister. The teacher kept me after class, and I forgot my backpack. Gu Xiyan attempted to brush it off, hoping her cousin wouldn't pry further. Su Anren sighed softly, aware that her younger sister was trying to shield her from worry. All right then, the food is on the stove. Hurry and eat, wash up, and rest. I'll head to bed first. She gently patted Gu Xiyan's head, muttering to herself about how her sister never seemed to grow taller. Okay, sister, you should get some rest too. You had a long day. Gu Xiyan secretly sighed in relief and smiled at Su Anren. Having experienced the earlier incident, Gu Xiyan completely lost her appetite and hurried to wash up before retreating to her room. Locking the door securely, Gu Xiyan nestled in the innermost corner of her bed, hugging her knees tightly, burying her head within them. If anyone were to look closely, they would notice her body trembling slightly. The tension from earlier had been overwhelming, and now, in the sanctuary of her own room, she found herself vulnerable, revealing a fragile part of her soul. Yet the moment she closed her eyes, the horrifying images invaded her mind. Gu Xiyan reflected on her own lack of resilience. She was utterly terrified. She could not recall when she had drifted into slumber, but her night had been plagued by restless dreams, waking intermittently in distress. Meanwhile, Lin Xie returned home, weariness etched across his face. Brother, why did you return so late tonight? And where is your cane? Yang Jin inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Good night, Lin Xie replied, dragging his fatigued body back to his room. Woof. Yang Jin, cradling his little black dog, spoke softly. Do you sense it too? He glanced out the window, murmuring to himself, there's a scent of blood on my brother, and, pausing momentarily, he continued, it feels like a power I recognize all too well. After enduring such harrowing events, Lin Xie was undeniably exhausted, succumbing to sleep swiftly. Yet, it was not a genuine rest. Rather, he found himself once again at the door of the asylum, knocking. The following morning, around 4 or 5 o'clock, Gu Xiyan awoke and found sleep eluding her. She sat on the edge of her bed, lost in thought until Su Anren knocked on her door, calling her name. Xiaoyan, are you up? Why didn't you eat last night? Taking a deep breath, Gu Xiyan forced a smile. I'm awake, I'll be right there. She composed herself before opening the door. Su Anren, startled by Gu Xiyan's pallor, exclaimed, Xiaoyan, you look dreadful. Are you unwell? How about I help you take a day off? You should rest at home. Yes, I'm feeling a bit off, Gu Xiyan admitted, aware that her condition was deteriorating. She had hardly slept the previous night, and whenever she did, nightmares jolted her awake. Su Anren, upon noticing her state, touched her forehead, relieved to find she did not have a fever. I'll make you some congee, she said, sighing with relief, before heading to the kitchen. Nodding in acknowledgement, Gu Xiyan returned to her room, settling by the window, her gaze vacant as she stared outside. Similarly, Lin Xie did not attend school that day. Instead, he first visited the library to conduct research, followed by a trip to the mental hospital to gather information. Chapter 4. Unveiling the truth of the world unbeknownst to her. Gu Xiyan had spent the better part of the day at home, as she gazed into the refrigerator, which held only a scant few ingredients. She found herself grappling with indecision. Ultimately, she resolved to venture to the local market to procure some vegetables, with the intention of preparing a meal for her cousin upon her return. However, what was this situation? She had merely stepped out to buy some groceries. Gu Xiyan glanced at Zhao Kongcheng, then at Lin Xie, before her gaze settled back on Lin Xie. Lin Xie, speechless, was filled with deep regret. Why had she chosen this path? There were so many other routes available. Moments earlier, Gu Xiyan had just exited the market when she stumbled upon the sight of Lin Xie being relentlessly pursued by Zhao Kongcheng. She stood frozen in astonishment. It was only during their third pass before her that Zhao Kongcheng momentarily paused, blinking in recognition of the young lady from the previous night. Consequently, Gu Xiyan found herself being pulled along by Zhao Kongcheng as they chased after Lin Xie. Zhao Kongcheng's eyes were bloodshot, his grip unyielding as he declared, Finally, I've caught you two little rascals. Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting for you? I've been at your school gate all day. To be honest, When Gu Xiyan was first dragged along in pursuit of Lin Xie, she was utterly disoriented. But now, upon witnessing the fervor in Zhao Kongqing's bloodshot eyes, an inexplicable sense of dread surged within her. She struggled fiercely to break free from his grasp, twisting her hands in a desperate attempt to escape his stronghold. Yet, Zhao Kongqing's strength was formidable. Gu Xiyan's movements startled Zhao Kongqing, who quickly realized he might have frightened her, and he softened his demeanor and tone, loosening his grip slightly. "All right, just come with me for now. This is not the place for a discussion." Initially, Zhao Kongqing instinctively intended to head in one direction, but upon catching sight of Gu Xiyan from the corner of his eye, he recognized the inappropriateness of the location. He sought an alternative venue and eventually led them to an internet CAF, reserving a small room. Once inside, Zhao Kongqing locked the door and seated himself close to it, his gaze fixed intently on the two individuals. "Let us reintroduce ourselves. My name is Zhao Kongqing." "Lin Xie," she sighed, feigning nonchalance. "Gu Xiyan," came a soft voice from behind Lin Xie, as Gu Xiyan sat quietly in the corner, listening to their exchange. "Now, let us get to the crux of the matter. You go first." Zhao Kongqing gestured towards Lin Xie. With a sense of resignation, Lin Xie replied, "What do you wish to know?" "Your eyes. Have you encountered Michael?" At Zhao Kongqing's inquiry, Lin Xie's body stiffened momentarily, and she hesitantly nodded. This man was indeed extraordinary. He must possess extensive knowledge. It was then that Lin Xie realized that the angel who had rendered her blind for a decade was none other than the king of angels, Michael. Meanwhile, Gu Xiyan remained quietly seated in the corner, absorbing the conversation between the two. As Lin Xie nodded, Zhao Kongqing finally exhaled in relief. His gaze towards Lin Xie and Gu Xiyan gradually ignited with fervor. Goodness, they are indeed agents of the divine. How fortunate he was to encounter not one, but two. Gu Xiyan felt increasingly uneasy under Zhao Kongqing's intense stare, instinctively shrinking behind Lin Xie, rendering even her fluffy head invisible. Lin Xie cleared his throat and straightened his back to shield Gu Xiyan from Zhao Kongqing's gaze. After their brief interaction, he discerned that Gu Xiyan was somewhat timid and lacked a sense of security. Her instinctive retreat behind him could be attributed to the bond they had forged the previous night in the face of life and death. Zhao Kongqing, belatedly realizing that he might have frightened the young girl, quickly reined in his intensity. "Why did he seek you? What did he say? And how far can you utilize the Forbidden Ruins now?" Zhao Kongqing fired off a series of questions, prompting Lin Xie to furrow his brow at the sheer volume of inquiries. Fixing his gaze on Zhao Kongqing's eyes, he posed his own initial question. "Do deities truly exist in this world?" Without hesitation, Zhao Kongqing replied, "They do. However, not all deities are real." "What does that mean?" The two engaged in a lengthy discussion, traversing topics from divine beings to the awakening of ordinary people and the discovery of deities. "All right, you've had your turn. Now, let us turn our attention to the young lady." Zhao Kongqing redirected his focus back to Gu Xiyan, this time tempering his demeanor to ensure he would not frighten her. Gu Xiyan felt a pang of anxiety, clutching the hem of her garment tightly, realizing that it was now her turn. "What do you wish to know?" Zhao Kongqing, amused by her nervousness, reassured her, "Fear not, I do not bite. I shall merely ask a few questions, and you've already heard enough to be somewhat informed." Gu Xiyan, attempting to relax, replied, "Ask away, but I don't know much. Who is the deity you represent? Did he say anything?" After a moment of hesitation, Gu Xiyan answered honestly, "He is very weak. He said he is the Earth Mother." "What?" Zhao Kongqing exclaimed, astonished. For so long, there had been no detection of deities within the Great Xia realm. And now Gu Xiyan suddenly claimed that the deity seeking her was the Earth Mother. What did this signify? It indicated that the deities of Great Xia were still present. Lin Xie was equally shocked, having just learned that the deities of Great Xia were missing. To find that Gu Xiyan was an agent of one was nothing short of astonishing. Gu Xiyan jumped at Zhao Kongqing's loud outburst, fearing he might not believe her. So she quickly added, "He truly said so, and he mentioned that he currently lacks much power and has already lent me the little strength he has left." "Let me think." Zhao Kongqing furrowed his brow and began pacing restlessly. Did he tell you if his power will recover? Zhao Kongqing's gaze bore into Gu Xiyan, intent on capturing any nuance of her expression. Gu Xiyan subtly shifted back, murmuring it requires time. Zhao Kongqing deemed the matter of utmost importance and felt compelled to inform the captain, leaving the decision to him. Wait, this is too significant. I must make a call first. He then retrieved his phone and dialed a number. As soon as the line connected, Chun Mai's voice came through. What's the matter? Have you located the two divine agents? Captain, it's like this. Zhao Kongqing swiftly relayed the situation to Chun Mai. What? Chun Mai was equally astonished, but he quickly regained his composure and addressed Zhao Kongqing. This matter is indeed critical. You have done well. We must ensure the safety of those two. They cannot fall into the hands of the ancient god society. I am currently pursuing the Ghost-Face King's trail. If possible, it would be best to bring them back to the office. Yes, I will safeguard them. Also, inform others at the office. I'll hang up for now. After ending the call, Chun Mai immediately dialed another number. It's me. I have discovered two divine agents. One is the agent of the Seraphim Michael, and the other is someone you would never expect. Once the call connected, Chun Mai got straight to the point. Who is it? Our divine being from the Great Xia, Mother Earth. Chun Mai wasted no time, and after exhaling a puff of smoke, continued bang. It sounded as if something had shattered on the other end. Are you saying, it is our Great Xia's deity? The disbelief and shock from the other side were palpable. Yes. However, her agent mentioned that her powers are currently quite diminished, and she needs time to recover. Shaping gradually regained his composure. All right, I understand. I will inform Commander Yi. Thank you for your effort, Mai. It's nothing. By the way, I think it's best not to mention Mother Earth's weakness to avoid causing chaos. Understood. After Zhao Kongqing hung up, he turned to the two individuals and said, You heard that. Your situation would become perilous if anyone besides us found out about it. Therefore, join us. We will protect you and teach you how to defend yourselves. Gu Xiyan and Lin Xie exchanged glances, each comprehending the other's thoughts. I cannot leave. Neither can I. Upon hearing their responses, Zhao Kongqing felt a sense of disarray. No, both of you, why not? Zhao Kongqing was perplexed, unable to fathom what could be more significant. Lin Xie gazed out the window, her expression gentle. I know you mean well, but if I leave, what will happen to my aunt? What about my cousin? My aunt works tirelessly at the factory to support both me and my cousin, and her health has deteriorated significantly. Now that I have finally grown up, my cousin is still young. If I leave, what will they do? I feel the same. Ever since my uncle passed away, my cousin has dropped out of school to take care of me, Gu Xiyan added. Zhao Kongqing fell silent. These two children were remarkably filial, displaying a maturity that belied their young age. The two individuals spoke their final words to Zhao Kongqing, expressing gratitude for the information shared and assuring that they would sign the confidentiality agreement. Lin Xie and Gu Xiyan then exited through the door. This time, Zhao Kongqing did not impede their departure. Instead, he quietly retrieved a cigarette and began to smoke. Chapter 5. The emergence of the masked king. As they stepped out of the internet CF, the two cast a glance at the gradually darkening sky. Shall we go together? Throughout their journey, silence enveloped them as each pondered their own thoughts. After a brief moment of quietude, Lin Xie curiously regarded Gu Xiyan and posed a question that had lingered in his mind since their first encounter. Ahem, may I inquire, Gu Xiyan, how old are you this year? Taken aback by his inquiry, Gu Xiyan instinctively replied, 16, WY? Lin Xie, equally astonished, exclaimed, What? 16? Is that for real? No. I just thought. You seem quite youthful, not like a high school student. Gu Xiyan's cheeks began to flush, her ears warming in embarrassment. Don't think too much of it. It's awkward. My height is a disadvantage. Who knows why it is that I only seem to age without growing taller. Ahem. My apologies. Lin Xie quickly offered as he observed Gu Xiyan, who barely reached his shoulders. However, if one overlooked the slight upward curl of his lips, it would have seemed far more sincere. Gu Xiyan, appearing dejected, weakly murmured, It's nothing. I'm used to it. This time, the silence was genuine. Lin Xie smiled at Gu Xiyan and said, See you tomorrow. Gu Xiyan remained lost in her thoughts about her height, softly replying, See you tomorrow. Noticing her melancholic demeanor, Lin Xie felt a pang of regret. He wished to offer some comforting words, but found himself at a loss, standing still as she walked away, her figure fading into the distance. On a balcony of a building, a boy and a dog, initially engaged in play, suddenly fell silent and turned their gazes downward, where they observed two individuals conversing. The boy was tall and slender, while the girl appeared relatively petite. After exchanging a few words, the girl departed. The boy on the balcony, Yang Jin, quickly called out, "Brother," and the little black dog barked in response. Hearing his cousin's voice, Lin Xie shifted his attention back and smiled. "I'm back," as he walked toward the house. Yang Jin returned inside to greet his brother, calling out to the kitchen, "Mom, brother is back." The little black dog joyfully raced to welcome him. Upon entering, Lin Xie spotted a person and a dog, both wearing warm smiles. He knelt down, cradling the little black dog in his arms. "And I'm home." The middle-aged woman in the kitchen, hearing their exchange, peeked out with a squint and cheerfully said, "All right, take a seat. Dinner will be ready shortly." With that, she withdrew. Lin Xie and Yang Jin exchanged glances. "Aunt, Mom, we'll help you." Lin Xie set the little black dog down and, alongside Yang Jin, made their way to the kitchen. Soon, with the assistance of the two, the meal was prepared, and the three gathered around the dining table to eat. Yang Jin suddenly turned to Lin Xie and inquired, "Brother, is that girl you spoke with downstairs your classmate? Does she also attend high school?" Even the little black dog tilted its head, as if to say, "I saw her too." Annie shifted her gaze to Lin Xie, disapprovingly remarking, "What girl? Xiao Qi, is she your classmate? Why didn't you invite her to join us for a meal?" Lin Xie glanced at Yang Jin and then replied with a hint of resignation, "Yes, she is my classmate. She lives nearby, and we came back together." Yang Jin was taken aback. "Brother, that girl looks so young. Is she really in high school?" At this, Lin Xie couldn't help but smile slightly. But the memory of the girl's lonely figure as she departed quickly dampened his spirits. "She is 16. Perhaps she started school early." Annie looked at Lin Xie with a gentle smile, saying, "It seems our little Qi has made good friends at his new school. This reassures me. Next time, we should invite her over to play." Hearing that the girl was only a year or two older than him and already in the second year of high school, Yang Jin felt a tinge of envy. This meant she would soon escape the nightmare of homework. "Darn it, I don't want to do homework either." Lin Xie agreed. All right. On the other hand, Gu Xiyan had also returned home. Initially, she had planned to buy groceries and prepare a meal for her cousin's arrival, sparing her cousin the trouble of cooking. But then this incident occurred. Sighing helplessly, she opened the door. "Sister, I'm back." Su Anren heard Gu Xiyan's voice and breathed a sigh of relief, rushing out, "You're back. I was startled when I didn't TC you as soon as I arrived home. I thought you might have gone out to buy groceries, which eased my worries." However, as time passed, and Gu Xiyan still hadn't returned, she began to consider going out to look for her. Gu Xiyan felt a bit embarrassed, scratching her head as she explained, "Sister, I'm sorry to worry you. I met a classmate outside and lost track of time." Su Enrin showed no signs of blame. "All right then, you must be hungry. Hurry and wash your hands. Dinner is ready. I made your favorite braised pork." She affectionately ruffled Gu Xiyan's hair. Thank you, sister. What is there to thank? We're family. There's no need for such formality." Upon hearing this, Su Anren frowned slightly, displeased. Gu Xiyan felt a warmth in her heart and quickly nodded. After dinner, Su Anren noticed that Gu Xiyan's demeanor and expression had improved significantly since the morning, which put her at ease. After offering a few more words of advice, she went to wash up and rest. Gu Xiyan also finished her own routine and returned to her room. Lying on her bed, she stared at the ceiling in a daze. She had gradually begun to accept the truth of this world, yet she still found it hard to believe that she had been chosen by such a gentle and beautiful deity to serve as an agent. To speak candidly, she has always felt that her existence is superfluous, often failing at many things and becoming a burden to her cousin. Gu Xiyan curled herself up beneath the covers, seeking solace in their warmth. Amidst her turbulent thoughts, she drifted into slumber without realizing when. As dawn broke, she was roused by her cousin's call, and she proceeded to wash up and have breakfast before heading to school. Just as she arrived at the classroom door, Lin Xie made her entrance as well. Jiang Qian, Wang Xiao, and Li Yifei hurriedly approached. "Are you all right? We were worried when you didn't show up yesterday." Relieved to see that both were unharmed, The trio exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Hey, Xie, your eyes. Zhan Shen and the others gazed at Lin Xie in astonishment. Lin Xie shrugged. I mentioned before that my eyes simply cannot tolerate light temporarily. You just wouldn't believe me. All right, and I apologize for that day. The trio quickly offered their apologies, their expressions laced with guilt. Lin Xie smiled gently. There's no need for apologies. You helped me that day, and isn't mutual support among classmates a natural thing? Indeed. So today, I shall treat you all to snacks during the break, Li Yifei declared, thumping his chest with bravado. And I will provide the milk tea. Wang Xiao chimed in eagerly. Now that you've both offered, what shall I contribute? Jiang Qin responded, slightly exasperated. After a moment's thought, she declared, how about I handle the tutoring? Feel free to ask me anything you find challenging. The two had yet to respond when they were all caught up in laughter at her suggestion. Jiang Qin, Wang Xiao, and Li Yifei exchanged amused glances and remarked, Xian, you smiled. It's the first time we've shared laughter together after all this time as classmates. Gu Xiyan felt her usual awkwardness resurfacing. Was this not a line straight from a domineering romance novel? She could only manage a shy smile in return. Noticing her discomfort, Lin Xie swiftly changed the subject. All right, let's return to our seats. The teacher will arrive shortly. Yes, of course, they replied in unison. Before long, the day passed in the rhythm of learning. That evening, the sky was overcast, devoid of any starlight. After parting ways with Gu Xiyan, Lin Xie arrived home just as the heavens opened and rain began to pour heavily. Upon entering, he was met with an unexpected visitor, leaving him utterly astonished. The two engaged in heartfelt conversation in Lin Xie's room before Zhao Kongcheng took his leave. As the rain fell increasingly harder, creating a cacophony, mealtime found Xiao Heilai abandoning his favorite bone, his gaze fixed intently on the balcony. Woof! Lin Xie, puzzled, approached Xiao Heilai, inquiring what's wrong. Suddenly, he froze, and in the next moment, dashed outside, oblivious to his aunt's calls from behind. At Gu Xiyan's home, she had just begun her meal when she sensed a subtle shift in the air. Lifting her gaze to the window, her eyes glimmered with a faint purple light. In the distance, she beheld a swirling mass of ominous energy hovering in the air. There lingered a familiar stench, which, despite being somewhat diluted by the heavy rain, still reached her senses. Gu Xiyan stood up with a pallid expression. Su Anren was startled by her sudden movement and asked, "What's wrong?" Gu Xiyan felt a tumult of conflicting emotions within her, yet the proximity to her home compelled her to investigate. "Sister, I just remembered that a classmate promised to give me something, and I almost lost track of time. I'll step out to fetch it and return shortly." "Oh, why venture out in such torrential rain? You could at least wait until it eases up before having dinner. I'll be back right away." For the first time, Gu Xiyan disregarded her cousin's concerns, grabbing an umbrella and dashing outside. Not far into her run, she encountered Lin Xie, who was also hastening along, and she called out to him, inquiring about the commotion. Lin Xie hadn't anticipated Gu Xiyan's presence, but recalling the events they had faced together, he quickly accepted it. As they raced together, Lin Xie elucidated the situation. Gu Xiyan's complexion grew even more ashen, yet she felt compelled to act. She could not allow Zhao Kongcheng and Lin Xie to confront that perilous creature alone. Even if she could not engage in combat, she could tend to their wounds. Moreover, she was reluctant to remain idle, especially knowing that Zhao Kongcheng was in the Forbidden Realm, potentially facing unforeseen dangers. The pair soon arrived at the location Lin Xie had mentioned, where he murmured, "This should be the place, but where is everyone?" Gu Xiyan, surveying her surroundings, suddenly recalled Zhao Kongcheng's mention of forbidden items. "Yes, the boundless void," she exclaimed. Lin Xie's eyes lit up, and he began scanning the area for objects that could create the boundless void while calling out loudly, "Zhao Kongcheng! Zhao Kongcheng! I know you're nearby." Gu Xiyan also searched the vicinity, hoping Lin Xie's voice would reach Zhao Kongcheng. Before long, they spotted 3 notice boards standing not far away. Inside the realm, Zhao Kongcheng lamented his misfortune at encountering such a ferocious foe. After a series of battles with the Ghost Face King, he had been struck hard in the chest, resulting in 2 shattered ribs as he was sent flying. Had it not been for his blade partially absorbing the impact, he might have met a dire fate. Coughing up blood, his face was ghostly pale. Suddenly, a voice reached him from behind. Lin Qia's voice. Zhao Kongchang froze, recognizing that voice. Outside, Lin Xie and Gu Xiyan, still unaware of Zhao Kongqing's response, urgently called out again, Zhao Kongchang, I know you are in the boundless void. Open the door so we can come in and assist you. After 2 or 3 seconds, Zhao Kongcheng's voice drifted out from behind the notice board. Why the hell are you out here at this hour? Get lost. Suddenly, Zhao Kongcheng realized the implication of Lin Qia's words. That young lady has come as well. Therefore, they must not be allowed entry, although he had never intended to grant them access. Chapter 6. General Zhao Kongcheng in the midst of such torrential rain. What folly compelled these 2 young ones to wander aimlessly? Moreover, I had already activated the unfettered domain. How could they possibly know I was within? You need not concern yourself with our reasons for being here. Lin Qia's voice resonated in Zhao Kongqing's ears once more. We are aware that you are engaged in a fierce battle with that masked specter. Allow us entry. We can be of assistance. And I am quite capable of combat myself. Zhao Kongqing retorted, what can you possibly do? That is not merely a specter. It is the leader of the specters. The Spectre King, no less. And from the Chuan realm. You too, having just entered the Zhan realm, stand no chance against it. What do you intend to fight with? Undeterred, Lin Xie shouted back, Zhao Kongcheng, do not underestimate us. We possess our own means. We are not reckless. Gu Xiyan and I carry life-saving items that will ensure our safety. A chill ran through Zhao Kongcheng at Lin Qia's words, causing him to hesitate. What if this young man spoke the truth? Yet, he remained unwilling to take such a gamble. If Lin Xie and his companion deceived him, he would never forgive himself for the consequences should anything go awry. At that moment, the Spectre King let out a furious roar, a formidable aura erupting from the unfettered domain, causing the surrounding rain to scatter violently. Time is of the essence, Zhao Kongcheng, Lin Xie urged. If you do not permit us entry, once it breaches your domain, not only will we be in peril, but so will everyone nearby. Lin Xie pressed against the invisible barrier beside the signpost, yet his efforts proved futile. It was as though an unseen shield effectively separated the interior from the exterior, rendering his attempts to breach it utterly ineffective. Beside him, Gu Xiyan was in a state of anxious desperation, observing that Zhao Kongcheng had yet to open the unfettered domain. She raised her voice, Uncle Zhao, please open the door and let us in. I can heal. Together, you and Lin Xie can confront that Spectre King, while I assist you from behind. I assure you, I speak only the truth. It was the first time Gu Xiyan had raised her voice to such an extent, and her throat burned with the effort. Yet, she paid it no mind, as she noticed the ominous energy above intensifying, signaling that if Zhao Kongcheng delayed any longer, he would be in grave danger. Inside the domain, Zhao Kongcheng was once again struck back by the Spectre King. After a prolonged struggle, he managed to prop himself up with his sword. Hearing the faintly raspy voice of a young girl, he sighed inwardly, as expected. Clearing his throat, he spoke. Do not waste your efforts. While I lack a realm, the unfettered domain I have opened prevents anyone below the Chu realm from entering easily. There are but 2 possibilities for entry. Either I allow you passage, or I must await my demise. Zhao Kongcheng's gaze remained fixed on the Spectre King, his voice growing increasingly feeble. After he finished speaking, silence enveloped the domain. 1 second, 2 seconds, a full 3 seconds. No further sounds emerged. Zhao Kongcheng assumed that the 2 young ones had heeded his warning and returned home, and thus he dismissed them from his mind. Zhao Kongcheng murmured to himself, this is how it should be. He struggled to stand upright, gasping for breath, a trickle of fresh blood cascading from the corner of his mouth. Each breath he took sent waves of agony through his ribs and internal organs, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. He had reached the limits of his endurance. Opposite him loomed a terrifying creature, the Ghost-Faced King, a monstrous being twice his size. Though it too bore wounds, they seemed to inflict little harm upon it. Zhao Kongcheng, a mere mortal, was in stark contrast. One hand clutched a straight blade, while the other trembled as it searched his pocket, eventually retrieving a medallion. The medallion was engraved with two crossed straight blades, beneath which lay a name, Zhao Kongsheng. Meanwhile, Gu Xiyan and Lin Qiye, having overheard Zhao Kongsheng's feeble voice, were in a state of urgency. They realized that Zhao Kongsheng showed no intention of allowing them to enter. Gu Xiyan, her tone laced with anxiety, turned to Lin Qiye, exclaiming, "What should we do? If we can't get in, Uncle Zhao will die." Lin Qiye, equally distressed, pressed her for details. "How do you know?" Gu Xiyan pointed towards the ominous, dark mass of death energy hovering above the Wujieke Ingi, and replied urgently, "The concentration of this death energy is too intense, indicating that someone will perish soon. Moreover, it looms above the Wujieke Ingi, and without the Forbidden Ruins, how could Uncle Zhao possibly defeat the Ghost-Face King? Even if he had a means to win, it would likely lead to mutual destruction. Otherwise, the death energy wouldn't be intensifying." Lin Qiye followed Gu Xiyan's finger, but saw nothing, realizing it was due to their differing abilities. After considering Gu Xiyan's analysis, he too became increasingly anxious. However, he forced himself to remain calm, recognizing the need to break through the invisible barrier. With a sudden inspiration, Lin Qiye recalled the divine power he had awakened on that fateful day. Yes, divine power. Acting swiftly, he closed his eyes momentarily before reopening them, revealing a golden radiance. In an instant, the Wujieke Ingi before him was forcibly cracked open. Without hesitation, Lin Qiye grasped Gu Xiyan's wrist and entered through the fissure. Zhao Kongsheng had not anticipated that even after utilizing the Ghost Goddess call, the Ghost-Face King would still be so difficult to vanquish. A dull thud echoed through the air as Zhao Kongsheng, like a kite severed from its string, was sent reeling and crashing to the ground. "Ah! It hurts like hell." The sensation of pain seemed magnified infinitely, assaulting every nerve in Zhao Kongsheng's body, causing him to grit his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. Coughing up blood, he slowly began to rise from mud. The Ghost-Face King was still alive, and he could still move. Using his straight blade to prop himself up, he was determined to continue the fight when suddenly, a cataclysmic event occurred. A tremendous roar erupted from behind him. The sky above quivered slightly, and a crack formed. This was Zhao Kongsheng stared blankly at the sky above. Then, as if struck by a revelation, he abruptly turned his head. He witnessed Lin Qiye pulling Gu Xiyan as they slipped through the crevice. Zhao Kongsheng, both astonished and enraged, bellowed, "How did you two little rascals get in here? Are you seeking death?" Before he could finish his sentence, the Ghost-Face King detected a new presence. Emitting a strange cry and standing alert, fixated on the group. Without hesitation, Gu Xiyan swiftly approached Zhao Kongsheng and unleashed the divine ruins, with Lin Qiye closely following suit. "Protect all beings, 6 paths of reincarnation, shield, heal." As her words echoed, a colossal circular ring materialized behind Gu Xiyan, adorned with a faint lavender glow. The outermost layer shimmered in pale violet, followed by a band of black, forming a mesmerizing cycle that created a grand ring, exuding an aura of mysterious solemnity. Simultaneously, a stream of lavender light surged toward Zhao Kongsheng, mending his wounds. This was Lin Qiye and Zhao Kongsheng's first encounter with Gu Xiyan's divine ruins. Lin Qiye gazed at the ring behind Gu Xiyan, his expression a mixture of shock and exhilaration, as he beheld another divine agent's manifestation. Zhao Kongsheng, too, was captivated by the sight, his countenance brimming with excitement and joy. The appearance of the great Xia's divine agent heralded a portent of the deity's imminent return. As Lin Qiye regained his composure, he noticed Zhao Kongsheng's physical condition, his pupils dilating in shock. Zhao Kongsheng was enduring this battle against the Ghost-Face King in such a weakened state. Zhao Kongsheng, Lin Qiye was at a loss for words. As this was Gu Xiyan's first use of the divine ruins, she was still unfamiliar with many of its effects. Please be understanding. She would soon grasp all its capabilities. Zhao Kongsheng felt a slight improvement in his condition, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Yet there was no time to reproach them. Given that Gu Xiyan was only at the lamp stage, her shield could hardly withstand a swipe from the Ghost-Face King. "Step back. Stay behind. I can fight alongside you." Yet, Lin Xie chose not to retreat, instead standing shoulder to shoulder with Zhao Kongcheng. Despite Gu Xiyan's healing, Zhao Kongqing's condition remained precarious. Gu Xiyan, straining to uphold the divine ruins, bit her lip, her eyes reddening with frustration at her perceived inadequacy. She could only offer partial healing, not a complete restoration. With sudden determination, Zhao Kongcheng propelled himself off the ground, unleashing an astonishing burst of speed as he charged toward the Ghost Face King. The clash resounded as his sword met the Ghost Face King's defenses. The Ghost Face King, perceiving the man's exhaustion, opted not to engage in a direct confrontation, instead bracing himself to withstand Zhao Kongqing's assault. Seeing this, Lin Xie hurried forward, activating his own divine ruins, Mortal Realm. Empowered by the augmentation of the Starlit Dancer, his movements became a blur. With great force, he delivered a powerful punch that struck the Ghost Face King's face, sending the creature staggering back a few steps. Roar! The Ghost Face King appeared to be enraged by Lin Xie's provocation, letting out a furious roar as his aura surged with even greater ferocity. Be cautious, young one. This is the Ghost Face King's forbidden territory. Sequence 176, Ghost Face Realm. Zhao Kongcheng quickly warned. At that moment, Lin Xie, caught off guard, was sent flying by a punch from the Ghost Face King. Lin Xie, are you all right? Zhao Kongcheng exclaimed. Blood trickled from the corner of Lin Xie's mouth as he struggled to rise from the muddy ground. Cough. I'm Fine. Was this the disparity of realms? Even with the enhancement of the Starry Night Dancer, he was still knocked back by the Ghost Face King. This occurred while the Ghost Face King was in a severely wounded state, and Lin Xie found it hard to fathom how Zhao Kongcheng had managed to engage in prolonged combat with such a monstrous being. Seeing this, Gu Xiyan could only frantically channel her mental energy to invoke the divine realm to heal their wounds. As Zhao Kongcheng noticed the Ghost Face King preparing to attack Lin Xie again, he rushed forward to intercept the blow. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength to force the Ghost Face King back. Suddenly, he called out to the two, "You two little rascals." Huh? Both looked at Zhao Kongcheng in confusion, unsure what he meant at that moment. Watch this strike. Why? Because this strike will be incredibly impressive. Without waiting for a response, he charged through the curtain of rain, hurtling toward the Ghost Face King. Raising his hand, he executed a strike, unleashing an unprecedentedly massive crescent blade that cleaved through the night sky, slicing through the rain with astonishing speed. The velocity of the strike was so great that even the Ghost Face King could not easily evade it. Moreover, in its current state, it was utterly incapable of dodging. Thus, the black crescent soared across the sky. The Ghost Face King fell, its head severed, rolling away grotesquely with its pale, ghastly visage. Finally, Zhao Kongqing's body could no longer endure the strain and collapsed straight down. Lin Xie's eyes widened as he hurried forward to catch Zhao Kongqing's body with steady arms. Gu Xiyan's eyes glimmered with unshed tears as she rushed to join them. The vitality within Zhao Kongqing was slowly fading away. Helplessly, Lin Xie held him close, unsure of how to proceed. His condition was far worse than he had anticipated. Zhao Kongqing, you, cough. I'm fine. It's merely the aftereffects of forcibly unleashing my potential, Zhao Kongcheng said nonchalantly. But you will die. I know. Lin Xie's expression grew complicated. Was this truly worth it? There weren't multitudes standing behind you. Only we bear witness to your sacrifices. That's enough. At least I can protect you two little rascals. Zhao Kongcheng replied with a smile. Lin Xie stared at him, speechless. Gu Xiyan strained to push her mental energy further, trying to summon the power within the divine realm to aid Zhao Kongcheng, but to no avail. Gu Xiyan's voice trembled as she spoke. Uncle Zhao, I'm so sorry. I cannot save you. Cough, cough. Silly girl, do not torment yourself. I am fully aware of my own condition, Zhao Kongcheng replied. Young man, do me a favor. What favor? I have a pack of cigarettes in my pocket. Light one for me. Lin Xie silently extended his hand, searching through Zhao Kongqing's pocket. Soon, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes soaked by the rain and a lighter from his own trousers. He lit a cigarette for Zhao Kongqing. The latter took a deep drag, exhaling a long sigh, as if feeling a wave of relief wash over him. With the cigarette between his lips, Zhao Conchang gazed at the overcast sky, raindrops cascading down his cheeks. Did I look handsome just now? He weakly inquired of the two. Yes, very handsome. Especially, exceptionally handsome. Their responses were remarkably in sync. He cough. Zhao Conchang attempted to chuckle, but was caught off guard by a fit of coughing. Suddenly, Lin Xie's body stiffened. In his perception, the ghost-faced king was slowly rolling its head back toward its body, as if attempting to reattach itself. His pupils dilated in shock. The ghost-faced king was still alive. In Gu Xiyan's eyes, all that existed was Zhao Kongqing's grievously wounded form. Meanwhile, Zhao Kongchang lacked the energy to notice this unfolding scene. Lin Xie chose not to share this revelation with them. Zhao Kongchang seemed to recall something, a contented expression spreading across his face. Yet, the light in his eyes was gradually dimming. Uncle Zhao, don't sleep. We're still waiting to have dinner with you. Didn't you say you wanted to be a general? Please don't sleep. Lin Xie and Gu Xiyan shook his body, calling out to him. Uncle Zhao, I beg you, don't sleep. Zhao Kongchang could no longer hear their voices. His eyes grew increasingly hazy. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile, his eyes slowly closing and his body relaxing. Zhao Kongchang had passed away. The two remained rigid, unmoving, as the rain mingled with their tears, blurring their vision. Yet, neither of them could tear their gaze away from Zhao Kongchang. Chapter 7. Welcome General Zhao Kongchang returned. Gu Xiyan desperately harnessed her mental energy to activate the divine ruins. Uncle Zhao, her voice was hoarse, and her mental strength was rapidly depleting. Her complexion had turned pale, a stark reflection of her overexertion. Lin Xie could not bear to witness Gu Xiyan in such a state. He closed his eyes, feeling a similar ache in his heart. Yet, he understood that the battle was far from over. The ghost-faced king was still alive. He grasped Zhao Kongqing's blade tightly, his gaze fixed intently upon the direction of the ghost-faced king, unwilling to relax even for a moment. Suddenly, a particularly light and ethereal sigh resonated between the two. Lin Xie and Gu Xiyan were initially startled, yet they discerned from the sound that it bore no malice, only boundless tenderness and compassion. Gu Xiyan quickly recognized the voice as that of Mother Hutu. A flicker of excitement shone in her eyes as she urgently called out, Mother Hutu, can you save him? Surely you have a way, right? Hearing Gu Xiyan's plea, Lin Xie too felt a surge of hope as he scanned the surroundings in search of the Mother Hutu she spoke of. A somewhat indistinct figure gradually materialized before Gu Xiyan, a benevolent visage reaching out to gently caress her head, speaking in a soft voice. Child, do not fret. There are aspects of my power within the divine ruins that you are yet unaware of, and I shall impart them to you now. This was indeed the Mother Hutu that Gu Xiyan had seen during her awakening. With tears welling in her eyes, Gu Xiyan gazed at Mother Hutu in a daze, awaiting her next words. Lin Xie beheld a tall and graceful figure, whose countenance radiated kindness and warmth, and whose eyes sparkled with gentleness, standing before Gu Xiyan. The being emanated a serene and sacred aura, as if capable of purifying the very soul. After speaking, she extended her hand and touched Gu Xiyan's forehead, a soft purple light illuminating her surroundings. First, she employed her divine power to gradually restore Gu Xiyan's waning mental energy. Then, she guided Gu Xiyan's body to reopen the divine ruins. Protection for all beings, the cycle of 6 paths, from death to rebirth. Her delicate voice echoed throughout the vast space. The cycle of 6 paths reappeared behind Gu Xiyan. Thick, ancient iron chains surged forth from the cycle, racing towards the not yet fully deceased Ghost-Faced King. In an instant, the Ghost-Faced King was ensnared by the chains, thrashing in a futile struggle as its intense aura of death was drawn towards the cycle of 6 paths. Its anguished wails reverberated through the sky. Subsequently, the essence of death was completely transformed into a vibrant divine power, surging towards the prostrate Zhao Kongqing. His body was enveloped in this divine energy, and soon, his injuries began to heal gradually from within. Gradually, he began to breathe once more, the rise and fall of his chest signaling his revival. Lin Xie stood in stunned silence, incredulously witnessing the scene unfold before him. He was alive. Truly alive. After completing this miraculous act, Mother Hutu finally paused. With a gentle gaze upon the two, she said, "The rest is entrusted to you," before gradually fading into the air. Gu Xiyan stood in stunned silence as she beheld the scene before her. Witnessing Zhao Kongqing's body regain its vitality, she was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her cheeks as she softly uttered, "Thank you, Lady Hutu." Almost immediately, darkness enveloped her, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Lin Xie, noticing her distress, hurried forward to catch Gu Xiyan's frail form, anxiously assessing her condition. Upon realizing that she had merely fainted from mental exhaustion, he exhaled a sigh of relief. However, he soon found himself in a predicament. He could not possibly carry both her and Zhao Kongqing alone. In the midst of a torrential downpour, a woman clad in a dark red cloak, soaked to the bone, stood on the street, panting heavily and clutching a long black case on her back. "Xiangnan, I have arrived at the old residential area. Where is old Zhao?" she inquired urgently. "He is in an open space 2 buildings ahead of you." Wu Xiaonan's voice crackled through her earpiece. After a brief pause, he added, his tone heavy with foreboding, "Hong Ying, you must prepare yourself mentally." A chill ran down Hong Ying's spine, yet she gritted her teeth and pressed onward. "We lost contact with him a few minutes ago, and old Zhao's emblem locator has not moved for several minutes," she insisted, her heart racing. "Do not speak nonsense, old Zhao. Old Zhao will be fine." Her pupils constricted, and her body trembled slightly as she quickened her pace. Tears began to blur Xiaonan's vision. While Wen Qima and Lung Xian shared a look of apprehension, their eyes tinged with red. The group hastened toward the old residential area from various directions. At that moment, Chen Mai could no longer maintain his composure. Soon, a throng of individuals arrived at the location indicated by Zhao Kongqing's emblem. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they were momentarily taken aback. Zhao Kongqing lay on the ground, while Lin Xie supported the unconscious Gu Xiyan beside him. They rushed forward, and upon confirming that Zhao Kongqing still breathed, joy flickered in their eyes, quickly followed by the sting of tears. "Old Zhao," Hong Ying's voice quivered, her eyes widening in disbelief as she rubbed them to ensure she was not mistaken. Chen Mai swiftly regained his composure, examining Zhao Kongqing's condition. He noted that while the wounds had healed, he remained unconscious. "Old Zhao is fine." The team leader's voice acted like a soothing balm, reassuring them all. Hong Ying and Wen Qima stepped forward to assist Zhao Kongqing. Lin Xie, observing their efforts, succinctly recounted the situation. Grateful expressions adorned the faces of Hong Ying and Chen Mai as they gazed at Lin Xie and the unconscious Gu Xiyan. "Thank you for saving old Zhao." They bowed slightly in acknowledgement. Lin Xie, cradling Gu Xiyan, swiftly moved aside. Subsequently, Chen Mai and the others escorted Lin Xie, Gu Xiyan, and Zhao Kongqing back to the Peace Affairs office. Lin Xie cradled Gu Xiyan as they walked alongside Hong Ying, while beside her, Wen Qima bore Zhao Kongqing on his back. Chen Mai wielded the straight blades of both Zhao Kongqing and Wen Qima, accompanied by Xiaonan and Lung Xian, who followed a few steps behind. The group slowly made their way through the rain toward the office. A side note, General Zhao Kongqing, welcome home. Chapter 8. The Night Watchman Squad 136 at Lin Xie's home. His aunt gazed thoughtfully at the wall clock, lost in reverie. The dining table before her was laden with a feast that had grown cold, just as it was when Lin Xie departed. Time slipped away, and eventually, Yang Jin picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and placed it in his bowl. "Mom, let us eat," he urged. "Sigh," his aunt sighed. "I wonder what important matter your brother has that he felt compelled to leave halfway through dinner and hasn't returned yet." Meanwhile, at Gu Xiyan's residence, Su Anren sat alone at the dining table, blandly consuming her meal. Though it was termed food, it felt akin to chewing wax. After a long pause, she set her chopsticks down and approached the window, peering outside. Where could that girl be? She said she'd be back soon, and the dishes are already cold. She murmured to herself. The rain had ceased. A hazy moonlight broke through the clouds, illuminating the silent, desolate night. In a nearby clearing, a tattered sign had been removed, and the ground was cleared of the grisly remnants, leaving only deep, menacing knife marks etched into the earth, recounting the horrors that had transpired. Yang Jin stood on the balcony, observing the tidied battlefield in the distance. No need to go, he instructed his companion, Xiao Hailai, who looked puzzled as to why his master deemed it unnecessary. Yang Jin felt a flicker of joy, yet his brow furrowed in concern. It was that familiar power, belonging to the Earth Mother, but it seemed she had intervened and people were still alive. Xiao Hailai remained bewildered. Who? Woof. Yang Jin replied. You will meet her in due time, before turning back towards the room. Xiao Hailai blinked at his master's retreating figure before returning to his nest for sleep. In Sangnan City, at Peace Bridge, stood the Peace Affairs office. To the left, a vibrant wedding planning company, adorned with festive decorations, was named Peace Weddings. To the right, a funeral service draped in white silk and adorned with wreaths was called Peace Funeral Services. The wedding celebrations brimmed with joy, while the funeral home echoed with sighs of sorrow. The Peace Affairs office stood in between. At that moment, in the basement of the Peace Affairs office, a spacious and bright hall contained a girl reclining on a sofa, accompanied by a young man. Across from them sat 6 individuals, among whom was Zhao Kongsheng, with another person standing by the door not far away. Shortly after returning to the office, Zhao Kongsheng awakened. The others watched him with curious gazes, scrutinizing him from every angle. Were it not for the remnants of battle still clinging to old Zhao's attire, one might have thought nothing had occurred at all. Hong Ying stroked her chin, observing Zhao Kongsheng with keen interest. Isn't it remarkable? But if it was indeed the intervention of a deity, it doesn't seem all that surprising when Qima concurred. Zhao Kongsheng felt uneasy under their scrutiny. What wrong? What wrong? Do not gaze at me in such a manner. I nearly believed I had departed this world. Unexpectedly, thanks to this young girl, I have been granted a second chance at life, and by a twist of fate, acquired the forbidden ruins, Zhao Kongsheng remarked, his warm smile directed at the girl resting on the sofa. While he felt pleased about the latter event, he yearned to brag about it to everyone. However, he deemed it inappropriate to do so at this moment, resolving to wait until a more suitable time. Indeed, we owe her a considerable debt of gratitude, remarked Hong Ying, along with others, as they turned their gaze toward the sofa. Wu Xiangnan, upon learning the full context of events, was equally astonished. Nevertheless, the fact that Zhao Kongsheng was alive and seated before them left no room for disbelief. All right, Xiaonan, how is a young girl faring? Chimai interjected, breaking the conversation. Si Xiaonan frowned as she responded. Her mental energy has been severely depleted, and it appears this has occurred more than once. Fortunately, she possesses self-healing abilities, so there is no need for excessive concern. I estimate she will awaken in a day, and with my assistance in her recovery, I should be able to expedite the process. Lin Xie, who had been anxious until now, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although he had confirmed the same through his examination, he was not a healer and worried that Gu Xiyan might have undetected injuries. The others sighed in relief upon hearing this news. Wu Xiangnan introduced herself. I am Wu Xiangnan, the vice captain of the Night Watch Team 136. The man leaning against the door in a white shirt is our captain, Chen Mai. Following Wu's gaze, Lin Xie noticed a man silently observing him from the side door across the room. Upon making eye contact, the man gave a slight nod. Wu Xiangnan then turned to the remaining individuals. Please introduce yourselves. At this prompt, Hong Ying, seated to Zhao Kongsheng's left, spoke first. Night Watch Team 136 frontline combatant. Hong Ying. After her introduction, a man seated to Zhao's right smiled and added, Night Watch Team 136 frontline combatant Wen Qima. A man lounging in a single sofa remarked coolly, Night Watch Team 136 long-range fire support Lung Xian, beside whom rested a sniper rifle on the floor. The final member, a girl with twin buns, who had just been referred to as Xiaonan, moved a stool to sit beside Gu Xiyan and introduced herself. Night Watch Team 136. Combat support and part-time military doctor, Si Xiaonan. All eyes then turned toward Zhao Kongsheng, who, under their collective gaze, grinned and declared, Night Watch Team 136, the Watcher. Zhao Kongsheng. Once everyone had introduced themselves, Chen Mai looked up at Lin Xie and asked, so your divine proxy is the Seraphim, Michael? Indeed, came the reply. Hong Ying and the others fell silent, listening intently. Chunmai then shifted his focus back to the girl reclining on the sofa, stating, "So she's the divine proxy of our great Xia's Earth Mother." Indeed, previously, Zhao Kongshang had extended an invitation for both of you to join the Night Watch. But you declined. What about now? Lin Xie bowed his head in silence for a moment before lifting it once more to address the gathered crowd. "I agree to join the Night Watch, however." He then expressed his intention to commit for only 10 years. Chunmai remarked that once one joins the Night Watch, departure is not an option. Lin Xie retorted that this was his concern. Observing this, Chunmai chose not to dwell on the matter further. He spoke again. "In that case, Lin Xie, we welcome your inclusion. I shall assist you in submitting your application to the higher-ups. However, until you participate in the training camp, you will not be a formal member. As for that young girl, we shall consult her opinion once she awakens." "Training camp?" Lin Xie inquired, puzzled. Chunmai clarified, "Indeed, the training camp is a necessary step to become an official Night Watch member. There, you will acquire numerous combat techniques and methods of teamwork. The training will be arduous, but once you pass, you shall become a true Night Watch member." Lin Xie nodded silently. Since this was a process every aspiring member must endure, he saw no issue with it. At that moment, Wu Xiangnan, who had been quietly seated nearby, suddenly spoke up, "But do not worry too much. Although the training is tough, we veteran members will train you beforehand to help you acclimate." The others nodded in agreement, expressing their willingness to assist. Lin Xie felt a warmth in his heart. He had not anticipated that these recently acquainted individuals would be so amiable. He glanced at the still sleeping Gu Xiyan, thinking that regardless of her decision upon waking, he would respect it. His next 10 years would be spent within the world of the Night Watch. Lin Xie then asked, "When does the training camp commence?" "Every September," Chunmai replied. "So until then, you will only be considered a temporary member of our team." After saying this, as if recalling something, he quickly added, "Also, temporary members do not receive meals or accommodation." Lin Xie exclaimed, "So, there's just 1 month until the training camp? Wait, did I hear that correctly? No meals or lodging?" Hadn't Zhao Kongqing mentioned that the benefits of the Night Watch were excellent? Was this the reality? In a flurry, Lin Xie called out, "Where will I stay this month?" He had no intention of returning home, as he knew he would be reluctant to leave again. He still needed to write a letter to inform his aunt that he had enlisted, assuring her not to worry. Chunmai was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the boy had nowhere to stay. Fortunately, Hong Ying, having overheard, promptly interjected, "You can stay in my house. It's quite spacious, and Xiaonan lives there too. That girl can stay with us as well." The thought of having so many guests at her home filled Hong Ying with joy. Lin Xie breathed a sigh of relief. Having a place to stay was a blessing. "Thank you, Sister Hong Ying." With a beaming smile, Hong Ying waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, it's nothing. Little Xie, now that you are part of our team, rest assured that I will look out for you." Chunmai interjected with a serious expression, "Temporary. He is merely a temporary member." Hong Ying made a face at Chunmai, playfully insisting, No, I won't listen." Si Xiaonan stifled a laugh, finding her sister Hong Ying utterly adorable. Zhao Kongcheng chuckled in response, while the others watched the scene with smiles adorning their faces. After a brief commotion, Hong Ying approached the sofa and crouched down, observing the girl reclining upon it. She was quite charming, though her delicate face bore a slight pallor. Si Xiaonan nodded in agreement, and the group gathered around to gaze. Fortunately, Gu Xiyan remained unconscious. Otherwise, the warmth of her cheeks could likely fry an egg. The girl on the sofa possessed a cascade of soft black hair, porcelain-like skin, and exquisitely delicate features. Chunmai addressed Hong Ying, saying, "Why don't you take the two of them to your home to rest?" "All right. By the way, do you have any paper and pen?" he continued. "And what should we tell our family if Gu Xiyan is still asleep?" This was indeed a pertinent question, prompting the group to ponder thoughtfully. "By the way, do you want to know Gu Xiyan's height?" Gu Xiyan, "No, you must not reveal it." All right, I won't say a word." Chapter 9. Awakening after a unanimous discussion. The group decided to have Hong Ying impersonate Gu Xiyan's classmate and call her family to inform them that she would be staying over at her house tonight. As for tomorrow, it would be up to Xiao Nan to see if she could facilitate Gu Xiyan's awakening through her treatment. Meanwhile, Lin Xie penned a letter for enlistment, requesting Chiang Mai and others to deliver it to his aunt the following day. Beep, beep. Su Anren had yet to retire for the night, sitting on the sofa, her gaze fixed on the door. Suddenly, her phone rang, prompting her to hurriedly pick it up and press the answer button, anticipating it to be a call from Xiaoyan. Is that you, Xiaoyan? Where are you? What happened? Why are you calling instead of coming back as promised? Before the other party could respond, Su Anren launched into a long string of questions, leaving Hong Ying feeling somewhat awkward, glancing helplessly at Chun Mai and the others. Chun Mai signaled for her to speak quickly. Hello, I ask if you're Gu Xiyan's cousin? I'm a classmate of Gu Xiyan, and she is resting in my house tonight. She asked me to inform you, Hong Ying managed to say, forcing herself to maintain composure. Su Andang, upon hearing the unfamiliar voice of a girl on the other end, froze momentarily before responding anxiously. Hello, EM. I'd like to ask, why Xiaoyan didn't T call me herself? She has never stayed out overnight before. Why is it so sudden? She muttered softly to herself. I've never heard her mention being so close with any classmate. Hong Ying, overwhelmed by the barrage of questions from the other side, turned to seek help from her teammates with her eyes. After a moment's contemplation, Chun Mai whispered a few words to Xiao Nan, suggesting she join the conversation and assert that they were all together, which would lend credence to their story. Xiao Nan, taking her captain's words to heart, steeled herself like Hong Ying. She leaned closer and said, Hello, Gu Xiyan's cousin. I'm also a classmate of Gu Xiyan. The three of us are spending time together tonight. She was too tired and asked us to call you to reassure you before she fell asleep. Xiao Nan swore that this was the longest uninterrupted sentence she had spoken in quite some time. Su Anren, hearing another girl's voice on the line, suddenly found herself believing them a little, as Xiao Yan had indeed mentioned classmates before leaving. Yet, a lingering doubt remained. However, her intuition told her that the two girls on the other end did not seem malicious. So she decided to suppress her uncertainties and wait for Gu Xiyan to return the following day for further clarification. All right then, make sure you two don't stay up too late. Get some rest, even though tomorrow is the weekend and you don't have to wake up early. Upon hearing her belief, Hong Ying and the others collectively sighed in relief. Okay, good night, cousin. X2, they quickly hung up the phone, fearing that Su Anren might launch into another series of questions. Lin Xie adopted a similar approach, intending to have Chun Mai and others deliver a letter to his aunt tomorrow, explaining that he and several classmates had decided to enlist in the military. After finalizing matters with both sets of parents, the group felt more exhausted than if they had faced a formidable challenge. Lin Xie expressed his gratitude to everyone, to which Hong Ying replied, It's nothing. You are now one of us. Zhao Kongcheng added, clapping Lin Xie on the shoulder, Indeed, don't be so formal. We are now part of the same team. The sudden relaxation sparked Zhao Kongcheng's desire to share. With great delight, he exclaimed, Old Chun, Old Wu, Hong Ying. Ha ha ha. I've also acquired a forbidden realm, and it's a highly dangerous one. Ming Sheng Shanyu. You wouldn't believe it. His voice echoed through the hall, brimming with uncontrollable excitement and pride. Like a child showcasing a new toy, he called out each name, eager for everyone to share in his elation. I told you Zhao, I'm a genius, he proclaimed, growing increasingly exhilarated and vocal. He enthusiastically pulled everyone around him to showcase his new forbidden realm, his eyes glistening with pride. Look at my forbidden realm, Ming Sheng Shanyu. Isn't it incredibly cool? Zhao Kongcheng asked, his face radiant with joy. Everyone found his antics amusing, readily affirming, Yes, it's indeed very cool. They smiled at Zhao Kongcheng, who, upon receiving the acknowledgement from his teammates, was even more jubilant. This was, in fact, the most astonishing news for Chun Mai. However, it was undoubtedly a positive development, as it added strength to their team, and Zhao Kongcheng would also possess the ability to protect himself, alleviating the group's concerns for him in the future. All right, let us all return to rest. We can discuss everything tomorrow, Chun Mai suggested. Understood. Okay. Soon, dawn broke. In Hong Ying's villa, she had just finished practicing her marksmanship and was resting on the sofa in the hall. Lin Xie and Wen Qima were also seated there, while Si Xiaonan emerged from one of the villa's rooms. How is she? When will she wake up? Hong Ying inquired eagerly. Lin Xie and Wen Qima turned their gaze towards Si Xiaonan, awaiting her response. Her self-healing abilities are remarkable. Initially, I thought it would take a long time for her to regain consciousness. She should wake up shortly, Si Xiaonan replied. That's good to hear. Thank you for your efforts, Xiaonan, Hong Ying said with appreciation. Si Xiaonan shook her head in modesty. Before long, Gu Xiyan slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the unfamiliar ceiling, momentarily dazed. Where am I? She wondered, quickly sitting up from the bed. After a night of self-healing, her drained mental energy had nearly recovered. But the sudden movement caused a slight dizziness. After a brief pause, she got out of bed and walked towards the door. To her astonishment, upon opening the door, she discovered several individuals casually conversing on the sofa outside, among whom she recognized only Lin Xie. The sight rendered her hesitant, rooted at the threshold. As the others noticed the door's creak, they turned their gazes towards her. Sensing the moment, Lin Xie stepped forward to clarify her confusion. With a warm smile, Hong Ying addressed Gu Xiyan. Greetings, I am Hong Ying. Please, come and take a seat. Do not stand on ceremony. Gu Xiyan, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, Hello. I am Gu Xiyan. I apologize for the trouble caused last night. With Lin Xie's explanations, she came to comprehend the entirety of the previous night's events. It is quite all right. In fact, we ought to be thanking you. Without your intervention, old Zhao might not have returned. The group said in unison as they rose and bowed slightly towards Gu Xiyan. Startled by their gesture, she instinctively sidestepped, avoiding their bows. No, please. There is no need for that. Gu Xiyan quickly gestured dismissively. It was Uncle Zhao who protected us last night. Had he not intervened against the masked king, with his level of power, all the residents of our neighborhood could have perished. Therefore, it is we who should express our gratitude to him. Gu Xiyan asserted earnestly. I merely did what I could. Lin Xie echoed her sentiments. He felt a mixture of gratitude and guilt towards Zhao Kongsheng, realizing that without the appearance of the Earth Mother, Zhao Kongsheng would have undoubtedly perished the previous night. This compelled him to join the Night Watchers, as a means to repay Zhao Kongsheng's kindness. Gu Xiyan's words evoked a sense of admiration in Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, and Wen Qima, who were taken aback by the girl's kindness. This sentiment was not lost on Chun Mai and his companions, who had just arrived at Hong Ying's villa. They exchanged glances filled with appreciation as they overheard her remarks. As they entered, Zhao Kongqing's booming voice echoed from the entrance. Well, you've finally awakened. Are you feeling all right? Hong Ying and the others turned towards the source of the voice, spotting the captain, Chun Mai, alongside Zhao Kongsheng, Wu Xiangnan, and Lung Xian. Gu Xiyan felt a wave of discomfort wash over her at the sight of so many people. Yet the sight of Zhao Kongsheng standing before her brought her joy. Uncle Zhao, is there anywhere you still feel unwell? You can tell me, Gu Xiyan whispered, her face lighting up with concern. Zhao Kongsheng chuckled, ruffling her hair. I am perfectly fine. Chun Mai approached Gu Xiyan, his demeanor serious. Regardless of the circumstances, old Zhao's return was due to you. Moreover, you are the agent of the great summer deity. Would you be interested in joining our ranks alongside Lin Xie? Together, we can confront the mysteries and protect more lives. Gu Xiyan's expression grew conflicted as thoughts of her cousin crossed her mind. Listening to the conversation, Lin Xie felt a flicker of hope. If Gu Xiyan were to join, he would have a companion. She glanced at Lin Xie, then at the earnest faces of the others, her heart wavering. Am I allowed? She inquired hesitantly. I am but an ordinary individual. Although I possess certain abilities, they pale in comparison to yours. Furthermore, Hong Ying smiled as she grasped Gu Xiyan's hand, urging her not to underestimate herself. Everyone witnessed your performance last night, and we shall accompany you in training and growth, ensuring that you become even stronger. Si Xiaonan, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, expressing affirmation. What is it? Wen Qima inquired curiously. Gu Xiyan, feeling somewhat bashful, lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. It's the issue of height. I've heard that there are height requirements for enlisting. As she spoke, her voice dwindled to a whisper. The group was initially taken aback, but soon realized that she was referring to her petite stature, and laughter ensued. Zhao Kongsheng chuckled. What is the matter with that? Capability is not determined by height. In our team, we do not consider height, only ability. Chun Mai nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, you possess potential. Your height does not impede you from becoming an exceptional night watcher. Moreover, we are not a conventional military force. Our organization is semi-militarized, without height prerequisites, focusing solely on potential." Gu Xiyan bit her lip, her eyes reflecting some hesitation. Lin Xie stepped forward and softly said, "Gu Xiyan, I believe you should give it a try. Here, you can play a more significant role, and I will stand by you." Gu Xiyan lifted her gaze to meet the encouraging eyes of her companions, yet her heart remained conflicted. If she were to leave, what would happen to her cousin? The turmoil in her eyes did not escape Chun Mai and the others. Aware of her concerns, Chun Mai reassured her that the families of night watchers would be safeguarded by a protective artifact, which is difficult to breach. With this revelation, Gu Xiyan's apprehensions were considerably alleviated. She nodded. "All right, I shall join." Hong Ying exclaimed with excitement, "Wonderful. From now on, we shall be a small team." Chun Mai patted Gu Xiyan on the shoulder, urging her to commit to diligent training. Gu Xiyan timidly interjected, I have one more question." Chun Mai replied, "Speak." Feeling a bit shy, she glanced at Chun Mai and asked about the benefits mentioned by Uncle Zhao. "Is it truly that good? May I perhaps receive an advance?" Chun Mai had anticipated a different inquiry, but was amused to find it akin to Lin Xie's question. He chuckled helplessly. "Your question mirrors Lin Xie's, and my answer remains the same. Yes." Gu Xiyan shyly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Thank you." The others, upon hearing this, wore joyful smiles, welcoming yet another newcomer into their midst. Chapter 10. An untitled interlude. Knock, knock, knock. Yang Jin heard a sound from outside his door. He called out to his aunt, who had inadvertently dozed off in the room. "Mom, someone is knocking." Upon hearing his voice, his aunt quickly opened her eyes, slightly reddened, and urged, "Go open the door. It might be your brother who forgot his key." Yang Jin nodded, "All right," and hastened to the door, opening it. His aunt followed closely behind him. To their surprise, standing outside were two men clad in military uniforms. His aunt inquired with curiosity, "May I ask whom you seek?" The visitors were none other than Chun Mai and Wen Qima. Wen Qima greeted them with a smile and saluted. "Hello, may I inquire if this is Ms. Wang Fong, the guardian of Lin Xie?" "Yes, that is I. May I ask what brings you here?" "We are from the Sangnan Military Administration, here to deliver the enlistment paperwork and subsidy for Lin Xie, along with a letter he wrote to you." Upon finishing his words, Wen Qima handed over an envelope with both hands. Anxiously, Yang Jin's aunt accepted the letter and immediately tore it open. The letter read, "To Aunt and Ajin, by the time you read this letter, I will already be on a train to Qiqihar. Please forgive my sudden departure. Wait for me 10 years. After a decade, I promise to return and repay your kindness for raising me all these years. Also, Jean, during my absence, I entrust you with the care of Aunt." Lin Xie, after reading the letter, Yang Jin's aunt felt unsteady, prompting him to support her. How could this happen so suddenly? He never mentioned it before. Yang Jin sighed internally after reading the note and quickly tried to comfort his mother. "Mom, he did tell me, but it was in secret, just between us." "Really?" His aunt gazed at him with skepticism. Yang Jin nodded earnestly, indeed. Still half doubtful, she turned towards the two men. "In that case, comrades, please come in and sit." Chun Mai and Wen Qima followed her into the house and settled onto the sofa. After pouring tea for the two men, his aunt joined them and voiced her concerns, which Wen Qima addressed one by one. "Since you have no further questions, and Lin Xie's paperwork and subsidy are here with us, we shall take our leave," Chun Mai and Wen Qima announced as they rose. Seeing them about to depart, his aunt quickly interjected, "Wait, comrades, could you bring some items for that child? I worry he might not eat well on his own." "Don't worry, it's just some homemade preserved meat." Chun Mai and Wen Qima exchanged glances. "All right, please hurry. We still have another visit to make." "Understood." His aunt hurriedly dashed into the kitchen, retrieved the items, and handed them to the two men, watching as they departed. On the other side, it had been previously discussed among the group that Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan would pose as classmates of Gu Xiyan and accompany her back to her home. Meanwhile, Wu Xiangnan, representing the military, would also follow them. Due to the events of the previous night, Su Anren felt an unsettling apprehension and decided to take a day off to wait for Gu Xiyan at home. However, Upon seeing the individuals in her living room, she found it hard to believe her ears. Su Anren grasped Gu Xiyan's hand and inquired, "Xiyan, what did you just say?" Gu Xiyan, unable to meet her cousin's gaze, lowered her head and repeated her earlier statement. "Sister, actually, Hong Ying, Xiaonan, and I have been selected by a special military academy. We were discussing this matter last night, and I wasn't sure how to bring it up with you." Su Anren remained incredulous, responding, "But I've heard that military academies have height requirements. How could you, with your petite frame?" Though her sentence trailed off, everyone understood her implication. Truly, one could see the familial resemblance in their questions. Gu Xiyan felt embarrassed, while Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan struggled to suppress their laughter, clearing their throats hurriedly. Wu Xiangnan, striving to maintain a serious demeanor, explained, "The concern you raise pertains to typical military academies. Our institution prioritizes capability over physical attributes." Su Anren was taken aback, pondering what constituted a typical military academy. Was it possible that Xiyan and her companions had been deceived? Were they being lured into human trafficking? Given that Xiyan and her classmates were undeniably beautiful and youthful, Su Anren's eyes widened in alarm. She promptly pulled Gu Xiyan, Hong Ying, and Si Xiaonan behind her, warily eyeing Wu Xiangnan. Don't you dare cause any trouble. We residents of this old neighborhood are very united. If I shout, you won't be able to leave." Su Anren's reaction left everyone present in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the opposing building, Lung Xian observed the scene through binoculars, nearly losing his composed facade. It appeared that even the deputy team leader could be mistaken for a villain. He quietly snapped a photo to document this amusing incident. "Wait, sister, what are you saying? I don't quite understand," Gu Xiyan said, bewildered by Su Anren's actions. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan exchanged glances, equally perplexed. Su Andang, still keeping a vigilant eye on Wu Xiangnan, admonished, "You are still young. Do not be easily deceived. Just because someone says something does not make it true. There are many individuals in this world whose true nature is not easily discerned." Upon hearing this, the others began to comprehend the situation. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, if not in Su Anren's house, would have burst into laughter. Nevertheless, they were left blushing, their heads lowered to avoid Wu Xiangnan's expression. Gu Xiyan, feeling awkward, glanced apologetically at Wu Xiangnan. Wu Xiangnan's face darkened, exhibiting an expression of barely suppressed frustration. Taking a deep breath, he began anew, "Miss, you have misunderstood. I truly am from the military academy. Please, look at these pertinent documents." A stack of documents was handed to Su Anren, who received them with a look of skepticism, scrutinizing the files in her hands. After perusing the contents, her doubts still lingered, prompting her to inquire about the school's location. Once reassured that the military academy was situated in Shangjing City and offered free admission to Gu Xiyan and her companions, her apprehension began to dissipate. Gazing at Gu Xiyan, Su Anren's expression was one of reluctance. "Xiyan, although it is a closed military academy, please remember to call home once a month. That will ease my worries." She then turned to Wu Xiangnan, her eyes filled with hope as she asked, "Might I inquire if phone calls are permitted?" Wu Xiangnan nodded affirmatively, assuring her, "Yes, you may rest easy." "That is a relief," Su Anren replied, wiping away a tear. "My little Xiyan is truly thriving. Your mother and uncle must feel a great sense of pride." She gently patted Gu Xiyan's head, her voice choked with emotion. Gu Xiyan embraced her cousin tightly. "Sister, do not fret. My time at the military academy will be solely for study, and there is no danger involved. Upon graduation, I will directly secure a position within the military." With that, Gu Xiyan produced a bulging envelope from her possession and placed it into Su Anren's hands. "This is the subsidy from a military academy for families in need. Please take it and seek a less strenuous job." Su Anren, upon seeing the envelope, promptly pushed it back. "No, take it back. I have a salary, so you need not worry about me. But you, in the military academy, will need to purchase many things." Seeing her cousin's insistence, Gu Xiyan glanced pleadingly at Hong Ying and the others. "Cousin, please accept it. This subsidy is meant for family support, and everything we need at the academy is provided free of charge during our studies." Hong Ying quickly interjected, affirming, yes, indeed. Finally conceding, Su Anren accepted the envelope. Once they departed from Su Anren's home, Hong Ying could no longer contain her amusement and burst into laughter. Ha ha! Gu Xiyan and Si Xiaonan stifled their giggles, not as overtly as Hong Ying. Wu Xiangnan maintained a stoic expression but allowed the girls their mirth. Choosing not to admonish them, they were still but children. Had it not been for the current circumstances in Daxia, they would be living a life of tranquility. Upon returning to the office, Lung Xian was already reviewing photos and sharing them with everyone. Zhao Kongcheng erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Old Wu, look at you today. What a sight. It's a pity I couldn't witness the live performance. When Qima joined in the laughter, remarking, finally, our vice captain has a black history. This will bring him joy for a lifetime. Lin Chia chuckled, observing Wu Xiangnan's face, which, usually stern, now bore an expression of exasperated amusement directed at her teammates. I would love to see the vice captain's expression in a moment. Even Chun Mai could not help but smile, playfully patting Wu Xiangnan on the shoulder. Xiangnan, it seems you also have your moments. With a resigned sigh, Wu Xiangnan accepted her fate. Chapter 11. Training. Chun Mai smiled and spoke. All right, I will be the chef today at noon, considering it a welcoming ceremony for our 2 new team members. Chun Mai and Wen Qima had returned early and had already purchased the ingredients along the way. Oh yeah, Chia, Xiaoyan. You can eat to your heart's content later. The captain's cooking is the best, Hong Ying exclaimed joyfully. Si Xiaonan nodded in agreement. When Qima chimed in, indeed. We rarely have the pleasure of tasting the captain's dishes. Thanks to you both, we are fortunate today. Gu Xiyan and Lin Chia nodded in unison, responding, all right. Wu Xiangnan and Lung Xian smiled as they watched the group. After spending some time together, Gu Xiyan had gradually overcome her initial fear of interacting with the team members. Chen Mai tied on an apron and stepped into the kitchen to begin his preparations. Wu Xiangnan and Zhao Kongchang followed suit to assist. The others engaged in conversation in the living room, with Hong Ying enthusiastically sharing amusing anecdotes from their previous missions with Gu Xiyan and Lin Chia. When Qima occasionally interjected with comments that elicited hearty laughter from everyone, Si Xiaonan nodded along, offering her agreement from time to time. And as for Lung Xian, it was clear to everyone what he was up to. He was a photography enthusiast. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen. Zhao Kongqing announced, dinner is served. Chen Mai, Wu Xiangnan, and Zhao Kongcheng emerged, carrying an array of beautifully presented dishes. The group gathered around the dining table. As they gazed at the sumptuous spread before them, Hong Ying and the others swallowed hard, their eyes gleaming as they awaited Chun Mai's cue. Finally, he uttered the words everyone had been longing to hear. Let's eat. Without hesitation, they eagerly reached for their chopsticks, diving into the feast. Lung Xian swiftly served Gu Xiyan and Lin Chia each some meat dishes, placing them in their bowls. The two expressed their gratitude before beginning their meal. After tasting the food, their eyes lit up in delight. Sister Hong Ying, you certainly did not deceive us. The group was so engrossed in their meal that they scarcely lifted their heads, let alone engaged in conversation. The next day, at the Peace Affairs office, in the basement training hall, upon their arrival at the office, Gu Xiyan and Lin Chia were taken here, where Chun Mai informed them that they would receive training from the 136th team before participating in the intensive training. Chun Mai and Zhao Kongcheng were already waiting for the two. Chun Mai looked at Gu Xiyan earnestly and said, Xiaoyan, although you are designated for a support role, you must still train in physical fitness and swordsmanship to ensure you can protect yourself. Gu Xiyan glanced around the expansive training hall, overwhelmed by the various equipment, her scalp tingling with anxiety. Do we really have to train? She asked Chun Mai, fear evident in her voice. Yes, otherwise. What if no one is around to protect you in the future? Chun Mai replied in a tone that brooked no argument. Gu Xiyan wore an expression of resignation, conceding, all right. Lin Xie, observing the situation, felt equally daunted. Zhao Kongcheng chuckled, come little girl, let us practice together. Do not worry, I am not the captain. I'm not as monstrous as he is. Gu Xiyan replied. Uncle Zhao, you are quite monstrous yourself. To this day, I cannot forget the ghastly sight of that phantom face king you defeated. Moreover, at that time, you had yet to master the forbidden ruins. However, hearing you say this makes the captain seem even more terrifying. Shima was a loss for words. Lin Xie's eyes widened in horror. If Zhao Kongsheng was considered monstrous, how dreadful must the captain be? He felt that today would be anything but pleasant. As Lin Xie had anticipated, the entire morning echoed with the wails of the two as they trained in the basement. Heart-wrenching, utterly tragic, devoid of humanity. In the afternoon, when the two emerged from the training ground, they resembled mere shadows of their former selves. Fortunately, Gu Xiyan had the ability to heal their wounds. Otherwise, their appearances would have been even more dismal. When Qima, who had been studying in the area of the Forbidden Ruins, was initially bored as he awaited the return of the two. Upon seeing their condition, he was taken aback. This near-death state must be the result of the captain's training. What happened? Did you spar with the captain? He thought this, but was still somewhat curious. Lin Xie nodded, while Gu Xiyan shook her head. Both were too exhausted to articulate a response. When Qima inquired, what does that mean? Oh, I remember. Old Zhao. Previously, without the Forbidden Ruins, he could still hold his own against the captain. Now that he has mastered it, he must be even more fearsome. A shiver ran down when Qima's spine. All right, let's begin our class. Okay, they replied weakly. After discussing the practice of the Forbidden Ruins and rankings, when Qima took out a notebook to record their divine realm information. Qia, to what extent can you utilize your mundane divine domain? Within a radius of 20 meters centered on me, I can perceive everything. I see. So, what is old Zhao doing now? When Qima initially intended to ask another question but refrained, as Gu Xiyan was present, engaging in a spar with the captain. When Qima's eyes lit up, what is the current status? Has there been a distinction in skill? It's a draw. Old Zhao remains old Zhao. When Qima remarked with a hint of admiration. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiyan widened her eyes. And that is not monstrous? She inadvertently voiced her thoughts. Lin Xie, and when Qima nodded in agreement, exclaiming monstrous. After recording Lin Xie's divine realm information, when Qima shifted his attention to Gu Xiyan. Now, it is your turn. Xiaoyan, your divine realm is called Protection of All Beings, 6 Paths of Reincarnation, correct? Apart from the abilities we already know, what other powers does it possess? To what extent can you utilize it? Gu Xiyan, realizing she was being asked, responded earnestly. Well, to be precise, it has 2 names, and their abilities differ. When Qima was taken aback as he raised his head. Is there another name? What is it? Lin Xie, equally astonished, pondered why the deity of another was so benevolent. Protection of all beings, the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Furrowing his brow, when Qima contemplated, is this a power related to emotions? Yes, in the early stages, it can manipulate the enemy's emotions, causing a singular emotion to be amplified infinitely, resulting in uncontrollable actions. For instance, if the emotion is sorrow, the enemy would succumb to profound sadness and negativity. When Qima listened, his eyes widening with intrigue, and eagerly inquired, can this be applied to our teammates? Does it have combat efficacy? It was Lin Xie's first encounter with such a capability, and he attentively focused on the discussion. Gu Xiyan reflected, It should be possible, though I'm not entirely certain as I have never utilized it. However, in later stages, it possesses some combat potential, albeit not very strong. It serves primarily in a supportive role. Why is that? When Qima pressed on, upon reaching a certain level, I can manifest the 7 emotions incarnations to attack foes. Yet, the offensive capabilities are divided into 2 categories, spiritual and physical. However, even if my future prowess allows simultaneous use of the 7 emotions incarnations, I cannot unleash all 7 at once. Otherwise, why is that? When Qima inquired again. Well, at that point, the incarnations would act beyond my control, and they might even backfire on me. When Qima attentively recorded every word Gu Xiyan uttered. So, regarding the first ability, aside from healing, shields, and resurrection, are there any others? Judgment and soul reincarnation. Soul reincarnation. Does that mean allowing the soul to be reborn? When Qima was utterly stunned, his astonishment rendering him numb. The disparity between these two was indeed striking. Could this be the distinction between the deities of the great Xia and the foreign gods? Indeed, Lin Xie, listening nearby, felt a twinge of envy, remarking on how generous their deity appeared to be. It felt as if the Lady of the Earth had bestowed all her powers upon her. After recording the information, Wen Shima led the two into a room, gesturing towards the equipment to explain. This is a chamber equipped with 39,000 concealed micro-rubber guns, capable of firing between 1 to 39,000 rubber bullets per second. The speed of the projectiles is slightly slower than real bullets, but it will suffice for your current needs. You will take turns entering and should strive to evade these rubber bullets, starting your training at the lowest firing rate. As they surveyed the densely packed gun ports within the room, both felt a shiver run down their spines. Lin Xie, you go first. With a deep breath, Lin Xie closed his eyes and stepped inside. Beep! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment the alert sounded, rubber bullets surged towards Lin Xie from all directions at incredible speed. Gu Xiyan watched in horror as Lin Xie was pelted by the rubber bullets, stammering, "Qima, brother, and merely a support. Surely this isn't necessary?" She looked pleadingly at Wen Qima, hoping he would reconsider. Unfortunately, he did not. As a side note, I drew inspiration from the embodiment of the 7 emotions of the Earth Mother in Senior Brother. Chapter 12. The Enigma of the Campus. Once the two had concluded their training and departed, Wen Qima promptly sought out Chen Mai, recounting all of Gu Xiyan's abilities. Chen Mai was somewhat taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved not to disclose the entirety of Gu Xiyan's skills, as doing so would not be beneficial for her. You may retain her top rank in the Divine Ruins, but there is no need to report the second, he advised. Wen Qima nodded in agreement, understood. Wen Qima was indeed cognizant of Chen Mai's intentions, as he shared similar sentiments. This would allow Gu Xiyan to keep some of her cards close to her chest. Shortly after Wen Qima's departure, Gu Xiyan approached Chen Mai. With an anxious gaze, she whispered, "Captain, may I not attend the training camp?" Chen Mai paused, perplexed, and inquired, "Is something the matter? Do you have any reservations?" Gu Xiyan lowered her head, internally conflicted and unsure of how to articulate her feelings. Observing her distress, Chen Mai gently reassured her, "It's all right. Speak freely. I will not hold it against you." Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Gu Xiyan managed to express, "It's just, there will be so many people at the training camp and I'm not accustomed to being in crowded places." She tightly shut her eyes, unable to meet Chen Mai's gaze. Chen Mai sighed, recalling how anxious and constrained she had appeared when they first met. It was only through their interactions that she gradually began to relax. This persistent anxiety would not do. She needed gradual exposure to alleviate her discomfort in crowded environments. He resolved to speak with Hong Ying and Xiaonan, suggesting they accompany Lin Xie to help Gu Xiyan practice. While these thoughts occupied his mind, a gentle smile graced his face as he lightly patted Gu Xiyan's shoulder. "Do not worry. Although the training camp will be bustling, everyone is quite amiable. Moreover, this is a splendid opportunity for your growth, allowing you to engage with fellow team members and help you overcome your fear of large gatherings." Gu Xiyan bit her lip, contemplating for a moment. "Well, all right, I will. Give it a try," she replied softly, her voice tinged with newfound determination. Chen Mai nodded with satisfaction. "Rest assured, should any issues arise, feel free to speak with me. This experience will be a step forward for you, and I believe you will adapt." As Gu Xiyan met Chen Mai's encouraging gaze, her anxiety lessened considerably. Dinner was once again prepared by Chen Mai, and everyone was brimming with excitement. After the meal, Gu Xiyan and Lin Xie followed Lung Xian to learn shooting. At the shooting range, Lung Xian began by explaining the fundamental principles of marksmanship and elucidating the mechanics of the firearms. He then demonstrated the correct shooting stance. Retrieving 2 handguns from a wall, he handed them to the duo. "Today, we will primarily assess your shooting aptitude, so do not feel pressured," he said, his eyes resting on Lin Xie. "You go first." Following Lung Xian's instructions, Lin Xie assumed the shooting position, inhaled deeply, aimed at the target center, and fired 3 consecutive shots. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 resounding gunshots, both faces darkened with disappointment. Lung Xian stepped forward to meticulously inspect the target once more, gazing at the vacant bullseye, his expression resembling a drooping black line. Missing the target from a mere 30 meters away was indeed a remarkable feat of incompetence. Lin Xie set his firearm down and cleared his throat, exclaiming, "What do you think of my talent?" Lung Xian's lips twitched as he retorted, "Your talent? What talent do you possess?" Lin Xie rubbed his nose, feeling slightly embarrassed. "Never mind, let us observe Xian's abilities," he thought. Lung Xian took a deep breath, internally hoping that Gu Xiyan would prove to be unlike Lin Xie. Upon seeing Lin Xie's results, Gu Xiyan felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Lung Xian turned to her and encouraged, "Come on." However, due to her nervousness, Gu Xiyan's hands trembled slightly. She forced herself to calm down and assumed the shooting stance. Bang! Her first shot missed the target entirely. Feeling disheartened, she lowered her head, unable to meet Lung Xian's gaze. He approached her gently, offering words of consolation. "Do not rush. Shooting requires patience and focus. First, regulate your breathing and relax your mindset." Lin Xie observed Lung Xian's double standards in silence. Why the disparity in treatment? Gu Xiyan took a few deep breaths and raised her firearm once more. This time, she concentrated, squeezed the trigger, and bang, the bullet grazed the edge of the target. Although her performance was still lacking, it marked an improvement from her first shot, and she finally exhaled in relief. Lung Xian acknowledged Gu Xiyan's results. Though still not impressive, at least she had hit the target. He uncharacteristically offered encouragement. "Xie, do not lose heart. With practice, you will surely improve." Lin Xie responded with silence. Subsequently, Lung Xian began to tailor his guidance to the unique circumstances of each individual, with gunfire intermittently echoing through the training grounds. As time passed, Gu Xiyan's consistent practice led to a gradual stabilization in her performance. Watching her earnest demeanor, Lung Xian nodded inwardly, convinced that after the rigors of the training camp, this young lady would achieve even greater progress. As for Lin Xie, Lung Xian chose to remain reticent. A complete miss from 20 meters away signed the days that followed. Both individuals endured their training under the watchful eyes of their peers. One day, Gu Xiyan and Lin Xie arrived at the office as usual, only to encounter someone they least expected. "Good morning, Sister Hongying. You've arrived. Come with me," Hongying said from her seat on the lobby sofa. Upon noticing the two, she wasted no time and promptly led them to the conference room. Gu Xiyan and Lin Xie recognized Hongying's serious demeanor, indicating that something significant was afoot. "Sister Hongying, what is the matter? Is there another mysterious situation unfolding?" "What?" the two exclaimed in surprise. Hongying maintained a composed expression as she replied, "Moreover, it is quite troublesome." As they followed her briskly into the conference room, they found not only themselves but also the rest of the team present, along with an additional figure. Gu Xiyan and Lin Xie exclaimed in unison, "Li Yifei." "Gu Xiyan? Lin Xie? What brings you both here?" Li Yifei was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the two with a look of bewilderment. Simultaneously, several voices spoke up. Hongying remarked, "They are our team members, temporary members." Li Yifei, astonished, looked at the two, exclaiming, "Didn't you both transfer to the military academy?" To his surprise, they had joined here instead. Lin Xie replied, "Well, it's a long story." Chumai turned to Gu Xiyan and Lin Xie, saying, "You arrived just in time. There has been a mysterious occurrence. Let us hear about it together." "Indeed. Now that everyone is present, let us commence the meeting. Last night, we received this individual." Wu Xiangnan glanced at Li Yifei as he concluded. "Second high school." This time, Gu Xiyan and Lin Xie were the ones left in shock. After the meeting, both of them grasped the situation, and once everyone was informed, Chimai promptly organized an operation. Hongying, Xiaonan Yu along with Xiaoyan, Qi, and his classmate Li Yifei will form a group to investigate the mystery within the school. The individuals addressed stood up, affirming yes. Li Yifei opened his mouth, seemingly about to say something, but ultimately refrained. The operation was divided into two teams, and soon everyone set off. Chapter 13. The Purge Operation. Hongying, Si Xiaonan, Gu Xiyan, Lin Xie, and Li Yifei stealthily infiltrated the school by scaling the walls. However, upon entering the campus, Gu Xiyan noticed a thick aura of death swirling ominously in the clear sky above. She gazed upwards in silence, prompting her companions, Hongying, Si Xiaonan, and Li Yifei, to exchange puzzled looks. "Hongyan, what do you see?" Hongying inquired, her brow furrowed, in confusion. Si Xiaonan mirrored her bewilderment. Lin Jie, drawing from past experiences, asked, "Have you seen something again?" Gu Xiyan turned to her companions, acknowledging, "Yes, the aura of death is more intense than before. It feels as if it could condense in a vapor." Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan were left in a state of disbelief, while Lin Shiyi took it upon himself to explain the situation to them, simultaneously activating the earpiece. Upon hearing that the atmosphere in the school was saturated with death, Chen Muyi and the others felt a heavy weight settle in their hearts. They knew they had to act immediately. There was no time to waste. "Understood." Hong Ying reassured Gu Xiyan and Lin Shiyi. "Let us proceed as planned. Exercise caution and communicate any developments through the earpiece." Due to Li Yifei's report of a mysterious girl, it was decided that Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan would investigate the female dormitory. Gu Xiyan and Lin Qi nodded in agreement. "We will be careful. Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, please take care as well." As Gu Xiyan and Lin Qi navigated the familiar campus, they soon arrived at their former classroom. Li Yifei returned inside, while Gu Xiyan and Lin Qi began their inspection outside, checking each classroom one by one. The earpiece crackled to life as Chun Mu Yi inquired about their findings. The two conversed quietly, and Lin Qi confirmed that he could discern the mysterious presence. However, they soon learned that the situation was dire, as innocent lives could not be saved, casting a somber mood over the group. Just then, Gu Xiyan spoke up, causing surprise to wash over them all. "I have a solution." "Indeed, how could I have forgotten you?" they replied, but their thoughts quickly turned to Gu Xiyan's limitations. Chun Mu Yi spoke gravely. "Your current spiritual power may not suffice to revive so many simultaneously. Do not overreach." Wu Xiangnan added, "Just do your best and avoid recklessness." Though the others remained silent, their expressions echoed the same sentiment. Gu Xiyan understood their concern for her well-being, but felt compelled to explain. "I can convert this aura of death to revive them without depleting my divine energy, and I also possess self-healing capabilities." Lin Qi shook his head in disapproval. "That is still unwise. Do you not recall that the last time you revived Zhao Kongcheng, it left you utterly drained? And now, we do not know how many others may be infected." Zhao Kongcheng, having listened intently, recognized the conditions of his revival and advised, "YNYTU, please do not act impulsively. Follow what the captain and the others suggest." Lin Qi is right. Do not be rash. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan felt a moment of tension. Chen Muyi said, "Hong Ying, Xiaonan, keep an eye on Gu Xiyan during the break. Ensure she doesn't act recklessly." "Understood." In truth, Gu Xiyan wished to express that after this period of training, her mental fortitude had significantly improved, and she would no longer faint. Her previous collapse was due to overexertion. Moreover, her self-healing now activated automatically. Lin Qi spoke into the earpiece to Chun Mu Yi. "The major break is about to commence. Today is Monday, and there will be a flag-raising ceremony. I will be able to assess the extent of the infection throughout the school then. All right, be cautious." Meanwhile, within the office building, the actions of Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan proceeded smoothly. After a thorough inspection yielded no useful information, the duo made their way toward the girls' dormitory. At that moment, a melody emanated from the loudspeakers on the playground. Gu Xiyan and Lin Qi hurriedly blended into the throng of students, moving towards the playground. Li Yifei approached them, whispering, "So, Qi, since you've joined them, do you possess any special abilities?" "Indeed. Damn, I wish I could have those special abilities too." Upon reaching the playground, every teacher and student occupied the space, making it feel considerably more confined. Gu Xiyan followed Lin Qi among the students, but as the music neared its end, she had not yet surveyed everyone. Lin Qi furrowed his brow, suddenly devising a plan. The flag. Then, before the astonished eyes of Gu Xiyan and Li Yifei, Lin Qi impersonated Li Yifei and seized the flag. He glanced at Gu Xiyan, signaling her to follow. He feared that if she were out of his sight, she might not heed the crowd's instructions. Gu Xiyan intended to stay close to Lin Qi. Although she could revive the infected individuals, she needed to locate everyone to formulate a plan. Yet she could not distinguish those mysteriously infected. Lin Qi, hoisting the flagpole, walked while scanning the lined-up students and teachers. The sight was startling. His heart plummeted. The entire school, at least dozens of teachers and students, were infected. He immediately reported the situation to Captain Chen Muyi. Lin Shi conveyed his concerns to Chen Muyi, fearing that if any infected individuals escaped the school, it would spell disaster for the populace. Chen Muyi informed him that there were already individuals outside the school who had been infected, and the numbers were significant. He and Vice Captain Gu Xiyan then were systematically addressing the situation. The rest listened to their dialogue, their expressions heavy with gravity. Gu Xiyan remained silent, absorbing Lin Chiye's words. Chen Muyi commanded, Zhao Kong Chung, establish no entry zone around the second school. No one is to enter or exit. Our adversary is formidable. Hong Ying and your team must exert every effort to locate its origin and eliminate it in the shortest time possible. Simultaneously, we must protect the uninfected teachers and students to prevent further casualties. Understood. Acknowledged. Several individuals promptly responded, while Zhao Kongcheng swiftly unleashed the boundless void outside the school, enveloping the entire second high school within its confines. Initially, Zhao Kongcheng had intended to partake in this mission. However, Chen Mai advised against it, stating that his forbidden abyss was unsuitable for deployment within the school premises, lest the architectural integrity of the institution be compromised. With no other recourse, he acquiesced to the captain's directive. Within the girls' dormitory building, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, upon successfully gaining entry, immediately commenced their inspection of the premises, only to be confronted with an unsettling discovery. Human skin, discarded like an article of clothing, was inexplicably hanging out to dry. A wave of physiological discomfort washed over them. They proceeded to examine several more dorm rooms, only to find the same disturbing scene. Hong Ying, look at the items on the balcony, Si Xiaonan murmured, her gaze fixed on the unsettling artifacts. Hong Ying inhaled deeply, suppressing her unease. Fortunately, this peculiar situation implied that the creature could not infect indiscriminately. If it were truly capable of limitless contagion, every individual on that floor would have succumbed. Thus, it was imperative that they hasten their efforts to locate its corporeal form. Si Xiaonan nodded in agreement. Out of the blue, Si Xiaonan remarked, Hong Ying, when did you become so astute? Before Hong Ying could respond, Lin Chie's anxious voice crackled through the earpiece. Hong Ying, I just saw a large group of girls heading towards your dormitory building. It's too far for me to discern if they are infected. Please exercise caution. Understood, she replied. Just then, a faint sound echoed from the corridor outside. The two exchanged wary glances and cautiously approached the source of the noise. Chapter 14. The battle commences as Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan stepped out into the corridor. They were greeted by the sight of several girls chattering merrily as they ascended the stairs. Exchanged glances filled with caution. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan regarded the girls with vigilance. The girls, upon noticing the duo, exhibited expressions of surprise, seemingly perplexed by the presence of the two who had been unfamiliar faces on this floor. One girl with short hair approached them to inquire about their presence. After a brief conversation, Hong Ying scratched her head, feeling somewhat awkward, and, pulling Si Xiaonan along, cheerfully exclaimed, I apologize for the intrusion. No problem. The short-haired girl replied with a smile, shaking her head. Hong Ying led Si Xiaonan around the group of girls and proceeded towards the stairwell. Yet, as they brushed past, the girls' eyes suddenly ignited with an insatiable hunger, their heads unfurling like blooming buds, revealing crimson flesh and a menacing array of teeth. They lunged towards Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan. Anticipating the attack, Hong Ying's lips curled into a slight smirk as a surge of crimson light erupted from her, radiating outward. Boom! The rose-hued flames, centered around her, and Si Xiaonan, surged forth, unleashing a catastrophic force that sent the monsters sprawling across the corridor. Bang! The intense heat caused the emergency lights in the hallway to shatter, plunging the entire corridor into darkness. Only the flames beside Hong Ying blazed brightly, illuminating the space with their fierce glow. Hong Ying drew a long spear from her ornate sheath, gracefully wielding it to create a flurry of dazzling spear blossoms. leisurely traversing through the rose-colored flames while gazing imperiously at the vanquished monsters. "Humph, I knew it. You are truly not to be trifled with," Si Xiaonan remarked disdainfully, observing the grotesque creatures. "Sister Hong Ying, they're so ugly." Hong Ying nodded in agreement, acknowledging their repulsiveness, though the monsters, now cast away by the flames, displayed fear in their eyes. They soon howled and charged again at Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan. Hiss! With a swift flick of her spear, Hong Ying thrust the tip like a shooting star towards the nearest monster, which, unable to evade, was pierced through its body, letting out a mournful cry, as the consuming flames swiftly devoured its flesh and blood. Before long, the creatures that dared to approach were dispatched by Hong Ying's fiery spear. In her excitement, Si Xiaonan clapped her hands and cheered, "Sister Hong Ying, you're so cool. You're truly amazing." Flushed with pride from the compliment, Hong Ying casually rested the spear on her shoulder, its flames still dancing at the tip. She chuckled lightly at the remaining stunned monsters. "You fear hardly a challenge for me." In response to her words, the monsters let out a fierce roar, fixating their gaze intently on Hong Ying. In the next moment, an increasing number of monsters emerged in the corridor, converging toward them. The hallway fell into an eerie silence, as they stood in perfect formation at the opposite end, resembling a silent legion ready to charge. The sheer quantity sent a shiver down one's spine. Si Xiaonan stood quietly behind Hong Ying, silently counting. 17, 18. A total of 18. This is rather troublesome, Hong Ying. Upon noticing, Hong Ying's expression turned awkward. "I acted too hastily." Si Xiaonan retracted her previously playful demeanor. Swiftly, she retrieved 2 handguns from the box, one in each hand, and casually adjusted her glasses with the barrel of a pistol, standing beside Hong Ying as she spoke again. "However, it is merely a small matter." Meanwhile, without delving into the battle between Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan against the monsters, Lin Xie and Gu Xiyan had already ascended through the floors of the teaching building. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they heard the commotion from Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan through their earpieces. Gu Xiyan hurriedly called out, "Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, are you all right?" Hong Ying briefly replied, "We're fine, no need to worry about us." Si Xiaonan also responded casually, "Just a minor issue." Gu Xiyan blinked and exchanged glances with Lin Xie. Recently, the Nantawa serpent demons had all gone into a frenzy, encountering several of them. Gu Xiyan opened fire while Lin Xie wielded his knife to eliminate the threats. With a few elegant movements, they dispatched the Nantawa serpent demons that appeared. Not far away, on the rooftop of a tall building, Lung Xian stood ready with a sniper rifle to provide support. Through the scope, he observed Lin Xie and Gu Xiyan in the building across, noting that they had reached the top-floor classroom. Received, they acknowledged, quickening their pace toward the upper levels. Upon arriving outside a classroom on the 4th floor, Lin Xie sensed not only students inside, but also a Nantawa serpent demon. He rushed forward, shouting, "Quick, open the door. There's a monster inside." Some boys inside, skeptical, thought they were trying to deceive them to gain entry. "Don't try to fool us. There are monsters outside." Li Yifei, witnessing this, hurriedly pounded on the door, shouting, "There really is a monster inside. Open the door." Gu Xiyan, glancing at Li Yifei, suddenly recalled something she had forgotten to mention. She quickly approached Lin Xie and whispered, "Xie, Li Yifei has a presence of death energy above his head." Lin Xie widened his eyes, staring at Gu Xiyan. "Are you certain?" Gu Xiyan shook her head, her tone resolute. "I am certain. I forgot to tell you earlier. The death energy above his head has intensified." Lin Xie pondered Li Yifei's back, considering, could he be killed by the Nantawa serpent demon, or could there be another reason? Regardless of the cause, since Gu Xiyan had mentioned it, Lin Xie would certainly keep a watchful eye on Li Yifei. Approaching a box containing a fire axe, he elbowed the glass to shatter it, retrieved the axe, and approached the classroom door. "Stand back." Li Yifei retreated hastily. With a resounding crash, Lin Xie swung the axe at the door, creating a gaping hole. The boys barricading the door cursed in response. "Damn it! Are you all insane?" In a corner of the classroom sat a refined boy with glasses, possessing an exquisite appearance and an air of gentility. Beneath his right eye, there existed a small black mole that added an air of allure to his overall demeanor. He adjusted his glasses and regarded the boy a few steps away, whose eyes began to transform. A subtle smile graced his lips as he cast a glance towards the door, his expression inscrutable. Gradually, his eyes morphed into serpentine slits, and his head shifted into a grotesque hybrid of man and serpent, lunging towards the boys blocking the entrance. The bespectacled boy, who had been intently observing the scene, stepped forward, delivering a swift kick that sent the creature sprawling. A chorus of terrified screams erupted from the other boys, who recoiled in fear. The monster, enraged by the assault, glared at its assailant with its reptilian eyes and charged at him. The boy faltered under the creature's might, crashing against the podium, whereupon a surgical knife fell from his grasp. At that moment, Gu Xiyan fired a shot into the gaping wound that Lin Xie had made, striking the creature in the back of the head and causing a spray of crimson. The monster staggered, and the boys seized the opportunity, picking up the fallen knife and stabbing it at an acute angle into the back of the creature's skull, which collapsed lifelessly to the ground. At this juncture, Lin Xie and Gu Xiyan burst through the door. Upon seeing the fallen beast, Lin Xie delivered another strike before turning his gaze towards the boys present. The classroom fell into a profound silence, with the others watching in horror. Gu Xiyan regarded the exquisitely handsome and composed boy with a sense of admiration. In the face of peril, he remained unflustered, analytical, and decisive. Their firearms functioned much like those in animation, intended to expel the serpent demon from its shell, providing the fallen with at least a seemingly intact corpse. Chapter 15. The academic prodigy and Xingyu Li Yifei pushed forward, introducing Lin Xie and Gu Xiyan. And Xingyu, the top student in the city, was said to be pursuing a master's degree in biology. And Xingyu corrected him, stating it was a doctorate in biology, including clinical medicine. After speaking, Xingyu extended his hand toward Lin Xie, inquiring about his name. Lin Xie hesitated for a moment before shaking his hand, introducing himself as Lin Xie. And Xingyu's gaze shifted to Gu Xiyan, his intent clear. Gu Xiyan softly replied, Gu Xiyan, Li Fei Kaimdin, Iem Li Fei. The quartet of Lin Xie. Gu Xiyan and Xingyu and Li Yifei hastened toward the exit, prompting others to follow suit, believing that safety lay in staying close to Lin Xie. The earlier exchange between Lin Xie and Xingyu had made it abundantly clear. As they walked, Xingyu's gaze flitted back and forth between Lin Xie and Gu Xiyan. Gu Xiyan felt uneasy under his scrutiny and instinctively stepped behind Lin Xie. Lin Xie, too, felt a sense of discomfort but chose to ignore it. And Xingyu chuckled lightly, adjusting his glasses. A mythical creature, the Nantawa serpent demon, truly exists. Why were we unaware of this before? Lin Xie, observing several monsters emerging in the distance, replied, Because someone is standing guard for us. With that, he and Gu Xiyan opened fire on the creatures. Gu Xiyan's marksmanship surpassed Lin Xie's by a significant margin, leaving even Li Yifei astonished at Lin Xie's shooting skills. Amused, Xingyu moved closer to Lin Xie, grasping his hand that held the gun. Steady your shoulder, he instructed. With a series of gunshots, all targets were struck with precision. Lin Xie glanced at Xingyu in surprise before brandishing his knife to dispatch a monster, executing each strike with a clean and graceful finesse. Gu Xiyan mirrored his astonishment at Xingyu's shooting prowess. After shaking off the blood from his blade, Lin Xie turned to Xingyu. You have remarkable shooting skills. Have you trained? And Xingyu adjusted his glasses, glancing at the handgun before returning it to Lin Xie. Not all. It's simpler than solving problems. He took back the gun and fired another shot at a newly emerged monster. Lin Xie swiftly turned and delivered a decisive blow, severing the creature's head, which landed on his blade before he discarded it. Lin Xie was left speechless by Xingyu's words, while Gu Xiyan stifled a giggle. Noticing her amusement, Lin Xie shot her a glare, but she pretended not to see, continuing forward. At that moment, a Nantawa serpent demon lunged through a nearby classroom window, targeting Gu Xiyan directly. The other students screamed in unison, Watch out! Lin Xie's pupils dilated as he prepared to rush forward, only to see Xingyu move even faster. Stepping in front of Gu Xiyan, and unleashing a flurry of gunfire that accurately struck the demon's vital points. The serpent demon let out a furious roar, its tail sweeping violently, and Xingyu nimbly dodged to the side. Lin Xie advanced with a straight blade, striking at the creature's head. With a single stroke, he severed the demon's neck. As the serpent demon lay defeated, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group, and Xingyu brushed off the dust from his clothes and glanced appreciatively at Lin Xie, commending his skill. Lin Xie smiled, a hint of pride gracing his lips. Of course. You aren't too shabby yourself. Gu Xiyan stood nearby, her eyes reflecting a flicker of panic, though it vanished swiftly. Lin Xie approached her, inquiring if she was all right. Gu Xiyan shook her head, assuring him she was fine, then expressed her gratitude to Xingyu. And Xingyu raised an eyebrow in response. Lin Xie contemplated briefly before addressing Li Yifei, urging him to escort the others downstairs, as there were no more monsters below and his teammates awaited them. Li Yifei stubbornly refused, insisting on going up together. And Xingyu, filled with curiosity about the monsters, was equally unwilling to miss the chance for close interaction. Ultimately, Lin Xie had no choice but to let them descend on their own, despite their evident fear of encountering monsters once they were separated from him. With no other option, he instructed Wen Qima to come up and assist. After Wen Qima had taken the others away, Gu Xiyan, Lin Xie, and Xingyu and Li Yifei continued their ascent. Upon reaching the 5th floor, they paused outside one of the classrooms, overhearing a faint conversation between a man and a woman within. Lu Yuan, I've made up my mind. I want to break up with Lin Xie. He is such a heartless scoundrel, fleeing faster than anyone when the monsters appeared. Really? Came a voice filled with surprise. Yes, you're the only one who treats me well, Sob. You make me feel safe. The group exchanged peculiar glances at Lin Xie. He remained silent. Gu Xiyan stared wide-eyed, brimming with curiosity. When did you start dating Han Ruo? And now you're being unilaterally dumped? No, don't listen to her nonsense. I've only been in school for a few days. You know that, Lin Xie retorted, at a loss for words. Gu Xiyan pondered this and seemed to accept it, and Xingyu adjusted his glasses, remaining silent. Li Yifei stifled a laugh, finding Lu Yuan to be quite foolish. The conversation inside the classroom continued, but the group lost interest in listening. Lin Xie refrained from entering, fearing he might witness something distressing. Well, hugging each other counts, right? He muttered softly, considering the circumstances. He took Gu Xiyan's wrist, leading her away to prevent her from gazing inside. And Xingyu and Li Yifei followed closely behind. Lin Xie recalled the night the ghost-faced man had appeared, when Lu Yuan had nearly knocked him down. If it hadn't been for Zhan Shen and the others helping him up. Oh right, I almost forgot. Zhan Shen and Wang Xiao were closest to Wen Qima when the Nantawa snake demon went berserk, so they were unharmed. The group swiftly made their way to the top of the teaching building. In a spacious classroom atop the building, a large group of students huddled together in fear. What should we do? Are we destined to perish here? Why has no one come to our rescue? Oh no! How could there be monsters? Is this the end of the world? Gu Xiyan and Lin Xie, along with a few others, approached the classroom door, and Lin Xie forcefully kicked it open. Bang! The startled occupants inside screamed, but their cries gradually subsided upon seeing Lin Xie, Gu Xiyan, and Xingyu and Li Yifei. Lin Xie's school uniform bore traces of blood, and he wielded a knife that was similarly stained. Among the remaining 3, only Xingyu's face was splattered with blood, lending him an aura of menace. A courageous boy cautiously inquired, "Are you here to rescue us?" Lin Xie nodded affirmatively. At the sight of his response, the students erupted in tears of joy. At last, someone has come to save us. Thank you, they cried, their voices mingling in a chorus of relief. Uncertain who spoke first, several girls began to weep, and even the boys had reddened eyes. Thank you, comrades. You may leave now. This building is free of monsters. Lin Xie addressed the group before him. There are people downstairs waiting to assist you. Chapter 16. The true form of the Nanda, serpent demon, a group of individuals exited the classroom one after another, and before they could take several steps outside, Lin Xie cast his gaze towards the rear of the crowd and spoke again. To his surprise, Han Ruo had swiftly arrived with Lu Yuan from another direction. Han Ruo and Lu Xiaoyan stay, he declared. This statement left the girl beside Lu Xiaoyan momentarily stunned, prompting her to inquire, why should Xiaoyan and Ruo remain with us? At that moment, Li Yifei shouted, because Lu Xiaoyan and Han Ruo are monsters. The rest of the crowd, terrified, hastily distanced themselves from the two girls. Even the girl beside Lu Xiaoyan gasped in shock, staring in disbelief at Lu Xiaoyan and Han Ruo. She reluctantly released her grip on Lu Xiaoyan and began to retreat slowly. Han Ruo stood helplessly in place, her voice trembling as she protested. I'm not. Lu Xiaoyan cried out in fear, don't say such things. Everyone else, leave. Upon hearing this, the group quickly fled towards the door. Even the girl beside Lu Xiaoyan, after a moment's hesitation, hurriedly followed suit. Lu Yuan, initially hoping to blend into the chaos without being called out, found himself abruptly severed from his plans as Lin Qia's sharp blade intercepted him just as he reached the doorway. Being the last one, he did not cause alarm among the others. Once the crowd had dispersed, only Lin Qia and a few others remained in the classroom with Han Ruo and Lu Xiaoyan. Han Ruo kept her head down, her hands nervously clutching the hem of her garment, her body slightly trembling. Realizing she had been unmasked, Lu Xiaoyan discarded her pretense, revealing her true nature. Lin Xie and Gu Xiyan watched the two with vigilance, astonished not only to have located the suspected true form of the Nanda serpent demon, but also to discover two offspring present, with Lu Yuan likely having been transformed only recently, as they had encountered him earlier. Li Yifei, cowering a short distance behind Lin Xie, displayed a mixture of fear and curiosity. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoyan lunged forward, claws glinting menacingly in the air as she charged at Lin Xie and his companions. Reacting swiftly, Li Yifei stepped in front of Lin Xie, only to have his arms slashed open, blood pouring forth. Lin Xie swiftly maneuvered to the side and struck Lu Xiaoyan down with a single blow. Gu Xiyan rushed forward to support Li Yifei, asking, "Are you all right? Let me treat your wound." As she tended to his injury, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, sensing an oddity in his skin that she could not quite identify. Han Ruo slowly lifted her head, and the others noticed her appearance was beginning to change. A creature enveloped in black scales, possessing a human upper body and a serpent's tail, materialized before them, its eerie vertical pupils fixated intently on the group. Li Yifei jumped back in shock, instinctively retreating further. And Xingyu, however, licked her lips in excitement, her gaze locked on Han Ruo, her eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. Lin Xie furrowed his brow, while Gu Xiyan maintained her calm demeanor, observing the unfolding events. Transformed into the formidable Nanta serpent demon, Han Ruo unleashed a thunderous roar, arching her body in a menacing stance, poised to strike at any moment. Lin Xie gripped his blade firmly, calmly activating his earpiece. Sister Hongying, the suspected true form of the Nantua serpent demon has emerged on the top floor of the teaching building. Gu Xiyan also tightened her grip on her pistol, bracing for the encounter. I'll be there shortly. Be cautious and hold it off. The voice of Hongying crackled through the earpiece, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. Hongying and Si Xiaonan had just eliminated the monsters in the girls' dormitory and were now in the Hall of the Arts building. Hisses. The serpent demon emitted a piercing shriek as its sharp claws lunged toward Lin Xie. He swiftly sidestepped, slashing at the serpent's tail, only to produce a few sparks. The blade left a shallow gash on its scales. Meanwhile, the claws struck the wall where Lin Xie had previously stood, effortlessly carving deep gouges into the surface. Furrowing his brow in concern, Lin Xie observed Gu Xiyan firing several shots at the serpent's vital points, yet to no avail. The serpent demon moved rapidly across the ground, its vertical pupils fixated on Lin Xie, searching for another opportunity to attack. As the serpent lunged at Lin Xie once more, Gu Xiyan unexpectedly drew a previously unused dagger. Darting in from the side, her petite and agile form evaded the serpent's assault, driving the dagger forcefully into its eye, causing blood to erupt forth, splattering across her face. The serpent, in agony, let out a furious roar, swinging its tail and sending Gu Xiyan hurtling through the air. And Xingyu quickly stepped forward, securely catching the airborne Gu Xiyan. Seeing Gu Xiyan safely in Xingyu's grasp, Lin Xie seized the moment, once again slashing at the serpent's neck, yet still unable to inflict a fatal wound. Just then, Hong Ying arrived at the scene. Lin Xie discerned the serpent demon's weakness and shouted, "Its abdominal scales are thinner. Aim for that." Upon hearing this, Xingyu released Gu Xiyan, adjusting her aim to fire several rounds into the serpent's underbelly. Simultaneously, Lin Xie charged at the serpent, timing his thrust perfectly to plunge the dagger deep into its abdomen. The serpent writhed in anguish, blood gushing forth. Hong Ying, wielding her flame-imbued spear, fiercely thrust it into the serpent's wound. The demon emitted a harrowing cry, thrashing violently in a desperate attempt to escape the onslaught. Its immense strength sent shockwaves through the group, momentarily staggering them. Yet they did not falter. Lin Xie seized the opportunity to rush forward again, widening the gash in the serpent's belly with his dagger. And Xingyu continued firing, bullets relentlessly piercing the wound. Do not inquire about the origin of the ammunition. Simply know it was provided by Hong Ying. Ahem! With both hands firmly grasping her spear, Hong Ying lunged toward the serpent's tail, igniting it in searing flames. Under the concerted efforts of the group, the movements of the Nantua serpent demon began to slow. In the end, Lin Xie exerted his strength and drove the blade deep into the heart of the Nantua serpent demon, causing it to collapse with a thunderous crash. A collective sigh of relief escaped from the onlookers. Finally, it was dead. However, to Lin Xie and Gu Xiyan's astonishment, it turned out that Han Ro was the suspected true form of the Nantua serpent demon. Gu Xiyan's hands trembled slightly, growing numb. Hong Ying noticed the change in Gu Xiyan's complexion and immediately stepped forward to grasp her trembling hands in a gesture of comfort. "Are you all right?" Lin Xie hurried over, concern etched on his face as he regarded Gu Xiyan. And Xingyu cast a discreet glance at Gu Xiyan. Li Yifei also approached, saying, "Xiyan, are you okay? You all were incredible just now. That monster is finally dead." Upon seeing the worried gazes of her companions, Gu Xiyan snapped back to reality and shook her head. In that fleeting moment, she herself was unaware of why she had acted that way. She merely felt the urge to assist. Yet, it was only when the blood splattered onto her face that she realized the gravity of her actions. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to calm her racing heart. Seeing that Gu Xiyan was unharmed, Hong Ying and Lin Xie approached the corpse of the Nantua serpent demon, squatting down to examine it. Lin Xie furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. "Finally, it's dead," Hong Ying said, her face alight with joy as she stretched, feeling utterly exhausted from the day's ordeal. She then moved closer to Lin Xie, glancing at him several times before asking, "Xie, are you injured?" Lin Xie shook his head, replying that he was not. She patted his shoulder and, carrying her spear, took a few steps away from the demon's remains. "It's good that you're fine. Let's go, Xiyan. I'll treat you both to a meal," Hong Ying said, but upon noticing that no one followed, she turned back in confusion. Gu Xiyan and the others remained rooted in place, while Lin Xie stood by the corpse of the Nantua serpent demon. Observing this, Hong Ying returned, puzzled, and asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Xie gazed down at the demon's corpse, his brow knitted in contemplation as he muttered, "Why does it feel like something is off?" At that moment, Gu Xiyan's gaze inadvertently fell upon Li Yifei, and her eyes widened in shock. How could this be? The Nantua serpent demon is dead. Yet the deathly aura surrounding Li Yifei remains, and its intensity has not diminished in the slightest. Gu Xiyan quickly approached Lin Xie and Hong Ying, whispering what she had observed. Lin Xie's expression shifted to one of realization as he turned to see Li Yifei exuding an enthusiastic demeanor nearby. Hong Ying remained bewildered, unable to grasp the implication. What does it matter if Li Yifei has a deathly aura? He might not necessarily perish at the hands of the Nantua serpent demon. He could meet with an accident and die for other reasons. Since the demise of the Nantua serpent demon, and Xingyu's gaze had not strayed from Li Yifei, Lin Xie took note of Xingyu's intense focus and approached her, quietly voicing his curiosity. "Have you known about this for some time?" And Qingyu turned to Lin Xie, adjusted her glasses, and smiled slightly. There are many inconsistencies, are there not? Lin Xie responded. I forgot, you are a prodigious scholar. Without further ado, he called out to Li Yifei. As Li Yifei turned around, and Qingyu raised her hand, aiming the dark muzzle of her pistol directly at his head. Startled by the scene, Li Yifei exclaimed, And Qingyu, what are you doing? Don't point that gun at me. It could go off accidentally, do you know? And Qingyu remained silent, while Gu Xiyan, having observed their actions, swiftly drew her own pistol to point at Li Yifei as well. Li Yifei, bewildered and terrified by their demeanor, stammered, What are you doing? Please don't do this. I'm scared. However, and Qingyu did not wait for him to finish and pulled the trigger, firing 2 shots. Gu Xiyan, with a complex expression, also fired her weapon. Bang, 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 bang. Several bullets struck Li Yifei's forehead, yet none penetrated his skull. Only shallow indentations formed, quickly healing and leaving behind mere traces of blood. The sound of shell casings clattering to the ground echoed crisply. It was only when Hong Ying witnessed this scene that she reacted, gripping her long gun at the ready. Terrified, Li Yifei shut his eyes tightly as the gunfire erupted, and to his astonishment, he found himself unharmed. He opened his eyes and touched his forehead, bewildered. Why am I okay? Have I awakened superpowers? He exclaimed joyfully at Lin Xie. Lin Xie shook his head, his expression complex as he spoke. Not at all. You are the Nanda serpent demon. This revelation left Li Yifei incredulous, and he shouted in terror, Impossible! How could I be the Nanda serpent demon? Absolutely not. Are you mistaken? Li Yifei. Lin Xie grasped Li Yifei's collar tightly, pulling his face close, their gazes locking. Look into my eyes. Suddenly, Lin Xie's eyes transformed into a fiery golden hue, radiating the awe-inspiring might of a seraph, surging forth into Li Yifei's mental realm. Gu Xiyan observed Li Yifei, her lips pressed together, her expression tinged with sympathy. Li Yifei was a bright young man, seldom experiencing unhappiness, and Qingyu, behind her glasses, exhibited an unusual gleam in her eyes. In less than 2 seconds, Li Yifei's eyelids fluttered shut as he fainted. Yet in the next moment, a powerful arm abruptly seized Lin Xie's wrist, and Li Yifei's eyes snapped open, revealing a pair of enigmatic golden slit pupils that fixed intently on Lin Xie, instilling dread. How surprising. How did you know? I thought I had concealed my flaws well. A deep, slightly hoarse voice emerged from Li Yifei, his tone devoid of emotion. Lin Xie maintained his gaze with the golden eyes on Li Yifei. You indeed disguised yourself adeptly. Initially, none of us suspected. However, everything that transpired since entering the school has been so logical and reasonable, yet it remains shrouded in an air of strangeness. Are you implying that you deduced this? Indeed, it is not entirely so. Ever since Xiyan informed me of the ominous aura surrounding you, I have been observing you closely. Initially, I presumed that it would be Li Yifei who would meet his demise at the hands of the Nantua serpent demon, resulting in such a presence. However, even after we eliminated the essence of the Nantua serpent demon, the malevolence surrounding you has persisted, leaving one perplexed. Subsequently, Lin Xie articulated his conjecture, with Qingyu occasionally contributing insights, gradually illuminating the enigmatic dilemmas posed by the Nantua serpent demon. Li Yifei gazed at Lin Xie and then at Qingyu, letting out a self-deprecating chuckle. It was unexpected that the events would deviate from the narrative I had crafted, and even more astonishing to encounter the two of you aberrant individuals. Nevertheless, since you have uncovered the truth, you shall all meet your end today, declared the Nantua serpent demon as Li Yifei's form began to contort, his skin rapidly enveloped in black scales, his legs merging into a serpentine tail. His once familiar visage twisted into a grotesque mask, transforming him into a monstrous hybrid of man and serpent, larger than the previous incarnation. Though Lin Xie and the others had surmised the truth, witnessing the creature firsthand stirred a sense of lament within them, mourning the loss of the spirited youth Li Yifei. Lin Xie instructed Hong Ying not to intervene. Despite her confusion, she refrained from acting unless the situation became dire. The transformed Nantua serpent demon lunged at Lin Xie. its colossal tail sweeping through the air, generating a gust of wind. Lin Xie adeptly sidestepped, simultaneously striking at the demon's arm with his blade. Yet, the serpent demon reacted with remarkable swiftness, seizing Lin Xie's straight sword and yanking it forcefully. Lin Xie struggled to maintain his footing, nearly being pulled off balance. Observing this, Gu Xiyan hastily fired from the side. The bullet struck the demon but merely sparked against its scales. Infuriated, the serpent demon released Lin Xie. By this time, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Empowered by the Starry Night Dancer's boon, Lin Xie possessed quintuple strength and speed, rendering the Nantua serpent demon no longer a match for him. And Xingyu remained composed, scrutinizing the serpent demon's movements, searching for its vulnerabilities. Suddenly, he noticed an area on the demon's neck where the scales were of a lighter hue. Without hesitation, Xingyu raised his firearm and shot, the bullet accurately piercing that specific scale. The serpent demon let out a furious roar, blood oozing from its neck. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Xie charged forward, plunging his straight sword into the wound. The serpent demon writhed violently, attempting to dislodge Lin Xie. However, bolstered by his enhanced abilities, it was unable to escape his grasp as he struck repeatedly at the demon's neck. With vengeful eyes, the Nantua serpent demon glared at Lin Xie, emitting a pitiful cry. It was evident that it could not prevail against him. Soon, the Nantua serpent demon succumbed, falling beneath Lin Xie's blade. With a resounding thud, a massive serpent head rolled across the ground, its slit pupils still fixed on Lin Xie, embodying a gaze of unyielding defiance and death. Lin Xie turned away from the severed head, letting out a quiet sigh. The group collectively exhaled in relief. This time, it seemed the Nantua serpent demon was truly vanquished. Since the Ghost Face King did not perish at the hands of Lin Xie, I have made a slight alteration. It is only after he slays the Nantua serpent demon that he comprehends the purpose of the basement in the hospital. Chapter 17, Resurrection. Enkinju joins the night watch as Gu Xiyan observed that everything had settled. She stepped into the corridor and unfurled her divine realm. Lin Xie, startled by her actions, hurried to follow her, exclaiming, "Xiyan, what are you doing? Don't act impulsively." Enkinju, curious as well, trailed behind and was captivated by the sight of the 6 paths of reincarnation behind Gu Xiyan, her eyes gleaming with intrigue. Hong Ying quickly advanced to counsel, "Xiyan, have you forgotten what the captain said? Don't overexert yourself." Gu Xiyan, meeting their concerned gazes, elucidated that her current mental strength was sufficient to resurrect everyone, and moreover, her self-healing abilities would automatically commence to mend the injuries inflicted by her exertion of mental energy. Although the two seemed somewhat persuaded, they appeared unable to dissuade her, thus remaining at a distance, ready to intervene if necessary. Standing on the top floor's corridor, Gu Xiyan cast her gaze down at the lifeless bodies below, closed her eyes, and a gentle, violet glow emanated from her being. Guarding all beings, 6 paths of reincarnation, she proclaimed, invoking the transition from death to life. A clear voice resonated from her lips as the deathly aura, under her command, gradually coalesced into a colossal sphere of energy, soaring towards the 6 paths of reincarnation. Those unable to perceive the deathly aura merely felt a sudden gust of wind swirling around them. Beads of sweat began to form on Gu Xiyan's forehead as her mental energy surged into rapid motion. She tenderly enveloped the divine power, transformed from the deathly aura, over the slain teachers and students. The original pale purple light deepened into a rich violet glow, shrouding all the corpses. As the violet light enveloped them, the deathly aura surrounding the deceased began to dissipate, and vitality gradually resumed. Gu Xiyan's body began to tremble slightly, yet her self-healing abilities continued to operate, sustaining her condition. Enkinju watched the spectacle with exhilaration. Her curiosity piqued to the point of wishing to dissect Gu Xiyan to uncover the nature of the power that could revive so many simultaneously. Downstairs, the previously lifeless individuals began to stir beneath the violet radiance. Their fingers twitched ever so slightly. With the increasing absorption of the deathly aura by the 6 paths of reincarnation, more souls were being drawn back from the brink of death. Gu Xiyan observed this scene with a sense of helplessness, recognizing the futility of persuading someone with such a gentle heart. When Shima and Si Xiaonan also witnessed this unfolding event, their concerns mounting for Gu Xiyan's well-being, recalling that the captain had expressly instructed her not to take reckless actions. Zhao Kongcheng, too, watched in silence, experiencing a vivid recollection of his own resurrection for the first time. This foolish girl, she never listens, he thought. Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan, still near the bodies, suddenly beheld the vibrant violet light dancing around them. They sensed a familiar aura within this luminescence, their hearts racing with urgency. This girl, despite being warned not to act recklessly, simply refuses to heed. Chun Mai furrowed his brow. Wu Xiangnan sighed, resigning himself to the situation. Let her be. We must remain vigilant. With furrowed brows, Chun Mai fell silent. Soon, under Gu Xiyan's guidance, all the individuals began to breathe once more. Gu Xiyan paused, panting heavily, her body trembling from the exertion. Lin Xie and Hong Ying hurriedly stepped forward to support her, their eyes filled with concern. Are you all right? How are you? Gu Xiyan shook her head. But I cannot alter their memories. Hong Ying gently patted Gu Xiyan's back and reassured her. Do not worry. We have alternative methods to help them forget. Just take a good rest. Gu Xiyan nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, it was when Shima who employed the forbidden item, Dream Whisper, to erase this memory from all those who had been resurrected. Everyone returned to life, save for Li Yifei and Lu Yuan, who were originally Nantawa serpent demons. The Nantawa serpent demon could not be revived, and Lu Yuan, for reasons unknown. Due to Xingyu's remarkable intellect, he, alongside Lin Xie and Gu Xiyan, successfully vanquished the Nantawa serpent demon. This achievement was reported to Captain Chun Mai by Hong Ying, who subsequently decided to invite him to the office for a chat. In the basement of the peace office, and Xingyu curiously surveyed the space, where all members of Team 136 had gathered. After confirming that Xingyu possessed a forbidden domain, they extended an invitation for him to join the Night Watchers. And Xingyu accepted, sharing the unique characteristics of his forbidden domain, and made a request for the head of the Nantawa serpent demon for research purposes. Chun Mai contemplated for a moment, but given the peculiar nature of his forbidden domain, he acquiesced and allocated a room in the basement for his experiments. After the members of Team 136 introduced themselves, Chun Mai spoke up. Let us prepare a meal to celebrate welcoming in Xingyu, as well as to commemorate Gu Xiyan and Lin Xie's first successful mission. Welcome to our team, Xingyu, Hong Ying exclaimed joyfully. Zhao Kongcheng stepped forward, clapping a hand on his shoulder, and boisterously welcomed him. The others expressed their warm welcomes as well. Gu Xiyan smiled softly at Xingyu, saying welcome. Lin Xie also smiled slightly, adding, from now on, we are teammates. Observing this scene, a warm current flowed through Xingyu's heart, and he couldn't help but smile. Click! In an inconspicuous corner, a crisp shutter sound resonated, and photographs began to emerge from the bottom of the camera, carefully lifted by a slender hand. The images captured the heartwarming scene of Team 136 welcoming Xingyu, along with moments from the rooftop, and more. These are quite well taken, a gentle voice remarked. It was Gu Xiyan, who always seemed to capture the team's precious moments inadvertently. He carefully placed the photos into a box, securing them close to himself. The group returned to the office above ground. Chun Mai entered the kitchen to busy himself, while Zhao Kongsheng and Wu Xiangnan assisted as usual. The others continued to converse in the living room, and Xingyu gazed at the lively and warm scene before him, feeling a sense of warmth swell within him, suddenly filled with anticipation for his future life as a night watcher. Meanwhile, Gu Xiyan and Lin Xie also felt the warmth of home in this cheerful atmosphere. Indeed, was this not another home for them? As a side note, I wish to alter the narrative, as I do not want little fish to spend the new year alone. Thus, I have chosen to awaken his forbidden realm earlier. Naturally, the little white mouse was created before they departed for the training camp. I have observed that many fan works do not depict him joining the Night Watchers ahead of time. Chapter 18, Shopping, third update. Upon returning to his room that night, Lin Xie's consciousness drifted back to the Asylum of the Gods. To his surprise, he discovered that he was not alone in this place. a little girl had once visited as well. Following the night goddess's instructions, he made his way to the director's office, where he found a letter left for him by the girl. Guided by the contents of the letter, he ventured into the basement, only to encounter an unexpected pair, Nanda the snake demon and his second persona, Li Yifei. Subsequently, he found himself signing an unfair contract with Li Yifei, employing him as the first caretaker of the asylum. He also arranged for Nanda to relinquish control of his body to Li Yifei. After accomplishing these tasks, he returned with Li Yifei to the chamber of the night goddess, Nyx, introducing them to one another. However, matters took a surprising turn. Nyx recognized Li Yifei as her grandson. Lin Xie was left speechless, while Li Yifei quickly regained his composure and, following her lead, addressed her as grandmother. Thus, the situation was resolved. Lin Xie and Li Yifei strolled through the garden with Nyx, only to encounter yet another unexpected figure. Stunned, Lin Xie gazed upon the person sleeping on a bench in the garden. Gu Xiyan. Li Yifei was equally taken aback, stammering in shock. "Oh, director, did you kill Gu Xiyan too?" Lin Xie shot a glare at Li Yifei, admonishing him not to speak carelessly. He was just as puzzled by her presence. Stepping forward, he gently nudged Gu Xiyan. "Gu Xiyan, wake up. How did you end up here?" Feeling the nudge, Gu Xiyan stirred, her eyelids fluttering open as she blinked in confusion. "Lin Xie? Li Yifei?" But upon uttering Li Yifei's name, she fully awakened. "Li Yifei, I thought you were dead." Li Yifei replied, "Is that polite? I did die, but not entirely. Now I'm here working." He then recounted his situation, and Gu Xiyan expressed her relief, having thought he was truly gone, which had saddened her greatly. Li Yifei felt a sense of joy as well, realizing he still had friends. Lin Xie then posed the question that had been troubling him. "Gu Xiyan, why are you here?" Gu Xiyan blinked, glancing around in bewilderment, clearly unsure of her surroundings. "I don't know. Where's this?" At a loss for words, Lin Xie decided to tell her the truth, as her presence indicated that she might be able to return in the future. After Lin Xie explained the situation, Gu Xiyan began to understand where she was. Reflecting on her last memories, she recalled what had transpired before she fell asleep. After dinner, they had each returned to their quarters, and in Qingyu, with nowhere else to go, had been invited to stay at Hong Ying's grand villa. After finishing her nightly routine, she had lain down in her room, holding the small bell that had appeared during her awakening, examining it closely, but before she could discern anything, she had drifted off to sleep. Then Lin Xie awakened her, mentioning the little bell he had taken out. After a brief moment of silence, Lin Xie grasped the bell in Gu Xiyan's hand and examined it, yet found himself at a loss. At that moment, Nyx reached out to take a glance at it. Lin Xie's eyes brightened. How could he have forgotten Nyx? She was, after all, a true deity. Perhaps she could discern its significance. "Mother, do you perceive anything?" Gu Xiyan was taken aback. Mother? Did Lin Xie truly refer to her as such? Was she indeed his mother? Noticing the confusion in Gu Xiyan's eyes, Lin Xie hastily whispered that he would explain later. Gu Xiyan nodded, still in a daze. Nyx examined the little bell in her hand, commenting that it must be a divine artifact of the Daxia gods, still retaining some divine power. However, there were unspoken words, such as the fact that the girl holding the artifact had once died. Without this little bell, it was likely. She sensed the strong bond between Lin Xie and this girl, which is why she chose to remain silent. Lin Xie took the bell back from Nyx and returned it to Gu Xiyan. "If that's the case, it must have brought you here." Gu Xiyan stared at the bell, lost in thought. This bell had been with her ever since she could remember. Even her mother did not know its origin. Yet, she chose not to dwell on it any longer. By the way, the air here is truly refreshing, and the breeze is delightful. Gu Xiyan turned to Lin Xie and asked, "Xie, may I rest here?" Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback, of course. He then watched as Gu Xiyan lay back down. Lying back down, realizing what was happening, Lin Xie quickly exclaimed, "Hey, it's fine to rest, but don't sleep out here. What if you catch a chill?" Gu Xiyan felt no coldness. "I'm not cold. It's fine, and I feel quite safe sleeping here." She had no intention of getting up. Lin Xie sighed in resignation. "I'll find you an empty room." Nyx smiled gently at the two. Li Yifei scratched his head beside them. Upon returning to reality, Lin Xie explained Nix's situation and the matters concerning the Divine Mental Asylum to Gu Xiyan, thus strengthening their bond, akin to family. After joining the Night Watch, Qingyu engaged in his research and trained alongside Gu Xiyan and Lin Xie under the guidance of Chen Mai. Time passed swiftly and soon, Qingyu had produced a large group of little white mice exhibiting traits akin to the Nanda snake demon. He reported his findings to Chen Mai, and with his approval, the little white mice were deployed for surveillance throughout Sangnan City. Wu Xiangnan was initially shocked upon seeing the little white mice, followed by delight. Qingyu gifted Wu Xiangnan another little white mouse, named Zubobo, aside from the one called Xueqiu, to keep him informed of events in Sangnan City, as there were always places that surveillance could not reach. Wu Xiangnan grew increasingly satisfied with Qingyu. Before they knew it, the training period had come to an end. Chen Mai addressed Hongying, instructing her, Hongying, Xiaonan, you three will take Xie, Xiaoyan, and Qingyu to purchase some items. I will reimburse the expenses, but remember, they must be essentials. Otherwise, do not bother buying anything. His gaze grew increasingly severe, emphasizing the term essentials. Hongying nodded earnestly, affirming, understood. Meanwhile, Si Xiaonan stifled a laugh at the side. When Qima, noting Hongying's demeanor, realized she would not heed the warning, and a slight smirk appeared on his lips. Zhao Kongcheng chuckled heartily nearby. It's all right, Captain. I'll contribute as well. After all, these are our squad's 3 precious members. Hongying raised an eyebrow. Old Zhao, what do you mean? We are not precious? Si Xiaonan scowled playfully. Zhao Kongcheng quickly backtracked. No, that is not what I meant. You and Xiaonan are equally important. Indeed, the entire squad is essential. We cannot do without anyone. His expression grew solemn as he spoke. Now that's more like it, Hongying replied. Si Xiaonan beamed in agreement. The others couldn't help but chuckle at the exchange. Wu Xiangnan, observing the scene, chimed in, well, I'll contribute too. We can't let the captain bear the burden alone. After all, I am the vice captain of this squad. Following this, Chen Mai imparted a multitude of instructions, item by item, to the 3. They nodded in acknowledgement. Only then did Chen Mai permit them to depart for shopping. As soon as they left the office, Hongying flitted about like a bird released from its cage, eagerly pulling Si Xiaonan and Gu Xiyan to explore various items. Lin Xie and Qingyu followed behind, somewhat helplessly. Wow, Xiaonan, Xiaoyan, this Peppa Pig bedspread is adorable. Shall we buy it? Hongying exclaimed. Absolutely. Si Xiaonan responded excitedly. This one, and this one. She continued. Absolutely. Si Xiaonan echoed. Lin Xie and Qingyu exchanged exasperated glances, feeling utterly powerless to intervene. Gu Xiyan, though lacking a voice in the matter, was somewhat relieved to be shopping for items suited for girls. As they wandered, when Hongying suggested buying each of Lin Xie and Qingyu a little dress, Gu Xiyan nearly burst out laughing. Lin Xie and Qingyu wore expressions of sheer terror, and after much persuasion, they managed to dissuade Hongying from that idea. Wiping the sweat from their brows, they let out a sigh of relief and exchanged bittersweet smiles. After a long and arduous shopping spree, they returned to the office, where Chen Mai, Zhao Kongcheng, and Wu Xiangnan were met with a pile of items, leading to a moment of silence. The 3 cast sidelong glances, observing the sky, the ground, and everything around, but deliberately avoiding gazing at the somewhat guilty-looking Hongying, who sighed deeply. They had already made their purchases. There was nothing to be done now. Si Xiaonan was stifling laughter at the side, while Wen Qima wore an expression of knowing anticipation. Click! The sound of a camera shutter echoed from the far corner. Chapter 19. The training camp relocated at Sangnan on the eve of their departure. Gu Xiyan and Lin Xie both called home to reassure their families. The following day, at the Sangnan railway station, Lin Xie and Qingyu each carried 2 large suitcases. Lin Xie's were adorned with pink Peppa Pig designs, while Qingyu's were pristine white, featuring the beloved character Dormon. In contrast, Gu Xiyan carried nothing but a small white rabbit backpack slung over her shoulders. Behind them trailed the members of Team 136. Xiao Yin, Xiao Yi, Xiao Yu, remember to use the sunscreen and body lotion I bought for you. Red Ing called out with a hint of reluctance. Especially you, Xiao Yin. Xiao Yu is a nickname given by Hong Ying, as she believes it suits him better. We will, don't worry, Lin Xie and Qingyu replied, slightly exasperated. Gu Xiyan also felt a pang of nostalgia. Responding with a soft Chen stepped forward, still feeling a bit uneasy, offering a few more words of caution. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "But if you ever find yourselves in distress, don't hold back. Let me know, and I will support you." The warmth of their captain's words enveloped Gu Xiyan, Lin Xie, and Qingyu. "Absolutely," Zhao Kongchang chimed in boldly. "If it comes to it, old Zhao will charge into the capital alongside the captain." Wu Xiangnan interrupted. "All right, the train is about to depart. Let us move." Redding glared at Wu Xiangnan. "Can't you see the mood?" Wu Xiangnan replied nonchalantly, "If we don't hurry, the train will leave without us." Redding fell silent, and the trio waved goodbye to the others, saying, "We're off." They then dragged their suitcases into the station. Just a few minutes after entering, Chen Mai's phone rang unexpectedly. He took out his phone, answered hello. "This is Chen Mai." Whatever was said on the other end shocked him profoundly. "What?" He quickly looked up and shouted toward the station entrance. "Hurry, stop them." Everyone was bewildered, completely at a loss about their captain's sudden alarm. What could the higher-ups be thinking, moving the training camp to Tsangnan? "Hurry, stop them. Otherwise, the ticket money will go down the drain." Chen Mai's voice reached a pitch of urgency. Fortunately, Zhao Kongsheng and the others managed to intervene just in time as they were in line for ticket inspection. Gu Xiyan, Lin Xie, and Qingyu sat aboard the train, exchanging glances. Meanwhile, in the passenger seat, Chen Mai looked at his wallet with relief, thankful that it was still intact. Wu Xiangnan drove, his gaze fixed ahead. However, before they reached their destination, Chen Mai and the others dropped them off, stating that the military base did not permit entry for anyone other than new recruits. Gu Xiyan, Lin Xie, and Qingyu could only proceed in the direction indicated by Chen Mai and his team. After walking for quite some time without reaching their destination, Qingyu adjusted his glasses, perplexed, and said, "Did the captain perhaps misremember the location? We've been walking for so long, and still haven't arrived." Lin Xie gazed ahead, knowing that such training camps were typically situated in desolate areas. Gu Xiyan felt a slight strain in her legs from walking, yet she maintained her silence. Outside the training camp, at the military checkpoint, a soldier equipped with binoculars scrutinized the vicinity for a considerable time before retrieving his radio. "Report. 3 individuals approaching," he communicated. 2 males and 1 female. The boys appear to be high school students, while the girl seems rather youthful, possibly a middle schooler. Each boy carries 2 suitcases, and the girl has a small bunny backpack. His tone wavered when referring to the girl. Indeed, she looked quite small. The voice on the radio responded with curiosity. "High school students? Middle schooler? New recruits? Wasn't the notification just sent out this morning? They've arrived so swiftly? I shall investigate. Hold your positions." "Understood." Shortly thereafter, a military jeep emerged from the checkpoint, heading towards the trio. Gu Xiyan, Lin Xie, and Qingyu continued their forward march when suddenly, the jeep halted before them. A man clad in military attire leaned out of the window, assessing the 3 new recruits. Upon receiving confirmation, the officer proceeded to pose several questions and requested identification for inspection. The trio promptly produced their documents from their pockets, and after the officer reviewed them and found no discrepancies, he returned the papers and instructed them to board the vehicle. "Get in." The 3 exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with excitement. They were finally spared from walking. They hastily stowed their suitcases and climbed into the jeep, taking their seats. The officer, still in uniform, drove them directly through all checkpoints, eventually stopping outside the camp's entrance. "Arrived. You may enter on your own." After retrieving their luggage and disembarking, they gazed up at the sign above the gate, 039 New Recruit Training Camp. Before long, an instructor emerged from within the gates, regarding the trio with surprise. "New recruits?" "Yes. What are your names?" "Lin Xie." At this, Hong Hao's heart skipped a beat as he scrutinized Lin Xie with an intensity akin to that reserved for rare treasures. "You are Lin Xie?" Lin Xie was taken aback by the stare. "Yes. Is there a problem?" Hong Hao shook his head and turned his attention to Gu Xiyan and Qingyu. Qingyu spoke first, adjusting his glasses. Hong Hao was momentarily stunned by this new revelation before looking at Gu Xiyan. However, upon seeing her, he froze, unable to contain his astonishment as he stammered, "You are also a new recruit. How old are you?" Gu Xiyan replied, 16. Lin Xie and Qingyu exchanged knowing glances, their lips curving slightly. They too had thought of Gu Xiyan in that light upon their first encounter. No wonder the instructor reacted in such disbelief. Hong Hao frowned, his skepticism palpable. "You're not pulling my leg, are you?" Gu Xiyan remained silent, retrieving her ID from her pocket and handing it to Hong Hao, her gaze resigned. According to Chun Mai, Hong Ying often practiced slowly with Xiao Nan and Qi Yi, now accompanied by Gu Xiyan, and their progress has significantly improved. Hong Hao was taken aback for a moment, then reached out to take the identification card, glancing at the birthday inscribed upon it. Lin Qi and Qingyu leaned in closely, and they all read the details inscribed. Gu Xiyan, female, birthday, 12/6, confirming she was indeed 16 years old. Clearing his throat, Hong Hao returned the ID to her. "Is this your name?" Gu Xiyan asked with a look of disbelief. "Are you joking with me?" Hong Hao felt embarrassed, having been too preoccupied with the birthday. It was Lin Qi who could no longer bear the awkwardness, calling out to Gu Xiyan. Hong Hao was jolted again, staring blankly at the three of them. Goodness, there were only 2 divine agents among the new recruits this time, and here they all were, along with one newly emerged unknown entity from the Forbidden Ruins. The 3 exchanged puzzled glances. "May I inquire if there are any further questions?" Lin Qi asked. Hong Hao took a moment to compose himself, maintaining a facade of calmness. "No, come in. You 3 are the earliest arrivals. My name is Hong Hao, and I will be your instructor." "Hello, Instructor Hong." The 3 greeted politely as they followed him into the training camp. Hong Hao nodded, stating, "Since you are the first to arrive, I will familiarize you with the training camp." The trio followed Instructor Hong as he guided them through the camp. Despite being a temporary establishment, the facilities were comprehensive, spacious, and bore no resemblance to a makeshift setup, equipped with all necessary living essentials. Gu Xiyan, Lin Qi, and Qingyu gazed in awe at their surroundings. In the central monitoring room of the training camp, a group of instructors crowded around a large screen, observing the distinctively youthful faces displayed, each showcasing varying degrees of refinement. Yuan Gang scrutinized the screen before glancing at the documents in his hand. 2 divine agents. One of them is a Seraphim agent, and the other is the agent of the Earth Mother. Yuan Gang's eyes widened in disbelief. He focused intently on the face of the young girl, realizing she was indeed a divine agent of the Great Xia. A divine agent? It has been so long since one has appeared. The last one was the captain of the mask squad, and now there are 2. What? This little girl is also a divine agent? And from our Great Xia, no less. The rarity of divine agents was well known, especially those from the Great Xia. This was an unprecedented occurrence. But she looks barely 16 years old. Is she really that young? Are we recruiting child laborers as night watchers? One instructor remarked, casting a glance at Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang, however, was wholly absorbed in the documents, ignoring their chatter. "Let us not make assumptions. The records indicate that she is indeed 16 years old, albeit she appears somewhat youthful," another instructor countered, though his voice trailed off. "This Seraphim agent appears rather frail." Another instructor commented, this time referring to Lin Qi. A commanding officer beside Yuan Gang gazed at the documents before him and remarked, "Even that bespectacled individual is no ordinary foe. His forbidden domain is newly emerged and classified as an unknown sequence. According to the records, once it matures, it will pose a significant threat. This year truly presents a formidable challenge." A group of instructors fervently debated the 3 individuals at hand. Yuan Gang, furrowing his brow as he examined the files, murmured, "It appears these 3 hail from Tsangnan. Where on earth did Chun Mai unearth such prodigies? Furthermore, the lineup this year is indeed formidable." The surrounding instructors, upon glimpsing the documents, felt a surge of anxiety. "Sir, this time we are facing formidable adversaries. In addition to the 2 divine agents, there is also the young heir of the Bailey family, and 3 high-risk entities have emerged, not to mention this unknown forbidden domain. Can we truly contain them?" After a moment of silence, Yuan Gang responded, "Contact the masked team. Summon them forth." "Understood." Meanwhile, at the Peace Affairs office, after the three were dispatched to the training camp, Sangnan City buzzed with activity. The incident occurred when Gu Xiyan revived those individuals, inadvertently drawing the attention of the ancient god church. Thus, on the very afternoon that Gu Xiyan and her companions arrived at the training camp, the ancient god church launched an assault on the Peace Affairs office. Presently, Chen Mai and his team had captured an individual, with Hong Ying tasked to conduct the interrogation. Hong Ying, what is the status? Has he spoken? Chen Mai inquired, reclining on the sofa, a cigarette in hand. Hong Ying, sipping water, replied, No, he's quite obstinate. Wu Xiangnan frowned deeply, sensing their impatience. Wen Qimao, twirling a small knife in his hand, scoffed coldly. Anyone wishing to harm our team must first seek our consent. Zhao Kongcheng wore a disdainful expression. These little brats dare not face us openly and resort to underhanded tactics. Although Lung Xian and Si Xiaonan remained silent, their intentions were unmistakable. Lung Xian meticulously polished his sniper rifle, while Si Xiaonan caressed his handgun, a straight blade resting nearby. Chapter 20. Meeting new friends. Instructor Hong led the three of them to the front of two buildings. To the left was the boys' dormitory, and to the right was the girls'. You may choose your dormitory, he said, offering a few more casual remarks before departing. Lin Xie intended to hand his suitcase to Gu Xiyan, but hesitated upon seeing her slender arms, fearing she might struggle with it. After a moment's thought, he proposed, Shall Xiao Yu and I assist you in carrying it upstairs? It appears no one else has arrived yet. And Qing Yu, standing nearby, adjusted her glasses. Gu Xiyan glanced at the two adorable Peppa Pig suitcases and eventually nodded in agreement, wondering what on earth Red Cherry had packed to necessitate two bags. The two boys each took one suitcase and ascended to the third floor, where they observed the dormitory's simple layout. A modest room with two single bunk beds on either side and a writing desk situated beside each bed. After Lin Xie and Qing Yu agreed with Gu Xiyan to prepare their beds, they planned to head to the supply station for some bread to make dinner, as the cafeteria had yet to open. While Gu Xiyan arranged her pink Peppa Pig bed linens, 3 sets in total, one for each of them, she completed her preparations and descended to reunite with Lin Xie and Qing Yu, who had also chosen their dormitories and made their beds. Though they were not in the same room, they had selected adjacent dormitories. The trio soon visited the supply station to collect bread and sat down beside it to enjoy their meal. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Yuan Gang focused intently on the three of them on the large screen, noting their close bond, as it was only natural for a team to share such camaraderie. As the three surveyed the expansive training camp, they felt a wave of emotion. After all they had been through, it was a relief that everyone around them was safe. As night gradually fell, they returned to their respective dormitories. Gu Xiyan and Lin Xie both realized that if Gu Xiyan did not hold her little bell while sleeping, she could not enter the asylum of the gods. Conversely, if she experienced unrest in her sleep, she would clutch the little bell and find herself in the asylum. The following day, the trio again ventured to the supply station to collect bread and water. Many new recruits gradually arrived at the training camp. After exchanging greetings, Gu Xiyan, Lin Xie, and Qing Yu returned to their dormitory. However, as Lin Xie and Qing Yu approached their hallway, less than 3 meters from their dormitory door, they noticed 2 men in black standing before Lin Xie's room. Lin Xie paused, glancing at Qing Yu, who raised an eyebrow. They then saw a sycophantic man in black conversing animatedly with a rather plump boy, who suddenly kicked the man and berated him. As Lin Xie and Qing Yu drew nearer, they overheard the boy's words. The man had threatened to dispose of Lin Xie's belongings, prompting the boy to scold him for being a bully. As Qing Yu glanced at Lin Xie with a smile, she remarked that her new roommate seemed quite agreeable. Lin Xie found herself puzzled. If this were a typical narrative from a film, it would undoubtedly depict the story of a wealthy heir bullying a commoner. However, this chubby fellow appeared to be quite different, seemingly amiable in nature. Lin Xie responded to Qing Yu's comment, suggesting they approach and ascertain the truth. Without further ado, the two advanced. Before they could utter a word, the chubby boy spoke first. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Bailey Tumming. My name may be a bit difficult to pronounce, so feel free to call me Tumming or Fatty. After the trio exchanged introductions, Bailey Fatty presented what he referred to as local specialties to the two. Lin Xie and Qingyu politely declined, and at that moment, Qingyu's roommate, who introduced herself as Li Jia, arrived. She mentioned a certain Shun Gu residing in the dormitory opposite theirs. Meanwhile, Gu Xiyan had barely settled into her dormitory when a high-cold girl with long, light red hair entered. Gu Xiyan was reclining on her bed, engrossed in a novel titled The Socially Awkward Me, confessed to during military training. Upon hearing the noise, she turned to see the girl approaching. Gu Xiyan was momentarily taken aback and felt a wave of shyness wash over her. The long-haired girl, upon noticing Gu Xiyan, also appeared surprised. Is this training camp admitting children? Molly hesitated before speaking. Hello, are you also a new recruit? Gu Xiyan was momentarily bewildered by the question. Why else would she be here if not as a new recruit? Why yes, why do you ask? Molly, genuinely astonished, inquired. May I ask how old you are? Gu Xiyan felt a flush of embarrassment. 16, she replied. Molly blinked in disbelief, quickly apologizing once she confirmed she had not misheard. Gu Xiyan was accustomed to such reactions. To be honest, it was understandable. Her petite stature and delicate doll-like features made her appear merely 13 or 14. My name is Molly. After the initial awkwardness, Molly sensed Gu Xiyan's shyness and felt relieved when the interruption eased the tension. Gu Xiyan, who had been somewhat reserved, began to feel more at ease. Gu Xiyan quietly whispered, I'm only 152 centimeters. Before joining the night watch, I was 150 centimeters. Let us compete, she thought, feeling a surge of determination. Calm down. Calm down. You're still young. You have room to grow. Gu Xiyan's eyes sparkled with hope. Really? You're not teasing me, are you? Of course. Who am I to deceive you? That's a relief. Gu Xiyan responded with a smile. Chapter 21. New recruits training in the evening within the boys' dormitory. Lin Xie had just finished his ablutions and lay down on his bed, closing his eyes. Before long, he sensed a new roommate approaching stealthily towards him. Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the intentions of the chubby boy. He remained still, feigning indifference. Bai Li, the rotund figure, carefully approached Lin Xie's bedside, clutching several boxes of local delicacies. With utmost caution, he crouched down and stuffed the boxes into the trunk beneath Lin Xie's bed. Lin Xie, so persistent? As soon as Bai Li finished his task, Lin Xie abruptly opened his eyes, catching him in the act. Bai Li was startled, his mind racing for a quick response. He leaned down towards Lin Xie's feet, sniffing and exclaiming, Brother Xie, your feet smell delightful. Lin Xie's expression darkened, casting a menacing glare at him. Observing Lin Xie's hostile demeanor, Bai Li broke into a cold sweat and quickly added, How about you take a whiff of mine? He attempted to extend his foot forward. Lin Xie, get lost. Meanwhile, in a distant tall building, Yuan Gang silently lowered the binoculars, his expression somewhat rigid. Instructor Hong appeared equally bewildered, exclaiming, What is this development? Yuan Gang murmured, Is this a dangerous individual? Instructor Hong, at a loss for words, blinked at Yuan Gang. Should you take another look at that new forbidden area and the agent of the Great Xia deities? He suggested tentatively. Yuan Gang's lips twitched slightly. Forget it, I'm heading back. As he spoke, he walked towards his quarters, a smile gradually spreading across his face. Instructor Hong stood rooted in place, scratching his head before turning to depart as well. And Qingyu opened his eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips. It seemed that his time in the training camp would not be dull after all, for he had shared a vision through Xueqio's eyes. Meanwhile, Gu Xiyan had already entered the asylum of the deities, clutching a small bell. After greeting Nix, she returned to the room Lin Xie had prepared for her and drifted into slumber. After bidding farewell to Bai Li, Lin Xie also entered the asylum of the deities. Upon his arrival, he spotted Nix seated in the garden, watching Li Yifei perform a dance. It was a sight that was difficult to behold, yet Nix appeared thoroughly entertained. Lin Xie nearly burst into laughter, quickly suppressing it with a cough, and called out, Mother. Nix's face lit up with surprise. Dionysus, you have arrived. Realizing Nix's attention was diverted towards Lin Xie, Li Yifei awkwardly halted his performance. Nix insisted on him showcasing a talent, but being at a loss for skills. He resorted to imitating a dance he had seen on television, known as the Pink Panther dance. Li Yifei hastily excused himself, claiming he had matters to attend to. Lin Xie could no longer contain his laughter, bursting forth with amusement. Ha ha ha! Nix's gaze softened as he watched him laugh. Lin Xie finally managed to stifle his laughter and turned to Nix, inquiring, "Mother, what do we have for dinner today?" After a moment's contemplation, Nix replied, "I believe Sun mentioned something about spicy tofu and some ribs. How was it? Was it delicious? Did you find it to your liking?" "Yes, it was quite tasty," Lin Xie said, engaging in a few more exchanges with Nix before being informed that Gu Xiyan had just arrived and was currently asleep in her room. "All right, I understand. Mother, do rest early. Good night." "Good night," Nix replied. Lin Xie took a glance at Gu Xiyan before stepping outside. The next day, all the new recruits had arrived at the training camp, and the dormitories were nearly filled to capacity. Meanwhile, Bali was downstairs distributing local specialties. The scene was quite spectacular, although it took Instructor Hong's reprimands to bring some order to the chaos. As Lin Xie and Qingyu exited their dormitory, they were greeted by this lively spectacle. Gu Xiyan had been roused from her sleep and, still in a daze, wondered aloud, "What is happening? Why is it so noisy?" At the same time, Molly was sitting on her bed, tidying up some belongings. Hearing the commotion, she looked up and said, "You're awake." "It's nothing. Just a nouveau riche handing out watches," her face betraying a hint of disdain. "Oh." Gu Xiyan got up to wash her face. Just as she finished, they heard the instructor's whistle, summoning everyone to assemble. Instructor Hong stood in the open area of the training camp, shouting, "Hurry up! Anyone who dares to dawdle will face my wrath." The new recruits hurriedly donned their issued uniforms and rushed to the field. Lin Xie and the others quickly changed and followed suit. However, Gu Xiyan's uniform was excessively large. She looked bewildered at the oversized outfit, prompting Molly to suggest, "Why don't you just wear your own clothes for now and tell the instructor to adjust the size later? Would that be all right?" Gu Xiyan gazed at Molly with hopeful eyes. Molly felt her cheeks flush. The sight was simply too adorable to resist. Gu Xiyan resembled a little girl trying on adult clothes, her expression adorably blank. Clearing her throat, Molly said, "That should work otherwise. Wearing this outfit will not only hinder your training, but even your ability to walk." "All right." Gu Xiyan agreed and retreated to the bathroom to change back into her own clothes. Since it took her some time to change by the time they arrived, only the two of them remained. Gu Xiyan grasped Molly's shirt tightly, sticking close to her as they positioned themselves at the back of the line. When Lin Xie and Qingyu arrived, they searched for Gu Xiyan, their expressions filled with worry. Upon spotting her still in civilian attire, they were initially puzzled but soon understood the reason. A group of instructors stood on the podium, with Instructor Hong and another instructor positioned behind Yuan Gang, their eyes scrutinizing all the new recruits with keen attention. As Gu Xiyan stood there in her civilian attire, Yuan Gang furrowed his brow and loudly inquired, "What's the matter with that new recruit at the back? Why are you not in uniform?" Upon hearing this, all the new recruits turned their heads in unison to look back. Under the scrutiny of so many gazes, Gu Xiyan felt a surge of anxiety, causing her back to break out in a cold sweat. She hastily attempted to conceal herself behind Emoli. Observing this, Emoli promptly replied, "Report. Her uniform is too large. May we request assistance to have it altered?" Encouraged by Emoli's defense, Gu Xiyan mustered her courage and cautiously peered out from behind her friend, softly explaining, "Report. Instructor, the uniform is excessively large. I cannot train in it, so I had to revert to my own clothes." Despite her hushed tone, her words were clearly audible in the now silent environment. Yuangong Post. Taking a moment to assess Gu Xiyan's petite frame with newfound seriousness. The other instructors, witnessing this unusual scenario, felt a tinge of awkwardness, as such a situation was unprecedented. Clearing his throat, Yuan Gang conceded, "Very well. You may wear your own clothes for the next few days. I will arrange for someone to adjust your uniform." At this moment, Lin Xie and Qingyu exchanged glances, both filled with a sense of helplessness. A boy, wearing an unbuttoned military jacket, his cap turned backward and a bandage adorning his nose, glanced towards Gu Xiyan's direction. His companion whispered to him, "Shun, this girl seems incredibly small." Is there no age limit for the Night Watch recruits? The boy replied nonchalantly, I don't know. Another chimed in, indeed, she looks like she just entered middle school. A boy with a buzz cut also expressed his astonishment. Others, sharing the same sentiments, engaged in hushed discussions. However, in the originally tranquil expanse, even their soft murmurs combined sounded like a flock of chattering birds. Bai Li, following their gaze, spotted Mo Li and his eyes lit up. Yet, his curiosity was piqued by Gu Xiyan, and he was about to voice something when an instructor interrupted. Yuan Gang, maintaining a stern demeanor, shouted, silence. Everyone be quiet. In an instant, all voices ceased. Chapter 22. The appearance of the masked squad. Then Yuan Gang commenced his annual address, the content of which remained utterly unchanged. His words ignited a fiery indignation among the recruits, with terms like rookies and worthless trash being hurled about. He asserted that should they encounter a truly formidable adversary, they would scarcely withstand even a single blow. Upon hearing the final remark, a boy with his military cap turned backward raised his hand, declaring with a languid yet defiant tone, I do not believe it. Yuan Gang fixed his gaze upon him, inquiring, New recruit, what is your name? Lin Xie, responded the boy, as in Qing Yu, Gu Xiyan, and Mo Li, and Bai Li Pang Pang turned their attention towards him. The boy continued to chew gum, introducing himself as Shun Juqing. Yuan Gang scoffed derisively and turned to the other recruits. Very well, who else harbors dissent? With the spark ignited, a considerable portion of the recruits echoed their discontent. Bai Li Pang Pang timidly posed a question to Lin Xie and in Qing Yu, brothers Xie and Qing Yu. Do you yield? Lin Xie cast a sidelong glance at him, affirming, I yield. And Qing Yu, however, glared menacingly, warning, try calling me Qing Yu brother again. Bai Li Pang Pang swallowed hard and cautiously suggested, how about, little fish? And Qing Yu fell silent, redirecting his gaze to the platform above. Observing this, Bai Li Pang Pang promptly patted his chest in relief, while Lin Xie stifled a quiet chuckle. Gu Xiyan and Mo Li remained silent. Yuan Gang watched this unfolding scene, finding it to be precisely the reaction he desired. Very well, I shall provide you with an opportunity to recognize your own capabilities. He then produced a walkie-talkie and announced, let us proceed. After a considerable interval, a recruit unexpectedly pointed to the sky and shouted, look, there are people in the sky. Upon uttering this phrase, all the recruits turned their gaze upward. Soon, 7 figures descended gracefully from the heavens, landing smoothly on the ground. Once the recruits discerned the cloaks and masks adorning the 7, their faces were filled with astonishment. Is this the masked squad? Just as one clad in a mask emblazoned with the character for king began to speak, another wearing a swirling mask suddenly buckled at the knees and fell to the ground with a thud. In an instant, the atmosphere became thick with awkwardness, akin to crows suddenly taking flight. The onlookers gazed in bewilderment at the figure kneeling before them, creating a moment of palpable tension. The members of the masked squad concealed their faces, while the instructors displayed a myriad of expressions. The one in the swirling mask quickly composed himself and addressed the recruits with a gesture of respect, exclaiming, I am Vortex from the masked squad. Wishing you all an early Happy New Year. With a swift motion, he sprang to his feet as though nothing had transpired. The one in the king mask inhaled deeply before continuing, we are the masked special squad. Yuan Gang then outlined the rules before 9 o'clock at night. Any recruit who could unmask a member of the masked squad would be deemed victorious and could apply for graduation. He further stated that the members of the masked squad would restrain their abilities to the light level. In this confrontation, you find yourselves on equal footing, with 241 individuals pitted against a mere 7. What? Do you not dare to face us? The moment these words were uttered, it was as if a hornet's nest had been disturbed, igniting the fury of all the recruits. Very well. I refuse to believe that our multitude cannot triumph over just 7 individuals. In response to the recruits' fervent battle spirit, Wang Mian remarked that they only needed to send 5 participants. This statement caused an uproar. Suddenly, from the rear of the crowd, a voice rang out. Wait, isn't this rule a bit unfair? They are sending only 5, while we have 241. Even if their strength is suppressed, The disparity in numbers is overwhelmingly vast. The speaker was the previously mentioned boy, Shan Shen, his eyes brimming with pride and defiance. Wang Mian glanced at him in surprise, not expecting such words to emerge from his lips. Yuan Gang let out a cold laugh. What is wrong, afraid? This is the rule. If you're daunted, you may withdraw now while there is still time. Who is afraid? If that is the case, then let us battle. Yuan Gang departed with the instructors and 2 members of the masked team. A recruit shouted, "When does it begin?" But before he could finish, he was sent flying by Tianping. Wang Mian replied softly, "It has already begun." Just as the recruit posed a question, Lin Xie and Qingyu had already turned to flee, with Bali Pangpang hastily following suit. Gu Xiyan and Emoli also made their escape from the scene. Shen Xingzhu took his underlings and ran as well. Wang Mian observed the fleeing figures of Lin Xie and Gu Xiyan, chuckling lightly. They're quite swift. Vortex, Captain. It is rumored that there are 2 divine agents among this batch of recruits. Indeed, let us proceed without holding back. Let us overwhelm them. Understood. X4. In the underground base of the training camp, the departing Yuan Gang and the other instructors, whether seated or standing, were all observing the large screens. The screens vividly displayed the clashes between the recruits and the masked team. A smirk tugged at the corners of Yuan Gang's mouth, a knowing smile. This group of youngsters still possesses quite the fighting spirit. Yet, in mere moments, dozens had been eliminated. Was bringing in the masked team a bit of an overwhelming advantage? An instructor remarked while watching the battle unfold. Yuan Gang pointed to the screen featuring Lin Xie and the others. Do not worry. The truly capable ones have already fled. At that moment, chaos reigned on the battlefield. Although the recruits were numerous, the strength of the masked team was formidable and their teamwork impeccable. Lin Xie and Qingyu and Bali Pangpang arrived first at the armory door, pondering how to unlock it. Gu Xiyan and Emoli soon arrived. Emoli released her grip on Gu Xiyan's hand and stepped forward to make way. Gu Xiyan exchanged greetings with Lin Xie and Qingyu. Bali Pangpang's eyes lit up upon seeing Emoli. It's her. Then he noticed Lin Xie and Qingyu, recognizing Gu Xiyan, who was beside Emoli. He hurriedly asked Lin Xie and Qingyu, "Xie, Xiaoyu, do you know this lovely girl?" Lin Xie and Qingyu. It was Lin Xie who broke the silence, introducing, "We are all part of the same team. This is Gu Xiyan. He is my roommate. You can call him Bali Pangpang." The latter statement was directed towards Gu Xiyan, who nodded in acknowledgement. Bali Pangpang hurried forward to shower her with compliments, then fished out a woman's watch from his pocket, attempting to press it into Gu Xiyan's hands. Startled, Gu Xiyan recoiled, waving her hands to decline. Ultimately, she found refuge behind Lin Xie and Qingyu. Lin Xie, with a hint of exasperation, advised, "Pangpang, put that away." Xian 1T accepted. And Qingyu stood protectively in front of Gu Xiyan, casting a rather unfriendly glance at Bali Pangpang. Reluctantly, Bali Pangpang tucked the watch back into his pocket, and as if struck by a thought, turned to Gu Xiyan and inquired, "May I ask, what is the name of that striking beauty who was with you earlier?" Gu Xiyan furrowed her brows, reluctant to divulge the information. There was something peculiar about Bali Pangpang. It was best to let Emoli decide. Just as they were conversing, Emoli swung the door open with a resounding crash. Bam! The warehouse door shattered under the impact. Emoli shot an annoyed glare at Bali Pangpang before pulling Gu Xiyan inside, with Lin Xie and Qingyu following closely behind. Bali Pangpang scratched his head, murmuring, "Why do I feel like she really dislikes me?" The new recruits poured into the armory. Inside the warehouse, an array of weapons lay before them, both cold and hot. A veritable arsenal. Emoli guided Gu Xiyan directly to the section housing the melee weapons. "Xiyan, what weapons are you proficient with?" Gu Xiyan surveyed the extensive collection, responding that she was more accustomed to using handguns and could manage a straight sword as well. "All right," Emoli said, retrieving a handgun and a straight sword for her. She then picked up her favorite katana. Gu Xiyan quietly expressed her gratitude, her gaze fixated on the massive katana in Emoli's hands. Observing her fascination, Emoli chuckled softly and attempted to lead Gu Xiyan away. However, Gu Xiyan abruptly called out to her. "What is it?" Emoli asked. "Let join Lin Chia and Little Fish, Gu Xiyan suggested. Emily frowned slightly. The two you greeted at the door? Gu Xiyan nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. We are on the same team. Very well. Gu Xiyan's expression turned earnest as she cautioned. Emily, do not underestimate Chia and Little Fish. Chia is a divine agent. Little Fish's forbidden domain is newly discovered and unknown, but the captain has stated that it ranks among the most hazardous. Emily was taken aback, realizing that one was a divine agent and the other possessed a forbidden domain of unknown peril, comparable to extreme danger. At that moment, Lin Xie and Qingyu approached, weapons in hand, joining Gu Xiyan and Emily. Hello, I am Lin Xie, the agent of the Seraphim. He introduced himself, extending his hand. Emily, Forbidden Domain Sequence 076, Myriad Phenomena in Motion. Molly swiftly clasped Lin Xie's hand before glancing at Qingyu, who adjusted his glasses and mentioned, I call my forbidden realm the only correct answer. Bali Pang Pang hurriedly interjected, Greetings, Miss Molly, I am Bali Tumming. However, before he could complete his sentence, Lin Xie swung his straight blade towards Molly's rear. Molly reacted with remarkable agility, executing a front flip to evade the strike. Clang! Lin Xie's blade collided with an unseen weapon, his gaze fixed intently on the air before him, his expression grave. The moon ghost materialized, wielding a short sword, and exclaimed in astonishment, Can you see me? The two then exerted force simultaneously, each stepping back 2 paces. Lin Xie replied softly, It was merely luck. The moon ghost scrutinized Lin Xie for a moment before seemingly coming to a realization. Based on the records, you must be the divine agent of the Seraph. Gu Xiyan and Qingyu observed the unfolding battle closely, while Bali Pang Pang, adorned with numerous watches, lingered behind. Molly's face bore a hint of anger. Had it not been for Lin Xie's timely intervention, she would have been eliminated. She turned and charged at the moon ghost with her great sword in hand. The blade sliced through the air, emitting a sharp gleam, while simultaneously activating her forbidden realm. The air trembled before the sword, and in the next instant, a grotesque scar was carved through the air, striking forward. After a billow of smoke cleared, the scar had shattered an entire wall. The moon ghost stood rooted, his right hand mysteriously absent. He flicked his slowly regenerating arm and remarked nonchalantly, That was close. If I had taken that hit, the consequences would be dire. Molly frowned. Is that regeneration? Lin Xie clarified, No, it's lunar disintegration. The moon ghost regarded the fresh recruits, puzzled. This isn't right. According to the original plan, I was supposed to harvest the recruits quietly. Lin Xie assessed the moon ghost, realizing that only he had arrived, presenting an opportunity. By the way, where's your weapon? Lin Xie inquired, noticing Bai Li Pong Pong's empty hands. Bai Li Pang Pang scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. I don't wield any weapons, but rest assured, I have everything arranged. With that, he pointed at the moon ghost and shouted, Brothers, let's get him. Each recruit behind him brandished 2 or more watches, charging towards the moon ghost. Chapter 23. Another divine agent, the moon ghost, moved with remarkable agility, deftly evading the relentless assaults of the new recruits. He had not anticipated that this group of novices would prove so formidable, particularly the one named Lin Xie, who possessed the uncanny ability to see through his invisibility. In a flash, he vanished from their sight once more. The recruits, having lost their target, remained on high alert, reluctant to let their guard down. And Qingyu's eyes shimmered with a faint gray-blue light, and a soft azure glow surrounded his form. Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards a specific direction behind him, declaring, Found you. He fired 3 shots in rapid succession in that direction. Bang, bang, bang. Gu Xiyan, who had been standing beside Qingyu, promptly followed suit, directing her fire towards the same spot. Lin Xie also sprang into action, simultaneously launching his assault by kicking a nearby container towards the moon ghost. Startled, the moon ghost swiftly dodged several times but still sustained a few gunshot wounds. Fortunately, he could transform into moonlight. Forced to reveal his form, he stared in astonishment at Qingyu. How can this kid see me too? This batch of recruits is truly extraordinary, he thought. That bespectacled fellow. How can you see me? And Qingyu adjusted his glasses, affirming, That is the only correct answer. The moon ghost, utterly bewildered, muttered to himself, "This is truly bizarre." In the underground base of the training camp, Yuan Gang and the other instructors stood up in unison, their eyes glued to the unfolding scene. Yuan Gang exclaimed, "And Xingyu's forbidden abyss is indeed filled with the unknown. I initially thought it was merely a newly emerging sequence of enigmas. This group of recruits has exceeded all my expectations." Seeing that he could not withstand the combined efforts of the recruits, the moon ghost hastily called out, "Tianping, stop dawdling. I am not adept at direct confrontation." Suddenly, a voice resonated from above the warehouse, declaring, "Force field transition." Instantly, every object in the warehouse began to levitate. The gravity doubled. The recruits felt as if their bodies had suddenly become leaden, nearly toppling over under the immense pressure, their movements significantly hampered. With Tianping's intervention, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The moon ghost breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, if reinforcements didn't arrive, I would have been in dire straits. "Clumsy moon ghost, why do you appear so flustered?" Came a teasing voice from the south, belonging to Xuanhua. From the west approached Qiangwei, wielding a small hammer that rapidly enlarged to a height of 3 stories. The thought of such a blow landing was unfathomable. "Novices, you are surrounded." A calm voice emanated from the north. Lin Xie, Gu Xiyan, and the others turned towards the source, revealing a man adorned with a mask emblazoned with the character king. However, Xingyu remained unfazed, employing his forbidden abyss, the only correct answer, to analyze Tianping's abilities. His eyes glowed with a gray-blue luminescence. Xingyu softly uttered, "Reverse." Upon his command, the force field and gravity imposed by Tianping were instantaneously inverted. The once floating objects suddenly plummeted to the ground, and the effect of gravity doubled, transforming into a reduction of gravitational force. The balance itself nearly floated upwards, leaving everyone astonished. "Incredible!" exclaimed Molly, taken aback by the extraordinary utility of the Anqing fish's forbidden domain. Bai Li, astonished, exclaimed, "Amazing!" The members of the masked squad were equally taken aback, their eyes wide with wonder as they looked towards the Anqing fish. Wang Mian furrowed his brow, surprised that the Anqing fish could neutralize the scale's ability. This capability seemed rather troublesome. Yuge interjected, "Captain, I forgot to mention, this bespectacled lad can also see me, aside from the divine agents." The brow beneath the rose mask furrowed, and she glared at Yugue. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Xianma questioned, "How are we supposed to combat this? This ability is so peculiar." Tianping added, "How do we proceed?" Lin Xie glanced at the Anqing fish and praised, "Little fish, splendid work." Gu Xiyan also wore a delighted expression. The Anqing fish adjusted his glasses, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In the underground base of the training camp, Yuan Gang beamed with excitement. "Chenmai, you've truly unearthed some remarkable talents. This prodigious ability." The other instructors were equally astounded. The Anqing fish's capability to counteract others' powers was utterly exhilarating. Indeed, we were fortunate to have discovered him first among the Night Watchers. However, there were exceptions. In a rather inconspicuous corner, 2 instructors wore somber expressions, unnoticed as all attention was captivated by the ongoing battle. Now, the situation shifted once more. Holding a hammer, Changwei swung it forcefully toward the new recruits. Onlookers gulped nervously as they beheld the enormous shadow looming overhead. Gulp! Molly's expression turned serious, gripping her katana tightly as she charged forward without hesitation. Clang! The katana collided violently with the hammer, creating a resounding noise. Changwei's expression momentarily froze, followed by a look of delight. "Wow, she is impressive. I like her." The 2 exerted force and separated abruptly. At that moment, Bai Li had rallied all the new recruits to hurl the explosive packages towards the masked squad. Unfortunately, Xianhua found himself in the worst predicament, as a substantial number of explosives were directed at him. Xianhua's pupils dilated in alarm. Boom! However, the explosive packages detonated, igniting other grenades, detonators, and further explosives, leading to a cataclysmic secondary explosion. In an instant, flames soared skyward, and thick smoke billowed. Seizing the opportunity, the newly aware recruits managed to escape the warehouse, though some remained trapped and were eliminated by other members of the mass squad. As the smoke cleared, Lin Xie, Gu Xiyan, and the Anqing fish had vanished without a trace. The other 4 members of the mass squad swiftly exited the warehouse, while Xian lagged slightly behind. Amidst the roaring flames, a disheveled figure staggered from the ruins. It was Xianhua. The other 4 members of the mass squad collectively exhaled in relief upon seeing him. Enveloped in a thick layer of dust, his clothes resembling a dark vortex, he coughed violently as if he might expel his very lungs, then plopped down onto the ground. Cursing incessantly, these heartless rascals are truly ruthless. He then reached up to touch the mask on his face, which bore several fine cracks. Thankfully, the mask remained intact. Disaster had been averted. Beside him, the moon ghost remarked in a sardonic tone, "Oh, how fortunate you are. No disaster indeed." Just moments ago, it had been said that those youngsters were not to be trifled with. Wang Mian turned silently to gaze in the direction the others had departed, his eyes flickering slightly. "Let us proceed. Delightful surprises await us." In the underground base of the training camp, an instructor spoke up. "Those little brats were rather ruthless, weren't they? They completely obliterated the warehouse. Yuangong chuckled lightly, unfazed. This also indicates that their abilities are quite remarkable. Lin Xie, Gu Xiyan, Mo Li, and Qing Yu, and Bai Li Pangpang reached the rooftop of a building. "We're safe. Didn't he follow us?" Bai Li Pangpang said, bending over with his hands on his knees, panting heavily. Mo Li, puzzled, voiced her concerns. "Lin Xie is the agent of the Seraph, and Qing Yu is the newly emerged Forbidden Ruins. But what about the agent of the deity?" Upon hearing this, Gu Xiyan awkwardly scratched her head. Bai Li Pangpang looked at Lin Xie and the others with eager curiosity. Lin Xie blinked. "Haven't you always been with her?" And Qing Yu then shifted her gaze towards Gu Xiyan. Silence reigned, an oppressive stillness. Mo Li and Bai Li Pangpang, upon hearing Lin Xie's words and observing and Qing Yu's gaze fixed on Gu Xiyan, mechanically turned their heads to look at her. After a moment, Mo Li incredulously exclaimed, "Xiyan, you are also an agent of the deity?" Gu Xiyan touched her nose, feeling somewhat uneasy, then cleared her throat before nodding in acknowledgement. Bai Li Pangpang's eyes widened in astonishment. "No way." Chapter 24. Fierce Battle. Molly never anticipated that her dormitory mate, Gu Xiyan, was also a divine agent. Similarly, Bail Fat Fat was equally surprised to discover another divine agent in close proximity. After a brief moment of contemplation, Molly posed another question. "What shall we do now?" Lin Xie, crouching on the ground with a twig in hand, sketched a rudimentary map of the training camp. Most of the new recruits had already been eliminated. The few remaining should, like us, have formed small groups, lying in ambush at various locations within the camp. On Xingyu, the dormitory building has a vast floor space, making it particularly suitable for ambush. Lin Xie nodded in agreement. Indeed, the next destination for the mass team is also the dormitory building. Molly inquired, "Since everything is now clear, should we not proceed to the dormitory building?" Lin Xie replied, "No, we shall wait for the opportune moment." Gu Xiyan and Bail Fat Fat listened in silence. In the dormitory building, Chao Yuan said urgently, "The mass team will be here soon. You must hide first and leave the rest to us." He spoke to a boy with a neat buzz cut sitting in a corner. "Do not concern yourself with me. Wait, are you truly just going to sit here and await elimination?" "Yes." Seeing that communication was futile, the individual turned and departed. In the corridor, a group of over a dozen new recruits gathered, including the boy wearing his military cap backward. They were deliberating strategies when suddenly, Shen Qingzhu sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Her expression darkened as she shouted, "Scatter!" Upon hearing her command, the crowd immediately dispersed. Though one or two individuals were incapacitated on the spot, Yu Gui expressed surprise, quite perceptive. "He can become invisible. Be cautious." A new recruit called out. Bang, bang, bang. Several new recruits were knocked to the ground. Shen Qingzhu narrowed her eyes, observing the unfolding scene. "I never expected you to be the first to arrive. This complicates matters." Chewing gum, she blew a bubble and snapped her fingers. "Vacuum." With that, in an instant, All the air within a 10-meter radius was evacuated, creating a vacuum zone. Within this vacuum, 5 or 6 new recruits struggled, their eyes bulging as they clutched their throats, their expressions contorted. Some even foamed at the mouth. Shen Qingzhu's tone was indifferent. I know you cannot hear me, but you can certainly read my lips. I am a high-risk forbidden being, sequence 068, Chi-Min. I have just created a vacuum spanning several meters. In this vacuum environment, individuals do not die instantly. They first endure a suffocation period lasting several seconds. Then, microbubbles in their blood vessels will expand, causing vascular blockage and ultimately leading to internal bleeding. Suddenly, a flash of sword light appeared before Shen Qingzhu's neck. She grasped the assailant's wrist out of thin air and continued, "Perhaps your level is high enough that you do not sense the danger. But they certainly cannot be so fortunate. Now, either you remove your mask yourself, or you will be forced to kill me, or harm them." Just as he finished this statement, the new recruits reacted with heightened intensity, their expressions contorted as if they could scarcely breathe. Yu Gui's complexion shifted. He glanced at the new recruits on the ground and scolded, "You madman. It's merely a confrontation. Must you resort to such brutality?" Shen Qingzhu sneered, "Hurry up. Whether I am mad or not depends entirely on your choice." Yu Gui struggled internally, slightly raising his hand towards a mask. However, just as his hand was about to touch it, a woman's voice rang out, "Damn you." Simultaneously, a massive pink hammer swung towards Shen Qingzhu. Boom! The entire dormitory corridor shattered into fragments, and Shen Qingzhu evaded, his body tumbling towards the wall that had been struck. TSK so close. Brothers, stop the act and retreat. Upon hearing this, the new recruits, who had previously been lying on the ground, hastily released their grips on their throats and sprang to their feet, bolting for the exit, completely shedding their earlier near-death demeanor. Yu Gui turned to observe, his expression shifting dramatically as he exclaimed in exasperation, "Are you fooling me?" "Indeed I am." Shen Qingzhu inhaled deeply, blowing a bubble with his chewing gum, which he then directed towards Yu Gui, snapping his fingers. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion erupted. Boom! Shen Qingzhu landed gracefully on the ground. As the two engaged in a fierce battle, Yu Gui found himself at a disadvantage. "Stop evading. My indiscriminate, wide-range lethality is your nemesis. Is that so? Allow me to introduce you to this." A colossal hammer shadow plummeted from the sky. Shen Qingzhu's pupils contracted sharply as he hastily summoned an air wall for defense, but the disparity in strength was overwhelming, forcing him to bend his knees slightly. Gritting his teeth, Shen Qingzhu exerted tremendous effort, deflecting the hammer away. The hammer arced through the air, returning to the hands of Rose, who hoisted it onto her shoulder. Other masked members had also arrived, with Wang Mian positioned centrally, Vortex on his left, Yu Gui on his right, Rose behind to the left, and Libra behind to the right. Wang Mian remarked, "These new recruits are indeed formidable. No wonder Yuan Gang sought our assistance." Vortex suddenly expressed confusion. "Wait, that's odd. We have already encountered 2 high-risk individuals. So where is the other high-risk entity and the other divine agent?" Wang Mian cast a glance at him. "The other divine agent is with the Seraphim agent. You have encountered them as well." Yu Gui looked bewildered and countered, "Them? Which one?" The others wore similarly perplexed expressions. The girl standing beside the one wearing glasses. Instantly, their eyes widened in realization. The girl without a military uniform? No way. However, the captain, being a divine agent, would not be mistaken. To their astonishment, the seemingly youthful girl was, indeed, another divine agent. Shen Qingzhu knelt on the ground, his hand propped against the floor. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he lifted his gaze towards the masked individuals, simultaneously snapping his fingers. Wang Mian, astonished, remarked, "Oh, you still have strength?" As soon as the words fell, the windows of the dormitory buildings on both sides shattered unexpectedly, revealing the dark muzzles of various firearms protruding from within. Simultaneously, over 20 new recruits emerged around them, encircling the masked individuals. Shen Qingzhu wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, rising to his feet and casting a cold smile at the masked group. General masked. With a cacophony of gunfire, rat-a-tat-tat, all weapons discharged simultaneously, sending a barrage of bullets cascading towards the 5 masked figures like petals scattered by the wind. The onslaught was accompanied by the elemental powers of the recruits, descending like a torrential downpour. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. A massive purple vortex unfurled above the heads of the 5, enveloping them and devouring all incoming attacks. "The vortex is a bit overwhelming," remarked Xianping. "I didn't expect over half the recruits to gather here," added Xiangwei. "This kid possesses quite the charisma," noted Yuegui. "Captain, it's time for you to make your move," urged the others. Within mere seconds, the purple vortex began to tremble violently. "The vortex is straining, Captain. Please don't show off. I can't hold on much longer." Wang Mian raised his hand, lightly resting it on the hilt of his sword, and then, with sudden force, clang, the blade emerged half an inch from its sheath. In that instant, it felt as if all attacks had been paused, suspended in mid-air, moving towards the masked figures at an agonizingly slow pace. Not only the attacks, but even the recruits found their movements hindered. Chapter 25. The Divine Agent of the Great Xia Underground Base. All the instructors observed the scene with intrigue. Shen Qingzhu had indeed rallied numerous recruits to besiege the masked squad. Courageous and strategic, quite commendable. As the instructors engaged in their discussions, Wang Mian unleashed his blade's radiance. Instantly, all people and objects that had been slowed returned to normalcy. In the next moment, countless beams of light erupted from Wang Mian, radiating outward and shattering every structure while meticulously avoiding each recruit. With a thunderous roar, 3 dormitory buildings collapsed. What was once a vibrant scene was now reduced to ruins. The 5 members of Lin Chia stared in shock at this spectacle. Was this what one referred to as the Lantern Realm? Molly expressed her astonishment. Lin Chia murmured, "What is his divine domain? How could he unleash such outrageous blade light?" And Xingyu gazed intently at the scene, her eyes deep with contemplation. Gu Xiyan bit her lip. Lin Chia's musings caught the attention of Bai Li Pangpang, who provided an explanation regarding the extraordinary blade light. Following his elucidation, they grasped that Wang Mian's divine domain controlled time, and that the blade light emanated from a forbidden object, its restricted domain being sequence 301 Yuan. The deity he represented was none other than Kronos, the god of time. Sensing Bai Li Pangpang's familiarity with Wang Mian, Lin Xia inquired further. However, Bai Li Pangpang revealed that the extraordinary blade was one he had used as a child to swat mosquitoes, which was later gifted to him by his father. Lin Xia and Xingyu and Gu Xiyan exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a shared disdain for the affluent. Just then, Molly recalled something amiss. "What did you say your name was?" she asked. Upon hearing her address, Bai Li Pangpang beamed with delight, forcing a bashful smile. "Miss Molly, allow me to introduce myself once more. My name is Bai Li Tu Ming." Lin Xia, Gu Xiyan, and then Xingyu observed Bai Li Pangpang's awkward smile, shivers running down their spines. Bai Li, the Bai Li family of the Forbidden Object Museum? Upon hearing this, Molly's expression grew increasingly disdainful, turning away from Bai Li Pangpang. "I can't stand rich young masters. The wealthier, the more insufferable." Bai Li Pangpang's countenance froze momentarily. Lin Xia, Gu Xiyan, and then Xingyu nodded in agreement, expressing their shared aversion. Bai Li Pangpang handed the forbidden object, sealed scroll, to Lin Xia, explaining its function and usage. At this juncture, nearly all the recruits in the dormitory had been eliminated, leaving only the buzzcut boy and Shen Qingzhu. Witnessing this, Lin Xia and the others swiftly prepared to act. The vortex had been summoned by the moon ghost to confront Shen Qingzhu. Meanwhile, Tian Ping gazed in astonishment at the buzzcut boy sitting amidst the ruins, believing him to be an ambush. The buzzcut boy, however, insisted he was not and urged Tian Ping to eliminate him. The two individuals then engaged in an absurd dialogue, with Tian Ping incessantly urging him to strike, yet the buzzcut boy remained motionless. Just as Tian Ping contemplated offering further persuasion, Molly brandished her katana, accompanied by the forbidden ruins, and swung it towards Tian Ping. He hastily defended himself, but on the other side, upon noticing Molly, Rose's eyes lit up. She approached and kicked Tian Ping aside, exclaiming, "Leave him be. Let me have my turn to torment you. Armed with a massive hammer, she charged forward. Molly, wary of underestimating her opponent, firmly grasped her katana and met Rose's hammer head-on. A resounding clash echoed as their weapons collided. An Qingyu moved to assist Shen Qingzhu in confronting the vortex. Initially, the vortex found it challenging to contend with Shen Qingzhu alone. Now, with An Qingyu's enigmatic abilities in play, it could only awkwardly evade the relentless onslaught of the two. Appearing somewhat beleaguered, Lin Xie approached the buzz-cut boy, known as Chao Yuan, placing a hand on his shoulder. He addressed the rotund by Li Pangpang. I leave him in your care. With that, he made his way toward Wang Mian. Bai Li, eager to comply, rushed forward, preparing to bind Chao Yuan with the Rui chain. I will ensure the task is completed, Brother Chiye. However, as soon as he reached Chao Yuan, he was halted by a tug on his clothing. You call him Chiye? What is his surname? Bai Li furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend his thought process. Yet he replied, his surname is Lin, as in the Doublewood. Can I proceed now? Chao Yuan muttered to himself, Doublewood stands tall, the 8 deities converge. 10 years enter the night, ferrying me through this world. So it is you. Bai Li, unable to catch his words, noticed him engrossed in his own thoughts, but was uninterested in listening further. Just as he retrieved the Rui chain, Chao Yuan, who had been seated and seemingly defeated, rose with his blade in hand. Bai Li was taken aback. What are you doing, looking so despondent? It seems you all consider me a coward. I must rectify this unfavorable image, Chao Yuan declared, striding towards Tianping. Bai Li, hearing this, did not intervene. At that moment, Tianping, having recovered from Rose's kick, stood not far from Chao Yuan. Rose, that kick was rather ruthless, he remarked, turning to see Chao Yuan advancing with his blade, questioning, are you draw your sword? As they exchanged a few words, Chao Yuan muttered Ba while unsheathing his knife. In an instant, a dark malevolence surged skyward, enveloping him in a shroud of pitch-black flames. He appeared both human and demonic. His lips curled into a sinister grin, revealing blood-red, mesmerizing eyes devoid of reason. Wang Mian, observing from the sidelines, looked on in astonishment, intently focused on Chao Yuan. Forbidden Ruins, Sequence 031. Black King S. Annihilation. Beneath the divine, above all living beings. No sooner had the words left his lips than Chao Yuan, with a malevolent smile, struck at Tianping. Tianping was instantly slammed against the crumbling wall of the dormitory. Goodness! Shen Qingzhu exclaimed upon witnessing this scene. Why did you not make your move sooner? Bailey Pangpang exclaimed in astonishment. Wow, what a spectacle, and it even comes with a transformation. Molly was equally taken aback. Is that really 031? The others shared in their disbelief. As the moon ghost confronted Bailey Pangpang, he was shocked to discover that this chubby fellow could actually perceive him. To his astonishment, Bailey Pangpang relentlessly pursued him with his enormous sword, one transforming into 3,000, observing the little one's formidable prowess. The moon ghost surmised that he must be the young master of the Bailey family. Tears streamed down the moon ghost's face. Encountering one adversary with the power to counter him was already unfortunate. Yet here, he was facing 2 or 3. Why was he so cursed? In resignation, the moon ghost sought assistance from the battlefield, but each individual was deeply engaged in their own battles, unable to lend him aid. It was Wu Xuan who, while evading the attacks from Shen Qingzhu and another, happened to pass by and offered him a hand. Lin Xie, on the other hand, faced off against Wang Mian. Observing the chaos of battle, Gu Xiyan felt a sense of helplessness as she stood still, determined not to remain idle. She stepped forward and unleashed a power she had never used before, the Divine Ruins. Protector of all beings, 7 emotions and 6 desires, control. Behind Gu Xiyan, a figure materialized in midair, adorned in a flowing purple and gold gown with long black hair. Her eyes were tightly shut, yet she radiated an undeniable aura of authority and an all-encompassing gentleness. As Gu Xiyan activated the power, the figure's eyes slowly opened, revealing a pair of extraordinarily unique eyes, with a swirling purple-gold luminescence that seemed to contain boundless mysteries and strength. Upon invoking the Divine Ruins, Gu Xiyan instinctively understood that this ability could restore rationality to those who had lost it. Meanwhile, in the underground base, Yuan Gang and the others were fixated on this pivotal moment, the first strike from the agent of the Great Xia deity. However, as Yuan Gang glanced at the data, his brow furrowed in confusion. Why was there no information on Chen Mai? What was he up to? The records were unclear. Chen Mai, I have no idea either. I've never even encountered a divine ruins. The documents detailed the 6 paths of reincarnation, yet Gu Xiyan's invocation revealed a projection of a deity behind her. Furthermore, known abilities of the Great Xia deities were exceedingly rare, especially those of ancient gods like the Earth Mother. Wang Mian and Lin Xie were the first to notice Gu Xiyan's actions, turning their gazes in unison. It was Lin Xie's first encounter with this divine ruins as well. Others also turned to look at Gu Xiyan, with Xingyu's eyes sparkling with excitement. A soft purple-gold glow enveloped Gu Xiyan as she extended her hand towards the irrational Chao Yuan. In the next moment, the ethereal light surged towards him, visibly diminishing the dark flames that enveloped him, along with the ominous aura that had shrouded him. Chao Yuan's expression began to shift as his rationality gradually returned. He initially appeared bewildered, but upon realizing his situation, his countenance transformed into one of shock. This scene left everyone astounded. Underground base. Yuan Gang was so astonished that he leapt to his feet, inadvertently toppling his chair. The other instructors, equally wide-eyed, dared not even blink, fearing they might miss something significant. A voice of incredulity echoed through the tranquil clearing. Chao Yuan exclaimed, "Wait, I can control myself now." Wang Mian and Lin Xie exchanged glances at the rational Chao Yuan before redirecting their attention back to Gu Xiyan. The Moon Demon remarked, "This girl is truly an agent of the divine." The Whirlpool exclaimed, "Is this the divine power of our Great Xia? How gentle." The Rose added, "Indeed, and so beautiful." The Balance stated, "To think it could restore the sanity of the wielder of the Black King Annihilation. Is this the might of our Great Xia's deity?" Although they had learned from Wang Mian that Gu Xiyan was also a divine agent, witnessing it firsthand was still astonishing. Chapter 26. Conclusion. Compensation yet to come. Guardians of all beings. The 7 emotions and 6 desires. The sorrow. In an instant, the figure behind Gu Xiyan transformed into a woman clad in a flowing black gauze dress, her eyes a pale blue, suffused with profound sorrow. Yet, her visage remained unchanged. Upon her appearance, a thick atmosphere of grief enveloped the entire clearing. Immediately, all present were affected by this sorrowful aura, with Vortex Moon Ghost by Li Pangpang, and Chao Yuan being the most severely impacted, even shedding tears. Rose and Molly's eyes glistened with moisture. Tian Ping, Shun Qingzhu, Lin Xie, Wang Mian, and Xingyu also had reddened eyes, with glimmers of tears visible at the corners. Vortex Moon Ghost, winky face, whoa, it's so hard. Why am I so unfortunate? Moon Ghost, whoa, everyone can see me, yet I can't defeat anyone. Whoa, Vortex, whoa, it's too difficult. With Xingyu's abilities combined with Shun Qingzhu's, Min, whoa, this is unfair. Bai Li Bang Ban, boah. Why am I suddenly so sad? Gao Juan, weh, I am guilty. I shouldn't still be alive. Rose Molly, why do I suddenly feel like crying? The others, who could still manage to control their emotions, were left speechless. In the underground base, the instructors were bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Why everyone was crying? As they were not within the range of the divine ruins, they remained unaffected. Yuan Gang's mouth twitched. What a formidable power this was. Is it even possible to wield it like this? Wang Mian, Lin Xie, and Xingyu, Tian Ping, and Shun Qingzhu exchanged glances. At that moment, the figure behind Gu Xiyan spoke, her ethereal voice resonating throughout the spacious area, laced with deep sorrow. Just that single utterance caused Lin Xie and the others to burst into tears. Gu Xiyan was the only one not affected. She had not anticipated such a devastating impact. Initially, she intended to perform her supportive duties, but it had gone beyond her expectations. Dumbfounded, she observed the scene before her, and once she regained her senses, she quickly dispelled the divine ruins. The crying of Vortex, Moon Ghost, by Li Pangpang, and Chao Yuan abruptly ceased, their faces still streaked with tears, coupled with confusion. After Rose and Molly halted, their faces flushed, astonished that they had cried. Lin Chia, Wang Mian, Tian Ping, Shun Qingzhu, and Xingyu all breathed a sigh of relief, hastily wiping away their tears. A profound silence enveloped the group. No one spoke, uncertain of what to say. Eventually, it was Lin Chia who addressed Wang Mian, suggesting that the battle continue. Wang Mian acquiesced, and the two immediately resumed their combat. Following this incident, the others lost their desire to fight, instead pulling the combatants towards the dormitory beside the ruins to watch the duel between Wang Mian and Lin Chia. Meanwhile, Chao Yuan reverted to his original demeanor. Molly approached the bewildered Gu Xiyan, taking her hand and joining Rose to sit with the others, watching the contest unfold. Molly spoke up to comfort Gu Xiyan, assuring her that all was well and that no one held her accountable. Rose chimed in, affirming that it was their own inability to control themselves, and praised Gu Xiyan's remarkable abilities. And Xingyu, rarely one to offer solace, added a request for some of her blood for research purposes. Gu Xiyan, taken aback by this request, nevertheless acquiesced, and Xingyu's smile widened significantly at her response. The others soon joined in, expressing their disconnection from the situation and even envying her powers. Indeed, one could imagine how advantageous it would be to use such skills against an adversary, robbing them of their fighting spirit, leaving them vulnerable and at one's mercy. Just the thought was exhilarating. Meanwhile, Yue Gui and Xuanhua rallied to cheer for Wang Mian. "Go, Captain! You are the most handsome!" Xuanhua shouted at the top of his lungs. "Captain, strike him down!" Rose echoed. Upon hearing their chants, Bai Li Pang hastily joined in. "Qi Yi, you can do it! Qi Yi, bring him down!" Yue Gui proclaimed, "Captain, you're incredible! You're the strongest!" Noticing that he was the only one shouting, Bai Li Pang glanced at the silent Shen Qingzhu, Molly, and Xingyu, Gu Xiyan, and Chao Yuan, exclaiming, "Come on, join in!" Shen Qingzhu turned her head away, ignoring Bai Li Pang. Molly merely replied, "I'm not well acquainted with him." And Xingyu adjusted his glasses. Gu Xiyan, too, felt incapable of joining the cheers. However, Chao Yuan began to chant along with Bai Li Pang. "Qi Yi, you're amazing. Qi Yi, you're the best." In the underground base, the instructors observed the scene at a loss for words. Yuan Gang, however, repeatedly scrutinized Gu Xiyan's profile while glancing at the screen displaying her. Ding! The two combatants, engrossed in their duel, flinched at the sound. Wang Mian, beneath his mask, smirked slightly and remarked, "You see, my supporters outnumber yours." Lin Qi remained silent. The two resumed their fierce battle, preparing to deliver their final blows. Ding! Their blades collided like meteors, creating a dazzling shower of sparks as both unleashed their divine manifestations. In an instant, a terrifying divine aura erupted from them. Akin to a volcanic eruption, the might of the Seraph and the God of Time clashed ferociously, neither yielding an inch, their eyes bloodshot with intensity. Boom! Wang Mian suddenly grunted, as if struck by a heavy blow, retreating a step while the divine aura surrounding him shattered like a broken mirror. Lin Qi's eyes glimmered with a sharp light as he confidently advanced a step forward, then swung his blade. Seeing this, Wang Mian hastily raised his weapon in defense. However, with a crack, the pale blue blade sliced through Wang Mian's mask, cleaving the character in two. The upper left corner of the mask fell away, revealing a handsome yet composed face beneath. Wang Mian cast a resigned glance at Lin Qi. The onlookers collectively gasped, including the instructors seated in the underground base. A sense of foreboding washed over Yuan Gang as he thought, "This is bad." Wang Mian fixed his gaze upon Lin Qi's eyes and whispered an apology. In that moment, a spark of brilliance ignited in his eyes. The dimension of time unfurled once more. The shattered mask, suspended in midair, swiftly reversed its course, returning to Wang Mian's face. Lin Qi's body, too, was involuntarily drawn back, the blade retracing its path as the cracks upon the mask began to mend, restoring him to his original position before the strike. Time had regressed to 3 seconds prior. Lin Qi's eyes widened in astonishment, brimming with shock. The entire assembly had forgotten that Lin Qi had severed Wang Mian's mask, save for Lin Qi, Gu Xiyan, in the rotund by Li. Meanwhile, the members of the mass team became aware that their captain had utilized time reversal, as did the instructors within the underground base. Furrowing her brow, Gu Xiyan recalled that when Wang Mian reversed time, he had been enveloped in a faint gray mist. What could that be? She sensed it harbored ill intentions towards Wang Mian. As she pondered this, Yuan Gang and several instructors emerged from the underground base. They conferred with Lin Xie regarding the outcome of the battle, promising him compensation. Wang Mian also mentioned owing him a favor, urging him to keep it confidential. Yuan Gang explained the reasons to Lin Xie, who did not press further but insisted on receiving his due compensation. Thus, this confrontation finally drew to a close. Chapter 27. Conversation. Half an hour later, all the new recruits had assembled, and Yuan Gang, along with a group of instructors, stood on the podium, flanked by the entire mass team. Yuan Gang commenced his lengthy discourse, expressing his profound disappointment in them. He lamented that out of the 241 individuals facing 5 opponents, apart from a scant few, the majority acted without method, their thoughts disordered and chaotic. Even the members of the mass team stiffened under his reprimand, too intimidated to raise their heads. After a prolonged tirade, Yuan Gang ordered all the recruits to commence training and subsequently dismissed them. However, he called back Gu Xiyan and Qingyu and Lin Xie. Upon their arrival at Yuan Gang's office, they were taken aback to find Wang Mian present as well. At this moment, Wang Mian had removed his mask, revealing his handsome visage. Upon seeing Wang Mian, Gu Xiyan's brow furrowed instantly. Lin Xie and Qingyu noticed her reaction and quietly inquired about it. Gu Xiyan's eyes glimmered with a purple hue as she directed her gaze back to Wang Mian, stating solemnly, "There is something amiss with his body. It appears his lifespan is in jeopardy." At her words, Lin Xie and Qingyu were taken aback, swiftly turning to look at Wang Mian. However, aside from noting his pallid complexion, they discerned nothing more. Yuan Gang observed the trio lingering at the doorway and urged them to enter, chiding them for standing outside. The 3 exchanged no further words and stepped inside in unison. "Have a seat." Yuan Gang gestured toward the sofa opposite his desk. The 3 complied, settling down in order. Wang Mian cast a puzzled glance at Gu Xiyan, unable to fathom the reason behind her scrutiny. Sensing his gaze, Gu Xiyan hastily averted her eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Xie and Qingyu continued to fixate on Wang Mian, leaving him bewildered as to their intentions. Yuan Gang, noticing the 3 exchanging glances, cleared his throat to redirect their attention to himself. He first addressed Qingyu. "Your ability to manipulate the void requires the dissection of mysterious creatures. Is that correct?" Qingyu nodded in affirmation. "Chun Mai informed me that prior to entering the training camp, you had already deciphered the capabilities of the Nantua serpent demon and even created a specimen to monitor the various corners of Sangnan, guarding against any mysterious occurrences in places unseen by electronic surveillance. Thus, he proposed the establishment of a dedicated room as your laboratory, where the remains of any mysterious entities hunted in Sangnan City would be sent for your examination." Qingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not anticipated Chun Mai's meticulousness. Yuan Gang continued, "I have already prepared the room. Please provide me with a list of any equipment you require. In the absence of mysterious specimens, you shall train alongside the new recruits, with occasional returns to your laboratory." "Yes, thank you, Instructor Yuan," Qingyu replied, his tone betraying his uncontainable joy. Gu Xiyan and Lin Xie shared in his happiness as well. Having concluded matters regarding Qingyu, Yuan Gang's attention shifted to Gu Xiyan. Upon focusing on her, her habitual nervousness resurfaced, and she sat there with an air of apprehension. Yuan Gang was taken aback. Everything had seemed fine just a moment ago. What had transpired? Lin Xie was seated on the sofa first, followed by Gu Xiyan, who positioned herself in the middle, leaving Qingyu on the other side. Wang Mian lounged on a single sofa, propping his head on his hand, observing the group with a tilted gaze. Both Lin Xie and Qingyu softly called out, "Xiyan." Gu Xiyan lifted her gaze to glance at them, then took a deep breath. She turned her eyes toward Yuan Gang, but, unable to meet his gaze, focused instead on his military insignia. Lin Xie and Qingyu both sighed. Wang Mian noticed the young girl's unease and turned to regard Yuan Gang's stern expression, shaking his head gently. Upon noticing Wang Mian's gesture, Yuan Gang furrowed his brow, inadvertently intensifying his already grave demeanor, altering the atmosphere entirely. Wang Mian cleared his throat, subtly gesturing toward Gu Xiyan. Yuan Gang was momentarily stunned, then turned to see Gu Xiyan's anxious demeanor, quickly softening his expression. "Do not be nervous, young lady. I merely wish to inquire about something," he said, his tone laced with unexpected gentleness. Gentle? Wang Mian was utterly astonished, disbelief etched across his face. Lin Xie and In Xingyu, having observed Wang Mian's reaction, found the situation rather alarming. Mere moments prior, he had been vociferously reprimanding the recruits from the podium. Gu Xiyan, still somewhat apprehensive, replied, "What would you like to ask? Did the Lady of the Earth say anything to you when you encountered her?" Gu Xiyan shook her head. Shen Mai had instructed her not to disclose the Lady of the Earth's frailty to anyone. Did she truly say nothing at all? For instance, do you know where the other deities of the Great Xia have gone? Gu Xiyan shook her head again. Yuan Gang felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped that the Lady of the Earth would have conveyed something after selecting her agent, but it seemed she had remained silent. As of now, the whereabouts of our deities in the Great Xia remain unknown. Sighing, he added, "Then why does the divine ruin you utilize today differ from the records? The documentation clearly states that your divine ruin is the Wheel of Six Paths." At this, Gu Xiyan was taken aback. She was unaware that Shen Mai had concealed a divine ruin from her. Thus, his words struck her as peculiar. Even Lin Xie appeared astonished, though he quickly deduced the reason. Upon observing their expressions, Yuan Gang realized that Shen Mai had indeed kept information from him. Reflecting on it, he could comprehend the reasoning behind such discretion. Wang Mian was genuinely shocked. He had not anticipated that Gu Xiyan possessed another divine ruin. Although In Xingyu was also encountering this divine ruin for the first time, he displayed little reaction. Gu Xiyan found herself at a loss for words. Lin Xie promptly interjected. "Instructor Yuan, it must have been the captain who instructed Qi Mo to write it this way." Xiyan was unaware. Yuan Gang, having reached an understanding, bore no ill will toward her, though it was Lin Xie who, fearing his displeasure, spoke first. "I understand. I do not blame her. Could you elucidate the differences between these two abilities?" The latter question was directed at Gu Xiyan. Suddenly, she glanced at Wang Mian before responding, leaving him perplexed by her gaze. Then, Gu Xiyan spoke to him about the capabilities of the two divine ruins. As for the concept of resurrection, she provided her translation. Yuan Gang and Wang Mian were taken aback, surprised by the multitude of abilities they had not anticipated, especially the possibility of revival. This was significant. Yuan Gang hastily inquired, "Revival? Is it the kind of revival I am thinking of?" Gu Xiyan nodded, affirming its literal meaning. A sharp intake of breath escaped Yuan Gang and Wang Mian. And Xingyu, on the other hand, could hardly contain his excitement. He was eager to acquire Gu Xiyan's blood. Lin Xie sat quietly nearby. Yuan Gang pondered various thoughts. Yet considering Gu Xiyan's current realm, he temporarily set those thoughts aside. Nonetheless, he continued to ask relevant questions. "Have you already experienced it?" Yuan Gang looked at Gu Xiyan with keen anticipation. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, Yuan Gang began to formulate plans in his mind. Gu Xiyan still wished to inquire about Wang Mian, curious if he was aware of his own issues. She earnestly addressed Wang Mian, that, captain of the mask team. "May I ask you some questions?" Lin Xie and In Xingyu, upon hearing her, also focused their attention, eager to understand the nature of her inquiries. Yuan Gang furrowed his brows, wondering what questions she could possibly have for Wang Mian, considering it was their first meeting. Wang Mian was momentarily taken aback by her address. "You may call me Wang Mian. Go ahead and ask." "All right, Captain Wang Mian. I simply wish to know, are you aware of your own issues?" Wang Mian seemed somewhat perplexed by her question. "What issues concerning myself?" Gu Xiyan pressed her lips together before continuing. "Lifespan." The moment those two words escaped her lips, it was as if a thunderclap reverberated in Wang Mian's mind. How did she know? Aside from Lin Xie and In Xingyu, who had just heard Gu Xiyan mention it, Yuan Gang appeared completely bewildered. Wang Mian's heart was in turmoil as he replied solemnly, I know. So you are aware? Gu Xiyan remarked, somewhat surprised, yet she felt he ought to be. Yuan Gang, observing the silent exchange between the two, interjected, what are you two discussing? Lifespan? What about Wang Mian's lifespan? Gu Xiyan fixed her gaze on Wang Mian, remaining silent. It was his matter, and since he was aware, it should be his choice to disclose or not. Wang Mian also fell silent, astonished that Gu Xiyan had knowledge of this, uncertain how she had come to know. Lin Xie and Qingyu exchanged glances. Although they were equally curious, it ultimately pertained to Wang Mian alone. Yuan Gang, growing impatient, exclaimed, why are neither of you speaking? This is crucial. If it's about lifespan, it implies questions about how long Wang Mian can still live. He is not that old. Why is that? Could you please say something? I'm going to lose my mind. Yuan Gang's voice inadvertently rose a notch. Gu Xiyan contemplated, sensing Wang Mian's hesitation. She looked at him earnestly and said, if I were to offer a solution to this issue, would you then be willing to tell me why it is this way? Upon hearing this, Wang Mian abruptly looked up at Gu Xiyan, his eyes filled with astonishment. Indeed, she serves as an agent for the Earth Mother, and she likely possesses a solution. However, she is currently in a precarious situation. If she were to assist him, would she not face dire repercussions? He could not permit anyone to suffer on his behalf. Yuan Gang and Lin Xie observed the fleeting struggle on Wang Mian's face. Yuan Gang exclaimed, do not disregard my inquiry. Just as Wang Mian was about to decline, Gu Xiyan interjected, rest assured, my words signify that I possess a means. Moreover, I am eager to uncover the cause of your current predicament. Wang Mian hesitated. On one hand, he yearned to resolve the issue of his lifespan, yet on the other, he was apprehensive that Gu Xiyan might be harmed in the process. Yuan Gong, listening intently, recognized the gravity of the situation and urged Wang Mian, since this girl has a solution, you should disclose it. There is no need for secrecy. However, Lin Xie and Qingyu expressed their reservations regarding Gu Xiyan's approach, anxious that she might not be truthful. Lin Xie and Qingyu asked, Xiyan, do you genuinely possess a solution? Wang Mian and Yuan Gang turned their gaze toward Gu Xiyan, who resolutely nodded, affirming, I have a way. Seeing her unwavering confidence, Lin Xie and Qingyu refrained from further objections. Wang Mian took a deep breath and slowly divulged, the issue stems from the use of time reversal. Each instance of reversal diminishes my lifespan. Yuan Gang was taken aback, realizing it was a side effect of using the divine ruins. Lin Xie was also surprised to learn that there were consequences associated with the use of the divine ruins. Yet, he suddenly recalled that he had lost his sight upon first encountering the seraph. Could it be related? Lin Xie fell into contemplation, although he did not remember utilizing the divine ruins at that time. It must be said that Lin Xie had stumbled upon this revelation by chance. I feel as though my writing has collapsed under the pressure. Chapter 28. The great virtue of the earth. It was only then that Gu Xiyan realized what the faint gray mist she had observed earlier truly was. It was devouring Wang Mian's lifespan. Each time Wang Mian utilized his ability to reverse time, a portion of his life was consumed by it. As the proxy of the Earth Mother, she possessed the authority to wield the 6 paths of reincarnation, a gift from the Earth Mother herself. I can draw upon the power of the 6 paths to extend your life, she stated, but my realm is insufficient. Thus I require someone to lend me divine energy to sustain my efforts. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie emerged from his reverie, promptly offering his assistance. His motivation was not solely to aid Wang Mian. He understood that even if he refrained from helping Gu Xiyan, she would inevitably pursue this course of action. At that moment, it was conceivable that she might fall victim to a backlash. And Qingyu, however, silently observed Wang Mian with a penetrating gaze, remaining reticent. Yuan Gong, on the other hand, felt a surge of joy but cautioned Gu Xiyan gravely, advising her not to overexert herself if it proved too difficult. It was preferable to wait until her realm had advanced before attempting such feats. Wang Mian shared a similar sentiment, secretly pleased, yet echoing Yuan Gang's thoughts. Without further ado, Gu Xiyan summoned the 6 paths of reincarnation. The ethereal disk materialized behind her, captivating the attention of both Yuan Gang and Wang Mian. who were witnessing its deployment for the first time. As Gu Xiyan activated the 6 paths, 6 beams of light erupted from the disk, enveloping the group and drawing them into the realm of reincarnation. The disturbance was significant, prompting Hong Hao, who was not far from Yuan Gang's office, to rush in with palpable anxiety. He arrived just in time to witness the gradually transparent 6 paths of reincarnation, devoid of any human presence. His eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape as he took a moment to comprehend the situation. Alarmed and restless, he was unaware of the destination that the sudden emergence of the 6 paths would lead them to, nor the potential dangers that lay ahead. He attempted to rush forward, but an imperceptible force seemed to impede his progress against the transparent disk. In desperation, he quickly dialed the number of Commander Yi Fan, the highest authority of the Night Watchers. The call was answered promptly, and Hong Hao relayed the circumstances to Yi Fan in haste. Yi Fan was taken aback, and, fearing for the safety of the individuals involved, swiftly arranged for a helicopter to investigate the matter. Within the confines of the training camp, a flash of light appeared, brief yet potent, carrying with it a formidable force. The members of the mass team were startled and exchanged glances. "Vortex, team leader," exclaimed Chang Wei, and instructor Yuan, added Tiansheng and Yue Gui, and those 3 new recruits. "We must investigate." The other 2 shared their anxious expressions and hastily followed suit. Moyi, Bai Li Pangpang, Sheng Qingzu, and Xiao Yuan also sensed the disturbance, directing their gazes toward the source of the light, which seemed to emanate from the direction of Yuan Gang's office, where he had just escorted Lin Xie and the others. Concerned for Gu Xiyan and the others, they hurried in that direction, apprehensive about what might have transpired. Shun Qingzhu was equally eager to uncover the truth, and his entourage promptly followed him. Other recruits also rushed toward the unfolding scene. The instructors gathered outside Yuan Gang's office, unable to intervene as they were halted by Hong Hao. Within the depths of the 6 paths of reincarnation, Yuan Gang and the others were abruptly drawn in. Caught entirely off guard, as they regained their composure, they beheld the vast 6 paths of reincarnation before them, their expressions tinged with bewilderment. A faint, deep violet radiance enveloped the surroundings. It was Gu Xiyan's first encounter in this realm, and she, too, struggled to comprehend the situation. In truth, it was the Earth Mother who, aware of her desire to aid Wang Mian, had decided to extend her support by harnessing the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation to transport them here. As Gu Xiyan and her companions gazed into the depths of the 6 paths of reincarnation, a figure gradually materialized, a being with a human head and a serpent body, adorned with 7 hands behind and 2 in front, each grasping a writhing serpent. The visage was strikingly beautiful, emanating a gentle warmth as it regarded them. A powerful yet tender aura radiated from the figure. It was none other than the true form of the Earth Mother. Yuan Gang was both astonished and elated. He had not anticipated the opportunity to witness her presence. He promptly bowed slightly toward her location, proclaiming, "I, Yuan Gang, Deputy Captain of the Daxia Night Watches Team 006, pay my respect to the Earth Mother." Lin Xie, Wang Mian, and Qing Yu and Gu Xiyan quickly followed suit. "We pay our respects to the Earth Mother." She smiled faintly, her voice ethereal yet imbued with authority. "There is no need for excessive formalities. I have brought you here because this child wishes to assist that child. However, due to her current realm, she is unable to wield powers of great profundity, thus." As she spoke, she directed her gaze toward Gu Xiyan and Wang Mian. No one had anticipated this revelation, and they stared at Gu Xiyan in astonishment. Gu Xiyan, taken aback, could not fathom why the Earth Mother showed such kindness towards her. Curiosity compelled her to voice her question. To her surprise, the Earth Mother merely smiled gently, offering no explanation. In truth, they were unaware that this was merely a fragment of the Earth Mother's lingering consciousness. Yuan Gang and the others pondered the connection between Gu Xiyan and the Earth Mother. The Earth Mother chose not to elaborate further. Instead, she guided the luminous energies from the reincarnation disk, which surged forth under her command. Simultaneously, the ethereal forms of the Judge's pen and the King of Hell's book flew into her hands. The Earth Mother grasped the judge's pen and swiftly inscribed Wang Mian's lifespan upon the King of Hell's book. With each stroke of the pen, the radiant energies illuminated further, powerful waves reverberating within the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, even with the borrowed power of the 6 paths of reincarnation, originating from her own essence, her residual consciousness grew increasingly frail and transparent. Wang Mian felt a warm current surge through his being. The lifespan that had been consumed was visibly restored, even augmented, adding 500 years to his original lifespan. This was the utmost extension the current Earth Mother could bestow upon Wang Mian. Upon first encountering him, she had discerned his plight, knowing that the only resolution lay in the extension of his life. Lin Xie and the others watched with bated breath, afraid to disturb the actions of the Empress of Earth. Wang Mian's face visibly regained the youthful glow appropriate for his age. As Gu Xiyan and her companions observed, Wang Mian's condition began to stabilize, and the pallor that had once plagued his countenance due to the consumption of his lifespan gradually transformed into a rosy and luminous hue. Once the Empress completed her task, her form grew increasingly transparent. She looked at the crowd and first addressed Wang Mian, saying, "Your original lifespan has been restored, and I have granted you an additional 500 years, which is the maximum I can bestow at this moment." She then softly spoke to Gu Xiyan this time. "I have expended considerable energy and must enter a period of silence. You will have to tread the path ahead on your own." With that, her figure began to slowly dissipate. Before Wang Mian and the others could express their gratitude, she vanished. As the light diminished, the wheel of 6 paths began to change, gently ushering the group out, filled with gratitude, yet tinged with worry due to the Empress's final words and her increasingly transparent form. Gu Xiyan and her companions found themselves back in Yuan Gang's office in the blink of an eye. The office was crowded with people, both inside and out. Inside were the masked team, along with Hong Hao, Mo Li, Shun Qingzhu, Bali Pangpang, Chao Yuan, and the recently arrived Yi Fan. Other instructors and new recruits were left outside in the corridors, unable to fit inside. Yi Fan, Hong Hao, Mo Li, Bali Pangpang, Shun Qingzhu, and Chao Yuan rushed forward anxiously. Upon seeing the safe return of the group, their previously anxious hearts settled. Wang Mian felt the abundant vitality within him and expressed profound gratitude towards Gu Xiyan. Yi Fan exchanged a glance with Hong Hao, who promptly turned around and shouted to the new recruits, "What are you all doing here? Why are you so eager to train now? Hurry back and rest." Upon hearing this, the new recruits hastily returned to their dormitories, except for Mo Li, Shun Qingzhu, Bali Pangpang, and Chao Yuan, who remained, their gazes fixed on Gu Xiyan and her companions. The members of the masked team also stayed. At this moment, Yi Fan spoke up, instructing the other instructors to leave. Soon, only a small group remained. Seeing that others could not be persuaded to depart, Yi Fan did not press further and turned to Yuan Gang to inquire about the events that had transpired. Yuan Gang recounted the general outline of the situation to Yi Fan, withholding details for a later time due to the number of people present. Everyone listened intently. Upon learning that the Empress of Earth had intervened, awe filled his eyes. The masked team shared the same sentiment but felt compelled to thank Gu Xiyan. For had it not been for her, the Empress might not have acted. They all expressed their gratitude towards Gu Xiyan. Wang Mian stepped forward and solemnly thanked Gu Xiyan, saying, "Thank you, and my gratitude also extends to the Empress of Earth. I will remember this favor, and should you ever require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me." The members of the masked team nodded in agreement, echoing, "Yes, we are here for you too." Gu Xiyan, a bit shy, smiled and softly replied, "We are all from Daxia. It is only natural." A gentle smile adorned Wang Mian's face, while my true name is Wang Mian. Lin Xie and Xingyu narrowed their eyes, gazing at Wang Mian with an air of danger. The other members of the masked team wore expressions of joy. Initially taken aback by the actions of the Empress of Earth, Molly and her companions soon found themselves reflecting on the events. Suddenly, Bali Pangpang leaned towards Gu Xiyan with an inquisitive expression, asking, "What is your relationship with the Empress of Earth? She seems to be exceptionally kind to you." Chao Yuan also regarded Gu Xiyan with curiosity. Without hesitation, Molly stepped in front of Gu Xiyan, casting a stern look at Bai Li Pang Pang, causing him to feel somewhat awkward. Gu Xiyan, positioned behind Molly, shook her head helplessly, stating, "I am not certain myself." Lin Xie and Qingyu had witnessed the entire incident and recalled the Empress of Earth's words about her desire for silence, which implied a state of slumber. Both bore serious expressions, lost in contemplation. Yuan Gang pondered this matter as well, planning to discuss it with Yi Fan later. Shen Qingzhu observed Wang Mian's flushed complexion, a flicker of complexity crossing his gaze. He had not anticipated the profound side effects of Wang Mian's divine abode. Gu Xiyan contemplated the long road ahead in her personal growth, determined not to disappoint the Empress of Earth's expectations. Yi Fan instructed everyone to return and rest, noting that it was getting late and that the remaining matters could be addressed subsequently. A multitude of events had transpired, necessitating some time for reflection. Chapter 29. The ambush. Once everyone had departed, Yuan Gang meticulously recounted the appearance of the Earth Mother. Yi Fan pondered deeply. This was indeed a matter of great significance. However, with the Earth Mother presently in slumber, many questions remained unanswered, leaving them with no choice but to accept the situation for now. Subsequently, the Earth Mother was integrated into the sequence of discovered deities. Sequence 000, Earth Mother. The masked squad, along with Gu Xiyan and others, exited the office building where the instructors convened. As it was quite late, Wang Mian resolved to converse with two of them regarding other matters the following day. He cautioned Gu Xiyan and the others to be vigilant and not to sleep too soundly that night, lest they fall victim to a surprise raid by the instructors. Gu Xiyan and her companions were momentarily taken aback by the mention of an ambush, yet they heeded his warning. They all dispersed to return to their respective quarters, where they proceeded to wash up and rest. As it happened, it felt as though they had barely closed their eyes when the piercing sound of a whistle shattered the tranquility of the night. The dormitory silence was instantly disrupted. Gu Xiyan, along with Molly and Lin Xie, was abruptly awakened. It was at this moment they comprehended the nature of Wang Mian's warning about the ambush. They glanced at the time, precisely 3 o'clock. Those roused by the whistle sprang from their beds and donned their military uniforms in haste, rushing outside. After dressing, Lin Xie noticed that Bai Li was still fast asleep. He turned and playfully smacked the soles of his slippers against Bai Li's face, exclaiming, "Hey, this fellow hasn't even stirred." Just before Lin Xie stepped out, he dropped a provocative remark that instantly jolted Bai Li awake. "I heard that Molly seems to fancy women." With a swift motion, Bai Li sprang from his bed, his face a canvas of shock. Upon noticing Lin Xie's vacant bunk across from him, he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. "Goodness, are they out of their minds? I've scarcely slept for a few hours." "Xie, wait for me," Bai Li shouted, hastily pulling on his military attire and dashing out. Meanwhile, Qingyu, Lin Xie's neighbor, also leapt out of bed to get dressed, calling out to Li Jia, his roommate, as a courtesy. Upon exiting the dormitory, he immediately spotted Lin Xie, and together they made their way towards the assembly point. Similarly, Shen Qingzhu, from across the way, called out to a few of his juniors. His roommate, Chao Yuan, was also awakened by the whistle. Gu Xiyan and Molly, having changed into their uniforms, stepped outside. Due to her military attire still being unaltered, Gu Xiyan opted to wear her own clothes instead. She sported a high ponytail, adorned in a simple, loose-fitting short-sleeve t-shirt featuring a large rabbit graphic, paired with black 3/4 flared trousers, as selected by Hong Ying. By the time the two arrived, aside from Lin Xie and Qingyu and Shen Qingzhu, who were among the new recruits, there was also a host of instructors present. They gathered together, led by Instructor Hong, while Instructor Yuan was absent. Instructor Hong regarded the newcomers with a glimmer of approval in his eyes. Once all the new recruits had assembled, Gu Xiyan quietly ushered Molly to the back of the group. Lin Xie and the others, upon witnessing her actions, were momentarily taken aback, but ultimately joined her at the rear. Shen Qingzhu raised an eyebrow, contemplated for a moment, and also positioned himself at the back. His subordinates perplexed but following suit. Then, Instructor Hong commenced his address. "Today marks the inaugural day of your training camp." He proceeded to elaborate extensively. imparting lessons on discipline to the new recruits. In the end, he called forth those who arrived at the assembly point more than 3 minutes late. And when one recruit inquired about his time, Instructor Hong promptly commanded him to run 10 laps. Subsequently, another recruit, who had previously served in the military, raised a similar query, to which Instructor Hong finally responded. Gu Xiyan and Lin Xie exchanged glances, taking note of the individual's words. Ultimately, Instructor Hong instructed the latecomers to undertake a burden run of 20 laps. A chorus of lamentations arose from those penalized recruits. Once everyone had completed their laps, they were dismissed. Gu Xiyan and her companions lingered, recalling Wang Mian's words, apprehensive of another surprise from the instructors. They sat in a row, maintaining silence. Some new recruits, upon observing them, mimicked their behavior and rested nearby. Suddenly, one recruit exclaimed, "Where has my forbidden domain gone? Hey, mine too. What is happening?" Could it be the forbidden objects that Instructor Yuan mentioned, capable of suppressing the forbidden domain? The surrounding recruits' chatter left Gu Xiyan, Lin Xie, and others momentarily stunned. Lin Xie glanced at Molly, Shen Qingzhu, and the others, silently inquiring. They deliberately overlooked Bai Li Pangpang, who had already succumbed to sleep on the ground. Exhausted from running 20 laps while burdened, his stamina had evidently plummeted to a negative state. Meanwhile, Chao Yuan sensed something amiss, but realized he needed a weapon to comprehend the situation fully. Molly furrowed her brow and then nodded in resignation. Shen Qingzhu attempted to activate her forbidden domain, but nothing transpired. And Qingyu blinked in surprise. Lin Xie was taken aback. How could he still feel it? He turned to Gu Xiyan, eager to discern whether she experienced the same. Gu Xiyan assessed her abilities and found them intact, albeit somewhat suppressed. She winked at Lin Xie. He understood then that she was in the same predicament as he, indicating that the divine domain could only be suppressed, not entirely subdued. Soon, fatigue began to envelop the group. Gu Xiyan's head gently rested against Molly, and she fell asleep. Molly, allowing her to lean, reached out to stroke Gu Xiyan's hair. Lin Xie and Qingyu exchanged glances at the two, then closed their eyes to feign slumber. Instructor Hong observed this scene and chuckled softly. Chapter 30. Raw meat buns indeed. Just as the group had barely closed their eyes, they were abruptly awakened by the sharp whistle of the instructor. With expressions of resignation, the new recruits awaited the arrival of their peers before standing in formation. Observing the assembly, Hong Hao noted that most of the newcomers had managed to gather in under 3 minutes, which earned a nod of approval from him. However, some recruits who had been punished with 20 laps were unable to endure and fainted on the spot. The instructors, seemingly prepared for such occurrences, swiftly dispatched a group of medics bearing stretchers to carry away the unconscious individuals, their faces adorned with sinister smiles. Demons. They were undoubtedly demons. After a brief admonition, the recruits were finally dismissed for breakfast, with a strict time limit of 20 minutes. Exceeding this would bear consequences. The new recruits hurriedly made their way to the cafeteria, fearing they would suffer if they did not eat their fill. Yet, upon their arrival, they were met with a bewildering sight. What was this? Where's the food? The recruits clamored in confusion as they beheld tables laden with nothing but white buns and bowls of raw meat, the latter still glistening with traces of blood. Gu Xiyan and Qingyu stood at the same table, glancing around in search of bowls for their meals, utterly perplexed by the instructor's intentions. Bai li pang pang iklemit, jie. What does this mean? How are we supposed to eat this? It's raw meat. Lin Qi remained silent, but both he and Qingyu pointed towards a neighboring table where a former soldier, Zhang Shen, was voraciously devouring the raw meat and buns with his bare hands. Gu Xiyan, Bai Li Pangpang, Shen Qingzhu, and Chao Yuan gaped in disbelief. Bai Li Pangpang could hardly fathom the situation, while Shen Qingzhu, indignant, shouted, "Where are the proper meals? Are these things meant for humans to consume? Who dares to shout? If you want to eat, then eat. If not, get lost." An elderly man with a stern countenance emerged from the kitchen, wielding a cooking spoon, his tone unforgiving. Just as Shen Qingzhu was about to retort, several individuals entered from outside. They seemed to radiate an aura of light, draped in gray cloaks and brandishing masks. Indeed, It was the masked team from the previous day, who proceeded to sit at a large round table. The sight was enough for all the recruits to recognize their identity. The previously scowling elder instantly transformed, beaming at the 7 newcomers and engaging in conversation with them. The change in his demeanor darkened Shun Qingzhu's expression. The masked team respectfully conversed with the elder, who then returned to the kitchen to bring forth an abundance of exquisite dishes. The aroma wafted throughout the cafeteria, contrasting starkly with the raw meat buns at the recruits' table. The lack of comparison only intensified their resentment. Yet they had no means to retaliate and could only bow their heads in resignation as they began to consume the raw meat and buns. Molly took a seat beside Gu Xiyan and grabbed some raw meat, cheerfully remarking that having something to eat was better than nothing at all. Lin Xie and the others settled down, grasping the raw meat and forcing themselves to eat despite their revulsion. Upon seeing that even Molly was partaking, Li Pang could only endure his disgust and join in. Chao Yuan silently followed suit, having trailed behind Lin Xie ever since he learned his name. Gu Xiyan hesitated to eat. She recalled a news story about a man who frequently consumed raw fish and subsequently fell victim to parasitic infestation, an utterly terrifying thought. She harbored a deep-seated fear of insects, whether they had legs or not. Thus, Gu Xiyan could only nibble on her steamed bun. Observing this, Molly sighed and gently advised, "If you only eat that, your body won't withstand the intensified training." Gu Xiyan glanced at the raw meat, feeling queasy as the metallic scent flooded her senses. She quickly shook her head. Truthfully, it was already quite an achievement for her to sit before the pile of raw meat and eat her bun. Lin Xie and Qingyu intended to offer words of encouragement, but upon seeing the bloodstains on the meat, they found themselves at a loss for words. On the second floor, where the instructors dined, Hong Hao and the other instructors watched the scene unfold with a hint of disapproval towards Gu Xiyan. However, considering that most of these children had never encountered such fare, they decided to remain silent, allowing them time to acclimate. Meanwhile, Wang Mian suddenly recalled the dishes on the table and called out to Gu Xiyan and Lin Xie, "Xiyan, Xie, come over and eat with us." At this, all the new recruits cast envious glances at the pair. Gu Xiyan felt a bit embarrassed and waved her hand in refusal. It wasn't that she didn't want to eat, but rather that she wished to avoid the spotlight. Lin Xie also contemplated refusing, but then remembered he had questions for Wang Mian from the previous night. Noticing Gu Xiyan's reluctance to eat the raw meat, he took her hand and led her over. Gu Xiyan, seeing this, quickly wished to pull Molly and Qingyu along as well, but she was too slow. Before she could grasp their hands, Lin Xie had already taken her away. She looked back longingly at Molly and Qingyu, who exchanged a subtle smile, with Molly shaking her head in amusement. Wang Mian, noticing their absence, called them over too, along with Shun Qingzhu, Li Pang, and Chao Yuan. However, Shun Qingzhu did not go, as his younger brothers remained behind. When his younger brothers urged him to join, pushing him towards the group, Shun Qingzhu reluctantly complied. The group arrived at the round table, where the members of the masked team eagerly made room for them to sit. Fortunately, the table was quite large, accommodating them all comfortably. The masked team quickly filled their bowls with food, ensuring they were brimming. The newcomers expressed their gratitude before beginning to eat. Shun Qingzhu consumed little, wanting to leave some for his younger brothers, albeit not much. Wang Mian chuckled, "Eat without worry. If it's not enough, I'll have old son prepare more." Then Lin Xie posed the questions he had been eager to ask, and Wang Mian answered each one. The invitation to join them had primarily aimed to address these inquiries. Gu Xiyan listened quietly while eating, as did the others. Upon hearing about a nefarious organization that posed a threat to the Great Xia, their brows furrowed in concern, and they secretly noted the name. The Cult of the Ancient Gods. As the conversation unfolded, mealtime swiftly approached, heralded by a sharp whistle. In an instant, before Gu Xiyan and her companions could fully grasp the situation, the members of the masked team sprang to their feet and dashed toward the exit. Gu Xiyan and her friends exchanged glances, realizing they were the true novices in this scenario. It dawned on them only after a few hurried steps that they were no longer rookies. Noticing the gazes of all the newcomers upon them, they quickly cleared their throats. Wang Mian, feeling a bit awkward, scratched his head, a reflexive gesture before taking his seat once more. Lin Xie and Gu Xiyan prepared to make their exit. "We'll be on our way now. You continue your meal," Lin Xie announced. Wang Mian smiled and replied, "Yes, go ahead. I suspect our next meeting will be outside the training camp." The group was taken aback by this. Were they truly departing so soon? Indeed, a mysterious realm has emerged in the north, and we must head there shortly. Hearing this, a sense of unease settled in their hearts. The situation was evidently grave, and being part of a special team was no easy task. They offered the mass team a somewhat unrefined salute, wishing them a safe return. The members of the mass team reciprocated the gesture with nods of acknowledgement. Subsequently, Lin Xie and his companions made their way to the assembly point, enveloped in silence throughout their journey. The members of the mass team watched their departing figures, each lost in a sea of thoughts. Chapter 31. The Pitiful Instructor Han Soon. All the recruits gathered at the assembly point, where several instructors awaited them atop the training platform. The instructor at the forefront spoke, "Please take your seats. I am Han Li, your future instructor in swordsmanship." "Hello, Instructor Han," the new recruits chorused. "Good. I have a question for you all. What do you believe is essential in battling formidable mysteries?" Shen Qingzhu lazily raised his hand. "I report. It relies on the powerful, forbidden ruins." Instructor Han turned to gaze at him, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Indeed, the forbidden ruins are a means, but they are not everything. What do those without forbidden ruins rely on?" Silence fell over the recruits. The instructor's words rang true. With the forbidden ruins, one might feel secure, but without it, one must depend solely on their abilities and courage. Gu Xiyan and Lin Xie simultaneously thought of Zhao Kongsheng from earlier. Seeing the silence among the recruits, Instructor Han felt satisfied. He continued, "Unless, of course, your forbidden ruins are exceptionally strong, strong enough to slay a mystery with merely a flick of your finger. Do you believe you can do that?" Gu Xiyan and her companions exchanged peculiar glances with Instructor Han. Shen Qingzhu raised an eyebrow. "I can." "And what is your forbidden ruins?" Sequence 068. Min. Instructor Han replied, "Forget I asked. Next. Who else has a different answer?" "I report. It relies on money." Instructor Han was rendered speechless by this answer. "Are you suggesting that when battling mysteries, you hurl money at them? Can that truly defeat them?" He chuckled in disbelief. "Money? Do you think you can vanquish them with mere currency? In combat with mysteries, beyond the forbidden ruins, we must possess robust physiques and exceptional combat skills. As Night Watchers, we predominantly wield straight swords." With that, Instructor Han stood tall on the training platform, gripping a straight sword that glimmered with a chilling light. As he moved, the sword traced fierce arcs in the air, akin to a silver serpent dancing through the void. Each of his movements flowed seamlessly, devoid of any lag or hesitation. His steps were steady, his form agile, and the straight sword appeared as an extension of his arm, moving with grace and precision. While demonstrating the sword techniques, Instructor Han did not neglect to elucidate the nuances of wielding a straight sword to the audience below. He meticulously described the proper grip, the mechanics of power generation, and how to adeptly employ the straight sword in both offense and defense. His explanations were clear and accessible, allowing even those entirely unfamiliar with straight swords to grasp the essential principles swiftly. The recruits immediately became attentive, noticing the effectiveness of his instruction. Several other instructors quietly slipped away. Gu Xiyan, Lin Xie, and Qingyu observed, though many of the techniques had already been imparted to them by Chun Mai and Zhao Kongsheng, leaving them somewhat bored. "Now, I would like a few volunteers to demonstrate," Instructor Han announced, surveying the audience for potential candidates. He then pointed at the chubby boy who had previously answered with money, calling him forth. Bailey Pang Pang was momentarily taken aback before clumsily ascending the martial arts platform to accept the wooden sword offered by Instructor Han. The instructor inquired whether he had remembered what he had just said. To this, Bailey Pang Pang sheepishly scratched his head and admitted he had not. Instructor Han closed his eyes, his expression one of exasperation, as he declared, "I will attack. You shall defend using the methods I just described. If you haven't committed them to memory, rely on your innate ability." Once Bailey Pang Pang acquiesced, Instructor Han switched to another wooden sword and swiftly lunged at him. However, just as the blade was about to make contact, a blinding golden shield enveloped Bailey Pang Pang. With a soft crack, the wooden sword in Instructor Han's hand shattered into 3 pieces. Instructor Han appeared momentarily stunned. Bailey Pang Pang, feeling somewhat awkward, explained, "My apologies, Instructor. I forgot to deactivate the automatic emergency mode." He quickly turned it off and tucked the necklace into his pocket. Below the platform, Gu Xiyan, Lin Xie, and several others stifled their laughter, as did the other recruits. After securing the necklace, Bailey Pang Pang suggested, "Shall we go again?" Taking a deep breath, Instructor Han discarded the broken sword and grabbed another, launching another attack at Bailey Pang Pang, only to have his efforts thwarted once more by the enchantment surrounding him. Exasperated, Instructor Han instructed Bailey Pang Pang to step down. After regaining his composure, he scanned the recruits below and pointed at Lin Xie. The recruits felt a pang of sympathy for the instructor. One was manageable, but two, one peculiar and the other extraordinary, was a different story altogether. As expected, all of Instructor Han's attacks were effortlessly blocked by Lin Xie. Observing Lin Xie's impressive swordsmanship, Instructor Han inquired about his training, to which Lin Xie replied that he had learned from Chun Mai. Instructor Han lamented internally, "Why must my fate be so arduous? No, they are merely recruits, novices at that. Come on, Han Li, you can do this." Surely there are more recruits to contend with. After sending Lin Xie down, he chose another recruit. His gaze swept across the group of recruits. Shun Qingzhu smirked, her eyes glinting with mischief as she regarded Instructor Han. Suddenly, Instructor Han's attention was caught by the sight of Molly and Gu Xiyan seated together, and his eyes brightened. These 2 youngsters appeared soft and delicate. They would surely be easy to handle. When Molly noticed his gaze, she assumed he was calling her. Rising, she approached the platform, bowing with the wooden sword in hand as she introduced herself. "I am Molly from the Mo family sword sect." Instructor Han's eyelids twitched, and he quickly interjected, "I did not call for you. Step down." He then pointed at Gu Xiyan, commanding, "You, come up." Molly, surprised by his choice, cast a worried glance at her. In an instant, everyone followed the direction of Instructor Han's finger, turning to see the girl who was not in military attire. They were taken aback. Could such a small person withstand Instructor Han's assault? Feeling the weight of their gazes, Gu Xiyan froze. Why had she been chosen from among so many? Stealing herself, she incredulously pointed at herself. "Yes, indeed, it is you," Instructor Han affirmed with a nod. Beside her, Lin Xie and Qingyu were both taken aback, aware that Gu Xiyan was uncomfortable under the scrutiny of so many gazes. Otherwise, she wouldn't consistently position herself at the back. Lin Xie suggested, "Instructor, perhaps you should choose someone else." And Qingyu stood up decisively, turning to Instructor Han, and with a playful wink said, "How about I take over?" Shun Qingzhu, standing nearby, also cast a surprised glance towards Gu Xiyan, her petite frame stirring a flicker of concern within him. Both Bailey Pang Pang and Xiao Yuan shared similar apprehensions, as they had yet to witness her wield a blade. Moreover, given her slight build, it seemed likely that handling a weapon could prove challenging for her. The other recruits, however, looked on in confusion. Were they genuinely worried about this girl getting hurt? After all, this was a training camp. If one feared injury, they ought not to be here. Observing their reactions, Instructor Han felt reassured in his choice, his spirits lifting. No, it had to be her. Lin Xie and Qingyu, resigned, glanced her way. Gu Xiyan stood rigidly, gradually making her way to the stage with a clumsy gait, repeatedly reassuring herself not to be nervous. However, upon reaching the platform and catching sight of a sea of eyes fixated on her, the warmth in her cheeks surged, her ears and neck flushing fiercely. She quickly turned away, unable to bear the gaze any longer. The recruits below stared in astonishment as Gu Xiyan's formerly pale complexion flushed crimson in an instant, her entire being seemingly on the verge of igniting. Lin Xie and Qingyu and Molly sighed in unison, while Shun Qingzhu, Qiao Yuan, and Bailey Pang Pang were momentarily stunned. Instructor Han, too, was taken aback. What was going on with her? I haven't even struck yet. Nevertheless, he spoke up, "Take the wooden sword and come at me. You may find it difficult to defend yourself, but fret not. I won't go too hard on you." Gu Xiyan's hands trembled with anxiety as she grasped a wooden sword from the rack, assuming a stance while taking a deep breath to steady herself. The instructor's attack came swiftly, but her nerves got the better of her, and she failed to block the first strike, wincing in pain. Instructor Han felt a surge of delight. Indeed, she was easy to manipulate. He lunged again, intending to use Gu Xiyan as a teaching example. However, at that moment, she managed to block his second attack, leaving him momentarily stunned. Gazing at the delicate girl before him, he pondered, could it be? That strike summoned memories of her battle with Zhao Kongsheng, and instinctively, her body responded, successfully parrying Han's assault. Undeterred, he attacked repeatedly, only to find each blow thwarted by Gu Xiyan. Instructor Han was left speechless. The recruits watched in astonishment. Having initially believed that Lin Xie and In Qingyu were concerned for Gu Xiyan's safety, but the reality was far different. Lin Xie and In Qingyu exchanged subtle smirks. Observing Gu Xiyan on stage, if only she were less intimidated by others, perhaps she would shine even brighter. Molly, Chao Yuan, by Li Pang Pang, and Shin Xingzhu were all taken aback. They had not anticipated that Gu Xiyan's swordsmanship would be so exceptional. Instructor Han's lips twitched slightly as he halted, regarding Gu Xiyan with inquiry. You can wield the blade too? Who taught you? Gu Xiyan lowered her wooden sword, her initial instinct giving way to nervousness. She dared not meet the instructor's gaze, bowing her head as she stammered, Yes, I learned from Uncle Zhao. Instructor Han furrowed his brow. Uncle Zhao? The one from Team 1, 136? Yes, she confirmed. Very well, you may step down. Once granted permission, Gu Xiyan wasted no time, swiftly descending from a stage to hide behind Molly and In Qingyu. Lin Xie and In Qingyu exchanged exasperated glances with her, while Molly affectionately patted her head. Instructor Han mused to himself, sensing that if he did not let her down soon, she might faint from lack of air on stage. After her departure, Instructor Han selected another participant. Unsurprisingly, he chose someone even more formidable. The previous candidates had retained some semblance of reason. But this one was a different story, brimming with chaos and immense destructive potential. As Instructor Han selected Chao Yuan, all the new recruits instinctively retreated 10 meters, instilling in him an ominous premonition. Soon enough, he would understand why. After a moment of bewilderment, he promptly discarded his wooden sword for a straight blade, bracing himself against Chao Yuan's onslaught. However, with the forbidden ruin suppressed, he could only fend off the direct blade strikes. The malevolence and flames emanating from Chao Yuan were insurmountable. Ultimately, it was Lin Xie, Shin Qingzhu Molly, and In Qingyu who managed to force Chao Yuan back and seal him with a binding scroll, bringing the matter to a close. Thanks to Bai Li Pang Pang's sealing scroll, Gu Xiyan refrained from intervening, especially since the divine ruins were also constrained and it was not a combat situation. By the time the other instructors arrived, the situation had already been resolved. Instructor Han silently lamented to Instructor Hong and the others, I can't teach them. It's too challenging. Instructor Hong and the other instructors exchanged awkward glances, stifling laughter. They had not expected Instructor Han's luck to be so extraordinary, consistently selecting the most troublesome recruits. With no other option, Instructor Hong attempted to console him, revealing the identities of the recruits. One was a young master from the Bai Li family. Two were agents of deities, and one was the Black King of the Forbidden Ruins. With your luck, you might as well try your hand at the lottery. Instructor Hong jested at last. Instructor Han, feeling quite embarrassed, replied, Please, no more mocking from you, Instructor Hong. I'm not mocking you. Among over 200 recruits, you just happened to select the most difficult ones. Is that not a stroke of luck? After a few more words of encouragement, Instructor Hong asserted that only Instructor Han could train this group of recruits and these extraordinary individuals. After a moment of contemplation, Instructor Han agreed to give it another try. Seeing that he had been persuaded, Hong Hao and the other instructors sighed in relief. After a while, Instructor Han returned to the training platform. Despite the earlier mishap, his swordsmanship was commendable, and his teaching method was both straightforward and accessible. Moreover, he had managed to withstand Chao Yuan's assault without the aid of the Forbidden Ruins. The new recruits expressed no objections regarding the matter. Soon, lunchtime arrived, and as they gathered around the table, they discovered that, in addition to the raw meat buns, there was a small plate of pickled vegetables. The recruits were delighted, exclaiming that Sun Lao had shown a flicker of conscience. Although the meal still consisted of raw meat buns, the addition of pickled vegetables was a welcome surprise. Lin Xie, upon noticing the pickles, was reminded of the meat sauce his aunt had prepared for him. He turned to Gu Xiyan and Xingyu, saying, "My aunt made some meat sauce for me. I shall bring it next time we dine together." Gu Xiyan expressed interest but felt somewhat shy, as it was a gift from his aunt. Lin Xie understood her sentiment and replied with a smile, "It's quite all right. My aunt would be pleased to know that someone enjoys her cooking." With that, the others also voiced their agreement, thinking that they too would share their good things with Lin Xie in the future. Baili pang pan charafuli ramarka, Kia. Then we must thank your aunt, and you as well. The others chimed in, creating a lively atmosphere. Lin Xie pushed his pickles toward Gu Xiyan, as she did not eat raw meat, and Xingyu followed suit, and even Mo Li and the others joined in. Upon seeing this, Chao Yuan promptly offered his pickles to Lin Xie. Lin Xie was taken aback, while Baili Pang Pang regarded Chao Yuan with a wary gaze. Lin Xie asked, "These are pickles. Do you not wish to eat them?" Chao Yuan replied earnestly, "For you." Baili Pang Pang, astonished, retorted, "Do you realize what your actions are called? It's called being a sycophant." Before Chao Yuan could respond, he continued, "You don't mind, do you?" Chao Yuan was indifferent, stating, "I enjoy it." Lin Xie inquired why. The others fell silent, watching the exchange intently. "Because you are my benefactor," Chao Yuan stated, casting a glance at Gu Xiyan with uncertainty. Logically, it was Gu Xiyan who had restored his clarity during battle, so perhaps she too should be considered his benefactor. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to regard Gu Xiyan as such as well. Lin Xie found this perplexing. After sealing him on the martial arts platform, Chao Yuan had mentioned something similar, yet he could not grasp the reasoning. "Is it simply because I used the sealing scroll on you? There is no need for such formality, and besides, the sealing scroll belongs to Pang Pang." Chao Yuan then recounted certain matters, asserting that only Lin Xie could absolve him of his transgressions, as stated by Master Zhan Shen. "Why are you so certain it must be me? Did he perhaps disclose my identification number?" Lin Xie questioned, his expression one of skepticism. "Close enough. With the dual trees standing, the 8 deities converge. Under the night sky, 10 years pass, guiding us mortals." The surrounding individuals were taken aback, unable to suppress their astonishment. And Xingyu's gaze sparkled with mischief as she looked at Lin Xie. Lin Xie responded with a nonchalant expression. Observing the mound of pickles before her, Gu Xiyan suggested, "Why don't we combine our pickles to share? Hand them all to me. I can't possibly finish them all." Everyone agreed, and Chao Yuan had no objections. Before long, the entire cafeteria was filled with new recruits, all of whom were sprawled out, including Lin Xie and his companions. My efforts were not in vain, as the pickled vegetables I had painstakingly crafted over 49 days bore fruit. Old Sun leisurely emerged from the kitchen, while numerous soldiers entered to carry the new recruits away. Chapter 32. Extreme Training at Jinan Mountain. When Lin Xie and the others awoke, they discovered that all the recruits were ensnared in a muddy pit within a hollow of the mountain. As Gu Xiyan regained consciousness, she found her lower body submerged in the mire, which startled her into scrambling desperately towards the bank. Observing her panic, Lin Xie and the others swiftly extricated themselves and reached out to pull her from the quagmire, puzzled by her distress. Molly voiced the curiosity shared by Lin Xie and the others, inquiring, "Xian, what troubles you?" After emerging from the mud, Gu Xiyan managed to compose herself. "I feared there might be insects," she murmured, still shaken. Lin Xie and the others chuckled softly, offering her some comforting words. "Fear not, there are none. We were just in there with you." Gu Xiyan nodded in relief, grateful that her fears were unfounded. Lin Xie surveyed their surroundings and spoke solemnly. "This is Jinan Mountain." The others followed his gaze, taking an environment. Suddenly, a voice emanated from behind them, startling all the recruits, including Gu Xiyan. "Hey, hello, you can hear me, right?" The voice belonged to Hong Hao, who, upon witnessing the recruits' reactions on the screen, continued to elucidate the rules of this extreme training. Firstly, If you're struck 5 times by the drone-esque paintball gun, you will be eliminated and subjected to punishment. Secondly, you are prohibited from using any means to attack the drones. Your only course of action is to run forward. Thirdly, each of you is burdened with a weight of 35 kilograms, which cannot be discarded privately. Failure to comply will also result in elimination. However, you may assist one another. Fourthly, while forming groups is permitted, mutual aggression is not allowed. Fifthly, all the recruits absorbed the instructor's regulations, realizing they had no choice but to commence running, as drones had already entered the fray. Buzzing, Gu Xiyan and her companions traversed the forest, encumbered by their weights. Bai Li, the plump recruit, lamented his plight, seeking assistance from Lin Xie and the others. However, they did not acquiesce. Instead, Chao Yuan inquired if Lin Xie and Gu Xiyan required help sharing the burden. Both declined, leaving Gu Xiyan perplexed. Wasn't Chao Yuan only kind to Lin Xie? Why did he extend his concern to her? Though Gu Xiyan had improved somewhat after her training with Chun Mai and others since joining the Night Watch, her stamina remained inferior. Nevertheless, she persevered, running for a considerable time until Lin Xie and Xingyu offered their assistance. Yet she declined, wishing to test her limits. As the group fled from the pursuing drones, Bali soon found himself struggling to keep pace. Spotting a momentary respite from the drones, he halted, gasping, "Few, perhaps you should go ahead without me. This weight is too burdensome, and I can no longer endure it." Lin Xie wiped the sweat from his brow and questioned, "Aren't you afraid of the punishment the instructor mentioned?" The others, equally fatigued and drenched in sweat, joined him in pausing for a moment of rest. Bailey hesitated. "The punishment it shouldn't be too severe, right?" And Xingyu wiped her brow. "It's hard to say. Who knows what those instructors find amusing?" The others nodded in agreement. In the brief span of mere moments, a buzzing sound resonated once more. "Run!" Lin Xie shouted, prompting everyone to spring to their feet and dash forward with gritted teeth. Gu Xiyan was nearing her limits, her complexion pallid, beads of sweat rolling down her cheeks, her steps gradually slowing. Lin Xie and Xingyu and Mo Li, along with Shun Qingzhu, immediately took notice. Mo Li hurried to support Gu Xiyan, concerned for her well-being. "How are you holding up?" she inquired. Gu Xiyan lacked the strength to respond, expending all her energy to maintain distance from the drones. "Xiyan, let us help you bear some of the burden. If this continues, your body won't withstand it," Lin Xie urged. And Qingyu, glancing at the drones behind them, frowned. "We need to find a way to shake off the drones." Chao Yuan cast a worried glance at Gu Xiyan. Shun Qingzhu proposed, "If we run together, the drones will remain clustered. Let's separate and run." Lin Xie nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Shun Qingzhu led his companions in another direction. As they departed, several drones trailed after them. Once the group managed to distance themselves from the drones, they halted behind a thicket of dense trees. As they assisted Gu Xiyan in alleviating her burden, they heard the voices of the instructors emanating from the weight. "Your name is Wang Liang, correct? What is the most disgraceful thing you have ever done in your life?" "I peeked at the older sister next door while she was bathing." "Oh, was she beautiful?" Almost all the recruits erupted in laughter, but once the laughter subsided, everyone charged forward with renewed vigor, as if invigorated. Lin Xie and Xingyu also realized what the instructor's so-called punishment entailed. Bailey Pang Pang had intended a chuckle, but fell silent upon seeing Mo Li and Gu Xiyan present. Mo Li assisted Gu Xiyan in sitting on a rock. Muttering a low curse, "Shameless," Gu Xiyan leaned closer to Mo Li in silence. Bailey Pang Pang, his face a mask of horror, exclaimed, "This punishment is mortifying." Lin Xie remarked, "The instructors must have employed some method to compel truthfulness," just as they were astonished that the instructors could devise such mortifying punishments. Several drones suddenly veered towards them once more. "Oh no, they've caught up." And Xingyu shouted. Lin Xie decisively commanded, "Run first. Think of a solution while we flee." The group hoisted their burdens once again, struggling to run. Although Gu Xian's load was lightened, her stamina was still waning. Mo Li and Lin Xie supported her on either side as they ran, with Xingyu, Bailey Pang Pang, and Chao Yuan trailing behind. Meanwhile, at the base of the mountain, in a makeshift tent, Instructor Hong observed the rapidly moving red dots on the screen, nodding in satisfaction. See, the results are quite remarkable. Aren't they? Instructor Han laughed heartily, giving him a thumbs up. You're quite formidable. Suddenly, a flurry of missiles shot towards Lin Xie and his companions. Unfortunately, Gu Xiyan, having reached her limit, was struck by 3 rounds. As drones resumed their assault, Cao Yuan swiftly positioned himself behind Gu Xiyan, shielding her from incoming missiles. Lin Xie and Qingyu did the same, while Bali Pang gritted his teeth and took his place behind Molly and Gu Xiyan. The group managed to deflect the drone's attacks using various objects, yet they sustained injuries from several gunfire. Lin Xie furrowed his brow, noting the encroaching drone on the left. The expressions of the group turned grim, for they found themselves with but a single escape route. Cao Yuan declared, "We must proceed to the right, though the terrain there is considerably treacherous." Bali Pang, panting heavily, remarked, "These instructors must be doing this on purpose." Gu Xiyan, pale as a ghost, suggested, "Perhaps you should go ahead. I can continue on my own, but I may hinder your progress, and I fear I am nearing my limit." Although Gu Xiyan's divine energy was not entirely suppressed, the relentless pursuit by the drones had taken its toll, despite her regenerative abilities. Molly disapproved, urging, "Do not speak. Conserve your strength." Bali Pang echoed her sentiment, insisting, "We will not abandon you." Cao Yuan nodded in agreement. Lin Xie stated resolutely, "We did not forsake you before, and we certainly will not do so now." And Qingyu added, "Do not dwell on it. Our priority is to run." Gu Xiyan felt a pang of guilt as she pressed her parched lips together. After continuing their flight for a while, perhaps due to a flicker of conscience from the instructors, the drones temporarily ceased their pursuit, granting the group a moment to catch their breath. Gu Xiyan collapsed onto the ground, followed by the others. In truth, everyone's stamina had been significantly depleted, particularly by Li Pang, who was relying solely on sheer willpower. Throughout this ordeal, a considerable number of the recruits had already been eliminated. During their brief respite, the voice of an instructor echoed from behind, revealing that Li Liang had been captured. From his words, they learned of Shen Qingzhu's delicate and gentle nature. The group was taken aback, never expecting the seemingly brash and headstrong Shen Qingzhu to possess such a temperament. Meanwhile, Shen Qingzhu stood frozen, pondering, why is it that he was captured? Yet I am the one facing social embarrassment? Beside him, Li Jia and Deng Wei wore beaming smiles, feeling that being a brother to Shen was a worthy endeavor in this lifetime. Chapter 33. The plunge into the waterfall. The instructor observed that several individuals had nearly regained their strength, so he deployed the drone once more to pursue them. Lin Xie and Qingyu soon realized that the instructor intended to exhaust their physical limits, compelling them to transcend their boundaries. Lin Xie also discerned that Jinan Mountain had no apparent endpoint. He and Qingyu speculated that the instructors had concealed the path using forbidden objects. "Are you Shen Qingzhu?" "Yes." Before long, Gu Xiyan and the others were informed of Shen Qingzhu and his subordinates' elimination. They also learned that Shen Qingzhu had previously penned an astonishing 114 love letters. Bali Pang, panting heavily, couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that the cool guy had finally met his match. Bali Pang found the term cool guy perfectly suited to Shen Qingzhu and continued to use it, prompting agreement from the others. Lin Xie and Qingyu joined in the laughter, astonished to discover that the cool guy possessed such a romantic heart. Even Mo Li was momentarily taken aback. Gu Xiyan, however, found Shen Qingzhu's contrasting persona rather endearing. The relentless assault of several drones pursued them, yet they did not aim to hit, instead playfully toying with them. The group dodged left and right. Suddenly, they encountered a cliff ahead, beneath which a waterfall cascaded, the sound of rushing water echoing around them. Lin Xie and Qingyu quickly halted, but Gu Xiyan lost control of her body and plummeted straight towards the waterfall. Mo Li, steadfastly holding her hand, fell alongside her. Despite their swift reactions, the others could not reach them in time. Xiyan, Mo Li, Lin Xie, and Qingyu, Bali Pang, and Cao Yuan gasped in horror, shouting for the two. As Gu Xiyan fell, she noticed Mo Li, who continued to grip her hand tightly, descending with her, overwhelming her with a profound sense of guilt. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she murmured, "Emily, I'm sorry. I drag you into this." Emily heard her and extended her arms in midair. Embracing Gu Xiyan, she softly replied, "No, it was my choice to come down." Gu Xiyan fell silent, burying her head in Emily's neck, returning the embrace. Their bodies plummeted rapidly downward. Meanwhile, Lin Chia and the others, having failed to catch them, stood frozen in place, filled with regret as they watched the two tumble into the waterfall. At the mountain's base, instructors Yuan and Hong, along with others, stared at the screen, their expressions turning urgent upon witnessing the incident. Instructor Yuan shouted, "Quick, send a few people to the base of the cliff to search for them." Two instructors responded, "Understood," and swiftly made their way outside. Meanwhile, those who had been eliminated gathered to watch the screen, their faces laden with worry as they witnessed the fall. Shen Qingzhu was among them, his heart racing at the sight of Gu Xiyan and Emily's descent. He felt a surge of urgency as he heard Instructor Yuan's command. "Instructor Yuan, let me go too. Every additional person counts." "No, your physical strength has not significantly recovered. Your presence would only create chaos. Therefore, you should remain here quietly." However, both Instructor Yuan and Instructor Hong simultaneously rejected this suggestion. Left with no alternative, Shen Qingzhu could only anxiously await here, as he was unfamiliar with the terrain and had only seen the two instructors fall from the cliff into the waterfall on the screen. Without accompanying the instructors, he was utterly lost. His subordinates, witnessing his distress, hurried to comfort him. "Brother Shun, do not worry too much. There's a river below, and they should be fine. Indeed, they are surely safe." "Yes, Brother Shun, Li Jia and Li Liang are correct. You should just wait here." Meanwhile, on the cliff, Lin Chia and the others remained in a daze for a moment. And Qingyu calmly spoke up, "There is water below. This should be all right. Moreover, the instructors will likely send someone to search for them. We should continue our training." Nonetheless, anxiety gnawed at their hearts, especially since Gu Xiyan and Emily were nearly exhausted. Reluctantly, they pressed on. Bai Li, heavy-set and anxious, kept glancing back. Lin Chia and Qingyu shared no better fortune, while even Qiao Yuan was plagued by self-reproach. Soon, the instructors responsible for locating Gu Xiyan and Emily, accompanied by several soldiers, found the two unconscious at a shallow bank. "Here, over here, we found them," one voice shouted, rushing towards the fallen figures. Upon hearing this, the two instructors hurriedly ran towards the sound. A handsome soldier helped Emily up. When the instructors arrived and saw the two, they sighed in relief and instructed another soldier to carry Gu Xiyan, saying, "Quickly take both of them back. Let the doctor check for injuries." "Yes," replied the soldier, assisting Emily, who also lifted her up. The instructors, along with several others, hurriedly transported the two back. When instructors Yuan and Hong saw both of them return safely, they breathed a sigh of relief and promptly called for a doctor to examine them. After hearing from the doctor that they had merely inhaled water and fainted from exhaustion, with some scrapes but no serious harm, everyone present relaxed. Shen Qingzhu, too, approached and glanced at the pale-faced Emily and Gu Xiyan, his lips pressed together in relief that they were unharmed. His subordinates, noticing his demeanor, fell silent. Chapter 34. Punishment. When Gu Xiyan regained consciousness, she found herself in a tent hastily erected at the foot of the mountain. Molly sat beside her, having awakened earlier, and had been watching over Gu Xiyan. Upon seeing her eyes open, she hurriedly whispered, "Xiyan, are you all right? Is there anywhere you feel uncomfortable?" Gu Xiyan turned her head and was filled with joy upon seeing Molly. She attempted to sit up, and Molly quickly extended a hand to assist her, adjusting the pillow to provide her with greater comfort. Although Gu Xiyan's voice still bore traces of weakness, her tone was infused with delight. "Molly, I'm so glad you're okay." Molly smiled gently, caressing her head and softly replying, "Yes, we are both fine." At that moment, Shen Qingzhu had just stepped outside the tent to fetch warm water. Hearing the faint voices within, he realized Gu Xiyan had awakened and carried the warm water back inside. With a hint of awkwardness, he inquired, "You're awake. Would you like to drink some water?" Molly took the warm water from his hands, poured a cup for Gu Xiyan, and also filled cups for herself and Shen Qingzhu. Presenting a cup to Zhan Shen, she said, "Thank you." He accepted it, shaking his head in silence. Gu Xiyan also murmured her gratitude before drinking the water, her thirst evident after enduring such exertion and a fall from the waterfall. Soon, instructors Yuan and Hong arrived, having heard that the two had awakened. Yuan let out a quiet sigh of relief and asked, "Are you both all right?" Hong added, "Is there anywhere you still feel unwell?" Gu Xiyan and Molly shook their heads in response. Seeing this, Yuan Gang spoke, "Since you have both been eliminated, it's time to prepare for your punishment." Gu Xiyan and Molly exchanged startled glances. Wasn't he had said that those who fainted would be exempt from punishment? Gu Xiyan quickly inquired. "However," Yuan Gang replied, "seeing that you've awakened so promptly, it seems you're quite well. It's merely a few questions as part of the process, and only those still enduring in the mountains can hear us." Gu Xiyan and Molly thought, "It was our mistake to awaken so early." This remark even caused Hong had to awkwardly touch his nose. Shen Qingzhu attempted to protest from the side, but his objections fell on deaf ears, as Yuan Gang disregarded him entirely. Yuan Gang assessed the two and declared, "Let us proceed here. There's no need to move." He then signaled to Hong Hao, who reluctantly retrieved the truth ring and placed it on Gu Xian's finger, along with some equipment. Yuan Gang seated himself on a stool before the two, while Hong Hao stood behind him, and Shen Qingzhu observed from the side. "Gu Xiyan, have you ever committed any shameful acts in your life?" "No," Gu Xiyan answered without hesitation. Meanwhile, in a cave nearby, Lin Qie and his companions were resting. Upon hearing the sounds, they felt a wave of reassurance wash over them. Chao Yuan smiled. "They're fine." Bai Li Pangpang exclaimed, "That's wonderful." Chao Yuan and Bai Li Pangpang had initially been discussing with Lin Qie and in Qingyu about their inability to continue and suggested that the latter should proceed alone. Chao Yuan was fearful that he would lose consciousness and be unable to control his body, while Bai Li Pangpang had truly reached his limits. At that moment, and Qingyu spoke, "Qi, you should leave. You're the only one with some strength left here. I will stay to keep an eye on them." Lin Qi replied, "Don't think I am unaware of your intentions." "Very well. Let the three of them return to check on Gu Xiyan and Mo Li. They should be fine, otherwise, Instructor Hong and the others would not allow them to face punishment." He yearned to push his own limits further, especially since it was nighttime and his energy had been replenished. The group fell silent, each lost in their thoughts. "Do you have any particularly memorable experiences?" "Memorable experiences." Gu Xiyan murmured to herself, lost in recollection. Moments later, her complexion turned ashen as those memories she had deliberately buried surged forth like a tide. Pain flashed across her face, and she struggled against the urge to speak, yet the compulsion of the truth ring forced her to continue. "One afternoon when I was 10, my father, who was perpetually drunk, returned home, and I could only imagine what insanity had overtaken him this time. He stormed in and began to strike my mother, leaving her battered and bruised. I had been in my room doing homework, but upon hearing the commotion, I rushed out to witness this horrifying scene. I ran to my mother, crying and pleading for my father to stop hitting her. Yet, not only did he disregard my pleas, but he turned on me as well." Yuan Gang and Hong Hao furrowed their brows, their expressions darkening. They had not anticipated that Gu Xian's father was such a scoundrel, capable of striking both his wife and daughter. Mo Li's eyes glistened with sympathy as she settled beside Gu Xian's bed, offering her comfort in an embrace. Shen Qingzhu stood nearby, fists clenched unconsciously, his brow knitted in distress. Gu Xian's body trembled uncontrollably, tears welling in her eyes as she curled into Mo Li's embrace. Meanwhile, Lin Qiyi and the others resting in the cave also wore grim expressions, shocked by the revelation of Gu Xian's traumatic childhood. The harrowing narrative continued. "He threw everything he could find at us. My mother shielded me with her body. I don't know how long he struck us, but he only ceased when his rage was spent, and my mother's voice faded away. I saw blood. So much blood." Gu Xian's voice quivered, and those who listened grasped the grim conclusion. Gu Xian's father was truly inhuman. Bai Li Pangpang's eyes shimmered with compassion, filled with resentment. Lin Qiyi and Qingyu exchanged pained glances, their hearts ignited with fury towards Gu Xian's father. Chao Yuan's brow remained furrowed. his heart unsettled. Yuan Gang and Hong Hao's expressions grew increasingly grim. Shen Qingzhu's anger culminated in a punch against the pole supporting the tent. Emoli could only hold Gu Xiyan tightly, offering her strength. Gu Xiyan's voice persisted, weaving a tapestry of sorrow. After I crawled out from my mother's embrace. My father was already absent from our home. I cried out for my mother, yet she remained unresponsive. In desperation, I shook her vigorously, hoping to rouse her from her slumber. However, she never awakened again. My entire body ached, rendering me immobile, and I lost track of the days. When I finally regained consciousness, I was horrified to discover that worms had infested my mother's lifeless body, writhing amidst the dried bloodstains that surrounded her. As Gu Xiyan recounted this haunting memory, she became engulfed in a profound recollection, her pallid visage betraying her agony. Enough! Shen Qingzhu suddenly shouted, unable to bear the torment any longer. Yuan Gang realized he had unwittingly probed a sensitive wound and swiftly removed the truth ring from Gu Xiyan's finger, murmuring an apology. Hong Hao, at a loss for words, recognized that this was undoubtedly the deepest scar in Gu Xiyan's heart. Molly, filled with compassion, embraced Gu Xiyan, gently whispering reassurances. Xiyan, it's all right. It's all in the past. In Molly's comforting arms, Gu Xiyan trembled uncontrollably, her eyes tightly shut as tears streamed down her cheeks. It was then that Lin Xie and Xingyu finally understood the reason behind her profound fear of insects. Chapter 35. The final destination within the cavern. Li Pang abruptly rose to his feet, his eyes ablaze with fury. That beast! If I ever encounter him, I shall not let him escape. And Xingyu also stood, her focus shifting to the paramount concern. Xiyan. Chao Yuan spoke in a solemn tone. Indeed, we must return to see her. Qi, give it your all. Lin Shi nodded in agreement, refraining from further words as he sprinted towards the destination. Meanwhile, in the tent, Gu Xiyan, coveted by Mo Li, gradually regained her composure. Shen Qingzhu approached the bedside, gazing earnestly at Gu Xiyan as she said, what has transpired is in the past. From now on, our circle of friends will always stand beside you. Gu Xiyan, her tear-stained face lifted, looked at Shen Qingzhu and Mo Li, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Thank you, she whispered. Yuan Gang appeared slightly remorseful, admitting, this was my fault. I should not have compelled you to participate in this game. With her tear-streaked visage, Gu Xiyan offered a faint smile to the group. It's all right, expressing it is a relief. This has always been my burden. At that moment, Xingyu and the others were discovered by the instructors, who had given up searching. Upon seeing the instructors, they inquired about Gu Xiyan's whereabouts. Fortunately, they were already intended to be taken to Yuan Gang and Hong Hao. Soon, the instructors led Xingyu and her companions to the tent where Gu Xiyan was situated. Upon entering, they beheld Gu Xiyan and Mo Li seated on the bed. In unison, they called out, Xiyan, are you all right? Gu Xiyan, upon seeing her weary friends return, felt her eyes well up once more. I'm fine. I apologize for worrying you. And Xingyu sat beside her, stating earnestly, let the past remain in the past. Your mother surely wishes for you to lead a good life. Yes, Gu Xiyan replied. Yuangong interdicted. Now only Lin Shi remains. Let us proceed to the finish line and await him. The group consented, and shortly thereafter, the instructors dismantled the makeshift tents and drove them towards the destination. Meanwhile, Lin Shi traversed the forest alone, having shed all restraint and pushing his speed to its utmost limits. As night descended, the effects of the night dance enhancer took hold, allowing him to disregard the darkness and double his velocity. Awaiting him at the finish line were Gu Xiyan and the instructors. Before long, from beneath the dark mountain, a muddy Lin Qi emerged, his military uniform marred by scratches from branches and flecked with soil, his cap absent from his head. Bathed in moonlight, he approached Gu Xiyan and Xingyu, panting heavily, sweat glistening on his face. Yet, he managed to muster a smile as he hoarsely declared, I have reached the finish line. Gu Xiyan's tears transformed into laughter. Qi, you are truly amazing. Mo Li, standing beside Gu Xiyan, also smiled. Li Pang cheered. Qi, you are incredible. Chao Yuan chimed in with a grin. I knew you could do it. And Qingyu beamed at Lin Shiyi, joy illuminating her face. Lin Xie intended to say something further, but his body swayed slightly, causing him to stumble forward uncontrollably. Gu Xiyan and Qingyu were taken aback and hurriedly supported him to a seated position, their expressions tinged with concern. Yuan Gang handed him an open water flask, remarking that he was the first to traverse the entire terrain. Lin Xie accepted it and took a hearty drink, then smiled. Upon returning, the instructor prepared a medicinal bath for each of the new recruits. As Gu Xiyan soaked in the herbal bath, her mind wandered to many thoughts. She had formed a circle of friends and was genuinely happy, believing that her mother would be pleased to see her in such a state. Lost in contemplation, she eventually fell asleep, and in her dreams, she beheld her mother. Her mother smiled gently at her and softly said, I'm so glad, my yin-yin. You're doing well now. Then she vanished. Tears began to slide down Gu Xiyan's cheeks, mingling with the herbal bath. The following day, when Gu Xiyan awoke, she felt inexplicably cheerful. She rose to change into her military uniform, which had been altered and delivered alongside the medicinal bath the previous night. Molly had long since awakened as well. She entered the room and, upon seeing Gu Xiyan awake, exclaimed with a smile, You're up. Today's breakfast is steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk. Moreover, there's no training today. Gu Xiyan's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? That's wonderful. Yes, I brought some back for you. So hurry and wash up to eat, Molly encouraged. All right, thank you, Molly. Seeing that Gu Xiyan had fully recovered brought Molly immense relief. With the absence of training, Gu Xiyan sought out Qingyu and presented him with a small vial of the promised blood, giving an additional vial just in case. And Qingyu, upon receiving the blood, was filled with enthusiasm and promptly rushed back to the laboratory prepared for him by Yuan Gang. Gu Xiyan and the others felt a shiver at his eagerness, grateful that they were friends. Meanwhile, Lin Xie made his way to Yuan Gang's office. Report. Come in. As Lin Xie entered the office, he was surprised to find Hong Hao present as well. Chapter 36, Untitled Please, have a seat. Yuan Gang gestured towards the chair opposite his desk. Lin Xie complied and took a seat. Yuan Gang retrieved a box and a bank card from his drawer, handing them to Lin Xie. The card contained 500,000, with a password of accessible at any bank, while the box held a forbidden item. Meanwhile, Hong Hao, standing nearby, couldn't help but express his astonishment at being able to take advantage of Yuan Gang. Hearing this, Yuan Gang's expression darkened. What? Do you perceive me as stingy? Realizing his faux pas, Hong Hao quickly wiped the cold sweat from his brow and awkwardly replied, No. How could you, Commander, be stingy? It was my mistake. Umph. Yuan Gang snorted coldly, but chose not to pursue the matter further. Lin Xie was taken aback. He anticipated that the money was personally provided by Yuan Gang. He then returned the bank card, stating, I appreciate the gesture, but I cannot accept money meant for a soldier. This response left both Yuan Gang and Hong Hao momentarily speechless. Yuan Gang regarded him with a thoughtful gaze before silently reclaiming the card. Very well. This item is called Azure Heart, part of the Psychic Forbidden Item Series 278, Azure Guardian, capable of resisting most psychic attacks within a 1-meter radius. As Lin Xie opened the box, Yuan Gang elaborated on the item's function and designation. Lin Xie's eyes brightened. He had not expected a psychic forbidden item, which would be immensely beneficial to him. Thank you, he said earnestly to Yuan Gang. What of Gu Xiyan? She's fine now, Yuan Gang replied, patting him on the shoulder. All right, you may return now. Understood. When Lin Xie found Gu Xiyan and the others, they were seated in the training area, watching new recruits practice with blades, their laughter and chatter filling the air. Xie, where have you been? Bai Li Pang was the first to notice Lin Xie and called out to him. The others turned to see Lin Xie approaching from a distance. Xie. Although Mo Li remained silent, she too directed her gaze towards him. Upon getting closer, Lin Xie noticed that Qingyu was absent. Where's Qingyu? He went to the laboratory, Gu Xiyan replied. Xie, you still haven't told us where you just went. Indeed, Chao Yuan pressed further. His curiosity peaked alongside that of Gu Xiyan and Shen Qingzhu. I didn't go anywhere. Instructor Yuan just needed to discuss something with me. Lin Xie responded with a hint of resignation, noting their inquisitive looks. Oh. Lin Xie sat down to observe for a while, but soon grew restless. He approached and picked up a straight blade, asking Bai Li Pang Pang and the others, who will practice with me. His gaze, however, deliberately bypassed Chao Yuan. Bai Li Pang Pang quickly averted his eyes, while Mo Li expressed interest. I'll join. Sitting here has been rather dull. Upon hearing Mo Li's voice, Bai Li Pang Pang eagerly chimed in, me too. Lin Xie raised an eyebrow. Why didn't you speak up earlier? It seems you only became eager when Mo Li offered. Mo Li disregarded Bai Li Pang Pang's antics and confidently stepped forward to select a broadsword. Bai Li Pang Pang, suddenly feeling awkward, scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly, pretending to be oblivious. Chao Yuan, ever the provocateur, remarked, isn't it simply because Molly agreed to spar with you? You must be eager to spend more time with her. Gu Xiyan couldn't help but burst into laughter, while Shen Qingzhu, seated nearby, wore a subtle smile. Astute observation. Bai Li Pang Pang, slightly irked, retorted, you rascal, Chao. As he approached, Chao Yuan, not one to remain stationary, quickly evaded him, and soon the two were playfully tussling. Not far away, Yuan Gang and Hong Hao exchanged amused glances at this heartwarming scene. Such are the days that passed by. That night, Gu Xiyan lay in bed, lost in thought and unable to sleep. Suddenly, she found herself atop the roof, momentarily bewildered. Before her stood Lin Xie and Nix. Xie? The goddess Nix? How could Nix be here? Lin Xie, with a gentle smile, clarified, Mother said I could return to the old district, and I thought you would enjoy seeing your cousin again, so I invited her along. Gu Xiyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Shall we go now? Indeed, Lin Xie replied, turning to Nix. Nix smiled tenderly. My child, simply envision the place you wish to go. All right, they chorused. In the next instant, a thick wave of darkness enveloped their surroundings, and the three figures vanished from sight. Yuan Gang sensed the sudden shift in energy, rising abruptly from his seat in shock. Is that the aura of a deity? How is this possible? He quickly grabbed a dagger and rushed toward the dormitory, pulling out his phone to make a call. Meanwhile, Gu Xiyan and Lin Xie felt as if they had blinked, and suddenly they found themselves atop one of the buildings in the old district. Their hearts soared upon recognizing the familiar streets. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed. A bowl slipped from Yang Jin's grasp and shattered on the ground. A glint of cold light flickered in Yang Jin's eyes as he kicked at the little black creature and shot at a fierce glare. The creature quickly shut its mouth but continued to gaze intently at the rooftop nearby. Lin Xie noticed Yang Jin picking up the broken pieces, while their aunt emerged with a broom to clean up. Oh, Yang Jin, how clumsy you are, Lin Xie chuckled softly. Gu Xiyan followed his gaze. Is it your brother and aunt? I heard you mention him before. Yes, he replied. Nix, curious, inquired, is he your friend? Lin Xie shook his head, no. He is family. Let us go see Xian's home. The group then shifted to another building. At that moment, Yang Jin peered out the window, muttering, Outer God? How could it be near my brother? And that girl's aura. Gu Xiyan spotted her cousin sitting on the sofa, holding a photograph, her expression wistful as she gently traced the image of the person captured within. It was a photograph of three individuals with a tall man standing in the center, flanked by the petite Gu Xiyan on the right, and her cousin Su Anren on the left. Her hand rested gently against the faces of the man and Gu Xiyan. Gu Xiyan pursed her lips, quietly observing the scene. The man was their uncle, Su Mo, the father of her cousin. After a prolonged silence, Gu Xiyan finally spoke. Xie, Lady Nix, let us return. Lin Xie was at a loss for words and merely nodded. Lady Nix then escorted the two back to the training camp. Just as they turned around, they encountered Yuan Gang, who had been waiting there for an indeterminate amount of time. Both Lin Xie and Gu Xiyan were momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, Gu Xiyan hid behind Lin Xie. Lady Nix looked at Yuan Gang and inquired curiously, is he also your friend? Well, sort of. Lin Xie replied with a slight cough. Yuan Gang stood up, exuding a formidable aura of mental strength, and calmly addressed Lady Nix, I am Yuan Gang, Vice Captain of the 006 Squad of the Daxia Night Watch stationed in Beijing. May I inquire your esteemed name? Nix came to reply. Ah, so you are the esteemed goddess of night. He then inquired about her purpose for being there. Upon learning that she was searching for her son, Yuan Gang was momentarily stunned. Lin Xie quickly interjected, "She is here looking for her agent," merely to blend in. Ultimately, Lin Xie ended up being the dual deity's agent. However, Yuan Gang still had a lingering question. He turned his gaze towards Gu Xiyan, who was still uncertain behind Lin Xie. "I can understand that Lin Xie is the agent of the goddess of night, but why is Gu Xiyan here?" Gu Xiyan, feeling lost behind Lin Xie, poked him gently in the back, signaling him to provide an excuse. Lin Xie's mind raced. "Xiyan? She couldn't sleep and came out for some fresh air, fortuitously encountering me, and together we stumbled upon the goddess of night." Yuan Gang appeared skeptical, narrowing his eyes. "Is that so?" Yes. Gu Xiyan hastily nodded in agreement. "All right then, let us return to sleep promptly and refrain from wandering about." Though skeptical, it seemed there was no glaring inconsistency. Gu Xiyan and Lin Xie both breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly turned to leave, fearing that any delay would prompt Yuan Gang to call them back. Chapter 37. Enkinjiu's new abilities. After Yuan Gang and the others departed, the call was redialed to report the emergence of the goddess Nyx, the deity of night, and the ensuing communication with her. Nyx was subsequently added to the sequence of discovered deities, designated as Sequence 043, Goddess Nyx. In splendid news, Enkinjiu emerged from his laboratory. Gu Xiyan and Lin Xie hurried to greet him. Lin Xie exclaimed, "You have finally decided to show yourself. How'd it go?" Everyone eagerly awaited Enkinjiu's response. Having passed over 2 weeks since that momentous day, the 136 squad had also delivered some mysterious corpses during this time. With a beaming smile, Enkinjiu announced, "I have analyzed Xian's blood and derived 2 abilities from it." Lin Xie and the others' eyes lit up, while Shen Qingzhu voiced the collective curiosity. "What are they?" "Xian possesses quite a few abilities." Without further ado, Enkinjiu replied, "Healing and shield." "That's fantastic," Lin Xie exclaimed joyfully. Bai Li Pang, equally elated, slapped his thigh and remarked, "Healing and shield. These abilities are immensely practical. They could save lives in critical moments." And Enkinjiu continued, "I have also optimized these abilities. The healing power not only accelerates wound recovery, but can also cure some complex ailments, while the strength and duration of the shield have been significantly enhanced." The group was filled with astonishment upon hearing this. Gu Xiyan felt a surge of happiness, realizing her blood could aid Enkinjiu. Chao Yuan could hardly contain his excitement and posed another pressing question. "What about the other mysterious corpses? Have you obtained any abilities from them?" Enkinjiu replied, "From those corpses, I have derived the ability of ice formation. With merely a thought, I can condense the surrounding moisture into various forms of ice weaponry. And the ice swords are remarkably hard and incredibly powerful." Lin Xie could not help but comment, "That ability sounds impressive." Gu Xiyan inquired with curiosity, "Can this ability also be optimized like the healing and shield?" Enkinjiu stroked his chin thoughtfully and responded, "It should be possible." Bai Li Pang placed a hand on Enkinjiu's shoulder and cheerfully suggested, "Now that our little fish has acquired new abilities, how about we celebrate today?" Chao Yuan interjected, shattering his reverie, "This is a training camp. How can we celebrate?" Shen Qingzhu muttered, "You glutton." Bai Li Pang froze momentarily, realizing his oversight. Gu Xiyan and Molly stifled their laughter. Through their time together, Molly had come to recognize that Bai Li Pang was not like the wealthy young master she had encountered before, and thus, her resistance had lessened. Lin Xie chuckled, "All right, let our little fish grab a bite to eat first. Indeed, little fish must be famished by now. Let's go," Gu Xiyan said, reaching out to take Enkinjiu's wrist and leading him towards the cafeteria. Enkinjiu's lips curled into a gentle smile, his heart warmed by the concern of his friends. As Lin Xie and his companions exchanged glances, smiles emerged on their faces, and they hastened to follow suit. With the passage of time, the weather gradually turned colder, heralding the quiet arrival of winter. In the morning, the dew on the branches began to crystallize into ice, and a pervasive chill permeated the air, seeping into every crevice. All the recruits were clad in thin black short sleeves, engaged in running exercises on the training field. At lunchtime, Bai Li Pang spoke up, remarking that the new year was fast approaching, and wondered if they would receive a holiday. Gu Xiyan and Lin Xie were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the new year was nearing. They had not realized they had been at the training camp for so long. 5 months had already passed. Chao Yuan felt that there would be no holiday to speak of, as this was a closed training regimen. And Xing Yu and the others shared the same sentiment. As they listened to Bali Pongpong's complaints, Lin Xie and his companions were unaware that 2 familiar figures were arriving at the training camp. Figures well known to Gu Xiyan. Lin Xie and Xing Yu. In Yuan Gang's office, a man sat opposite him, while a young girl stood outside the door. Yuan Gang furrowed his brows and looked at Chen Mai. What do you mean? I asked you to grant the recruits a holiday. Yuan Gang's voice was grave. Captain Chen, you are well aware that we are in a closed training environment. How could there possibly be a holiday? I don't care. You can allow just the 3 members of our small team to have a break, Chen Mai replied. Yuan Gang felt a headache coming on as he stared at Chen Mai. This is against the rules. If you refuse, we will take matters into our own hands. Chen Mai spoke with a hint of melancholy. Yuan Gang frowned. Is there a compelling reason for granting a holiday? Chen Mai fell silent for a moment. There are individuals planning to target the recruits. What? Yuan Gang was taken aback. You know that among the recruits are many prodigies. They represent the future of our great Xia and must not be put in jeopardy, particularly with one acting as a divine proxy and another as a dual divine proxy. Yuan Gang's expression shifted. He had not anticipated this was the cause for concern. Chen Mai continued, recently, the situation in Songnan City has been quite unstable. Our squad has been tracking these individuals, but just yesterday, they all vanished without a trace. I suspect their target is this training camp. Yuan Gang found it hard to believe that anyone would dare to attack the training camp, considering the number of instructors present. Just the young master of the Bai Li family alone had a bounty of 800 million on the black market. That was no small sum. Such an amount could drive many to desperation. Instructor Yuan, do you believe this training camp can remain unassailable? Yuan Gang fell into silence. The 2 discussed matters in the office for quite some time. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air of the training camp. Gu Xiyan and Lin Xie exchanged puzzled looks at the unexpected call for assembly. Nevertheless, they joined the other recruits to gather. Indeed, after this period of training, you have all grown significantly. Gu Xiyan and Lin Xie listened in astonishment as Instructor Hong spoke, shocked to hear that, despite earlier conversations about no holidays, they were now informed of a 4-day break for the new year, though they were not permitted to leave Songnan City. Xing Yu furrowed her brow, sensing that this holiday was not merely a simple respite for the new year. There was something peculiar about this break. Lin Xie shared her sentiment, exchanging a glance with Xing Yu. The others, upon hearing her words, felt their previously joyful spirits wane. Their suspicions were soon confirmed when Instructor Hong distributed the Star Blade. Everyone boarded the bus, and as it ventured beyond the confines of the training camp, the air was filled with exclamations of astonishment from the new recruits. I have broken through, one recruit exclaimed, rising in excitement. Oh, me too. Gu Xiyan and the others echoed his joy, their spirits soaring as well. Bai Li, affectionately known as Pang Pang, suggested a celebration, and this time, no one dared to refute him, for they were on holiday. A heartfelt thank you to Ouyang Yishi for the flowers, and to Duoin Buji for generating love. I am grateful to all who read this novel. I am aware that my writing is not perfect, yet I am striving earnestly. Chapter 38. Under Attack, a coordinated response, as joy enveloped the group. 5 missiles streaked through the clouds, 2 of which targeted the bus carrying the new recruits. What is that? Suddenly, one of the recruits pointed out the window. Everyone turned to see the unmistakable silhouette of the missiles. Instantly, the cheers of the crowd were stifled, as if a hand had gripped their throats. Missiles! Quickly, take cover! Instructor Hong's voice thundered within the bus. Before he could take action, a long spear, aflame with a vivid crimson hue, shot forth from a distance, hurtling toward one of the missiles with astonishing speed. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted in the air, blossoming into a fiery sphere. Meanwhile, another missile was met by Xing Yu's newly harnessed ability, the power to crystallize ice into weapons. An ice sword formed and sped toward the missile, striking it with pinpoint accuracy. Another thunderous blast followed. The ice sword shattered into countless fragments, while the missile detonated prematurely under the force of the impact, sending a searing shockwave that scattered ice shards in all directions. In that very instant, the fragmented missile debris and icy remnants were propelled outward with tremendous velocity, creating a spectacular rain of metallic shards. These glimmering fragments, reminiscent of a swarm of frenzied bees, descended upon the bus. In response to this sudden onslaught, Lin Xie and Gu Xiyan instinctively reacted after Qingyu's strike. Lin Xie unleashed his ability, Eternal Darkness. A wave of profound darkness erupted from him, rapidly expanding to envelop the bus in a hemispherical shield. Countless metal shards were consumed by the void, and any that escaped were thwarted by Gu Xiyan's protective barrier. Simultaneously, Gu Xiyan conjured her shield, a radiant violet light materializing into an immense barrier, resembling an indomitable fortress that shielded the bus. This protective aura emanated a powerful energy, repelling the metallic debris that rained down like a storm, ensuring that not a single piece breached the confines of the bus. The synchronized efforts of Lin Xie and Gu Xiyan provided a dual-layered defense, completely neutralizing the missile threat. Once he observed that the remaining fragments were effectively blocked by Gu Xiyan's shield, Lin Xie dispelled his dark barrier. In the aftermath, he realized that cold sweat had soaked his back, and his vision blurred momentarily. Upon noticing Lin Xie's condition after deploying her shield, Gu Xiyan rushed to his side to initiate healing. And Qingyu stood beside Lin Xie, and Gu Xiyan also extended her healing to him, momentarily forgetting that he too possessed healing capabilities. The soft violet light enveloped them, and soon their condition stabilized, particularly Lin Xie, whose dizziness receded, though his complexion remained somewhat pale. As the other recruits aboard the vehicle suddenly experienced a moment of darkness, followed by a bright flash, they beheld the enormous lavender shield. Instructor Hong swiftly reacted, rushing towards the group. Upon reaching Lin Xie and the others, he inspected them, sighing in relief upon discovering they were unharmed. Bai Li and his companions hurried over. Bai Li and Chao Yuan exclaimed, "Cha, little fish," and Xian, "Are you all right?" Molly and Shun Qingzhu gazed at them with concern. The other recruits also crowded around, voicing their worries in a cacophony of anxious words. Gu Xiyan, Lin Xie, and Qingyu spoke in unison, assuring them, "We're fine, don't worry." Turning their gazes outside, Lin Xie and his companions wore grim expressions. Indeed, this holiday was anything but ordinary. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 missiles were aimed at the training camp, but were also intercepted. Yuan Gang stood amid the inferno, his expression dark and fists clenched, the faint golden aura around him still lingering. "Commander!" A trainer sprinted from a distance towards Yuan Gang. 2 missiles landed on the recruits' exit route. What? What about the recruits? Are they unharmed? Yuan Gang turned sharply, urgency in his voice. It seems a member of Team 136 shot down 1 missile, while another was detonated in advance by Qingyu's ice sword. The fragments were intercepted by Lin Xie and Gu Xiyan. Hearing this, Yuan Gang exhaled deeply, a mix of relief and pride washing over him. He had not anticipated their rapid growth and swift reactions. However, this was soon overshadowed by anger. Chen Mai's warnings had proven true. There was indeed a traitor among them. This realization also struck the trainer, confirming their suspicions of an insider. Yuan Gang remained in place, his face clouded with contemplation, pondering how the missiles had been activated. Thanks to the interventions of Hong Ying and Qingyu, everyone on the bus was safe. Hong Ying and Wen Qima had been covertly escorting the bus, carrying the recruits, allowing Hong Ying to act in a timely manner. However, they were taken aback by the quick reactions of Qingyu, Lin Xie, and Gu Xiyan, who had successfully intercepted another missile. The 2 rushed towards the bus. "Xian, little fish." "Xie," Hong Ying's voice called out from outside, reaching the ears of the trio. Gu Xiyan, Lin Xie, and Qingyu looked out. Bai Li, Molly, Chao Yuan, and Shun Qingzhu also turned to see Hong Ying and Wen Qima standing outside, their expressions filled with worry. Gu Xiyan, Lin Xie, and Qingyu chorused, "Sister Hong Ying, Brother Qima, what brings you here?" Hong Ying replied urgently, Are you all right? When Shima also looked at them expectantly. We're fine. The trio shook their heads in reassurance. Upon hearing their response, the two finally relaxed. Bai Li, filled with curiosity, asked, "Who are they?" The others also looked at Lin Qiye and his companions with intrigue. Lin Qiye replied, "They are seniors from Team 136. "Oh, I see." Hong Ying said, "Come down, we'll take you back." Gu Xiyan and her companions hesitated, their concerns for Molly and Pang Pang evident. Gu Xiyan said, "Sister Hong Ying, there's no need. We shall follow the bus." Lin Qiye and Qingyu nodded in agreement. Observing their reluctance, Hong Ying refrained from insisting, instead silently trailing behind the bus alongside Wen Qima for protection. Upon returning to the bus, Qingyu shared his fish species vision, revealing numerous unfamiliar faces. He furrowed his brow and opened his eyes wide. Lin Qiye inquired urgently, "What's the situation?" Gu Xiyan and the others awaited his response with bated breath. The outlook was grim. There were indeed many strangers, and then Qingyu hesitated. "And what else?" Bali Pang Pang pressed, anxious. "There are individuals lurking outside both the Qiye and Xiyan residences. They appear to be mercenaries," and Qingyu replied, his brow knitted and his expression darkened. Gu Xiyan and Lin Qiye felt a surge of anxiety and panic at his words, while the others wore serious expressions. Upon hearing this news, their first thought was of the ancient cult mentioned by Wang Mian. Shen Qingzhu exclaimed in anger, "These scoundrels! How dare they lay hands on ordinary people?" And Qingyu spoke soothingly, "Let us not act hastily. They are not yet prepared to strike, clearly waiting for a signal. Their targets, evidently, are you too." Bali Pang Pang added, "Yes, Xiyan, do not act impulsively. Since they are after you, they must have come prepared. Let us discuss our options first." And Qingyu continued, "There are not only these individuals in Sangnan City, but others in different locations as well." Lin Qiye stated gravely, "Then we should return to the office and inform the captain of the situation." "Indeed, let us proceed." Gu Xiyan thought anxiously about her cousin's safety, lowering her head in silence. Observing her distress, Molly reached out and took her hand, offering silent comfort. Chao Yuan's expression was equally grim. Chapter 39. Eliminating the enemies soon. The bus came to a halt at a location near Sangnan City. Bai Li, along with a few others, followed Gu Xiyan and Lin Qiye, as well as Qingyu, into the office. After a brief introduction among themselves, they promptly delved into the matter at hand. Upon hearing the details, the expressions of the members of Team 136 turned grim. Hong Hao was also present, and upon listening to Lin Qiye and the others, his anger surged. The fish species of Qingyu could only share its vision with him. Ordinarily, Wu Xiangnan communicated with Xue Bao through sign language, using a map of Sangnan to point things out. Hong Hao exclaimed, "I never expected their missile attack would not suffice. They actually have a series of backup plans." Chimai added, "As far as we know, their targets are merely Qiye, Xiyan, Qingyu, and Bai Li Tuming." And Qingyu was somewhat astonished to find himself among the targets. The others, however, were not surprised, given that Qingyu possessed an unfathomable array of abilities, not to mention his capacity to acquire powers through the dissection of corpses. The ancient god cult would undoubtedly be eager to possess such capabilities. It was then that Lin Qiye and the others came to comprehend the true reason behind the holiday, a strategy of fragmentation to prevent harm to other recruits. Chun Mai stated solemnly, "However, I did not anticipate that these lunatics would resort to abducting ordinary people as leverage." Wu Xiangnan remarked, "Such madmen cannot be dealt with through conventional means." Instructor Hong reassured them, "There is no need for excessive concern. We have already deployed a number of absolutely trustworthy instructors within the city to protect you discreetly. Moreover, Commander Yuan, a formidable force in the Sea Realm, is also covertly managing the situation." Zhao Kongchang cursed, "Damn it, these little bastards should come at us directly." Though the others remained silent, they were all preparing their weapons. Bai Li and his companions anxiously glanced at Chun Mai, awaiting his instructions. Chun Mai proposed, "Let us divide into 3 teams. Xiyan, you will accompany Qiye and Qingyu to first deal with the group outside Qiye's home, and then proceed to your residence. Hong Ying and Mo will accompany you as well. Kongcheng, you and Xiangnan will secretly follow Bai Li Tuming, Chao Yuan, and Shen Qingzhu, luring out those who are seeking the bounty and apprehending them all at once. I will work with Gu Xiyan to track the whereabouts of the others. Instructor Hong added. I will also adapt to circumstances as needed. Understood. Acknowledged. The group responded, finding no objections to the plan. Gu Xiyan and Lin Xie soon arrived at the foot of Lin Xie's building. Lin Xie sensed a black van parked not far from his home, which, even under the blanket of snow, stood out prominently in the wintry landscape. Two individuals were conversing inside and outside the vehicle, each holding a walkie-talkie. Exchanging glances, Lin Xie and his companions swiftly approached the van. The four individuals inside noticed their approach and quickly reacted, drawing their weapons. One of the assailants outside brandished a short blade, moving with the swiftness of lightning as he lunged toward Lin Xie. His movements were exceedingly rapid, and in the blink of an eye, he closed in on Lin Xie, the knife glinting ominously in the air as it aimed directly for Lin Xie's throat. Reacting with remarkable speed, Lin Xie sidestepped, evading the lethal strike, and simultaneously delivered a swift kick to the assailant's arm, causing him to flinch and nearly lose his grip on the knife. Meanwhile, the others wasted no time in joining the fray. They were mercenaries known for their decisiveness, each targeting specific individuals and pouncing upon Qingyu, Hong Ying, and others. Calmly facing his assailant, and Qingyu analyzed the adversary's movement patterns, deftly dodging the attack before retaliating with his ice sword. Hong Ying met her opponent with a long spear, while Wen Qima wielded a straight blade, engaging in a fierce struggle with his own adversary. Lin Xie activated his divine domain, sensing two snipers positioned within the building. He warned, there is a sniper in the east and another in the south. Exercise caution. And Qingyu narrowed his eyes, glancing in both directions, while Gu Xiyan remained vigilant at their side. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. Two bullets whistled through, aimed at Gu Xiyan's chest and forehead respectively. The group was taken aback, and Qingyu swiftly directed his ice sword toward the incoming bullets. Lin Xie also summoned his dark divine domain to intercept them. Gu Xiyan, momentarily startled, quickly conjured shield. One bullet was intercepted by Qingyu, while the other was deflected by the shields of Lin Xie and Gu Xiyan. Hong Ying and Wen Qima breathed a sigh of relief, intensifying their assaults. At that moment, another bullet was fired from a different direction, hurtling toward one of the previously targeted areas. In the next instant, a spray of blood erupted from the southern building, alongside a figure plummeting downwards. Hong Ying and Wen Qima were not surprised. They recognized the shooter. Lin Xie and Qingyu and Gu Xiyan initially reacted with astonishment, quickly deducing that it was Gu Xiyan. Lin Xie glanced towards that direction, spotting a man clad in black, lying low on a high-rise several hundred meters away, the barrel of his sniper rifle still emitting wisps of smoke. Indeed, the first one, murmured Gu Xiyan as he adjusted his aim toward the eastern building, swiftly firing a second bullet before the assailant could reposition. With a resounding bang, another figure tumbled from the building. The last one, Gu Xiyan remarked, lifting his gaze to Lin Xie and the others. They exchanged glances, quickly repositioning to shield Gu Xiyan at the center. Observing their formation, Gu Xiyan unleashed her divine domain. Protection for all beings, the sorrows of love and desire. As her divine domain manifested, the members of the Scorpion Squad were overtaken by uncontrollable tears, their capacity for attack significantly impaired. Drawing from a previous experience of indiscriminate assault, she adeptly maintained control this time. Seizing the opportunity, Hong Ying and her companions swiftly eliminated several adversaries. Once the tumult had subsided, Lin Xie's hands trembled slightly as he suddenly dashed to the side, crouching down and retching uncontrollably. Gu Xiyan, upon witnessing the bodies and the bloodstains, was not in a much better state, rushing to a corner to heave. Despite having encountered such scenes in her childhood, the horror remained overwhelming. And Qingyu fared somewhat better, having dissected mysterious corpses. He found that the act of taking a life was an entirely different experience, and his fingers quivered faintly. Hong Ying promptly attended to Gu Xiyan, while Wen Qima went to check on Lin Xie. After a considerable time, the two managed to regain their composure. Yet Gu Xiyan could no longer bear to look at the lifeless forms. Lin Xie, however, had truly regained his steadiness. For it was they who had first set their sights on his family. Chapter 40. The Fury of Gu Xiyan on the Other Side. 3 individuals approaching Gu Xiyan's residence realized that their comrades had been slain. Damn it, the target has appeared. A gruff voice resonated. Scorpion 3, they are utterly incompetent. They are just a few insignificant brats, remarked a man with a scarred face. Do not be so dismissive. Each one of them is formidable in their own right. Scorpion 1 replied solemnly. However, fortunately, we have a contingency plan. Are you referring to the woman in that house? Scorpion 6 inquired. Scorpion 1 nodded slightly. Let us proceed swiftly. Understood. The trio hastened towards Gu Xiyan's home. Meanwhile, Long Xian witnessed this scenario unfold and quickly activated his earpiece, addressing the others. This is bad. You must move quickly. They are heading toward Xian's house. Gu Xiyan's pupils constricted sharply as she turned and sprinted homeward. Lin Xie and the others also changed their expressions, hastily following in her wake. As Scorpion 1 and his companions reached the ground floor, they noticed the lights still ablaze upstairs. Just as they were about to ascend the corner staircase, a clear voice echoed in their ears. Gu Xiyan was utilizing her utmost speed to reach her home. Lin Xie and the others closely trailed behind her. With only a short distance remaining to her residence, Gu Xiyan, fearing she might be too late, shouted toward that direction. You are looking for me. Do not harm my sister. Even before her arrival, her voice had already reached the ears of Scorpion 1 and his companions. They exchanged glances, astonished that the target had arrived so swiftly, and collectively halted their ascent, turning back toward the others below. Simultaneously, this voice reached Su Anren, who paused, momentarily believing she had misheard. She hurriedly opened the window to glance downstairs and indeed saw Gu Xiyan racing forward, followed by several anxious young men and women. Xiaoyan, you've returned. Su Anren's delighted exclamation ascended to Gu Xiyan and her companions. Gu Xiyan turned her gaze toward her home's window and spotted her cousin. Lin Xie and the others also looked up, seeing a delicate young woman in her 20s peering down from the window. Sister, I'm back. Gu Xiyan managed to force a smile as she addressed Su Anren. It's good to have you back. Are these your classmates? Su Anren asked, observing Lin Xie and Xingyu. Yes, sister, please wait for me inside the house. Do not come out. We will talk later, Gu Xiyan replied earnestly. Happy New Year, cousin. Lin Xie and the others chimed in unison. Happy New Year to you as well. What is the matter? Xiaoyan, are you not coming up? Su Anren queried, as Scorpion 1 and his team had already ascended halfway up the staircase, and now, even if they descended, her angle would prevent her from seeing them. It's nothing. Gu Xiyan hesitated, glancing at Lin Xie and the others for guidance. Cousin, we were planning to buy some gifts first. We forgot earlier, Hong Ying quickly interjected, scratching her head with a smile. Indeed, just wait for us at home, cousin, Lin Xie concurred. There's no need for extravagance. Our home lacks for nothing. Sister, please, just listen to me. Gu Xiyan's voice rose slightly. Su Anren was taken aback. It was the first time she had heard Gu Xiyan speak to her with such volume. Su Anren found Gu Xiyan's demeanor peculiar, but refrained from probing further, merely nodding obediently as she closed the window, though she left it slightly ajar. Caught up in the moment, she now pondered Gu Xiyan's words. Who were they directed at? What did she mean by the person they were seeking was her? With her heart brimming with curiosity, she quietly peered out the window. Seeing Su Anren obediently close the window, Gu Xiyan and the others sighed in relief, their gazes locking onto the trio of scorpions. Gu Xiyan's expression was one of fury. If looks could kill, they would have perished already. I never expected this little girl to possess such audacity, Scorpion 5 remarked mockingly. Though she may be but a child, she is still an agent of the divine. Scorpion 6 added. They arrived rather swiftly, Scorpion 1 sneered, casting a knowing glance at Scorpion 5 and 6. Both drew short blades, and Scorpion 6 lunged toward Gu Xiyan's face. Su Anren's pupils dilated in shock as she gasped, Xiaoyan, who were these people? How had Xiaoyan gotten entangled with them? She initially considered rushing down to help, but recalling Gu Xiyan's words and realizing her own ineffectiveness, she remained anxious and helpless. At that moment, Gu Xiyan's mind was remarkably calm as she focused intently on Scorpion 6. Just as Scorpion 6's attack was about to land, she swiftly darted to the left, evading the lethal strike with ease. Simultaneously, Qingyu brandished an ice sword, a glimmer of cold light slicing through the air, meeting Scorpion 6's short blade head-on. The clash produced a resounding clang, the ice sword and short blade colliding with a crisp sound. Lin Xie and Hong Ying engaged with Scorpion 5, who was battle-hardened and skilled in close combat, launching fierce assaults. Scorpion 5 parried Lin Xie's twin blades, rolling to evade Hong Ying's incoming strike. Su Anren, witnessing Gu Xiyan evade the attack aimed at her, felt a measure of relief, though her focus remained fixed on the unfolding battle below. Scorpion 1 merely observed from the sidelines, making no move, while Wen Qima scrutinized him closely. Calmly, Gu Xiyan drew a pistol, aiming for Scorpion 6's abdomen and firing. Scorpion 6, entangled within Qingyu, was caught off guard and quickly dodged. Yet his arm was still grazed, narrowly avoiding a fatal injury. He gasped, glancing at his wounded arm. Scorpion 6's eyes turned icy as he glared at Gu Xiyan. "Damn you, you little brat." Scorpion 5, pinned down by Hong Ying and Lin Xie, shouted, "Scorpion 1, what are you waiting for? Act." Scorpion 1 silently cursed under his breath, "Incompetent fools." Then, he lunged toward Gu Xiyan, who had been under the watchful eye of Wen Qima. As he moved, Wen Qima acted in kind, wielding his blade to strike at the hand of Scorpion 1, who quickly withdrew his hand. In the meantime, the other hand brandished a folding knife, advancing toward Wen Qima. On the upper floor, Su Anren was taken aback to discover that Gu Xiyan was armed. She stared in disbelief at Gu Xiyan, whose fury only intensified as she surveyed the scene. Guardian of all beings, 6 realms of reincarnation. The typically melodious voice now bore a hint of hoarse anger. The 6 realms of reincarnation disc materialized behind Gu Xiyan, emanating a faint purple hue intertwined with shadows. Simultaneously, heavy iron chains, steeped in an ancient aura, coiled toward the 3 individuals. Scorpion 1's pupils dilated in shock. He attempted to roll away, but was ensnared by the chains. Scorpion 5 and Scorpion 6 met a similar fate, writhing in a futile attempt to escape the bindings. Extreme as hell. Before the words had fully escaped her lips, an overwhelming force gripped the 3, as though an invisible giant hand had seized them and dragged them toward a suddenly manifested black hole beneath their feet. This abyss seemed to be an endless void, devouring all in its path. As the 3 plummeted into the darkness, the only sounds were the rushing wind and their terrified screams. With trepidation, they gazed downward at the chilling depths. What was this? Before they even descended, the frigid air that surged upward began to freeze their limbs, leaving them horrified at the thought of what awaited them below. In an instant, agonized cries echoed within the black hole. Even Lin Xie and his companions above could hear the harrowing wails. Observing this scene, Wen Qima swallowed hard, inching his way toward Hong Ying. This was a rather terrifying spectacle. Meanwhile, Lin Xie and Qingyu and Hong Ying stood transfixed, gazing at the furious Gu Xiyan. This was the first time they had witnessed her in such a rage. She was usually so calm and gentle. From a distance, Lung Xian watched from a tall building, a slight smile gracing his lips. This young girl had truly grown. Su Anren, rendered speechless, could only gawk in astonishment. What was this? Superpowers? She stared wide-eyed at the 6 realms of reincarnation disc behind Gu Xiyan. What military academy had she attended? Chapter 41, The Absurd Truth. From the balcony of a second-floor apartment not far from the old town, Yang Jin observed the scene before him and murmured, "So she is the agent of the Earth Mother. No wonder her aura feels so familiar." Woof. The Earth Mother? Has she returned? Xiao He studied intently. Uncertain, Yang Jin replied. Logically, she shouldn't be back so soon, but technically, it isn't exactly a return. Woof. What do you mean? Xiao He gazed at Yang Jin, puzzled. Yang Jin shook his head, choosing not to elaborate. After a brief silence, he suddenly spoke. By the way, did you consume something unclean recently? Xiao He paused, then trotted inside, feigning ignorance. Yang Jin narrowed his eyes, watching it with a dangerous gaze. Didn't I tell you not to eat anything unclean? What if you get an upset stomach? Xiao Hei Lai froze, quickly turning back and looking at Yang Jin with a pleading expression. Seeing Xiao Hei Lai's demeanor, Yang Jin ultimately relented. Just this once, he said, exasperated. Xiao Hei Lai wore a foolish grin. Yang Jin could no longer bear to watch and turned to walk inside. When Gu Xiyan finally pulled the three individuals up, they had already become like ice sculptures, yet there remained a faint breath of life. Lin Xie and Qingyu exchanged glances. Clearing his throat, Lin Xie approached Gu Xiyan and softly began Xiyan. As the words left his lips, he found himself at a loss for what to say. Gu Xiyan had regained her composure, though her body trembled slightly. They were alive. She could still ask questions. After speaking, she withdrew her divine artifact and sank down onto the ground. The ice encasing the three was melted away, leaving them sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Lin Xie and Qingyu hurried forward, inquiring about their condition. Nothing serious, just needed to sit for a moment, Gu Xiyan replied, shaking her head. Seeing that she was indeed fine, Qingyu nodded towards Lin Xie and the others, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Then, Hong Ying and Wen Qima stepped forward to question the trio. How many of you are there? The individuals, thoroughly exhausted from their ordeal, merely sought a swift resolution, and thus cooperatively recounted everything in a halting manner. Upon hearing their account, Hong Ying and Wen Qima decided to grant them a swift resolution. From their words, they learned of two individuals at the sea level and a divine agent of Medusa, one at the river level, along with a few desperate mercenaries. Hong Ying and Wen Qima discovered a silver insignia that had fallen from one of the individuals. Exchanging glances, they recognized that anything found on these individuals must be significant, so they resolved to take it back for their captain to examine. After a moment of recuperation, Gu Xiyan stood up and ascended the stairs. Lin Xie and Qingyu followed suit. Initially, Hong Ying and Wen Qima considered not going up, but upon reflection, they realized that Gu Xiyan had already seen them, making it futile to hide. Before ascending, Wen Qima called for the logistics team to clean the battlefield. As Gu Xiyan entered the room, Su Anren stood there, momentarily dazed. Sister, Gu Xiyan softly called out, her voice pulling Su Anren from her stupor. She looked at Gu Xiyan, struggling to regain her voice. However, Gu Xiyan abruptly embraced Su Anren, her body trembling slightly, a manifestation of her fear. She was genuinely terrified that something might have happened to her only remaining family. With her mother gone and her uncle absent, now she had only her cousin left. Su Anren was taken aback, then returned the embrace, gently patting Gu Xiyan's back. Lin Xie and the others understood this sentiment and quietly found a place to sit, not wishing to intrude. After a while, Gu Xiyan released Su Anren. Little Yin, what was that on you just now? Su Anren quickly voiced her concern. Gu Xiyan stiffened, suddenly feeling as if she had done something wrong. Unable to meet Su Anren's gaze, Lin Xie and the others fell into a moment of silence upon hearing the question. Su Anren glanced at Gu Xiyan, then turned to look at Lin Xie and the others. Hong Ying, spotting someone familiar, she hurriedly directed her inquiry towards her, hoping for an answer. However, Hong Ying seemed to be looking everywhere but at Su Anren, adopting an expression of feigned ignorance. Wen Qima sighed and finally spoke up, revealing the truth about the other side of the world. Su Anren looked at the group in disbelief, her expression akin to someone who had just awakened from a deep slumber. The others did not disturb her as she processed the information. After a lengthy pause, the absurdity of the situation struck her. So, there are still deities in this world? The others nodded affirmatively. No wonder they had stated that their military academy did not judge by height, but by ability. Su Anren looked at Gu Xiyan with a mixture of compassion and concern, realizing how bewildering it must have been for her when she suddenly acquired such powers. She reached out to touch Gu Xiyan's head, only to notice that Gu Xiyan had grown quite a bit. Little Yin, you've grown taller. She had intended to say something else, but those words slipped out instead. Gu Xiyan was taken aback. She hadn't expected that her training over this period had resulted in her height increase. She glanced over at Lin Xie and the others. Hong Ying and the others also realized Gu Xiyan had indeed grown taller, thanks to Su Anren's observation. You have indeed grown quite a bit, Wen Qima confirmed. Haning approached and patted Gu Xiyan's head, exclaiming, "Wow, it's true. I hadn't noticed until now." Lin Xie and Xingyu also just became aware of it. Having trained together every day, they hadn't paid attention to such details. Upon receiving the confirmation, Gu Xiyan felt a surge of joy. She had finally grown taller. "Sister, you stay at home and be safe. We will first go clear out the enemies, and then we can celebrate the new year together," Gu Xiyan said, recalling the lingering threats. "Anren, tomorrow we will come to celebrate the new year with you," Hong Ying added, prompting Lin Xie and Qingyu and Wen Qima to also look at Su Anren. Aware of everything now, Su Anren understood they still had tasks to attend to. Her anxious gaze swept across the group, feeling helpless and resorting to silent prayers for their safe return. "May you all come back unharmed." "Indeed, we shall," they replied in unison before turning to descend the stairs. Su Anren watched their retreating figures, tears glistening in her eyes. Just as Gu Xiyan and the others reached the ground floor, a resounding explosion echoed from a distance. They looked up to see flames erupting from a tall building, prompting them to hasten towards the source. Su Anren, too, heard the commotion and quickly glanced in that direction, witnessing the blaze along with the hurried movements of Gu Xiyan and her companions. Chapter 42. The Crimson Night. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the room as blinding flames erupted, shattering the floor-to-ceiling windows. Billowing black smoke accompanied by searing waves of fire hurled by Li Pangpang, Chao Yuan, and Molly, along with Shen Qingzhu, into the air. "Goodness, your bomb is truly formidable, Fatty. It has obliterated the hotel," Chao Yuan exclaimed, clutching his blade as he plummeted toward the ground below. Shen Qingzhu interjected, "You glutton. There are many who wish to see you dead." Li Pangpang retorted, "What can I say? It's just my irresistible charm." Molly interjected, "Enough banter. Let us quickly devise a plan for a safe landing." Upon hearing Molly's words, Li Pangpang ceased his jesting. "Stay close to me." Chao Yuan was already beside him, while Shen Qingzhu and Molly were positioned on the opposite side. Ignoring him, Shen Qingzhu snapped his fingers and an invisible wall of air manifested, firmly catching them all. Li Pangpang was momentarily stunned, surprised by this application of qi manipulation. Chao Yuan and Molly were equally taken aback. Soon, they descended smoothly to the ground. Li Pangpang gave Shen Qingzhu a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brother, you're the best." Chao Yuan added, "Impressive." Though Molly remained silent, her eyes reflected admiration. Shen Qingzhu turned away, disregarding their compliments. Yet if one observed closely, they would notice his ears, concealed beneath his hair, had flushed a deep crimson. "How adorable!" Bai Li Bang Bang Musa, surveying the surroundings with a serious expression. "This is," Chao Yuan interjected, "the boundless void." Shen Qingzhu remarked, "Quite the spectacle. I never anticipated that the Watchers would also be involved." Molly coldly regarded a figure that had appeared not far ahead. Li Pangpang shouted, "There are more behind us." Chao Yuan shook his head, "Not just one. At least another is opening the boundless void." Li Pangpang cried out, "How can Watchers be so inept? They have succumbed to temptation?" A burly man, his voice deep and resonant, responded, "We are no longer Watchers. We hail from the sanctuary." Confused, Shen Qingzhu and the others inquired, "Sanctuary?" Chao Yuan elucidated, "The sanctuary is a place designated for the confinement of those who have committed crimes using forbidden realms, including former Watchers expelled from their ranks. I spent some time there myself." "Ah, so you've just been released from prison," Li Pangpang remarked, somewhat astonished. "However, your lack of morals is astounding, resorting to bombs to destroy a hotel. It seems you have been completely blinded by greed, unable to see beyond your own interests." The burly man, upon hearing Li Pangpang's words, retorted angrily, "Do not conflate us with that pack of wild dogs. Our objective is solely you." Shen Qingzhu furrowed his brow, realizing the implications of the man's words. The imposing figure ceased to speak further. With a resounding roar, his muscles convulsed violently, his form first elongated by half a meter, only to subsequently contract. Ultimately, he transformed into a mere 1 meter tall, emaciated figure. "A real-life Conan?" Li exclaimed in astonishment. Molly cast a silent glance at him. At that moment, Bai Li felt a twinge of embarrassment under her gaze and scratched his head, forcing a silly grin. Shen Qingzhu's eyes were fixated on the man undergoing this grotesque transformation. Chao Yuan elucidated that the man's forbidden domain was sequence 214, muscle recombination, which afforded him the ability to compress his own muscles at will, achieving an absolutely terrifying level of speed and power. Just as the man was poised to make a move, Zhao Kongsheng and Si Xiaonan emerged from the side. Zhao Kongsheng, brimming with excitement, declared, finally, a chance to shine. As he unsheathed his blade, Si Xiaonan, wielding a pistol, remained vigilant, surveying the newly appeared adversary. Uncle Zhao, give it your all. It's all on you now. Bai Li cheered. Shen Qingzhu muttered, fatty. Chao Yuan called out, Uncle Zhao, Senior Xiaonan. Molly quietly moved closer to Si Xiaonan, adopting a protective stance beside her. Zhao Kongchang laughed heartily. Don't worry, little fatty. With your uncle here, they can't harm you. The two men exchanged bewildered glances. How had two more joined the fray? Regardless, their objective remained singular. The emaciated man stamped his foot on the ground, producing a profound dent from the force of his blow, propelling himself towards Bai Li like a sharpened arrow with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, a slender fist was mere inches from Bai Li's face. Zhao Kongchang matched the man's velocity, colliding with the fist. The clash of fist and blade resonated with a thunderous sound. Uncle Zhao, so cool. You're amazing, Bai Li exclaimed. Shen Qingzhu and Molly were equally astonished by Zhao Kongqing's rapidity. Si Xiaonan spoke up, Uncle Zhao's forbidden domain is an ultra-high-risk one, sequence 083, eclipsing life and moon. The group was taken aback. Bai Li voiced his confusion, but aren't ultra-high-risk domains typically found in major cities like Shangjing or within specialized teams? How could Uncle Zhao be in this small town of Sanan? His question mirrored the thoughts of Molly and the others. Si Xiaonan replied, Uncle Zhao awakened his forbidden domain only after encountering Xiao Yin and Qi Yi. Why? Why did he only awaken after meeting them? Si Xiaonan pursed his lips, explaining that he had been saved by Xiao Yin after using the ghostly guide. Bai Li and the others were stunned, exchanging incredulous glances. It seemed they had not anticipated that Lin Qi Yi and Gu Xiyan had encountered the mysterious before attending the training camp. The situation must have been dire. Otherwise, Uncle Zhao would not have resorted to the ghostly guide. Yet, what surprised them most was the revelation that Gu Xiyan had the ability to resurrect others. After all, the influence of the supernatural is well known among all the Night Watchers. The emaciated man had not anticipated the tenacity of Zhao Kongsheng. Zhao Kongsheng, on the other hand, was in a state of exhilarating excitement. Enormous black crescent blades surged towards the gaunt figure, leaving behind a plethora of vicious gashes on the ground. The emaciated man awkwardly evaded, exclaiming in frustration, "What kind of monster is this?" Most of the crescent's force was deftly sidestepped, and whatever remained was endured with his formidable strength. Nevertheless, he bore deep and shallow gashes upon his body. Watching this spectacle, Bai Li Pang Pang and the others were left in awe. Bai Li Pang Pang exclaimed, "Wow, Uncle Zhao is truly fierce." Chao Yuan added with enthusiasm, "Indeed, Uncle Zhao is incredibly impressive." Shen Qingzhu and Mo Li remained silent, yet both nodded in agreement. Si Xiaonan gazed at the radiant Zhao Kongsheng, her heart brimming with joy. Lung Xian, observing from a high building, wore a subtle smile. Both Si Xiaonan and Lung Xian thought in unison, "Uncle, welcome back." The emaciated man shouted to another, "Why aren't you making your move? Are you waiting until I'm dead to act?" Bai Li Pang Pang and the others quickly shifted their attention back. Upon hearing this, the man expressionlessly drew a blade from behind him, while two other blades seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, following suit from their sheaths. Mo Li, wielding her katana, focused intently on him, while Chao Yuan prepared to make a move with his weapon. Shen Qingzhu raised her hand, ready to deliver a decisive blow. Bai Li Pang Pang stood behind them, brandishing a large sword. Si Xiaonan, dual pistols in hand, remained vigilant. Suddenly, the man lunged directly at Mo Li, who met his assault head-on with her katana. The clash of their strikes reverberated. Mo Li's katana met the man's three blades. Observing this, Chao Yuan positioned his hand on the blade's hilt. Shun Qingzhu, noticing the impending danger, quickly pulled Si Xiaonan back. Si Xiaonan, taken aback, looked at Shun Qingzhu in confusion. Shun Qingzhu explained, his forbidden domain is unique. It doesn't differentiate between friend and foe, unless Shi Yin is present. Si Xiaonan's face was a canvas of questions. Huh? What? Li Pang clarified. His forbidden domain is Sequence 031, Black King Annihilation. Boom! The frenzied demon, Chao Yuan, emerged. His eerie crimson eyes widened, and his lips curled into a sinister grin. Si Xiaonan turned to Chao Yuan, startled. Even Long Xian from the high building was momentarily taken aback. Zhao Kongcheng was also astonished, realizing just how formidable this young man was. Mo Li, recognizing the shift, quickly unleashed the repulsion of her forbidden domain to push the man back. The man sensed the anomaly, and his pupils dilated in shock. What on earth is this? In an instant, the frenzied demon, Chao Yuan, swung his blade engulfed in black flames towards the man. The man hastily defended himself, his blade clashing with the two other suspended blades, all colliding with Chao Yuan's fiery strike. The impact was tremendous. The man was overwhelmed by an immense force, causing the ground beneath him to sink. The man's neck was taut with bulging veins, his teeth clenched as he struggled fiercely against the pressure. Ultimately, he found himself half kneeling on the ground, acutely aware that if this continued, his demise was inevitable. Perhaps it was the instinct for survival that ignited a latent potential within him, allowing him to forcefully push Chao Yuan's blade back a step. With a sudden roll, he evaded the descending strike of the sword, but not before spitting out a mouthful of blood. He turned his head toward a distant skyscraper and shouted, "Are you not going to take action?" No sooner had the words left his lips than an arrow whizzed through the air, aimed directly at Chao Yuan's face. The madman Chao Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised his sword to slice at the arrow. However, in the next instant, both he and his blade were violently propelled into the building behind him. Li Pang, Mo Li, and Shun Qingzhu cried out, "Chao Yuan!" Zhao Kongcheng grew anxious as well, exclaiming, "You fool!" Si Xiaonan's pupils constricted sharply. Long Xian furrowed his brows, peering through his binoculars in search of the enemy's silhouette. On a distant skyscraper, a woman with a bow and arrow observed with disdain as Chao Yuan dared to intercept her shot. A cold snort escaped her lips. How dare he catch my arrow with his bare hands? Such audacity is tantamount to courting death. With swift precision, she drew 3 arrows from the quiver on her back and unleashed them in rapid succession, each arrow aimed with formidable force at the building where Chao Yuan was situated. Seeing this, Shun Qingzhu swiftly snapped her fingers, conjuring a wall of air to shield the building. Mo Li readied her katana to assist in defense, while Li Pang prepared to unleash his prowess. At that moment, Gu Xiyan and Qingyu arrived on the scene. Lin Xie stealthily approached the skyscraper occupied by the archer. Gu Xiyan promptly summoned the Divine Ruin's shield, a colossal barrier that securely protected the building where Chao Yuan resided. Chapter 43. The Crimson Knight, too, in an instant, the feathered arrow arrived. One arrow was barely halted by Shun Qingzhu's air wall and the combined effort of Li Pang's Yaowang. Another arrow, however, was met head-on by Molly wielding her katana, resulting in her being violently hurled away. Gu Xiyan and the others gasped. Molly. Si Xiaonan, who was nearby, quickly reached out to grasp her, but was also swept away. Sister Xiaonan. Xiaonan. Senior Xiaonan. Shun Qingzhu hastily snapped his fingers, intending to use the air wall to catch the two. Gu Xiyan swiftly summoned a shield to protect them. With a sharp sound, Molly and Xiaonan were caught by the air wall, yet they still slid backward for a distance. And Qingyu rushed forward to examine their injuries and provide healing. Hong Ying and Wen Qima also approached to assess the situation of Si Xiaonan and Molly. Upon witnessing Xiaonan being swept away, Long Xian was suddenly alarmed. After shooting 3 arrows past that woman, he clearly discerned her position. Previously, he had been startled by Chao Yuan's forbidden realm. Don't ask, just know it was my design. He fired 3 shots in rapid succession towards her direction. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The bullets flew towards the woman with a fury. Startled, She executed a backflip to evade the initial 2 shots. But one bullet was still aimed directly at her heart. Her pupils constricted, but before she could react, a bird, entirely cloaked in black, swooped in front of her, blocking the bullet. Bang! The bird fell in response, crashing onto the skyscraper. Xiao Omei. The woman gasped, her pupils widening as she cried out in anguish. Meanwhile, Lin Xie ascended to the rooftop where the woman stood. Hearing his voice, she quickly turned her head, only to see a casually dressed youth approaching her. With no time to mourn, she reached to draw the feathered arrow from her back, preparing to notch it on her bowstring. However, a hand snatched the arrow away before she could release it. The shock in her gaze followed the slender fingers upwards to a strikingly beautiful face that filled her vision. When did this happen? Do not grieve too deeply. I shall send you to accompany it. The youth spoke, his voice melodious, yet to the woman's ears, it resonated like the whispers of a demon. In an instant, Lin Xie's eyes turned completely black, his entire demeanor transforming. The next moment, the woman's eyes also became engulfed in darkness. "Ah!" she screamed in terror. Her piercing wails echoed through the night sky, reaching the ears of Gu Xiyan and her companions. The 2 men, the 3 Blades Man and the Gaunt Man, were filled with horror. There is someone else. Returning their gaze, the final feathered arrow struck Gu Xiyan's shield. Boom! The force of the arrow caused blood to seep from the corner of Gu Xiyan's mouth. But fortunately, she managed to block it. Shen Qingzhu, Bai Li Pang Pang, Zhao Kongsheng, and the others were taken aback. Xiyan, Xiao Yan, Yin girl. Gu Xiyan reached up to wipe away the blood at the corner of her mouth, assuring herself that she was unscathed. The enigmatic powers of the woman were indeed extraordinary. With a flicker of concentration, she invoked the divine realm, control. Just before Chao Yuan succumbed to madness once more, she aided him in regaining his sanity. Upon awakening, Chao Yuan's gaze fell upon Molly and Si Xiaonan in the distance, igniting a fierce rage within him. Armed with a straight blade wreathed in black flames, he advanced menacingly toward the 3 Blade Man simultaneously. Zhao Kongsheng, fueled by fury, unleashed a torrent of black crescent blades directed relentlessly at the Gaunt Man. Both the 3 Blade Man and the gaunt figure struggled to withstand the onslaught from their respective adversaries. Yet, in no time, each succumbed to the lethal strikes of their opponents. The fate of the woman was equally grim. She was subjected to Lin Xie's cruel experimentation. In agony, she half-kneeled on the ground, clutching her head tightly with both hands, her fingers frantically tearing at her scalp as if attempting to expel some unseen torment from her mind. Blood streamed from her head as she spewed forth blackened bile, her very complexion darkening. "Ah, what have you done to me?" she shrieked in torment. Observing her dismal state, Lin Xie furrowed his brow. At that moment, the woman launched a sudden mental assault towards him while plummeting from the heights of the building. Caught off guard, Lin Xie let out a muffled groan. As she fell, she swiftly drew an arrow from her quiver, embedding it in the building's wall to slow her descent. However, Lung Xian showed no mercy, swiftly aiming his firearm at her heart and forehead, firing 3 shots in quick succession. The bullets whizzed through the air, each finding its mark. The woman's body jolted violently before she plunged from the sky. A thunderous crash resounded as she hit the ground, blood splattering gruesomely, her brain matter expelled in a horrific display. Lin Xie cast a fleeting glance before quickly averting his eyes. He then repositioned himself, leaping from the rooftop with fluid grace. Lung Xian, momentarily taken aback by his audacity, soon regained his composure. With an elegant agility, Lin Xie descended the building, his feet barely making a sound as they danced down the wall in a seamless motion. Before long, he reached the ground, making his way toward Gu Xiyan and the others. Molly and Si Xiaonan were relatively unharmed, shielded by protective barriers and cushioned by an air wall. Although Molly had sustained a minor injury while retrieving her arrow, it was promptly healed by Qingyu. Zhao Kongsheng returned to Gu Xiyan and the others, glancing at Si Xiaonan and Molly before meeting Gu Xiyan's gaze. Satisfied that they were indeed safe, he let out a relieved sigh. And Qingyu spoke up now. "We are left to contend with the divine emissaries of Medusa, the River Realm, and the adversaries from the Sea Realm. Indeed, Lin Xie and the others nodded in agreement, unaware that the river realm had also met its demise. The remaining individuals were entangled with Instructor Yuan and his team. When the hotel exploded, Instructor Yuan and others were present, engaged in combat on the rooftop with those individuals. Having typed incessantly through the night, Yuan, Chapter 44, The Final Adversary by Li Pang, patting his belly, gazed at the others with eager eyes. We've been exercising for quite a while now, and I find myself rather hungry. Shall we indulge in a meal first? Chao Yuan, having returned to his usual self, rolled his eyes at Bai Li Pang's suggestion. What exercise have you done? Shun Qingzhu chimed in. Is this what you call exercise? With hands firmly placed on his hips, Bai Li Pang retorted confidently. I have endured assassination attempts and rendered assistance along the way. My stamina has been significantly depleted. He exaggeratedly gasped for breath as he spoke. Molly sighed in exasperation, while Gu Xiyan stifled a laugh. Lin Xie interjected, all right, but I must admit I'm feeling a bit hungry. Bai Li Pang's eyes sparkled with delight. Right? Zhao Kongcheng chuckled heartily and draped an arm around the little chubby one. Well, little one, I am hungry too. Your suggestion is rather good. Upon hearing this, Hong Ying's eyes brightened. In that case, why don't we return and ask the captain to prepare us a meal? Si Xiaonan chimed in enthusiastically. Yes. Chimai, a bunch of foodies. And Qingyu remained silent, quietly observing the scene, yet a smile graced her face. When Shima doused their enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. But the captain isn't at the office right now, is he? Hong Ying replied. Then let's just give him a call. Click. The sound of a shutter echoed from the high-rise. Lung Xian, seeing that everyone was unharmed, felt a wave of relief wash over him, a smile emerging on his face. As the group continued their playful banter and began to walk back, they soon sensed something amiss, halting their steps and scanning their surroundings with heightened vigilance. And Qingyu adjusted her glasses. They're coming. Lin Xie remarked. They've finally arrived. I was beginning to wonder how long they could hold off. Hong Ying huffed. I have no desire to play hide and seek with them. Shen Qingzhu added. But I wonder how many of them there are. Within Lin Xie's 20-meter perception, he detected two individuals, a man and a woman, approaching them. Bai Li Pang's demeanor shifted to one of alertness, abandoning his playful antics. Chao Yuan gripped the hilt of his dagger tightly, while the rest of the group focused intently ahead. Not far in front of them, a man and a woman soon emerged. Oh, so many people. Are you all here to welcome me? The woman spoke with a sultry tone. The man remained silent, observing Lin Xie and the others with scrutiny. Without waiting for a response, the woman unfurled her domain, skillfully ensnaring Lin Xie and Qingyu and Gu Xiyan within her grasp. This is a personal interpretation. I am uncertain whether her domain in the original work can isolate others, but for now, she has created a space to pull in those she desires. Meanwhile, Zhao Kongcheng, Hong Ying, and the others were left outside. The group was taken aback. Hong Ying and the others cried out in alarm. Xian, Xiaoyu, do not worry. I will not resort to lethal force just yet. The woman's voice echoed languidly. Zhao Kongcheng exclaimed, Damn it, you despicable scoundrels. Bai Li Pang fumed. Is this all you can do? Resort to underhanded tactics? Shun Qingzhu's countenance darkened, challenging the man to confront her directly. Chao Yuan spoke in a low tone, stating that if he was not mistaken, she was indeed the divine agent of Medusa. Si Xiaonan and Mo Li exchanged glances filled with fury, their eyes fixated on the unmoving figure ahead. Hong Ying, anxious beyond measure, aimed her spear at the man, disregarding the mention of Medusa, demanding that he release Xiao Yin and the others. When Shima and Lung Xian also scrutinized the man intently. Yet, despite the threats and wrath emanating from Hong Ying and the others, the man remained unresponsive, standing there in silence. Meanwhile, Lin Xie and his companions surveyed their surroundings, frowning as they observed a multitude of serpent eyes scattered about, realizing that the woman was indeed Medusa's divine agent. Gu Xiyan shivered at the sight of the snake eyes, instinctively inching closer to Lin Xie and in Qingyu, who shielded her protectively. Oh my, just look at those adorable faces, each one more exquisite than the last, the woman remarked, her gaze scrutinizing the trio as she covered her mouth and giggled. Gu Xiyan and her companions remained silent, their vigilance unwavering. "If only you could become my slaves. The thought alone brings me joy," she mused, undeterred by their lack of response, continuing her monologue. Lin Chia interjected. "Aren't you here to kill us?" At last, someone had engaged her, prompting the woman to sway her serpentine waist and glide towards Lin Chia. She was undeniably beautiful, her delicate features exuding an enchanting allure that could easily ensnare those lacking self-control, if one could overlook the serpents adorning her head. Upon catching sight of the snake heads, Gu Xiyan's expression stiffened, instinctively diverting her gaze. The woman chuckled. "Kill you? Oh, I can never do that. Initially, I was skeptical when I heard you possess such exquisite faces, but now, I believe it." She licked her lips, continuing, "How splendid it would be to add you to my collection. My anticipation grows ever stronger." Her demeanor gradually morphed into something unsettling, her excitement mounting as she envisioned them among her prized possessions. Gu Xiyan and her companions felt a chill creep down their spines as they absorbed the woman's increasingly deranged tone. In that moment, an unspoken consensus arose among them. This woman was indeed a lunatic. As the woman drew closer, Lin Chia's expression darkened, and he subtly retreated a few steps while pulling Gu Xiyan along with him. Even Qingyu silently backed away. Observing their movements, the woman's countenance stiffened, swiftly replaced by anger. What do their actions signify? Do they disdain her? With a sudden shift in resolve, she abandoned persuasion, opting instead to employ her power to compel them to kneel before her in submission to her whims. In an instant, she vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Gu Xiyan. Gu Xiyan felt a sudden chill run down her spine. She swiftly turned around, only to be confronted by a woman adorned with serpentine heads, brandishing a blade reminiscent of a serpent's fang, lunging towards her. Instinctively, she drew her pistol, aimed at the approaching weapon, and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! With a resounding thud, the blade veered off course. Meanwhile, Lin Chia and Qingyu, upon her disappearance, glanced around the vicinity. Upon realizing the location of the woman, both turned simultaneously, wielding their knives towards her arm. The woman was momentarily startled before vanishing once more, reappearing in front of the trio through a serpent's eye. Lin Chia and Qingyu's strikes met only air. "Oh dear, that was quite perilous." The woman's expression shifted back to her nonchalant demeanor. Fear filled Gu Xiyan's eyes as she beheld the serpentine heads inching closer. She pondered, how could this person possibly sleep at night with such a head of snakes? Lin Chia and Qingyu noticed the trepidation in Gu Xiyan's gaze and softly inquired, "Are you all right?" Gu Xiyan remained silent, gently shaking her head. Observing this, Lin Chia and Qingyu positioned themselves protectively around her. Lin Chia gripped his dual blades and dashed towards the woman's location, the pale blue edges of his weapons slicing through the air towards her throat. Yet, he too struck nothing but emptiness. Frowning, Lin Chia gazed at the woman, now positioned elsewhere. And Qingyu's eyes shimmered with a faint grayish-blue light as she scrutinized the woman and the surrounding serpent eyes, striving to decipher her abilities. To locate her true eyes hidden within the divine abyss, they would need to find the three genuine ones. Lin Chia surveyed the multitude of serpent eyes surrounding them. How could they possibly find her? "Leave it to me, but you must hold her off," and Qingyu urged. "All right," Lin Chia replied affirmatively. "Let us pause here for now." Chapter 45. All hands on deck suddenly, and Qingyu summoned 2 little white mice. Upon hearing her voice, the 2 mice poked their heads out from behind in Qingyu's hat. Gu Xiyan's eyes sparkled with delight as she reached out to stroke the 2 mice, simultaneously inquiring of Qingyu, "Hey, Snowball, Snow Treasure, when did you bring them along?" "Squeak, squeak, hello, sister, how are you?" The moment Gu Xiyan laid eyes on the 2 little white mice, she forgot about the earlier attack from the snake-headed creature. As for why she could understand their words, Gu Xiyan herself found it perplexing. The 2 mice redirected their attention back to Qingyu. "Squeak, squeak. Brother, what do you need us to do? You've worked hard. Please help me find the eye she has concealed." And Qingyu observed Gu Xiyan's mood lighten, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Squeak. All right, brother, leave it to us. After nuzzling Gu Xiyan's hand with their heads, the two little mice darted off in different directions. Lin Xie was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that Qingyu would bring Snowball and Snow Treasure along. However, seeing Gu Xiyan distracted by the mice eased his own tension. They all knew she harbored a fear of such creatures, yet this time, contact was unavoidable. Lin Xie's gaze shifted back to the snake woman. Yes, the snake woman. She was the divine agent of Medusa, her head crowned with serpents. The snake woman, enraged by Lin Xie's previous assault, glared at the trio with a darkened expression, her eyes transformed into serpentine slits, coldly scrutinizing them. In an instant, all the serpent eye patterns glowed with a crimson light, a multitude of snake eyes glaring at them. Simultaneously, numerous small snakes emerged from those eyes, slithering toward their direction. A chill ran down Gu Xiyan's spine. She felt a surge of anger. This woman persistently challenged her psychological limits. Protection of all beings. 6 paths of reincarnation. Judgment. Frigid snow. In an instant, ancient iron chains surged toward the snake woman. Realizing the formidable aura radiating from the chains, the snake woman swiftly attempted to evade. However, it was in vain. Once the chains locked onto their target, escape was futile, and thus the snake woman found herself ensnared midair. Her face contorted with fear, she exclaimed, "What is this? Why can't I move? You little wretch, what have you done? Let me down." The snake woman, seeing that Gu Xiyan ignored her, resorted to insults. "You insolent girl. Are you deaf? Release me at once. You wretched girl." Upon hearing the snake woman's words, both Lin Xie and Qingyu's expressions soured, their gazes turning cold as they glared at her. Meanwhile, they busied themselves with fending off the serpents that continued to approach Gu Xiyan. She chose not to respond verbally, instead opting to communicate through her decisive actions. Snow began to fall upon the head of the serpent woman, countless flakes descending upon her, swiftly burying her form beneath a thick blanket of white. The serpent woman, frozen and rigid, found herself incapable of uttering a sound or moving, her only weapon a venomous glare directed at Gu Xiyan. At that moment, the snowball emitted a series of squeaks. Squeak, squeak, brother, the first eye is located 2 meters behind her to the left. Heeding this, Qingyu swiftly moved towards the eye, with Lin Xie clearing the path for him. The serpent woman's eyes widened in alarm as she observed his trajectory. With his ice sword, Qingyu lunged fiercely towards the glowing eye embedded in the ground. The instant the eye was pierced, the serpent woman let out a chilling scream. In that moment, she found a surge of strength she did not know she possessed, allowing her to speak. "How dare you blind my eye? I will make you pay with your lives. All of you shall perish." As she spoke, her visage contorted in rage, channeling her divine power to resist the punishment afflicting her, while Gu Xiyan, glowing with her own light, met her challenge head-on. Meanwhile, the snowball located the second eye. Squeak. "Brother, it's the first position within 3 meters to the south." Qingyu turned and advanced towards the direction indicated by the snowball. Soon, the second eye met the same fate. After piercing the second eye, Qingyu activated a shared vision, and the third eye was swiftly destroyed as well. This time, the serpent woman's cries faltered into silence. Following the destruction of the third eye, the 4 figures appeared before Hong Ying and the others, whose eyes widened in astonishment as they rushed towards them. "Little fish, Qi Xiaoyan, Jie, are you all right?" Simultaneously, the scene clarified before their eyes, revealing the ground strewn with a multitude of serpent corpses, while the serpent woman remained suspended in the air, her body buried in snow, leaving only her head exposed. Qingyu stood 2 meters away from the group, while Lin Xie and Gu Xiyan were surrounded by the most serpent carcasses, as if they had stumbled into a serpent's den. Hiss! The sight sent shivers down everyone's spines. Gu Xiyan's mental energy was nearly depleted, as was that of the serpent woman. Her complexion paled, and her form swayed slightly. Lin Xie, who had been slaying serpents at her side, quickly reached out to support her, concern etched upon his face. "Xiyan," his tone laced with worry. Gu Xiyan shook her head, leaning against him, utterly drained of strength. Fortunately, her self-healing abilities were still at work. The others gasped in shock upon witnessing this. Gu Xiyan. At the same time, with Gu Xiyan's mental support vanished, the iron chains abruptly disappeared from everyone's sight. The serpent woman fell to the ground, her gaze filled with venomous hatred directed at Gu Xiyan. The mass of serpent corpses dissipated as the serpent woman's mental energy waned. And Qingyu, having witnessed Gu Xiyan's unsteady stance, narrowed his eyes and, like a flash of lightning, darted towards the fallen serpent woman, his ice sword gleaming with a cold light as he struck down upon her fiercely. Not only, but also Molly and Hong Ying wielded their respective weapons, launching an assault against the serpent woman. Even Bai Li Pang brandished his great sword, charging forward, while Zhao Kongsheng unleashed a series of black crescent blade strikes towards the serpent woman. However, Chao Yuan hastened to Gu Xiyan's side, his predicament in the Forbidden Ruins too troublesome for him to engage. Wen Qima and Si Xiaonan also arrived beside Gu Xiyan, assessing her condition. The man who had remained motionless until now quickly sprang into action, shielding the serpent woman. Shen Qingzhu's expression darkened as he snapped his fingers, causing the air around them to be drawn away. The man furrowed his brow, grasping the serpent woman by her collar and darting towards the area where the air still existed. Hong Ying and the others fixated their gaze on the serpent woman and the man. The man turned to the serpent woman and urged, "You go first." With a face full of reluctance, the serpent woman had no choice but to comply. Yet, before departing, she cast a venomous glare at Gu Xiyan and her companions. At the moment she turned to leave, a flurry of bullets whizzed towards her vital points. The serpent woman instinctively dodged, her body stiffened by the punishment, rendering her less agile than before. Just as it seemed she would be unable to evade, the man acted once more, conjuring a whirlwind before the serpent woman that intercepted all the bullets. At that instant, Chun Mai's voice resonated. "All members of Team 136 are present. Who dare seek death?" Lung Xian followed closely behind Chun Mai. The bullets that had just been fired were his. "Captain!" Hong Ying and the others shouted. Uncle Chun, Bai Li Pang, and Shen Qingzhu joined in the chorus. Chapter 46. Han Xiaoyun, as the snowball and snow treasure nestled upon Gu Xiyan's shoulder. They gently nudged her face with their tiny heads, expressing their concern. "Squeak, sister, are you all right?" Gu Xiyan reached out to stroke them, smiling. "Do not worry. I'm fine. I just need a moment to recover." "Squeak, that's good to hear." Chimai glanced at Gu Xiyan and asked, "Xiyan, are you okay?" She shook her head. "I'm perfectly fine, just a bit drained mentally." Si Xiaonan nodded in agreement, affirming her words. With that, Chun Mai felt a sense of relief wash over him, as did the others. He then shifted his focus back to the man before him. Han Xiaoyan, the former captain of the Night Watch team in Sioux City, he stated. The others exchanged surprised glances. The man who had been silent since his arrival had once been a night watcher, and a captain at that. Han Xiaoyan remained quiet, his gaze fixed on Chun Mai. "You were once a captain. Why have you chosen to become a pawn of the ancient god church?" When he received no response, Chun Mai spoke in a low voice. "You don't understand," Han Xiaoyan replied, lowering his eyes momentarily, lost in thought about that fateful day. A flicker of pain crossed his expression. He then raised his gaze, locking eyes with Chun Mai. "My only objective is those 3 boys. The rest of you may leave. I will not impede your departure." Chun Mai frowned, choosing not to press further. Lung Xian's countenance was severe as he retrieved a massive grenade launcher from the mobile armory. Shouldering it and aiming directly at Han Xiaoyan and the serpent woman, unhesitatingly pulling the trigger. Whoosh! The grenade hurtled towards Han Xiaoyan and his companion, but he swiftly neutralized the threat. In that instant, Team 136 sprang into action, brandishing their weapons and launching an assault on Han Xiaoyan. Bai Li and his companions were momentarily stunned by the grenade, but they soon joined the fray. However, Chao Yuan refrained from joining the attack, for Gu Xiyan's mental energy was depleted. He could not risk losing control and endangering anyone. Wu Xiangnan and Si Xiaonan also remained by Gu Xiyan's side, standing firm. Gu Xiyan watched as Lin Xie and Lin Qingyu charged towards the serpent woman. Even Shen Qingzhu chose to confront her. With a fierce determination, Lin Xie and Lin Qingyu were resolute in their intent not to let her escape. While Han Xiaoyan was momentarily occupied, he did not attempt to rescue the serpent woman. Terror filled her eyes as she pleaded, Lord of the 13th seat, save me. Before long, Lin Xie and Qing Yu's blades aimed for the serpent woman's neck. Meanwhile, Shen Qingzhu snapped his fingers, instantly depleting the air around her. The serpent woman found it difficult to breathe as the strikes from Lin Xie and Qing Yu landed. In a swift motion, her head fell, her expression still reflecting fear, resentment, and hatred. As for Han Xiaoyan, he struggled to fend off the onslaught from the others. Chen Mai wore a serious expression as he grasped his twin daggers. Wen Shima, having suffered a pallor due to the shattered illusion created to confront Han Xiaoyan, appeared somewhat pale, and Qing Yu, noticing his condition, hastily approached to offer treatment. Han Xiaoyan surveyed the crowd, a wave of satisfaction washing over him, albeit momentarily, as a slight twitching in his heart compelled him to take action once more. He levitated slowly into the air, supported by a swirling gust, an ominous aura emanating from his being. A vortex gradually coalesced, expanding ominously and engulfing everything in its vicinity. Chen Mai narrowed his eyes. Forbidden Ruin Sequence 079, Great Wind Disaster. The onlookers regarded the forming vortex with grave expressions. Xiaonan, Chen Mai spoke. Yet, before Si Xiaonan could unleash the Forbidden Ruin, Shen Qingzhu snapped her fingers. With a resounding crack, the Great Wind Disaster vanished. The crowd was momentarily stunned before recalling that Shen Qingzhu's Forbidden Ruin was Qimin. Han Xiaoyan, initially perplexed, then smirked slightly, appreciating the execution. Bai Li, scratching his head, muttered, "Whose side is he really on?" His voice, though not loud, drew frowns from all who heard it. Chen Mai solemnly remarked that 5 years prior, a team from Gusu City had encountered the ancient god sects, Murmur, and the two engaged in conversation. From their dialogue, the crowd gleaned a rough understanding. Their fists clenched, faces darkening. This ancient god sect was truly insidious. Upon concluding his statement, Han Xiaoyan unleashed the full force of his surreal mental energy, an overwhelming pressure suppressing everyone present. Gu Xiyan, upon hearing the term soul contract, pondered deeply on her own abilities related to souls. Chen Mai hesitated momentarily, his eyes shimmering with a ghostly light, as if a mysterious power from the netherworld surged within. Shortly thereafter, a crimson palace, reminiscent of blood, gradually materialized behind him, exuding grandeur and solemnity, instilling a profound sense of dread. At the pinnacle of the palace hung an ancient, enigmatic plaque inscribed with 3 majestic characters, Yamahal. These characters conveyed an aura of ancient authority, resonating like a judgmental voice from the depths of hell, sending chills down the spines of onlookers. The crowd gazed at Chen Mai in astonishment. Wu Xiangnan spoke up. "This is the Captain's Forbidden Ruin, Sequence 037, Black Wuchang. 037? Lin Xie and Qing Yu." And others were taken aback, surprised that Chen Mai's Forbidden Ruin was so advanced. Han Xiaoyan, witnessing the palace, was equally shocked. "Black Wuchang, you are actually Chen Mai." Chen Mai expressed surprise, not expecting Han Xiaoyan to recognize him. "You know me? I've heard of you, but I am curious. Why did you suddenly vanish 10 years ago only to reappear now, in this small town of Songnan, taking on the role of captain?" Chen Mai replied nonchalantly, "It is my choice." As Gu Xiyan felt her heart race at the moment Chen Mai unleashed the forbidden aura, she hastily snapped out of her reverie and turned her gaze towards him. To her astonishment, her eyes widened in disbelief at the presence of deathly energy surrounding Chen Mai. No, this was impossible. How could their leader be engulfed in such a malevolent force? Simultaneously, she realized that the entire sky above Songnan City was shrouded in a faint, eerie aura of death. Whirling around to look at the rest of her team, she noted with alarm that only Chen Mai bore this ominous energy among the members of Team 136. The intense emotional upheaval she experienced drew the attention of Si Xiaonan, Chao Yuan, and Wu Xiangnan, who were beside her. "Xian, what is wrong?" Si Xiaonan and Wu Xiangnan inquired. "What is happening, Xian?" Chao Yuan added. Without pausing to respond to their questions, Gu Xiyan dashed towards Chen Mai, prompting the trio to follow closely behind in confusion. As she ran, Xueqiu and Xiubao were nearly thrown off her shoulders, but Xueqiu, quick to react, clung tightly to the fabric of Gu Xiyan's shoulder with one paw, while the other grasped Xiaobao. The two small creatures swayed precariously in the air as Gu Xiyan hurried on. Zizi, sister, slow down, they squeaked. Yet, Gu Xiyan remained oblivious to their pleas. Captain, she called out, her voice laced with terror and urgency. The others turned, puzzled by her distress. Chen Mai and Han Xiaoyan also shifted their attention towards her. What is the matter? Why are you so flustered? Chen Mai asked. Upon finally halting, Gu Xiyan felt Xueqiu and Xiaobao collapse onto her shoulder, resembling two little stuffed animals. Reaching Chen Mai's side, she noticed that the deathly energy appeared even more pronounced up close. Her eyes fixated on the ominous aura enveloping him, still unable to fathom the reality before her, despite the proximity that allowed her to witness it firsthand. Chapter 47. Conclusion. Upon noticing Gu Xiyan's pallor, Chen Mai suddenly appeared to have an epiphany and interjected before she could speak again. We shall discuss this later. Lin Xie and Qing Yu and Shen Qingzhu had also gathered around Gu Xiyan and Chen Mai, their expressions reflecting a shared bewilderment at the scene. Gu Xiyan stared blankly at Chen Mai, her thoughts revealing that he had discerned her unspoken inquiry. When Lin Xie reached out to grasp Gu Xiyan's arm, he felt her body trembling slightly. His brow furrowed in concern, a sentiment echoed by Qing Yu. The others exchanged puzzled glances, shifting their gazes between the two. Gu Xiyan forced herself to regain her composure. Captain, I have a method regarding the soul contract. Chen Mai hesitated momentarily, but soon recognized the possibility. After all, the Empress of the Earth governed the realm of the dead. He glanced at the equally astonished Han Xiaoyan. What do you think? Shall we proceed? Han Xiaoyan could hardly believe it. Once a soul contract was signed, it could only be undone through murmurs. Gu Xiyan remained silent as she walked purposefully toward Han Xiaoyan. Xiyan, Lin Xie and Qing Yu exclaimed, hastily following her, as did the others. Gu Xiyan was in a rather poor mood, so she opted for action over words to demonstrate her resolve. After a period of rest and self-healing, her mental strength had somewhat recovered. Upon reaching Han Xiaoyan, a soft lavender glow enveloped her, mirrored in her eyes. Gu Xiyan delved into the depths of his soul to locate the contract, soon discovering it in an inconspicuous corner. She raised her hand and pointed, causing the lavender light to intensify as a faintly dark gray chain was gradually extracted. All eyes were riveted on this extraordinary spectacle, while Han Xiaoyan's face was one of sheer astonishment. Once the chain was fully drawn out, Gu Xiyan severed it with her spiritual power. A soft crack echoed in the air. Han Xiaoyan felt an overwhelming sense of lightness. The pain in his heart vanished, and the whispers ceased. He stared blankly at Gu Xiyan, who, after casting a healing spell upon him, moved aside to find a place to sit. The atmosphere felt peculiar to the others. Hong Ying, Mo Li, and Si Xiaonan approached Gu Xiyan. Xiyan, what just happened? Mo Li inquired. Yes, what were you about to say to the captain? Hong Ying added, with Si Xiaonan also awaiting her response. Gu Xiyan remained silent, glancing up at Chen Mai and then at the sky over Songnan City. The trio followed her gaze, but saw nothing. Lin Xie and Qing Yu stepped closer, with Lin Xie intently observing Gu Xiyan's actions, feeling a sudden shock as he keenly recognized that her movements resembled those she had made during Zhao Kongqing's battle with the Ghost Face King, as well as when she scrutinized the deathly aura at school. Could it be? Lin Xie crouched before Gu Xiyan, grasping her wrist to draw her attention. Xiyan, did you see something? About the captain? Gu Xiyan withdrew her gaze to meet Lin Xie's, a peculiar feeling washing over her, and her fear was no longer something she could conceal. A glimmer of terror flashed in her eyes as she nodded slowly in response. Witnessing this, Lin Xie's heart sank. The others, observing the silent exchange, grew increasingly anxious. Bailey Pang Pang exclaimed, Come on, Xiyan, can you please say something we can understand? I'm dying here. Hong Ying chimed in urgently, Xiyan, stop the charades and speak up. And Qing Yu's gaze deepened, her expression inscrutable, as she began to surmise what Gu Xiyan had witnessed. Shen Qingzhu and the others awaited an answer with bated breath. Meanwhile, Yuan Gang and Hong Hao had finally arrived. He addressed Chun Mai, looking at Han Xiaoyan, former captain of the Gusu City team, currently the 13th disciple of the Whisperer. Han Xiaoyan, you are under arrest. Han Xiaoyan finally regained his composure, showing little reaction to Yuan Gang's words. May I have a word with that young lady? He asked, directing his gaze at Chun Mai. Chun Mai nodded, acknowledging Gu Xiyan's role in his rescue. Yuan Gang furrowed his brow, about to interject, but saw Chun Mai leading Han Xiaoyan towards Lin Chiye and the others. Left with no choice, he followed suit. Soon, they all stood before Lin Chiye and her companions. Han Xiaoyan looked at Gu Xiyan and sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Moreover, the Whisper will not easily let you go. You must be cautious. Everyone heard his words, their brows furrowing in concern. Gu Xiyan lifted her gaze, paused in silence, then nodded. Following this, Han Xiaoyan departed with Yuan Gang and Hong Hao. Seeing the silence enveloping the group, Bailey Pang Pang dramatically clutched his stomach and exclaimed, "Oh no, I'm starving. Can we please go eat something?" Chao Yuan rarely agreed, echoing, "Yes, I'm hungry too." Zhao Kongcheng added, "Old Chun, let us head back and cook. It's already midnight, and these kids have been battling for so long. They must be famished." Hong Ying interjected, "Indeed, Captain, please save our stomachs." Si Xiaonan nodded in agreement. The others chimed in as well. Chun Mai smiled, "All right, but the selection might be limited. We might have to make do tonight." Wu Xiangnan remarked, "However, the space is too small." Hong Ying suggested, "Come to my house. It's spacious enough." Zhao Kongqing agreed, "Sounds good. Let us go. I'm starving." The group followed Hong Ying to her villa. Upon seeing the mansion, Bailey Pang Pang and Chao Yuan were astonished, realizing that Hong Ying was quite affluent. Chun Mai and the others brought the ingredients from the office to Hong Ying's home. Chun Mai took on the cooking duties, with Wu Xiangnan and Zhao Kongqing assisting. The others wished to help, but the kitchen could not accommodate so many, and Chun Mai feared their presence might complicate matters. Before the meal, Bailey Pang Pang presented the members of Team 136 with a belated local delicacy. During their first encounter, they had been preoccupied with confronting their adversaries, but now they finally had the leisure to enjoy a moment of respite. This gesture left Shun Qingzhu and Chao Yuan feeling somewhat awkward, muttering under their breath about the fat fool and the obvious display. Even Mo Li felt a tinge of embarrassment. However, the members of Team 136 were largely unfazed. At Chun Mai's call of "Let's eat," the dining table transformed into a battlefield, with everyone eagerly reaching for the dishes before them. Gu Xiyan, preoccupied with earlier events, found her appetite diminished, prompting Lin Chiye and the others to serve her some food. Lin Chiye urged, "Xiyan, you must eat quickly, or there won't be any left when you wish to." Just look at how Bai Li and Chao Yuan are devouring their meals without a pause. And Xingyu directly placed a piece of meat into Gu Xiyan's bowl, insisting, "Eat first." Shun Qingzhu added, "Indeed, hurry up, or the meat and dishes will all be consumed by that glutton," and Chao Yuan, Zhao Kongsheng, and a few others echoed the sentiment. But Bailey Pang Pang overheard and protested, "I am not eating that much. Don't wrong me, it's all Chao Yuan." Chao Yuan merely sighed in response. Gu Xiyan couldn't help but laugh at their antics, momentarily setting aside her earlier thoughts. Chapter 48. The truth from 10 years ago. After finishing their meal, Chun Mai called out to Gu Xiyan, but Lin Chiye and Qingyu followed suit. The others, noticing this, also wished to join, but Chun Mai forbade them. As for Lin Chiye and Qingyu, he found it impossible to deter them, for they would not heed his words. Gu Xiyan gazed intently at Chun Mai, hoping he would unveil her lingering doubts. Since Chun Mai had concealed the forbidden void, Gu Xiyan had not encountered any signs of death on their return journey. With a sigh, Chun Mai finally spoke, but his words left Gu Xiyan and the others in a state of shock. "Xiaoyan, did you see the aura of death surrounding me?" Gu Xiyan nodded. It was precisely this that had caused her unease. Upon hearing this, Qingyu thought to himself, indeed, he had witnessed Gu Xiyan resurrect individuals before, and, as the proxy of the Earth Mother, she possessed abilities beyond the ordinary. Who was the Earth Mother? She was a deity who had once willingly sacrificed herself, transforming into the wheel of reincarnation to grant life to all beings. Thus, it was deduced that she could perceive what others could not. Lin Chiye had not erred in his assumptions. Gu Xiyan had indeed discerned the aura of death enveloping their leader. But why was this the case? However, the answer would soon be revealed. Chen Mai spoke solemnly. In truth, I died 10 years ago. Boom! This revelation sent shockwaves through the minds of Gu Xiyan and her companions, leaving them utterly bewildered. Chen Mai then provided a brief overview, explaining that he knew it was a miracle bestowed by a deity, though initially unaware of which one. It was not until Lin Xie's arrival that they learned about the divine realm of Michael, which contained the inscription, "Create miracles." Thus, he speculated that this power belonged to Michael, with Lin Xie being the one who wielded it. As for Gu Xiyan, he surmised that it was the Earth Mother who had intervened to protect her back then, alleviating his worries about her potentially vanishing once more. This thought simultaneously struck Lin Xie and Gu Xiyan, reminiscent of a statement made by Wu Xiangnan. The divine realm of Michael possessed the ability to create miracles. Suddenly, Lin Xie staggered, nearly collapsing, and Gu Xiyan was not faring much better. And Xingyu quickly reached out to support them, his expression betraying his concern. Lin Xie pondered deeply. No wonder when Shima had said that his divine realm was incomplete. No wonder he had been blind for 10 years upon first encountering Michael. This was clearly a backlash resulting from the overuse of divine powers. Furthermore, there was that ominous saying from Chao Yuan. Simultaneously, Gu Xiyan and Lin Xie recalled their families and, Jin, cousin, no, this cannot be allowed. So, Gu Xiyan was saved by her artifact, the little bell. The leader had mentioned that the time for miracles was running short. They could not, absolutely must not, allow the leader and the others to disappear again. Gu Xiyan and Lin Xie trembled uncontrollably, while Xingyu could only brace them firmly. At a loss for words, this news was overwhelmingly shocking. He found himself unable to react. Chen Mai was aware that their loved ones were involved in this matter. He understood that this news would be utterly unbearable for them. Gu Xiyan quickly realized that, as the agent of the Earth Mother, she might be able to save them. With this thought, she forced herself to regain her composure. She immediately activated the divine ruins, pushing in Xingyu and the others away. When the Wheel of Six Paths appeared behind Gu Xiyan, Chen Mai was taken aback. Xiaoyan, what are you doing? Stop it. Sangnan City is vast, and with your current cultivation level, it is impossible for you to resurrect everyone. Lin Xie and Xingyu were also startled by Gu Xiyan's actions. Xiyan. Gu Xiyan remained silent, powerful energy radiating from her. Xiaoyan, listen to me, Chen Mai urged anxiously. This commotion drew the attention of Team 136 and Bai Li Pang Pang, who hurried towards their location. Upon arrival, they were astonished to see Gu Xiyan activating the divine ruins, initially fearing the presence of enemies, but upon careful observation, they found no threats. Noticing Chen Mai's anxious demeanor, they collectively inquired, Captain, Uncle Chen, what is happening? What is Xiaoyan doing? Chen Mai was at a loss for words, continually persuading Gu Xiyan, hoping she would heed his words and cease her actions. He, along with Lin Xie and Xingyu, attempted to approach her, but were consistently barred by her. The relentless flow of death energy was transmuted into vitality by Gu Xiyan, with Chen Mai being the first to respond. A soft purple glow enveloped him, causing the death energy around him to gradually dissipate, replaced by vibrant life. Those who were unaware of the situation were astonished, unable to comprehend why Gu Xiyan's power was directed toward Captain, Uncle Chen, without causing him harm. Zhao, Kongsheng, and others, having witnessed Gu Xiyan resurrecting individuals using the divine ruins, exchanged incredulous glances towards Chen Mai. Captain, he is not even alive. Xiaoyan, please listen. We could devise another plan. Perhaps, once you advance in your cultivation, you could achieve it. Chen Mai continued to implore. Lin Xie and Xingyu were equally distressed. Xian, the captain is right. We still have time. Others who had not witnessed Gu Xiyan's ability were still confused, but joined in the persuasion. Xiaoyan, we do not know what has transpired, but please, listen to the captain, Uncle Chen, will you? As the glow surrounding Chen Mai faded, he truly revived. More light radiated outward, causing peculiar phenomena within a 10-mile radius. Yet fortunately, it was midnight, and no one witnessed it, except for one. Yang Jin was awakened by the overwhelming force. He quickly rose and stepped onto the balcony, gazing towards the source of the energy. Yang Jin furrowed his brow tightly, exclaiming inwardly that this girl was far too impulsive. Little Black also observed the scene, barking in concern. If this continues, she might exhaust herself to death. Little Black felt a growing sense of urgency. Indeed, as her strength waned, Gu Xiyan's complexion turned ashen, her form beginning to sway precariously. Everyone's anxiety intensified. Lin Xie opened his divine realm, steadily moving closer to Gu Xiyan. Xiyan, Lilian, please stop, he called out as he approached her. However, Gu Xiyan paid him no heed. The others followed suit, striving to reach her. Suddenly, an ethereal voice echoed, Yin Yin. Stop. Gu Xiyan froze. The others were equally astonished. This was. Yang Jin also heard it, his gaze filled with excitement. Yet, upon realizing it was merely a lingering consciousness, he was taken aback. How could this be? Little Black sensed the emergence of an aura. It was. Chapter 49. Is the lingering soul mother? Obediently, the ethereal voice continued to resonate. Gu Xiyan felt her eyes welling up. It was her mother's voice. Mother? Is it truly you? The others, upon hearing Gu Xiyan call out mother, were taken aback, their expressions a blend of shock and confusion. What? Gradually, a figure even more translucent than the last emerged before Gu Xiyan, a woman in her 30s, bearing a striking resemblance to her. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief at this scene. Gu Xiyan, overwhelmed with emotion, lunged toward her. Yet, she grasped at nothingness. Stunned, tears streamed down her cheeks as she turned away. Yes, mother. Mother is no longer here. The figure gazed at Gu Xiyan with tenderness, reaching out as if to stroke her head, but it was akin to touching the air. Her eyes dimmed slightly. Due to the previous exertion of power, she had become somewhat transparent, rendering her unable to make physical contact. Yin Yin, do not fret. The power that belongs to you still lies dormant. My power? Dormant? Gu Xiyan murmured in confusion. The others, too, were taken aback by this revelation. There had already been too many astonishing occurrences this night. Indeed, I had not awakened back then. It was only after I conceived you that my memories returned. Yet, my power remained feeble. Merely a remnant consciousness fused with the soul of this body. During the cataclysm of Sangnan, I similarly lacked the strength to save the innocent citizens. I could only channel all my essence into crafting a small bell to protect you. However, this act plunged me into slumber once more, and I awakened only on the day you encountered the masked one. Gu Xiyan had not anticipated such a revelation. Then, you are. Yes, I am she, and I am also your mother. Upon hearing this affirmation, everyone inhaled sharply. Gu Xiyan finally understood why the Empress of the Earth had chosen her as a vessel. It was indeed her mother's power. With the appearance of the Empress of the Earth, Gu Xiyan paused, allowing Chun Mai, Lin Xie, and Qing Yu and the others to draw closer. Gu Xiyan yearned to express her feelings, to convey how much she missed her, but her eyelids grew heavy, and she soon began to sway backward. Fortunately, her companions were nearby, and Lin Xie and Qing Yu quickly steadied her. The Empress of the Earth gazed at Gu Xiyan with a loving expression. Chun Mai promptly spoke. Bowing slightly, I am Chun Mai, captain of the 136th team of the Night Watchers of Daxia, honored to meet the Empress of the Earth. Everyone followed suit, echoing the sentiment. Honored to meet the Empress of the Earth. Only then did she shift her gaze to the group. You are all good children. There is no need for excessive formality. Chun Mai asked, Empress of the Earth, what transpired when the mist first appeared? Why did you all vanish without trace? Upon hearing this, everyone attentively leaned in, eager to absorb the response. However, the Lady of the Earth did not respond to his inquiry. You may consult the commander if you wish to know. She raised her hand, imparting a measure of strength to Gu Xiyan, hastening her recovery and alleviating some of the pain from the backlash. Indeed, she had already begun to experience the repercussions, but fortunately, it was only the initial phase. Chun Mai observed the Lady of the Earth, now appearing more translucent, furrowing his brow, yet he felt reluctant to voice any objections, as she was, after all, her child. Moreover, Gu Xiyan's condition had also been precarious. After expending her strength, she cast a meaningful glance at Bailey Pang Pang before vanishing from sight. An imperceptible force merged seamlessly with Gu Xiyan's being. Yang Jin, too, was taken aback. He had never anticipated such revelations, nor did he fathom that Gu Xiyan was of her bloodline. What events transpired in the past that led her to manifest in Songnan City? Yang Jin mutret, furrowing his brows. Xiao Hailai seemed to share a similar sentiment. Woof. In an instant, a profound silence enveloped the space as everyone grappled with the recent occurrences. It was Chen Mai who finally exhaled deeply and suggested they take Xiaoyan back. And Xingyu intended to lift Gu Xiyan into her arms. But Lin Xie beat her to it, and Xingyu was momentarily taken aback, yet she silently followed him inside. Shen Qingzhu pursed her lips and trailed after them, with the rest promptly keeping pace. That night, it was destined that none would find solace in sleep. Lin Xie carried Gu Xiyan back to her chamber, gently placing her upon the bed, removing her shoes and tucking her in. He gazed at Gu Xiyan's pallid visage, tenderly caressing her cheek. And Xingyu, Shen Qingzhu, Si Xiaonan, Molly, and Hong Ying followed suit, the former two fixating their intense gaze upon Lin Xie. The others crowded at the doorway, their eyes wide with curiosity, captivated by the scene. Molly, Hong Ying, and Si Xiaonan exchanged glances, blinking in surprise. Lin Xie was acutely aware of their scrutiny. He calmly withdrew his hand and rose to make way for Qingyu and Si Xiaonan. They positioned themselves, taking turns to assess Gu Xiyan's injuries. Discovering that thanks to the Lady of the Earth's healing power, the backlash had subsided, and her self-healing abilities were functioning normally. They shared this comforting news with the group, dispelling their concerns. Subsequently, everyone settled into the lounge of Hong Ying's villa. The members of Team 136 directing their gazes toward Chen Mai, Lin Xie, and Qingyu. Bailey Pang Pang, Molly, Chao Yuan, and Shen Qingzhu also turned their attention to them. The three, under the collective scrutiny, felt the weight of expectation. Nonetheless, Lin Xie and Qingyu returned their gaze to Chen Mai, silently conveying that he was the one responsible for this predicament and should provide an explanation. Chen Mai, those two little rascals. Unable to avoid the situation, he recounted the events that had transpired, sharing his speculations as well. The group, upon hearing his words, remained in stunned silence for an extended moment. Unbeknownst to many, a decade ago, a significant event transpired. Had it not been for Gu Xiyan's astute perception of the deathly aura surrounding Chen Mai, this matter would have remained shrouded in obscurity. Moreover, it was fortuitous that Lin Xie's divine ruins played a pivotal role in this revelation. Only then did Wen Qima and the others comprehend the reason behind the incompleteness of Lin Xie's divine ruins, entirely because the survival of Songnan hinged upon him. Presently, Chen Mai has indeed been completely resurrected, and his realm has ascended to the sea level, no longer merely a specter sustained by miracles. However, the majority of Songnan's populace remains unrevived. The members of Team 136, with teary eyes, were deeply affected. Had Gu Xiyan not pressed for the truth, Chen Mai would have concealed this matter until the very end. Zhao Kongqing's familiar smile had vanished, and he solemnly remarked, "Old Chen, you truly lack consideration. Do you not regard us as comrades? Such an important matter, and you chose to withhold it from us." Wu Xiangnan added, "I thought my past was already fraught with hardship, yet your circumstances are no less daunting. Thankfully, Xiaoyan managed to bring you back." Hong Ying, with a quivering voice, implored, "Captain, you must never withhold anything from us again. Otherwise, we shall never forgive you." Si Xiaonan succumbed to her emotions, collapsing into Chen Mai's embrace, weeping uncle. Chen Mai gently patted Si Xiaonan's head, soothingly saying, "Uncle is here, don't cry, Xiaonan." Wen Qima concurred with Hong Ying, stating, "Indeed, Captain, in the future, let us face everything together as Team 136. Lung Xian, rarely speaking up, asserted, "Captain, you cannot cast us aside." Lin Xie and Qingyu remained silent, yet their resolve was evident. They would stand united with Team 136 in all matters. Observing the members of Team 136, Chen Mai smiled helplessly. "Very well, I find myself at your mercy." Bailey Pang Pang and Chao Yuan were already in tears, while Mo Li quietly wiped her eyes. Shen Qingzhu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, deeply moved by the camaraderie of Team 136. Bailey Pang Pang and the others could scarcely fathom that Songnan had survived solely due to Lin Xie's divine ruins. In light of this revelation, Hong Ying and the others encouraged Lin Xie to visit his aunt and cousin. Bailey Pang Pang and the others expressed their agreement. Wu Xiangnan no longer raised concerns about propriety, accepting the suggestion without objection. Chun Mai acquiesced, asserting that in Songnan, his word was law. Lin Xie surveyed everyone, feeling a warmth in his heart. Observing this, Hong Ying once again proposed that Gu Xiyan's cousin, Lin Xie's aunt, and cousin be invited to her villa for the new year. However, this suggestion was promptly dismissed by Wu Xiangnan. Thus, Hong Ying beseeched the captain, reasoning that as long as the captain consented, the vice-captain's approval was inconsequential. After much coaxing from Hong Ying, Chun Mai reluctantly agreed. This year promised to be the happiest of all. And note aside, I have noted that many desire an all approach. I shall endeavor to accommodate this. If my writing falls short, please do not chastise me. On May 31st, I would like to clarify that the aforementioned words are merely a reiteration. I shall continue to express my original thoughts, lest everyone feels compelled to repeat them. Chapter 50. New Year's Eve. Once everyone had dispersed, Chun Mai placed a call to Xiaopinggu to recount the events of the evening. Xiaopinggu, utterly astonished, promptly reported the situation to Commander Yi. Yifan immediately resolved to visit Songnan, accompanied by the scholar. Meanwhile, Lin Xie and his companions remained oblivious to the identity of the person they were about to encounter. Yin Yan, what are you doing? I'm watching ants move their home. Yin Yan, do not heed the words of strangers. Otherwise, you may never see your mother again. Do you understand? I understand, mother. Yin Yin, for dinner tonight, there will be your favorite braised pork. Yay, that's wonderful. Thank you, mother. Gu Xiyan observed this scene, recognizing it as a fragment of her lost memory. It was unmistakably true, for that little girl was her, and the woman was her mother. Her mother's words resonated continuously, while the delicate little girl responded in kind. Yet, just after the little girl replied to her mother's final statement, the buildings of Songnan City began to gradually vanish, along with the people. The little girl was no exception. She stared vacantly at her own slowly disappearing hand. Mother? What is happening? Her gaze shifted to the others who were also disappearing. The little girl's mother witnessed this occurrence, her pupils constricting sharply. Yin Yan, do not be afraid. Mother is here. As she spoke, a powerful wave of energy emanated from her, first forming a shield that enveloped the little girl, slowing her disappearance. Soon, a transparent furnace materialized in her hands, into which she poured all her strength, beginning to forge something. Fearing that time was of the essence, she desperately suppressed her remaining power to hasten the process. Gu Xiyan, watching in distress, cried out, "No, mother, stop. Please stop." But the woman could no longer hear her. In a short while, a small golden bell, shimmering with a purple hue, was created. The woman, filled with joy at the sight, quickly employed her last vestiges of consciousness to place the bell around the little girl's neck. Yin Yin, remember not to remove it for a year. In truth, the little girl had nearly vanished, with only her upper body remaining, as though her life force had been forcibly bound. The moment the bell was affixed, her body ceased to disappear, and then, at an exceedingly slow pace, began to recover. The woman finally felt a sense of relief before succumbing to slumber, her radiance gradually dimming until it vanished entirely. The little girl also fell unconscious in her embrace. Mother! Gu Xiyan's heart-wrenching voice echoed throughout the room. Lin Xie and the others rushed through the door. What happened? Xiaoyan? Molly and Hong Ying hurried forward. Xiaoyan, did you have a nightmare? Gu Xiyan sat upright in bed, her gaze vacant, unresponsive to the concerned inquiries surrounding her, as if she could not hear them at all. Molly and Hong Ying gently draped their arms around her shoulders, while Xiaonan grasped her hand reassuringly. Xiaoyan, it's all right. It was just a dream, and we are here by your side, they comforted. Xiaonan silently offered her solace, her eyes filled with concern. Meanwhile, Lin Xie and Xingyu observed Gu Xiyan's distress with growing apprehension. Lin Xie knelt beside her bed and softly uttered, Xiaoyan, it's okay. We are here for you. Don't be afraid, little girl. I am here, Zhao Kongxing added. Bailey Pang Pang chimed in. Indeed, don't worry, we are all with you. Others joined in with words of comfort. After a while, Gu Xiyan gradually regained her composure, tears cascading down her cheeks as she murmured, "I saw what happened 10 years ago." The group fell silent in shock. Chen Mai asked, "Was it the great calamity of Songnan?" "Yes, I should have vanished. But my mother expended all her strength to save me," she replied. Hong Ying reassured her, "Xiaoyan, don't dwell on such thoughts. Your mother surely did not wish for you to disappear." Molly added, "Indeed, what she desires most is to see you happy." The others echoed their sentiments. Hong Ying then shifted the topic. "By the way, let us go fetch Sister Aaron to celebrate the new year together." The captain has agreed. "Yes, let us go. It's already noon," Bailey Pang Pang affirmed. Molly continued, "We should also invite Annie Chiye and her cousin." Gu Xian's focus shifted, and she realized that while the past was immutable, her relatives could still be saved. She had merely been momentarily lost in thought. "Really? Then let us depart at once." Chen Mai smiled. "Indeed, go ahead. I will join Xiangnan and the others to buy groceries shortly." "All right, thank you, Captain," Gu Xiyan responded, quickly rising from her bed. Feeling a tad embarrassed, she scratched her head and said, "Please wait while I freshen up. I'll be quick." The others chuckled, relieved to see her spirits lifting. "Take your time. We're not in a hurry," Hong Ying and Molly reassured her. Gu Xiyan, accompanied by Hong Ying, Lin Chiye, and Molly, arrived at her home. Upon opening the door, she found her cousin tidying the table. With a radiant smile, Gu Xiyan exclaimed, "Sister, we're here to take you to celebrate the new year." Hong Ying and Xiaonan, they called in unison, "Sister Anren." Su Anren turned at the sound of their entrance and smiled upon seeing her sister accompanied by a group of youthful friends. "Xiaoyan, Hong Ying, Xiaonan, and Chiye, you all have come, and these must be your classmates," she said, relieved to see them safe. Gu Xiyan proceeded to introduce her companions, Bailey Pang Pang, Chao Yuan, Molly, and Shun Qingzhu. "Now, sister, we've come to take you to Hong Ying's house to celebrate the new year. There's ample space for all of us," she continued. Yes, let us go, Sister Anren," Hong Ying urged. Su Anren felt somewhat constrained, pondering whether this was appropriate. Hong Ying, noticing her hesitation, stepped forward and took her hand, guiding her towards the door. "Sister Anren, let us go. The new year is about gathering. The more, the merrier." The others chimed in agreement. Bali Pang Pang added, "Exactly. We only have a few days off, and after the new year, we must return to school for training." The group nodded in unison. Hearing this, Su Anren relaxed her resistance. "All right then, let me grab a few things first." Soon, Su Anren emerged with a bag in hand. "Let's go," Gu Xiyan suggested, "Sister. We should first go to Chi's house to pick up his aunt and cousin. They live close to us." Su Anren glanced at Lin Chi in surprise. "What a coincidence." Gu Xiyan nodded in affirmation. "Indeed." Lin Chi smiled. Who could argue otherwise? The others shared in the serendipity of the moment. As the lively group made their way down the street, they soon attracted the attention of passers-by, each member strikingly attractive, even the slightly plump Baili Pang Pang. Observing the attention, Gu Xiyan felt a bit embarrassed and urged, "Let us walk faster." She tugged at Molly, prompting Su Anren and the others to quicken their pace. The rest chuckled, amused that her nervous habit had not changed, but they promptly caught up. Upon reaching Lin Chi's home, his aunt and cousin eagerly approached him, their faces lighting up with joy. "Xiao Qi, you've grown so strong," his aunt exclaimed, wiping away tears. Yang Jin was equally delighted, surprised that Lin Chi had returned for the new year. "Brother." Lin Chi smiled warmly. "Aunt Jin, I'm back." His aunt replied, "Oh, it's good to have you back." Only then did she notice the group behind him, looking curiously at Gu Xiyan and the others. "Xiao Qi, are they your friends?" she asked. "Wait, aren't you one of his classmates?" She paused upon recognizing Gu Xiyan. Didn't Xiao Qi enlist? Why is this girl here too? She recalled the girl vividly, the youngest among the students she had seen on the day Xiao Qi started school, and was astonished that such a petite girl was now in high school. They had exchanged a few words, with her speaking while the girl quietly listened, appearing very well behaved. Lin Chi cleared his throat. "She has enlisted too. We are teammates." His aunt stared blankly at the girl, momentarily at a loss for words, while Yang Jin's lips twitched in disbelief. Lin Shiyi then introduced by Li Pangpang and the others to his aunt and cousin. However, when his aunt saw Su Anren, another surprise washed over her. Xiao Su, you're here too? Su Anren was equally taken aback, realizing that Lin Qi's aunt was Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang, I never expected you to be Qi's aunt. What a small world, Su Anren remarked in astonishment. This time, it was Gu Xiyan and Lin Qiyi who were taken aback, both exclaiming in unison, Huh? Sister, aunt, you know each other? Others also felt that this was rather coincidental. Su Anren spoke up to clarify, Aunt Wang and I work at the same factory. The crowd responded, Episode 51. A joyous new year, even Yang Jin was taken aback. Aunt Wang chuckled. Indeed, little Su has assisted me greatly at the factory. Su Anren replied modestly. Not at all, it is clearly you, Aunt Wang, who has helped me. The others exchanged glances, bemused by this exchange, and soon erupted into laughter. They then revealed their purpose. They had come to invite Aunt Wang and Yang Jin to celebrate the new year together. Initially, Aunt Wang hesitated, but upon hearing that they only had a few days off, she readily agreed, mirroring Su Anren by taking along a small bag. Upon arriving at Hong Ying's home, both Aunt Wang and Su Anren were bewildered, muttering in disbelief. However, Hong Ying and her friends wasted no time, immediately ushering the two inside. Aunt Wang and Su Anren quickly protested, Wait, this is not appropriate, truly not appropriate. Hong Ying feigned distress. Oh dear, Aunt Wang, Sister Anren, let's go. What could possibly be inappropriate? Can you bear to see me spend the new year all alone? Hearing this, Aunt Wang and Su Anren exchanged glances, realizing that this carefree girl was, in fact, a pitiable child. Consequently, they followed Hong Ying's lead and entered. Yang Jin stayed close to Lin Qiyi, cradling the little black dog in his arms, a slight smile gracing his lips. Lin Qiyi placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, Jin, I appreciate your efforts during my absence. Yang Jin shook his head, replying, Brother, we are family. There is no need to speak of hardship. As long as you are safe, that is enough. This response momentarily stunned Lin Qiyi, making him wonder if Jin might be aware of something more. He cast a glance at him, but chose to remain silent. Chen Mai, Wu Xiangnan, Zhao Kongsheng, Wen Qimao, and Lung Xian returned with groceries. Lin Qiyi then introduced Su Anren and Aunt Wang to them. Su Anren and Aunt Wang, not lacking in perception, understood that they were being looked after by their family members and expressed their gratitude. Chen Mai and the others quickly dismissed their thanks, saying, No need, no need. Qi Yi and Xiao Yin are quite capable of taking care of themselves. The New Year's Eve dinner was prepared by Chen Mai, with Aunt Wang contributing several dishes, while Wu Xiangnan and Zhao Kongsheng lent a helping hand. Meanwhile, Su Anren, along with Gu Xiyan and the others, busied themselves with cleaning and putting up couplets. Chao Yuan was on a ladder, affixing a horizontal banner. Bai Li Pangpang, standing below, exclaimed anxiously, It's crooked. You fool. Chao Yuan, can you even do this properly? Chao Yuan retorted, If you're so capable, why don't you do it? Shen Xingzhu was busy placing the god of wealth on the door and glanced over, instructing, a little to the left. Gao Duan Ziplit, Ohat. Bai Li Pangpang felt a pang of unfairness at the preferential treatment Chao Yuan received, grumbling, So, you dismiss my words, but he what the bro says? What do you mean by that? Nevertheless, he only voiced his complaints in jest. Lin Qiyi and the others laughed at the scene. Shen Xingzhu's 3 little followers had also been summoned to help, and they were now busy cleaning the windows. Delighted to see Shen Xingzhu in such good spirits, Lin Qiyi and Qing Yu and Yang Jin were sweeping the floor, while Gu Xiyan and Su Anren were polishing the stair railings. Mo Li, Hong Ying, and Si Xiaonan cleaned the tables and the decorative wall paintings, while Wen Qimao and Lung Xian mopped the floors. With a subtle smile, it was evident that Wen Qimao was more than willing to assist. Soon, the entire villa was transformed into a pristine sanctuary under the diligent efforts of the group. Bai Li Pangpang and Chao Yuan looked upon their handiwork with delight, exclaiming, Perfectly done. Zhao Kongsheng and Chen Mai emerged with the dishes they had prepared, announcing, Dinner's served. The others quickly gathered to lend a hand. A splendid array of over 10 dishes graced the table, including braised pork, preserved vegetable pork, braised ribs, steamed fish, and roasted chicken. An exquisite feast indeed. Hong Ying and Bali Pang Pang gazed hungrily at the spread before them, their mouths watering. "Everyone, please take your seats. It's time to eat," Chen Mai instructed. The group responded in unison, "All right," and they settled down in accordance with their ages. Each person was presented with a glass of fruit juice. Chen Mai raised his glass, proclaiming, "Let us toast to a new year filled with peace, joy, and fulfilled wishes. Happy New Year." The others clinked their glasses in agreement, echoing, "Happy New Year." Then, they all eagerly reached for their favorite dishes. "This is mine, Chima, let go." Ong Ying insisted. "I was clearly the first to reach for it," Wen Chimo retorted. The two nearly engaged in a playful skirmish over a piece of meat, wielding their chopsticks with fervor. Aunt Wong, witnessing the commotion, intervened. Hey, no fighting. There is still another piece here. Come, Hong Ying. This one is even larger." She deftly placed it in front of Hong Ying, who beamed with joy and raised an eyebrow at Wen Chima, expressing her gratitude to Aunt Wong. Wen Chima merely smiled in response. On another front, the battle for food continued. Bali Pang Pang gritted his teeth. "Chow Yuan, that is mine." Chow Yuan replied, "The first to grab it gets to keep it." As he spoke, he nonchalantly placed the piece of meat into his mouth, chewing provocatively. Mo Li sighed in exasperation, while Gu Xiyan stifled a laugh. Lung Xian served chicken legs to Si Xiaonan and Gu Xiyan, while Chen Mai offered chicken legs to Lin Qie and Qingyu. Wu Xiaonan passed a piece to Hong Ying and Mo Li, and Zhao Kongsheng served Yang Jin and Shen Qingzhu. In any case, Bali Pang Pang and his companions all enjoyed a chicken leg. Even the little black dog was gnawing on a sizable drumstick. A special treat bought by Chun Mai for this occasion. The meal was a delightful celebration for all. Once the feast concluded, Aunt Wong and Su Anren produced their own bags, retrieving red envelopes to distribute to everyone. Though modest in size, these red envelopes are meant to bring good fortune. "So take one," they declared. Even Chun Mai and his companions joined in, presenting their own prepared envelopes to the group, much to the delight of Bali Pang Pang and his friends. In unison, they expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Aunt Wong, Anren Jia, Uncle Chen, Uncle Wu, Uncle Zhao." Unexpectedly, Lung Xian also distributed a red envelope, prompting the crowd to exclaim, "Thank you, Brother Lung Xian," as everyone gathered in the grand hall. Engaging in conversation while waiting for the new year, a sudden series of knocks echoed through the air. Hong Ying and the others hurried to the door, gazing upwards. "Wow, fireworks! How beautiful!" Hong Ying exclaimed. Several older individuals accompanying Chen Mai ventured outside to admire the view, each harboring their own silent wishes. Gu Xiyan and her companions responded with enthusiastic affirmations, exclaiming how beautiful it was. Bali Pang Pang and others even took out their mobile phones to capture the moment. As Gu Xiyan observed Hong Ying and the others snapping photos, a thought struck her, prompting her to suggest, "Shall we take a group photo together?" This proposal met with unanimous approval, with enthusiastic agreements echoing around. In response to this, Lung Xian quietly retrieved his camera. Bali Pang Pang chimed in, saying, "Let's take the picture itself. Just set it up." The group concurred wholeheartedly. They arranged themselves in position, with Xiaohei Lai cradled lovingly in Gu Xian's arms. As the shutter clicked, a photograph emerged, immortalizing the beaming faces of the group. In this first experience of photography, Lung Xian appeared somewhat awkward, his lips pressed together, reflecting his unease in the captured image. "Wishing you all a joyful new year. May none of you be absent in the coming year. A blessing from another realm. May you receive it." Chapter 52. The Arrival of Commander Yi and Others the Following Day. Bali Pang Pang secretly took a large group photo with the intention of making several copies for everyone. However, as soon as he acquired it, he was discovered by Chow Yuan and others. Upon realizing his intentions, they expressed their agreement. Bali Pang Pang, along with Chow Yuan, Shen Qingzhu, and Qingyu, and Lin Qie, went to print the copies, while Gu Xiyan opted to stay behind, not wishing to venture outside. After being scrutinized while picking up Su Anren and Aunt Wong the previous day, she firmly decided not to accompany them. Lin Qie and the others did not press her, and Mo Li stayed back to keep Gu Xiyan company at Hong Ying's home. Bali Pang Pang sighed, lamenting, "Alas, I truly wonder when Xiyan will overcome this issue." Lin Qie responded, This is fundamentally a psychological matter. And Qingyu added, it can only be resolved gradually. Chao Yuan suggested, perhaps she has experienced certain psychological traumas in the past that led to this. Shen Qingzhu remarked, she had a father like that during her childhood. It's hard to say how that influenced her life. In that moment, they fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Meanwhile, Gu Xiyan was engaged in a card game with Aunt Wang and Su Anren, accompanied by Hong Ying, Mo Li, and Si Xiaonan. Suddenly, Chen Mai called Gu Xiyan outside. Both Su Anren and Aunt Wang were puzzled and exchanged inquisitive glances with Hong Ying and others. Why is Uncle Chen calling Xiyan? It seems rather mysterious. Hong Ying chuckled. Perhaps he has something to discuss. Mo Li and Si Xiaonan exchanged glances, clearly skeptical. Sister Hong Ying, even you don't believe that, they remarked. Yang Jin, deep in thought, kept his head lowered. As expected, Su Anren and Aunt Wang wore expressions of suspicion but refrained from probing further, assuming it might be a military secret, given their affiliation with the armed forces. Chen Mai inquired, Xiyan, where is Qia? Gu Xiyan replied, he went to print photos with Pang Pang and the others. What is the matter? Chen Mai instructed, call him back. Someone wishes to meet you both. Gu Xiyan responded, oh, all right, I'll call him now. She took out her phone and dialed Lin Qia's number. Beep, beep. Lin Qia's phone rang unexpectedly from his pocket, leaving him puzzled as he retrieved it. Li Pang Pang and the others leaned in with curiosity. Upon seeing the caller ID, which read Gu Xiyan, Li Pang Pang urged, quick, answer it. Let us see if she wants us to bring something back. Chao Yuan nodded in agreement. Lin Xia answered, Xiyan, what is up? Do you need us to bring something back? He then heard Gu Xiyan relay Chen Mai's message that he should return, as someone wished to meet them. Lin Xia replied, all right, I'll head back now. After hanging up, he explained to Li Pang Pang and the others. Xiyan said the captain wants me back. Someone wishes to meet us. Li Pang Pang asked, who? Should we return as well? And Qingyu, Chao Yuan, and Shen Qingzhu simultaneously recalled the events of that day, speculating that it might be related. Lin Xia replied, no need. You all continue printing the photos. I'll return alone. And Qingyu insisted, I'll go with you. Shen Qingzhu and Chao Yuan, I shall join as well. Li Pang Pang appeared somewhat bewildered. Upon noticing that several individuals intended to return, he decided he would accompany them too. Pang Pang is not dull. He simply took a moment to process. Li Pang Pang, are you all going back? Then I shall return too. Lin Xia, observing the situation, chose not to elaborate further. All right then, let us depart. Before long, Lin Xia and his companions arrived outside the Hongying villa, where Chen Mai and Gu Xiyan awaited them. Upon seeing everyone had returned, Chen Mai furrowed his brow slightly. Why has everyone come back? Well, since you are all here, let us proceed together. After all, most of you are already informed. He suggested they invite the individuals at Hongying too. Personally, I believe they all have the right to know the subsequent events, such as where the great Xia deity has gone. Lin Xia and the others responded affirmatively. All right. Li Pang Pang hurried inside and called out, Sister Hongying, Senior Xiaonan. Uncle Chen, you are all invited to join us as well. Upon hearing this, Hongying and her companions exchanged glances and promptly stood up to bid farewell to Aunt Wang and Su Anren. Hongying, Aunt Wang, Sister Anren, we are leaving. You may continue to enjoy yourselves here. Aunt Wang and Su Anren nodded. Very well, go ahead. Attend to your matters. Do not worry about us. Yang Jin also nodded in agreement. Hongying, Si Xiaonan, and Mo Li swiftly made their way outside. Once Aunt Wang and Su Anren saw them depart, their enthusiasm for play dissipated. Particularly Su Anren, who was already aware of certain matters, felt a growing concern, fearing that another perilous situation required their intervention. Chen Mai led Gu Xiyan and the others to the basement of the office. I recall that the office typically does not permit outsiders from Team 136 to enter, yet I currently have nowhere else to direct them. So please refrain from criticism. After all, this is merely fanfiction. Upon arrival, they discovered that aside from Hongying, Si Xiaonan, and Gu Xiyan, the majority of Team 136 was present, along with 3 additional individuals, one of whom was the already familiar Commander Yi. Instantly, everyone felt a surge of tension. Yi Fan, observing their reaction, chuckled. I am Yi Fan, the 5th commander of the Great Xian Night Watch. We have crossed paths before. so there is no need for such formality. Lin Xie and the others promptly greeted him. Greetings, Commander Yi. Yi Fan continued. Allow me to introduce this esteemed individual. The pinnacle of humanity, Master Chun. Everyone felt a renewed sense of alertness. Greetings, Master Chun. Master Chun nodded with a smile. The other individual was Yuan Gang, to whom Lin Xie and the others also extended their greetings. Yi Fan said, please, take a seat. In an instant, members of Team 136 and Bai Li Pang Pang found their places to sit. However, as the gathering was somewhat large, Bai Li Pang Pang and Shun Qingzhu opted to sit directly on the floor. Yi Fan found amusement in their spirited demeanor. He turned his gaze towards Gu Xiyan and Lin Xie. You must be Gu Xiyan and Lin Xie. Though phrased as a question, his tone conveyed certainty. In unison, Gu Xiyan and Lin Xie replied, Yes, Commander Yi. Yi Fan, well, I've already heard from your captain, and you are all aware of the situation. I have come here merely to meet you youngsters and to gather some information. Over the years, you have endured much, Lin Xie. Lin Xie and the others recalled that miracle, their hearts heavy with emotion. Yi Fan glanced at the crowd, noticing their somber expressions, and spoke again. I understand that you all are quite curious about the whereabouts of our divine protector of Great Xia. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward Commander Yi, their faces alight with a thirst for knowledge. Yi Fan paused, clearing his throat before continuing. When the mists first appeared, the deities of Great Xia, in their unwavering resolve to protect the people, chose to transform themselves into stone, using their own bodies to shield against the encroaching fog. They erected an impenetrable barrier for the citizens of Great Xia, while their souls entered a cycle of reincarnation. Yi Fan's voice grew increasingly somber, his expression filled with reverence and sorrow. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, their hearts resonating with shock, awe, and grief. It was then that they realized the true reason for the absence of the deities. They remained ensnared in the cycle of rebirth. After a considerable pause, the crowd slowly regained their composure. I had previously altered the narrative because I was unaware that someone had mentioned Xiaopingge should not easily leave the capital city. I wanted to clarify that, as that comment seems to have vanished. In the fan fiction I have read, this point was not addressed, or perhaps it was mentioned and I simply forgot. My apologies for any confusion. Chapter 53. The long-legged escape. Yi Fan gazed at the children before him, resolved to no longer conceal the truth from them. They were all citizens of the Great Xia and deserved to know what the divine beings had done on their behalf. Yi Fan spoke, I am aware of the events that transpired that day, but I was utterly unprepared to discover that Lady Hudu has a progeny among us. Gu Xiyan fell silent. She, too, was unaware of this revelation. The same thoughts echoed in the minds of Lin Xie and the others. Chun Fuzai's curiosity was palpable as he fixated on Gu Xiyan, recognizing her as an undeveloped offspring of a deity. Who wouldn't he be intrigued? Feeling the weight of several gazes upon her, Gu Xiyan stiffened, paralyzed by discomfort. Lin Xie and Qingyu and Shun Qingzhu quickly repositioned themselves, shielding her from view. Lin Xie interjected, Chun Fuzai and Commander Yi, could you kindly refrain from staring at her? She feels uneasy. Emoli added, she is shy. And Qingyu remarked, she has a timid disposition. Shun Qingzhu concurred, indeed, she is unaccustomed to being the focus of attention. Bai Li Pang Pang chimed in, absolutely. If you must gaze at someone, direct your attention towards us. We are more than willing to be your subjects of scrutiny. Chao Yuan agreed. The chorus of voices from the others, including members of Team 136, surprised Yi Fan and Chun Fuzai. They had anticipated such unity and camaraderie among these young ones. Yuan Gang merely rubbed his nose, remaining silent. Chen Mai, Wu Xiangnan, and Zhao Kongcheng exchanged sighs. Chen Mai advised, this child is somewhat timid. Do not fixate on her. Yi Fan instantly comprehended, recognizing the similarity to the child Zhou Ping, though he presumed Gu Xiyan might be a bit more resilient. Very well, Yi Fan said. I wish to inquire if Lady Hutu has ever conveyed anything to you, such as why she appeared in Songnan City, with the protective presence of her companions shielding her. Gu Xiyan felt a sense of relief from the gazes, but upon hearing Yi Fan's question, she shook her head. Yet, recalling her position behind Lin Xie, she hesitated to respond. eventually uttering, "No." Yi Fan and the others furrowed their brows, realizing that she, too, was in the dark. It was understandable. She had only recently discovered her maternal lineage. With this in mind, Yi Fan and the others felt there was little more to inquire, as she likely had no further answers. "Do you possess any means to address the situation in Songnan?" Yi Fan recognized that this question might be overly demanding, but it was necessary to ask, given her lineage as Lady Hutu's offspring. Even if the answer was negative, he felt compelled to seek it. He wished to prevent any further turmoil that might arise from her desire to protect them. Chun Mai and the others tensed, apprehensive that Gu Xiyan might act recklessly again. Chun Mai urged, "Xiao Yin, please speak honestly. Do not force yourself." Zhao Kongcheng added, "Indeed, no one will hold it against you. Whoever dares to blame you, I shall confront them with a blade and reason." Wu Xiangnan spoke solemnly. "If it truly becomes unmanageable, we, the elders, are here to bear the consequences. You need not shoulder this burden." When Qima affirmed, "What they say is true," Hong Ying urgently said, "Indeed, Xiao Yin, this is not your responsibility. You nearly lost your life back then as well." Si Xiaonan nodded anxiously in agreement. Lung Xian remained silent. Yet he too hoped that Gu Xiyan would not overexert herself. Lin Qi advised, "Xiao Yin, please listen." And Qin Yu added, "Just do your best. There is no need to feel pressured." Bali Pang Pang echoed, "Exactly." Others, including Mo Li, also offered their encouragement. Yi Fan observed the members of Team 136 and Lin Qi, sensing an odd impression that he appeared to be the coercive villain. Chen Fuzi and Yuan Gang shared this sentiment. Gu Xiyan looked at everyone, her heart warmed by their concern for her well-being. Nevertheless, she yearned to do something for the innocent citizens of Xia, just like them. Yet, she was not foolish. She understood her current limitations. The last time, she had lost her rationality. Gu Xiyan replied earnestly, "My current level is insufficient. Perhaps when I reach a higher stage, I will be able to assist." Upon hearing this, nearly everyone exhaled in relief. Yi Fan and his companions did not wish to abandon Songnan. Rather, they could not bear to watch a child younger than themselves bear such a burden. Afterward, Yi Fan, Chen Fuzi, and the others engaged in further discussions with Chun Mu Ye's group before taking their leave. Once they had bid farewell to Yi Fan and his companions, Baili Pang Pang and Lin Shi Yi continued to make photocopies of the photographs. Gu Xiyan and the others returned to Hong Ying's villa to accompany Su and Ran and Aunt Wang. They had previously discussed that once the two fell asleep, they would proceed with their revival. Shortly thereafter, Baili Pang Pang and his companions returned with the photographs, distributing one to each person, totaling over 20, including Shun Qing, Zhu's younger brother. Each individual cherished their copy. Aunt Wang and Su and Ran repeatedly reached out to touch the images, finding solace in the thought of their presence. Due to their revival plans, Hong Ying and the others insisted that Aunt Wang and Su and Ran remain in the Hong Ying residence. Later that night, once Su and Ran, Aunt Wang, and Yang Jin had drifted into slumber, Gu Xiyan, along with Lin Qi and Qin Yu and Baili Pang Pang, stealthily made their way to the hall. Gu Xiyan activated the divine ruins, casting a soft lavender glow throughout the hall as it flowed toward the three rooms. A luminous aura enveloped both Aunt Wang and Su and Ran, swiftly reviving them. Yang Jin also radiated light, but instead of being revived, his divine essence was being healed. Yang Jin was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this girl had such an intention, nor that her abilities could expedite the restoration of his divine essence. He could feel it. Like an hourglass, his divine essence gradually increased, reaching nearly 1/3 of its fullness. Meanwhile, in the hall, Gu Xiyan furrowed her brow, beads of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. She was puzzled as to why her power was depleting so rapidly. Previously, when reviving a smaller number of individuals, she had not encountered such an anomaly. Why was this instance so peculiar? Lin Qi and Qin Yu, noticing Gu Xiyan's condition, urged her to cease her efforts. Gu Xiyan acquiesced this time, sensing that the others had indeed been revived. And Qin Yu diligently employed her mental energy to examine her body, only to discover that it seemed as though she had overexerted herself. Perplexed, she wondered why this was the case, especially since there were only 3 individuals involved this time. Lin Xie and the others noticed in Qingyu's confusion and inquired about it. And Qingyu's tone was somewhat hesitant as she remarked that Xiaoyan appeared to have overexerted her strength. Lin Xie and the others were momentarily bewildered by her hesitant tone. Gu Xiyan, though puzzled, offered them reassurance, stating that her self-healing ability was functioning automatically and there was no need for concern. The group turned their attention to Qingyu, who nodded in acknowledgement, yet her mind remained clouded with questions. Only then did the others begin to feel at ease. Time swiftly passed, and before they knew it, the day of their return to camp arrived. As Lin Xie and the others prepared to depart, Su Anren and Aunt Wang gazed at them with reluctance. Although they were all soldiers, they were still but children at heart. They held on to each of them, offering a few parting words. Lin Xie and Qingyu, Gu Xiyan, Bai Li Pangpang, Mo Li, Shun Qingzhu, Chao Yuan, and Shun Qingzhu's 3 attendants all nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 54. Returning to camp. Almost forgotten. The forbidden item, blood boiling, that had fallen from the scorpion was handed over when Commander Yi and the others arrived. Aware of their less than favorable financial circumstances, Commander Yi exchanged the money for them to share equally. The members of Team 136 escorted Gu Xiyan, Lin Xie, and the others to the bus. After handing over their Starblade, they boarded the bus and settled into their seats. Shortly after they embarked, the bus started its journey towards the training camp, one after another, gradually disappearing from the sight of Team 136. Gu Xiyan and her companions gazed out the window, still able to see Chan Mai and others standing in place, bidding them farewell, while Hongning waved at them. Even Lung Xian had come, standing behind the group. Perhaps influenced by Chan Mai's situation, he had made some changes, having always valued his teammates immensely. The following day, a sharp whistle pierced the air. Instantly, the new recruits of the training camp hurriedly rose to don their uniforms. Lin Xie and the others were no exception. After a rare few days of slumber, Gu Xiyan nearly failed to realize that she had returned to the training camp. Molly found it somewhat amusing. Xiyan, hurry up, or you might get punished. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiyan abruptly sat up, quickly getting out of bed to put on her uniform while responding to Molly. I'm up. She then followed Molly as they ran towards the assembly point. By the time they arrived, most of the recruits had gathered. Gu Xiyan pulled Molly towards Lin Xie and the others, hastening her steps, aware that she preferred not to stand at the front. Lin Xie and the others had positioned themselves towards the back, waiting for her and Molly. All the instructors were present on the platform, each adorned with merit badges of various sizes and colors. Instructors Hong and Han stood behind Yuan Gang, also wearing medals, while Yuan Gang bore the most. Moreover, Lin Xie and Qingyu noticed that a few instructors were absent. Bai Li, plump as he was, quietly inquired about it, to which Lin Xie and the others nodded. Acknowledging their observation, Yuan Gang gazed sternly at the new recruits and stated, "There will be no morning training today. The sole purpose of this assembly is to honor a portion of you with awards." Upon hearing this, the recruits immediately thought of Lin Xie, Gu Xiyan, and Qingyu, who had thwarted a missile attack during their exit from the camp. Yuan Gang continued, explaining the categorization of medals and the criteria for receiving them. Now, I announce the first recipient of a medal, and Qingyu, who decisively acted during the missile strike, causing it to detonate midair and safeguarding over 50 recruits. Subsequently, alongside Lin Xie, Shun Qingzhu, and Gu Xiyan, they collectively defeated the Serpent Woman of the Ancient God Society and, together with Team 136, captured the 13th seat believer of the Ancient God Society. Here, I bestow upon you the Star Medal. The recruits were astonished, having not anticipated that Qingyu had undergone such experiences. And Qingyu was equally astonished. Amidst the envious and respectful gazes of the new recruits, he stepped forward to receive his medal. After Yuan Gang conferred the honor upon him, he bowed respectfully before descending from the platform. During the missile attack, Lin Xie, alongside Gu Xiyan, valiantly shielded their fellow recruits from the debris of the missiles, while also joining forces with Qingyu, Shun Qingzhu, and Gu Xiyan to vanquish the Snake Woman of the Ancient God Sect, as well as capturing the 13th believer of the sect alongside Team 136. Hereby, We bestow the stellar medal. In an instant, the new recruits erupted in astonishment. Even the instructors were taken aback by the swift awarding of 2 stellar medals, both to newcomers. Subsequently, Gu Xiyan received the stellar medal, while Shen Qingzhu was awarded the starlight medal. When it was their turn, Gu Xiyan and Shen Qingzhu approached the podium with stiffened bodies, nearly in unison. Gu Xiyan was reluctant to go up, but had no choice. Chao Yuan, Mo Li, and Bai Li Fati each earned a Starfire medal. Once the announcements concluded, Yuan Gang dismissed the new recruits, causing a stir among them. They began to discuss animatedly, casting envious glances at Gu Xiyan and her companions. Meanwhile, Lin Xie and the others had already slipped away, with Shen Qingzhu's subordinates quickly following suit, surrounding her with praise. Bai Li Fati cherished his medal, kissing it excitedly, exclaiming that he never imagined he would one day receive such an honor. In simpler terms, I can't believe this is happening. Not only he, but even Mo Li and Chao Yuan, as well as Gu Xiyan, found it hard to believe. And Qingyu and Lin Xie were among the first to regain their composure. Standing atop the teaching building, Gu Xiyan and her friends slowly absorbed the gravity of the situation. After having breakfast, they proceeded to class. Following the events at Songnan and having discovered the truth, aside from attending classes, Gu Xiyan and her companions diligently trained outdoors. This dedication inspired other new recruits to join in, realizing that if these talented individuals were working so hard, they too should strive for excellence. Initially, instructors Hong Hao and Han Li felt gratified to witness Gu Xiyan and her friends motivating the entire training camp to train together. However, as time passed, they began to notice a concerning trend. It seemed that Gu Xiyan and her companions were being excessively hard on themselves. In both physical and skill training, they constantly pushed their limits. Han Li pondered aloud. What has gotten into these kids? Why are they suddenly so driven? Hong Hao, equally perplexed, replied, I have no idea. Yuan Gang observed silently, watching the determined figures of the young trainees. These children were placing immense pressure on themselves, yet he felt powerless to intervene. One day, during a class with instructor Gu, Lin Xie suddenly posed a question, is this world real? This single query would later drive instructor Gu to the brink of madness, leaving Gu Xiyan and her companions momentarily speechless. And Qingyu indeed took a moment to ponder deeply. Lin Xie noticed the contemplative expression on Qingyu's face, and his eyes brightened with realization. After all, Qingyu was an academic prodigy. Perhaps he possessed insights that others did not. With this thought in mind, Lin Xie immediately inquired of Qingyu, Little fish, what are your thoughts? Gu Xiyan and the others exchanged glances, wondering if he might also consider little fish. And Qingyu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Is this world truly real? I have contemplated this question myself. Initially, doubts did arise, but what of it? After all, who can definitively prove that this world is not real? If we deny the reality of this world, must we also deny that the people around us are not real? The experiences I have undergone and the individuals I have encountered are undeniably real in my world. Thus, I assert that this world is indeed real. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie felt a sense of awakening, realizing how he had momentarily entertained the notion that this world might not be real. If it were not, then would Annie, Ajin, Xiaoyan, Little Fish, Fatty, Mo Li, Chao Yuan, and Shen Qingzhu also be mere illusions? No, they exist in reality. Therefore, the world he inhabits is, for him, undoubtedly real. Bai Li and the others understood the sentiment as well, though they had never harbored such doubts, for they had never perceived this world as anything but real. Chapter 55. The acrobatic performance. As evening descended and it was time to rest, Gu Xiyan entered the asylum of the gods with a small bell in hand, only to understand why Lin Xie had posed that particular question. Gu Xiyan also observed Lin Xie relay in Qingyu's words to Merlin. Lin Xie introduced Gu Xiyan to Merlin, saying, Uncle Merlin, this is my friend Gu Xiyan. Gu Xiyan promptly greeted him. Merlin nodded at Gu Xiyan and, almost instinctively, began to prophesy about her. However, his pupils slightly constricted. Was he unable to prophesy? Noticing Merlin's subtle expression, Lin Xie inquired, What is it, Uncle Merlin? Merlin murmured, I cannot prophesy. Lin Xie overheard this and pondered its implications. Was he unable to foresee matters concerning Xiaoyan? Gu Xiyan quietly observed the two, although she heard the statement. It did not elicit a significant reaction from her. Lin Xie pressed, "Uncle Merlin, are you saying that you cannot foresee Xiaoyan's fate?" Merlin sighed and nodded. Indeed, neither the past nor the future. Lin Xie was taken aback. Was it true that the past was also inaccessible? Could it be that Xiaoyan was the offspring of the Earth Mother? Merlin gazed deeply at Gu Xiyan once more. Around her, there was an expanse of emptiness, nothingness. Lin Xie left in confusion, followed closely by Gu Xiyan. The following day at the training ground, the instructors watched as the new recruits performed acrobatics, their laughter ringing out, some doubling over in mirth. The expressions of Lin Xie and Gu Xiyan's group shifted from curiosity to astonishment. Gu Xiyan and her companions swallowed hard and, in unison, pushed Bai Li forward, indicating that he should take the first turn. Bai Li, feeling a bit miffed at their lack of solidarity, gritted his teeth and donned a wrist device. Then, as soon as Bai Li fastened the device, he began to perform backflips, soaring further and further away until he eventually vanished from sight. Help me! Chia Brojui Xiaoyu! Save me! Yet, his voice could still be faintly heard echoing back. Lin Xie and Gu Xiyan's group exchanged glances, astonished. Is this wrist device truly so powerful? Can even this hefty fellow flip so far? Ultimately, they had no choice but to wear the devices themselves, as this was training in the Forbidden Ruins. Chao Yuan executed a backflip, while Lin Xie and Qingyu managed to stabilize after a single flip. Molly performed 2 or 3 flips before regaining her balance. But Shun Qingzhu did not flip at all. Lin Xie and the others were left in awe, exclaiming, "It still has to be Brojui." When it was Gu Xiyan's turn, she felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Indeed, the moment she donned the device, she executed a front flip, followed by 2 more. Gu Xiyan cried out, "Help!" Seeing this, Lin Xie and the others quickly surrounded her, instructing her on how to control her mental energy to maintain balance. After a strenuous effort, she finally managed to stabilize herself after the 8th flip. Gu Xiyan wore a face as bitter as a melon, glancing at the few individuals who were desperately stifling their laughter, which only deepened her discontent, rendering her demeanor rather listless. The group soon caught up with Bailey Pang Pang, only to discover he had already made his way to the cafeteria, leaving them speechless. Truly, he embodied his namesake. During the meal, Shun Qingzhu's underlings resembled hungry fledglings, eagerly awaiting to be fed one by one. Shun Qingzhu, resigned, finally accepted his fate. Bailey Pang Pang initially intended for Molly to feed him, but she ignored him, ultimately leaving the task to Lin Xie. Shun Qingzhu was too preoccupied, and Qingyu was certainly not going to oblige, while daring to ask Gu Xiyan to feed him would likely result in Pang Pang missing his meal altogether. As for Chao Yuan, he had transformed into a ravenous eating machine himself. Once Gu Xiyan and the others had satisfied their appetites, they observed Shun Qingzhu still feeding his subordinates, prompting them to intervene. Chao Yuan assisted by feeding Li Liang, while Qingyu took on the task of feeding Li Jia. When night fell and everyone retired for rest, Shun Qingzhu practiced somersaults alone in the training grounds. This scene caught the attention of Xueqiu, which subsequently meant that Qingyu had also witnessed it. A smile gradually spread across Qingyu's face, which he quickly stifled with a cough. In truth, Lin Xie had also inadvertently seen this. Truly, he was a proud individual determined to excel. The following day, there was a noticeable absence of new recruits performing acrobatic displays. The night before their return to camp, Lin Xie, Gu Xiyan, and Qingyu had privately inquired with Chun Mai about Wu Xiangnan. They had noticed Wu Xiangnan occasionally staring blankly at his hands, compounded by his words to Chun Mai that night. The trio refrained from questioning the vice captain, wishing to spare him any further distress. Chun Mai revealed the truth, informing them that Wu Xiangnan had previously been a member of the Blue Rain Special Squad, tasked with entering the mist to pursue the Yamata no Orochi, and had faced Susanoo from Japan's Takamagura, resulting in the annihilation of his team, leaving him as the sole survivor. His hands bore the scars inflicted by Susanoo. The group was taken aback by the vice captain's harrowing experiences. Gu Xiyan diligently trained herself, striving to gain the ability to revive the entirety of Tsangnan before the miracle faded away. Similarly, Lin Xie and Qingyu sought to elevate their own capabilities to ensure they could be of assistance in case of unforeseen circumstances. Time flew swiftly, and soon several months had passed. On this particular day, the training camp was enveloped in an unusual silence. Upon rising, Gu Xiyan and Molly exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why it was so quiet. They stepped outside, only to encounter several equally bewildered female soldiers. The soldiers greeted them, asking if they had also awoken. Molly and Gu Xiyan nodded in acknowledgement, with Molly inquiring, "Why is the training camp so quiet today? Where is everyone?" Zhang Xiao frowned, stating, "Everyone else is still asleep. And it's strange, we can't seem to wake them up." Chapter 56. Danger approaches. Zhang Xiao had intended to say something further when suddenly the group heard a sound emanating from downstairs. It resembled the grating noise of a blade being dragged across the floor. Instantly, they all became alert, exchanging wary glances before cautiously approaching the staircase to discern the source of the disturbance. Just as they drew near, a blood-curdling scream echoed from below, startling them. Reacting swiftly, Molly gestured that she would investigate first. However, Gu Xiyan and the others were apprehensive about her safety. Molly reassured them that she would merely peek at the staircase and would not act recklessly. At that moment, as Molly prepared to step forward, Zhang Xiao suddenly pulled her back and raised her right hand, where a faint glow flickered at her fingertips. Zhang Xiao's voice then resonated in their minds. "We can use this to communicate telepathically. This is my forbidden domain, allowing me to connect the thoughts of multiple individuals, although the range is limited." Gu Xiyan and the others' eyes brightened at this revelation, nodding in agreement. Gu Xiyan also cast a protective shield around Molly before feeling reassured enough to let her descend. Molly cautiously made her way down the staircase. Upon reaching the first floor, she was met with a sight that froze her in place, chilling her blood. Several female soldiers lay sprawled across the corridor, their bodies in disarray, with blood flowing in a gruesome stream that glinted ominously in the daylight. Beside the corpses stood an extraordinarily tall, headless man emanating an eerie aura, dragging a bloodied, ancient executioner's sword as he advanced slowly. The blade scraped against the marble floor, leaving deep grooves and producing a chilling sound. Suppressing her rage and sorrow, Molly stifled any noise as she carefully ascended back to the third floor, relaying information to the others through their mental connection. "It is a headless man, and he is extremely dangerous. Several have already perished," her heavy voice echoed in their minds. Gu Xiyan and the others were initially taken aback. How could this be? Is it something mysterious? Has it infiltrated the training camp? What about the instructors? Why have they not responded? The term headless echoed in Gu Xiyan's mind, and as she gradually regained her composure, she recalled an unsettling possibility. It might lack eyes or any visual organs, relying instead on sound to perceive its surroundings and prey. This revelation indicated that the enemy they faced possessed a unique method of hunting. If they could exploit this, perhaps a strategy to combat it could be devised. Molly and the others also considered this notion. They quickly convened to discuss their findings, deciding to seek out other awakened female recruits and share this crucial information. Gathering them all together, Zhang Xiao volunteered to connect their thoughts as soon as they found anyone. Meanwhile, Lin Xie experienced a similar scenario, discovering that many new recruits remained unresponsive. Only a handful had awakened. Lin Xie and Qingyu and the others quickly assembled, deliberating on the events that had transpired. Why are only the new recruits left in the entire training camp? Lin Xie and Qingyu speculated that this was a test orchestrated by the instructors to assess the new recruits' abilities to respond to sudden attacks and their overall reaction capabilities. Upon hearing their analysis, Shun Qingzhu and the others deemed it highly plausible. In an instant, Shun Qingzhu's temper flared, and he vented his frustrations with a few harsh words, even pointing an accusing finger at the surveillance camera. Lin Xie and Qingyu and Chao Yuan exchanged exasperated glances. However, They simultaneously thought of the dormitory where Gu Xiyan and Mo Li resided. They turned their gaze towards the girls' dormitory, only to find it shrouded in silence, devoid of any activity, which sparked a wave of concern among them. They felt that something must be amiss in the girls' dormitory and learned from Li Xiaoguang about a girl named Zhang Xiao, whose domain pertained to the mental realm. After some deliberation, they decided to split into two teams. Lin Xia and Xingyu and Xiao Yuan would proceed to the girls' dormitory to check on Mo Li and Gu Xiyan. Shun Qingzhu, uneasy about both Gu Xiyan and Mo Li, as well as his little brother and Fatty, chose to remain behind, keeping a watchful eye on by Li Fatty and the other new recruits. They first went to the supply room to retrieve weapons, but upon exiting, they were startled by a scream emanating from the cafeteria. They exchanged glances and hurriedly made their way towards the source of the commotion. Meanwhile, Gu Xiyan and Mo Li cautiously descended to the second floor, inspecting each dormitory one by one. At last, they discovered 5 girls huddled together in the largest dormitory at the end of the corridor, whispering in fear. Gu Xiyan and Mo Li promptly signaled them to be silent and conveyed that they would soon reunite with the others. The girls nodded obediently, falling silent. Simultaneously, Zhang Xiao and her group began their search on the 4th floor. After considerable effort, they successfully located 6 girls on the 4th floor as well. On the 3rd floor, including Mo Li and the others, there were a total of 10 girls. Thus, all the awakened girls had gathered together. Zhang Xiao and her companions quickly led the group, cautiously making their way to reunite with Gu Xiyan and Mo Li. Once everyone had arrived, Gu Xiyan and Mo Li assessed the situation. The dormitory was too small to accommodate such a number of individuals comfortably. One of the long-haired girls who had come down from the 4th floor spoke up. Having so many of us here is far too conspicuous. There is a water room on the right side of the 1st floor, which is spacious enough to fit us all, and would also allow for a swift escape should anything occur. But the headless man is on the 1st floor. Another girl exclaimed, her fear palpable. Mo Li offered, I can lure it away. Gu Xiyan contemplated for a moment and responded, I'll go with Mo Li. I have a plan. I can create a sound illusion using a shield to divert its attention. The others deemed this approach feasible, and preparations began. Gu Xiyan and Mo Li then ventured to the 1st floor to draw the headless man up to the 3rd floor. Upon encountering the headless man, Gu Xiyan's pupils momentarily constricted, yet she swiftly compelled herself to regain her composure. She concentrated her thoughts, manipulating the shield to simulate the sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground on the 3rd floor. The headless figure, upon hearing the noise, immediately brandished his large blade and hurried towards the source of the sound. The two quickly concealed themselves, and the headless man rushed straight up to the 3rd floor, utterly oblivious to their presence. Gu Xiyan and Molly breathed a sigh of relief before calling out for Zhang Xiao and the others. However, just as they reached the door of the hot water room, circumstances took a turn for the unexpected. The entire space became disordered. Gu Xiyan and her companions were taken aback, astonished that the headless man possessed the ability to disrupt the fabric of reality. Yet, one individual remained unconvinced, Azzy. She found it illogical. If the headless man wielded such a power, why had he not employed it earlier? Why wait until now? Azzy's words instantly resonated with everyone, prompting a collective realization that it was indeed improbable. Furthermore, when they managed to descend to the 1st floor, they intended to leave the dormitory to seek assistance, but found themselves unable to exit. Chapter 57. The Distorted Space and the Timid Spider due to the distortions in space. What should have appeared before them, as the water heating room had transformed into a corridor. To their astonishment, when they turned to look behind, the wall that ought to have stood there had inexplicably morphed into a dormitory, with the door number clearly marked as 405. Azzy furrowed her brow, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in her eyes, before she composed herself to remark, it seems that the effects of this spatial distortion are more profound than we had anticipated. Given this, let us each disclose our unique abilities, so that we may compile them and allocate our positions accordingly based on our respective strengths. After a brief pause, she continued, through this method, we might uncover the underlying patterns of the spatial distortion and simultaneously gauge the true prowess of the sound hunter. She had dubbed the headless man sound hunter due to his reliance on sound to hunt. Azzy's proposal garnered unanimous agreement. Her intellect surpassed theirs, and following her guidance was undoubtedly prudent. Moreover, having witnessed the corpses in the corridor, their collective fury was palpable, each wishing to vanquish the sound hunter on the spot. Molly was the first to share her abilities, also articulating Gu Xiyan's in the process. Subsequently, others followed suit. My ability is... Azzy listened intently, swiftly organizing their positions based on their powers. Tasks were delineated. Team 1 would venture out to assess the real-time distribution of the distorted space and search for other female soldiers. Team 2 would remain in the water heating room, tasked with charting the distribution of the girls' dormitory based on the information brought back by Team 1. Team 3 was designated to test the strength of the sound hunter and explore possibilities for its elimination. Molly, Gu Xiyan, and others were assigned to Team 3, while Wen Linghua and Zhang Xiao formed Team 1, responsible for rescue efforts and exploring the real-time spatial distortions. Yang Zi and her group constituted Team 2, remaining at their post to await information and create maps. Wen Linghua's ability allowed her to traverse terrain without restriction. Outside the training camp, instructors Yuan Gang, Hong Hao, and Han Li scrutinized every frame on the monitors. Upon observing the female soldiers, Yuan Gang remarked, "This Yang Zi demonstrates potential as a leader, and Gu Xiyan, Molly, Zhang Xiao, and Wen Linghua are performing commendably as well." Meanwhile, Lin Xie's team did not disappoint either. Lin Xie and Qingyu were both intellectual powerhouses, albeit one was more versatile than the other. As Lin Xie approached the dining hall, the sound of screams echoed. Before entering, the acrid scent of blood assailed their senses, causing the group, who had initially believed they were facing merely an examination, to change their expressions dramatically. Lin Xie and Qingyu exchanged concerned glances. Lin Xie first utilized her mental prowess to probe the situation within, her brow knitting tighter with each passing moment. And Qingyu summoned the snowball, inviting it to enter and observe, while initiating a shared vision, reacting similarly to Lin Xie. Lin Xie glanced at Qingyu, who nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, the two led the way, pushing open the partially ajar door of the cafeteria, with Shun Qingzhu and Chao Yuan trailing closely behind. However, upon fully perceiving the scene within the cafeteria, all but Qingyu and Lin Xie were momentarily stunned into silence. The vast space was densely draped in cobwebs, each filament intricately woven into a spine-chilling tapestry that enveloped nearly the entire area. Near the center, a corpse lay, its innards grotesquely hollowed out, the brutal sight rendering the onlookers' faces pale. The deceased was Wang Li, a familiar figure among the new recruits. A tumultuous blend of fear and anger surged within the group, prompting them to question, was this not merely a drill? Why had someone died, especially one they recognized? The impact was overwhelming. Silence, Lin Xie commanded. From the moment we heard the screams to our arrival here, there was scarcely enough time for it to escape. Thus, that entity must still be present. And Qingyu, maintaining her composure, echoed his sentiments. Xie is right. This is no time for panic. We must locate it, just to be safe. Upon hearing Qingyu and Lin Xie's words, the others felt a surge of resolve, suppressing their fear and anxiety, and nodded in agreement. Together, Lin Xie and Qingyu stepped inside, weapons in hand. Shun Qingzhu and Chao Yuan were taken aback and called out, "Xiaoyu, Xie." Lin Xie reassured them, "It's fine," before continuing into the cafeteria alongside Qingyu. Shun Qingzhu and Chao Yuan followed, while the others hesitated, deterred by their insistence. Lin Xie meticulously examined the cobwebs, deftly maneuvering through the intricate strands in pursuit of the mysterious presence. And Qingyu shared the perspective of the snowball. To Shun Qingzhu and Chao Yuan's astonishment, the snowball glided gracefully amidst the convoluted webs, its movements agile and swift, seemingly unimpeded by the threads. Soon, Lin Xie's mental acuity detected a colossal spider lurking on the ceiling to their right. Concurrently, Qingyu, through the shared vision, also caught sight of it, prompting both to look up in unison. Abruptly, the gemstone on Lin Qia's necklace emanated a cerulean glow, inducing a brief sensation of dizziness, though he quickly regained his composure. And Qingyu, positioned nearby, experienced a similar sensation. Shen Qingzhu and Chao Yuan remained further back. They both realized that this spider was capable of mental attacks. Subsequently, Lin Qia and Qingyu raised their respective blades, ice swords, and hurled them forcefully towards the location of the spider. Thud! Lin Qia's straight blade embedded itself into the wall, half a meter away from the spider, while Qingyu's ice sword accurately pierced one of the spider's legs. It wasn't that Qingyu's aim was poor. Rather, the spider had dodged, intending to evade Lin Qia's strike. Lin Qia. A smile involuntarily crept onto Qingyu's lips. Shen Qingzhu and Chao Yuan also struggled to suppress their amusement. The spider, momentarily stunned, soon realized that its leg had been struck by the ice sword. "Oh, it hurts so much, woo-woo." A voice that belied its formidable size emerged from the spider's mouth, reminiscent of a small child's. The others were taken aback. Could this spider speak? The childlike tone evoked a feeling of bullying a helpless infant. Exchanging glances, Shen Qingzhu slowly raised his hand. A spark erupted from the black ring on his knuckle, accompanied by a crisp snap that echoed throughout the cafeteria. Boom! Without warning, an explosion erupted within the dining hall, engulfing the ceiling where the spider resided in blinding flames. The crumbling walls disintegrated like fragments, causing the entire cafeteria to tremble. Amidst the thick smoke, the spider suddenly dashed out, its crimson compound eyes glowing with an eerie radiance. The mysterious aura of the Chuan realm enveloped the spider, and Lin Xie and the others felt a wave of dread wash over them, their expressions turning grave. Just as they braced themselves for the spider's assault, to their astonishment, the creature made a swift turn mid-air, shattering the window with its immense body as it fled. It escaped? Lin Xie and the others. What? You Chuan realm being, why are you fleeing? Chapter 58, Judgment. The Magma Hell. Due to the chaotic spatial disturbances, Gu Xiyan's team, initially tasked with reconnaissance, suffered multiple casualties at the hands of the Sound Hunter. Several of their members were instantaneously sacrificed. Fortunately, the schematics had commenced smoothly, and they managed to rescue a number of awakened female soldiers, as well as locate the entrance to the hot water room, where they all gathered. The total now exceeded 30 individuals. At this moment, the plump one had also awakened. However, this brought to mind the fallen female soldiers. And both Wen Linghua and Zhang Xiao had reddened eyes, clenching their fists, suppressing their sorrow as they continued their exploration. Ozzy and the others felt similarly, their eyes misty as they persevered with their tasks. Molly, Gu Xiyan, and the others remained cautiously in pursuit of the Sound Hunter, due to the distance. Their consciousness could not reach them. They later learned of Team Number One's dire situation through their consciousness, which filled them with grief and rage. Be cautious, Molly whispered, urging her companions. Just then, a figure emerged faintly ahead. It was the headless male Sound Hunter. Molly's gaze sharpened, gripping her weapon tightly as her breath quickened, fury igniting within her. Gu Xiyan stayed closely by her side. Molly gestured for everyone to disperse and encircle the creature. They moved with grace, striving to make no sound as they approached the headless man. However, just as they were about to form a perimeter, the headless man seemed to sense their presence. Slowly turning his head, although he lacked a head, a chilling aura enveloped them. One female soldier, overwhelmed with anxiety, involuntarily inhaled sharply. Then, in a flash, the previously motionless headless man surged forward with a speed imperceptible to the eye, reaching the female soldier in an instant. Her pupils dilated in horror, and before she could even scream, she was cleaved in two. Blood sprayed everywhere. Several nearby female soldiers were splattered with the crimson liquid. Upon witnessing this, the remaining soldiers turned pale, some barely managing to stifle screams, while a quick-thinking companion covered one soldier's mouth. Silence reigned, an oppressive stillness enveloping the scene. After slaying the female soldier, the headless man stood motionless, a haunting presence. Molly gritted her teeth, her fists tightening. Gu Xiyan's face drained of color. The event transpired far too swiftly. Yet, this encounter afforded them a close-up experience of the Sound Hunter's formidable power. It was a Chuan realm. After a significant pause, Molly sank to one knee, pressing her hands firmly against the ground. She then took a deep breath, channeling the forbidden power within her. Guided by her intent, a potent surge of energy erupted from her palms, cascading like a torrential undercurrent to envelop the area beneath the headless man. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the ground beneath the headless man began to tremble violently, fracturing explosively. The headless man plummeted straight down through the fractured floor, while the other female soldiers unleashed their forbidden abilities to attack him. Gu Xiyan also activated her divine domain, protection of all beings, 6 paths of reincarnation, judgment, magma hell. The headless man was dragged directly into the black hole that appeared beneath him by iron chains. A wave of searing heat rushed forward like a tempest, seemingly intent on devouring all in its path. The anguished cries of the headless man echoed from within the black hole. Simultaneously, the others detected the acrid scent of charred flesh. The female soldiers gazed at Gu Xiyan in astonishment. They had not anticipated that this seemingly adorable girl possessed such terrifying powers. A slight smile graced Molly's lips. The greater Gu Xiyan's abilities, the more her self-preservation was assured, alleviating her concerns. Just 2 minutes after dragging the headless man inside, the spatial distortion surged once more, catching everyone off guard. Gu Xiyan's divine domain lost its target and vanished. Molly and the others wore grim expressions, barely missing the chance to annihilate the headless man. With no other option, they could only feel their way back to the hot water room. As long as they approached the vicinity of the hot water room, their thoughts could connect, ensuring they would not lose their way. Meanwhile, Lin Xie and Qingyu, along with others, arrived at the base of the dormitory building, only to discover that the entire structure was spatially isolated. Thankfully, Li Xiaoguang's forbidden domain was related to space, and he led them into the dormitory. However, Lin Xie and Qingyu, Chao Yuan, and Li Xiaoguang stood bewildered at the sight of a dark, indistinct humanoid figure on the ground not far from them. What on earth was that? Why did it carry a scent of charred flesh? Honestly, the odor was quite unbearable, reminiscent of burning corpses. They all covered their noses. And this situation brought Lin Xie and Qingyu to mind Gu Xiyan. It seemed she had unleashed her fury, which reassured them. Lin Xie and Qingyu exchanged glances, cleared their throats, and prepared to strike. They speculated that a sudden spatial distortion had prevented her from eliminating this mystery. Lin Xie, wielding a straight blade, moved closer to the dark figure on the ground, accompanied by Qingyu and Li Xiaoguang. But the same phenomenon occurred. The space shifted instantaneously. Before them, there was no longer anything dark. Instead, a door materialized. Lin Xie and the others. Here we go again. Is this never-ending? It seemed that unless they dealt with this entity possessing spatial abilities, they would be unable to eliminate another mystery. Having encountered a spatial shift upon ascending the building, coupled with the sight of the corpse, they surmised that there were 2 mysteries present. Outside the training camp, Yuan Gang, Hong Hao, Han Su, and others watched the scene, swallowing hard. Goodness, this divine domain is astonishing. This is called support. Are you sure this isn't a joke? Which support can deal such damage? If they had been a few minutes later, that headless man would have surely met his demise. However, once everyone regained their composure, they rejoiced with unrestrained delight. Indeed, this marks the first encounter for Yuan Gang, Hong Hao, Han Su, and others with the capabilities of this divine ruin. Undoubtedly, it is a testament to the formidable prowess of our great Xia's deities. Chapter 59, Fatty, You Fool. After awakening, by Li Fatty found himself within the girls' dormitory. Utilizing the forbidden item he possessed, he successfully entered the building. Gu Xiyan had already returned to the hot water room, where she informed Z and the others of the situation. However, upon learning that several members of Team 1 had perished, her anger intensified. It was all the fault of that mysterious entity with the power to disrupt space. Otherwise, the Hunter of Sounds would have already been vanquished by them. In truth, she had attempted to revive them, but to no avail. She scrutinized the other female soldiers present and discovered that none exhibited signs of death. It dawned on her that perhaps the others were indeed unharmed, suggesting it was very likely a trial designed by the instructors. She shared this revelation with Mo Li and Az, along with Zhang Xiao and Wenling Hua, overheard and concurred that if the others were truly alive, this possibility was indeed plausible. Now that the spatial anomalies have been largely investigated, they awaited the discovery of the patterns of the spatial disruptions. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye and his companions experienced several instances of spatial shifts. Lin Qiye and Qingyu engaged in reasoning at their location, while Li Xiaoguang occasionally interjected his viewpoints. Chao Yuan sat nearby, cradling his blade, bewildered by the seemingly esoteric conversation. Lin Qiye and Qingyu were engrossed in calculations. Horizontal 1327. Vertical 0409. Qingyu continuously murmured numbers until a spark of realization illuminated her eyes. The differences in horizontal numbers seemed to exhibit a periodic variation, while the vertical figures might correlate with the distribution of floors in the dormitory. Lin Qiye's eyes also brightened as he hastily sketched a diagram on the ground to validate Qingyu's hypothesis. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiaoguang added, "Could it also relate to time? Perhaps the space shifts according to this pattern at regular intervals?" Lin Qiye acknowledged, "That is indeed a possibility." Meanwhile, the headless man had regained his composure and slowly began to rise. His charred body emitted a pungent odor of burning flesh as he advanced step by step, dragging his executioner's sword across the ground, producing a jarring sound. Yet, if one were to listen closely, they could perceive a hint of fear intertwined within his emotions. On the other hand, Bai Li Fati surveyed the chaotic space and resorted to the most rudimentary method. He cupped his hands to form a trumpet shape and called out, "Mo Li Xiao Yin, Qi Yi Xiao Yu Chao Yuan, where are you?" All his voice echoed throughout the entire building, in various positions scattered across the different spatial realms. The others reacted. "This fool, what is he shouting for? That mysterious being is still alive. Who can guarantee it no longer possesses any offensive capabilities?" Bai Li Fati, "I had no idea." The headless man, having ventured a short distance, heard the commotion and recognized it was not the same entity that had unleashed the molten hell. Thus, he began to move towards that direction. The sound of rustling drew nearer, echoing ominously as it approached the location of Bai Li Pang. Molly and Gu Xiyan exchanged glances, preparing to venture out and retrieve Bai Li Pang, this time enlisting the assistance of Wenling Hua to expedite their journey to him. "Xiao Hua," Molly called out to Wenling Hua. Understanding the intent, Wenling Hua extended her hand, guiding them seamlessly through the wall towards the source of the sound. Meanwhile, Lin Qiyi and Qingyu rose to their feet, realizing that Bai Li Pang's voice was not far from them. In no time, the two groups converged upon Bai Li Pang, who was brandishing a large sword, alert and on guard. Upon spotting Lin Qiyi and the others, Bai Li Pang's eyes lit up and he rushed towards them, calling out, "Qi Xiao Yu Chao Yuan." However, Lin Qiyi and his companions quickly shushed him, urging silence. It was too late. From around the corner emerged a headless man, moving with incredible speed towards Bai Li Pang, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Bai Li Pang's eyes widened in shock as he instinctively raised his sword in defense, his protective aura glowing brightly. In the next moment, he was violently propelled into the wall. Pang. Gu Xiyan and Molly arrived just in time to witness this shocking scene, their pupils constricting in alarm. Lin Qiyi and his companions furrowed their brows, worry etched across their faces. Observing the situation, Chao Yuan unhesitatingly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, drawing it forth, emboldened by the sight of Gu Xiyan. Indeed, upon seeing Chao Yuan wield his weapon, Gu Xiyan ceased her words, invoking her mystical powers to help him maintain his composure. Simultaneously, Lin Qiyi and Qingyu and Li Xiaoguang confronted the headless man, striking out at him with their blades. Meanwhile, when Ling Hua, Gu Xiyan, and Molly hurried to check on Bai Li Pang's condition. "Pang, are you all right? What happened?" They inquired in unison, extending their hands to help him rise from the rubble of the collapsed wall. Bai Li Pang coughed a few times, exclaiming, "What on earth was that?" Gu Xiyan promptly began to heal him, explaining, "You were shouting so loudly." That creature is known as the Sound Hunter, a mysterious entity that hunts based on sound. Bai Li Pang, looking quite aggrieved, retorted, "How was I to know such a thing existed? Xiaoyan, don't blame me." Wen Linghua remained silent, but Molly expressed mild irritation, stating, "Xiaoyan is right. In such a quiet and eerie place, you dare to shout. Perhaps this will teach you a lesson." Feeling increasingly wronged by Molly's words, Bai Li Pang dared not retort. Upon noticing his distress, Molly softened her tone, asking, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Bai Li Pang's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly shook his head, insisting, No. Yet inwardly, he thought, "She cares about me. Worth it." Hee. Gu Xiyan stifled a laugh, realizing that despite Molly's tough exterior, she was genuinely worried about Pang. Even when Ling Huan noticed and offered a subtle smile. As Lin Chie continued to engage in battle, he discovered that the more he fought, the stronger the mysterious headless man became. Gu Xiyan and Molly, witnessing this turn of events, were taken aback by the rapid recovery of their foe. Its offensive capabilities had scarcely diminished. Molly, Gu Xiyan, and Wen Linghua cautioned, "The louder the noise, the stronger it becomes. Exercise caution." Lin Chie and Qingyu nodded in agreement, having made the same observation. After once again increasing their distance, Lin Xie unleashed the darkest divine ruins, enveloping Qingyu and the others within its confines. As the sound faded, the headless man ceased its assault. Gu Xiyan and Molly refrained from making any noise. Gradually, Lin Xie and Chao Yuan approached the foe. In an instant, all weapons were directed toward it. Lin Xie and Qingyu aimed directly for the heart of the headless man, while Chao Yuan and Li Xiaowang targeted its waist. Upon sensing their intentions, the headless man raised its large blade, preparing to defend against the impending attacks. Just then, the space was once again isolated. Lin Xie and the others found themselves separated. Lin Xie, gazing at the wall before him, silently cursed. And Qingyu remained with Chao Yuan and Li Xiaowang. As the scene shifted, Chao Yuan promptly handed his dagger to Qingyu, who accepted it without a word. Gu Xiyan, Molly, Bai Li Pang, and Wen Linghua gathered together, each bearing furrowed brows. Meanwhile, the female soldiers discerned the patterns of the spatial distortion. However, as Molly and Gu Xiyan had ventured outside, they decided to await their return before strategizing, prioritizing the elimination of the mysterious foe. They also anticipated the next occurrence of spatial distortion. The immediate target was undoubtedly the Sound Hunter. Yes, it had claimed the lives of so many of their sisters, and it must be dealt with first. Nonetheless, the majority of the female soldiers opted to confront the Sound Hunter first, even if this was merely a test exercise. Their experiences felt all too real. They had witnessed their comrades perish before their very eyes, powerless to intervene. Outside the training camp, instructors Yuan Gang, Hong Hao, and Han Su observed the unfolding scene, nodding in satisfaction as their objectives had been met. They recorded individual performances in their notebooks while discussing the recruits' responses to unexpected situations. Chapter 60. The peculiar headless man the new recruits under Shen Qingzhu had awakened. Shen Qingzhu gathered all the newly conscious soldiers to capture the spider. Outside a warehouse, Shen Qingzhu squinted, realizing it was concealed here. Deng Bei, Li Jia, and Li Liang inquired, "Brother Shen, should we charge in directly, or?" Shen Qingzhu shot them an irritated glance, instructing, "You three will lay an ambush outside in case it attempts to flee. I will go in alone." Li Liang and the others felt uneasy, as they were merely recruits from the Pool Realm, while this creature belonged to the River Realm. After scolding them, Shen Qingzhu used his walkie-talkie to ask a new recruit, "Is the bomb ready?" "Affirmative," came the response. Shen Qingzhu acknowledged and set down the device. Reluctantly, Li Liang and the others complied and took their positions outside. Stepping inside, Shen Qingzhu found the interior identical to what he had seen in the cafeteria. The only difference was that a small boy with gray hair lay on a bed woven from spider silk. The boy seemed to sense the unusual atmosphere, slowly prying open his eyes, which had been tightly shut. Like a startled creature, remnants of sleep lingered in his gaze, rendering him somewhat dazed and confused. However, upon seeing Shen Qingzhu, he screamed, "Ah! Help! Help! Shen Qingzhu blinked in surprise. This mysterious entity could not only speak, but also transform into human form. As the boy shrieked and scrambled off the silk bed, he appeared far from the fierce monster one would expect. He quickly hid behind the web, crying out in a voice laced with panic, "Stay away, you wicked villain!" Shen Qingzhu was bewildered. This was entirely different from the fierce battle he had envisioned with the spider. Just as he hesitated, the boy suddenly peeked out from behind the web, his multifaceted eyes darting. And seizing the moment when Shen Qingzhu was distracted, he darted out through a nearby window, reverting to his true form just before his escape. Regaining his composure, Shen Qingzhu urgently commanded them to detonate the bomb. Boom! Fortunately, the spider fled swiftly. Otherwise, it would have been charred to a crisp. However, its rear was singed, eliciting a pained scream. "Ah, I'm burning. It hurts! It hurts!" Outside, Li Liang and the others, alerted by the commotion, sprang into action, pursuing the fleeing spider. Meanwhile, Lin Xie, having been separated, contemplated for a moment. Armed with twin blades, he resolutely cleaved through the walls before him, one after another, advancing toward the mysterious location imbued with spatial distortion abilities. The enigmatic being, aware of his intentions, continuously evaded him. Yet it proved futile. Lin Xie, with his mastery over the principles of spatial distortion, closed in on the creature. In a final encounter, forcing it to manipulate the space once more. When it could no longer disrupt the environment within a short span, Lin Xie found himself face to face with it. "Checkmate," Lin Xie whispered softly, leaping toward the void ahead. As Gu Xiyan, Molly, and the others returned to the water room with Bai Li Pang, as Z shared the news with them. Molly, Gu Xiyan, and Wen Linghua were overjoyed and agreed to first eliminate the Sound Hunter. Bai Li Pang appeared utterly bewildered, prompting Molly to explain the situation to him. Thus, the group of female soldiers set forth. Meanwhile, in Qingyu, Chao Yuan, and Li Xiaoguang were silently gritting their teeth, knowing they were poised to slay the headless man, only to be interrupted. And Qingyu speculated that after being separated, Lin Xie would surely seek out the mysterious entity with spatial abilities. "Let us proceed and see if we can encounter it once more," she suggested, to which Xiao Yuan and Li Xiaoguang consented. And Qingyu summoned Xueqiu to assist in the search for the headless man. Upon Gu Xiyan, Molly, Aziz, and the others tracking down the location of the Sound Hunter, they discovered that in Qingyu, Chao Yuan, and Li Xiaoguang were already engaged in battle with the headless man. In truth, it was solely Chao Yuan who was fighting, having lost his rationality. Enveloped in black flames, the frenzied Chao Yuan wielded a straight blade, clashing fiercely with the headless man. The latter's massive sword struck like lightning, aiming relentlessly at Chao Yuan's waist, as if it harbored an obsessive fixation on severing him in two. Chao Yuan, in his madness, managed to block the lethal strike targeting his waist while simultaneously unleashing his own attacks, infused with black flames, against the headless man. As the clash echoed, and Qingyu and Li Xiaoguang observed closely, seeking an opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow. When Gu Xiyan and the others arrived, and Qingyu and Li Xiaoguang beckoned them over, the group quickly united, and Gu Xiyan activated her divine realm to restore Chao Yuan's sanity. The other female soldiers, witnessing this for the first time, were taken aback by the unexpected utility of Gu Xiyan's divine realm. Zhang Xiaoxiao swiftly linked her consciousness within Qingyu, Li Xiaoguang, and Chao Yuan, who were equally astonished and intrigued, a flicker of fervor igniting in Qingyu's eyes. "Where is Qia? Have you also been separated from him?" they inquired. A collective frown creased their brows as they instinctively responded affirmatively. Aziz directed the group with intent, while Qingyu remained silent. Given the unique nature of Gu Xiyan's divine realm, Aziz suggested she ensnare the headless man within it for punishment, planning to strike simultaneously upon its release. Gu Xiyan consented, and Molly collaborated by pressing her hand to the ground, invoking the forbidden realm to create tremors beneath the headless man. Soon, he plummeted through the fractured earth, and Gu Xiyan swiftly invoked her divine realm, guardians of all beings, 6 paths of reincarnation, judgment, lava hell, The headless man was once again dragged into the inferno of molten rock. Sensing a familiar presence, his entire being quivered, and an inexplicable voice emerged, pleading, "I was wrong. Help me." Gu Xiyan was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing towards Molly and Qingyu and Xiao Yuan. However, she found that their expressions remained unchanged, prompting her to blink in confusion. She redirected her gaze towards the dark abyss where the headless man resided. "Pardon me, for my life. I shall serve you henceforth." His voice grew increasingly faint, and Qingyu and Molly, noticing the peculiar expression on Gu Xiyan's face, exchanged glances filled with curiosity. "Xiaoyan, what troubles you?" they inquired. The others, hearing their words, also turned their attention towards her. Observing this, Gu Xiyan instinctively retreated behind and Qingyu and Molly. And Qingyu, Molly, Li Pang, and Xiao Yuan diligently shielded her from the scrutiny of the crowd. Gu Xiyan relayed all that she had heard, prompting in Qingyu, Molly, and the others to ponder deeply. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to them, none wished to let the headless man escape. After a while, Gu Xiyan pulled him up. Only to their astonishment, the headless man no longer required their assistance to deliver the final blow. His body was charred, emitting billowing black smoke, accompanied by a foul odor. Everyone instinctively covered their noses, blinking in silence for a moment. Just as the group remained quiet, the space around them transformed once more, not into chaos, but rather reverting to its original state. At first, Z thought she had miscalculated. However, she was soon left in shock, realizing that someone had discerned the pattern of spatial discord and managed to eliminate him. Gu Xiyan and Qingyu, Molly Li Pang, and Xiao Yuan had indeed speculated correctly about the identity of that individual. Chapter 61. Conclusion. Descending from the rooftop, Lin Xie found Gu Xiyan and the others gathered on the third floor. Xiao Yuan and Gu Xiyan exclaimed. "Qie," Li Pang inquired. "Qie, did you just slay that mysterious creature?" And Qingyu stated, "I knew it was you." Upon seeing Lin Xie, smiles adorned the faces of Gu Xiyan and her companions. Within Qingyu's words echoing in her ears, and noticing Lin Xie's descent, Z realized that the mysterious entity possessing spatial disarray had fallen to Lin Xie's might. The other female soldiers shared the same sentiment. Lin Xie smiled in return. What a headless man. As Gu Xiyan approached him, she sensed a significant depletion of his mental energy and promptly administered treatment. Simultaneously, Li Pang and Xiao Yuan chimed. "Let Xiaoyan punish it." Lin Xie blinked. "Well, it seems quite unfortunate." He, along with Qingyu, Xiao Yuan, and Li Pang, had not forgotten about the spider, which Shun Qingzhu was observing from a distance. They hurried towards it, but before they left, Qingyu dragged the headless man's corpse along. Upon hearing of another mysterious creature, the female soldiers eagerly followed suit. Meanwhile, a throng pursued the spider, which, frightened, dared not halt its frantic escape, darting from building to building. Shun Qingzhu pondered the irony of the spider's immense strength juxtaposed with its cowardice. Some of the new recruits, skilled in marksmanship, fired at it repeatedly. Swish, swish, swish. Several bullets grazed the spider's body, eliciting a startled shriek and prompting it to flee even faster. Li Jia and the others mused. Having many legs is advantageous. It's evaded capture multiple times. Shun Qingzhu remained silent. As Lin Xie and his companions exited the female dormitory, they spotted a colossal spider scaling the rooftop. Initially taken aback, some female soldiers stared in awe, exclaiming, "Isn't that too large?" Lin Xie and Qingyu quickly regained their composure. Lin Xie nimbly pressed against the wall, ascending towards the rooftop, while Qingyu conjured ice soared from the moisture in the air, thrusting them at the spider. Once the others comprehended the situation, those capable of ranged attacks unleashed their skills towards the spider's escape path. However, they failed to inflict harm, save for Qingyu's ice sword, which struck the spider's rear, provoking a pained cry. It hurts, it hurts. What now? My backside. Why must I endure such torment?" The spider's anguished cries echoed through the air, leaving everyone, except Shun Qingzhu and a few others, stunned. The spider could speak. In that moment, every thought converged in a remarkable consensus. Meanwhile, Lin Xie had long since vanished from sight. Before long, the spider's cries resounded again. "Ah, help! Don't come any closer!" Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for the unfortunate spider. What had Lin Xie done to instill such terror in the colossal creature? Bang! Moments later, the spider's lifeless body plummeted from the rooftop before the astonished onlookers. They blinked in disbelief. Was that it? And Qinjiu, however, was intrigued by the spider's remains. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes as he stepped forward, clutching the body tightly with one empty hand. The new recruits exchanged apprehensive glances, relieved that he was an ally. Lin Xie swiftly descended along the wall. Shen Qingzhu regarded him with a resigned expression, thinking to himself that all his efforts in pursuit had culminated in such a swift demise at Lin Xie's hands. Yet, upon seeing Lin Xie, Qinjiu, Gu Xiyan, and others emerge from the girls' dormitory, he finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. At that moment, the rumble of military jeeps approached from a distance. Within moments, they arrived before the new recruits, and all the instructors disembarked in succession. Leading the charge was Yuan Gang, followed closely by instructors Hong Hao and Han Li. Yuan Gang surveyed the crowd, a rare smile gracing his features. "Well done. The carnival day drill has come to an end." At the mention of a drill, the tension in everyone's hearts dissipated. It seemed Lin Xie and the others had not misjudged the situation, particularly among the female soldiers. Joy radiated as they realized their comrades were safe, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yuan Gang clarified that, of course, those who had sacrificed during the drill were unharmed. He then announced that the rankings and scores would be revealed the following day, encouraging everyone to check for themselves, while also praising their efforts and declaring that training for the next 2 days was canceled. The new recruits dispersed with jubilant cheers. Yuan Gang lingered a moment longer, eyeing Lin Xie and his companions with a deliberate cough. Lin Xie and Qinjiu froze simultaneously, while the others quickly caught on. Stepping forward, Yuan Gang addressed Lin Xie directly. "Hand over the body of the cube." Lin Xie feigned ignorance, asking, "Body? What body?" It dissipated like sand upon its demise. Yuan Gang narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him for an extended moment, causing Lin Xie to feel increasingly uneasy. After a pause, Yuan Gang relented. "Fine, Qinjiu, bring forth the body you possess. All mysterious corpses from the drill must be collected." Qinjiu blinked, subtly shifting the corpse behind him. "But didn't you say that mysterious corpses could be dissected?" Bai Li and Chao Yuan quickly seized the body, concealing it behind their backs, while Gu Xiyan, Mo Li, Shen Qingzhu, and Lin Xie positioned themselves in front of the duo, shielding them from Yuan Gang's gaze. Noticing their furtive actions, Yuan Gang raised an eyebrow, about to speak when Bai Li interjected, peering around his friends. "Instructor Yuan, could you perhaps turn a blind eye? Little fish could dissect the mysterious corpse and gain its abilities." Chao Yuan echoed, "Indeed, the more abilities little fish possesses, the better it is for our great Xia. Do you not wish for our well-being?" Lin Xie refrained from voicing his thoughts, yet his intentions were unmistakable. Gu Xiyan and Bai Li Pang, along with others, gazed eagerly at Yuan Gang. Yuan Gong, observing the youthful faces brimming with anticipation, eventually sighed and said, all right, just take it and pretend I didn't see anything." Joy surged through Gu Xiyan and her companions as they chorused, "Thank you, Instructor Yuan." As they departed, they offered him a slight bow before hastily retreating from his line of sight. Once they had all left, instructors Hong Hao and Han Li approached Yuan Gang. Hong Hao spoke up, "Sir, is this truly acceptable?" Yuan Gang remained focused on the direction in which the others had disappeared, responding, "It's fine. I trust Commander Yi will agree as well. The current circumstances in Great Xia are dire, necessitating their rapid development. They can hardly wait." The last remark, directed towards the horizon, rendered the other instructors silent. Indeed, Great Xia has been under the watchful eyes of foreign deities. Additionally, there are factions within Great Xia that stand in opposition to it. That night, all the new recruits were fortunate enough to enjoy a night of restful sleep. Chapter 62. Scores the following day in the cafeteria, Lin Xie and Qingyu, along with Gu Xiyan and others, entered to hear the new recruits discussing the announcement of today's scores. They collected their meals and settled at a table. Finally, Pangu, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Chia, you're first. I can't believe I placed third, huh?" Chao Yuan interjected coolly, "Well, both Xiao Yu, Zhuangge, and Mo Li and I are also third. What is there to gloat about?" Finally, Pangu shot him an incredulous look. "Chao Yuan, can you not talk for once?" Chao Yuan replied, "I can." Finally, Pangu huffed, "Fine, I won't bother with you." The group fell silent until Mo Li, curious, asked, "Xiaoyan, what rank did you achieve? Why aren't you sharing?" Upon hearing Mo Li's inquiry, Li Pangu perked up again. "Xiaoyan is second." "She's impressive." The group was taken aback, with even Gu Xiyan herself unaware of her score. Gu Xiyan asked, "Huh? Pangu, did you misread?" Li Pangu, seeing their confusion, quickly raised two fingers. "I swear I'm not mistaken. You scored 18, Chia 19, we 17. If you don't believe me, ask Chao Yuan. He saw it too." Before they could inquire further, Chao Yuan confirmed, "Yes, it's true." Gu Xiyan still found it hard to believe, staring blankly at the table. Lin Xie and the others, however, accepted it, considering Gu Xiyan's performance was commendable. Yet, Qingyu's score raised suspicions among them. And Qingyu, indifferent, was merely content with possessing two mysterious corpses. In Yuan Gang's office, Han Su scrutinized the score sheet and asked, "Chief, aren't Qingyu and Lin Xie's scores too low?" Yuan Gang replied, "They're not low. After all, they've buried a few mysterious corpses. There has to be a price to pay." Han Su and Hong Hao exchanged glances. "Didn't you say to give them those?" Hong Hao added, "Then Gu Xiyan's score must be inflated, right?" Yuan Gang fell silent for a moment before responding, "Not inflated. Her abilities warrant an additional point." Han Su and Hong Hao shared a look. "Are you referring to her attempt to resurrect those recruits during the drill?" Yuan Gang nodded, "Yes. This child instinctively wishes to revive those who perish, and she can even perceive the aura of death." Now, it was Han Su and Hong Hao's turn to be speechless. Later that evening, Gu Xiyan entered the Asylum of the Gods, where she found herself momentarily captivated by an 11 or 12-year-old boy. Gu Xiyan widened her eyes. "Are you saying he is the spider?" Lin Xie shrugged, "Indeed. I was surprised at first, too. I didn't expect it could take on human form." The spider, or rather Zhu, hid cautiously behind Li Yifei, carefully observing Gu Xiyan. Li Yifei spoke to Azu. "Azu, do not be afraid. Xiyan is a good person." Azu asked, "Really? Did the director Yifei brother truly say that?" Lin Xie nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, she is a wonderful person." With this reassurance, Azu cautiously emerged from behind Li Yifei, shyly addressing Gu Xiyan. "Hello, sister. My name is Azu." Gu Xiyan felt somewhat at a loss, unsure how to engage with the child. Hello, I am Gu Xiyan." Lin Xie gently reassured her. "It's all right." Azu is quite a timid child. It was indeed challenging for him to perceive Azu as a being over a century old. Gu Xiyan nodded. "Then this Rubik's Cube must be the mysterious one that possesses spatial distortions." Lin Xie inquired, "Would you like to play?" Gu Xiyan shook her head. "I do not know how." Lin Xie replied, "It's very simple. I can teach you." He then took the Rubik's Cube in hand, which obediently followed his lead. Azu's eyes lit up at this sight. "Director, I also want to play. Is that all right?" Lin Xie smiled, of course. He then proceeded to teach Gu Xiyan and Azu how to play with the cube. Li Yifei observed from the side, occasionally offering suggestions. Nikes and Merlin sat nearby, sipping coffee while watching the trio engage with the puzzle. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lin Xie suddenly remembered he had other matters to attend to. He turned to Gu Xiyan. "Xiyan, would you like to accompany me to a certain place? I need to head out." Gu Xiyan, engrossed in play, was taken aback by his sudden announcement. Without lifting her head, she inquired, "Where to?" Lin Xie gazed at her gently. "You'll find out once we arrive. The Rubik's Cube can be played with another time." Reluctantly, Gu Xiyan set down the cube. It nuzzled against her fingers, and Azu clung to her, saying, "Sister Xiyan, you must come back to play with Azu again." Gu Xiyan affectionately patted Azu's head, promising, "All right." Lin Xie observed the two with a slight smile. "I will wait for you outside the dormitory." Gu Xiyan replied, "Okay." Before exiting, they both bid farewell to Nikes and Merlin. Upon stepping outside, Gu Xiyan noticed Molly sleeping soundly, so she carefully descended from her bed and gently closed the door. She navigated the stairs with great caution, fearful of disturbing others' rest. When she reached the ground floor, she found Lin Chia waiting for her. She hurried towards him, but out of the corner of her eye, she spotted another figure, which startled her and almost caused her to cry out. Realizing it was nighttime, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Lin Chia also noticed the figure was in Xingyu. Lin Chia shot him a glare. Why are you not asleep? Why scare Xiyan? And Xingyu adjusted his glasses, retorting, aren't you also awake? Gu Xiyan, hearing their exchange, felt her heart settle, letting out a sigh of relief. Xiaoyu, could you please announce your presence next time? You nearly frightened me to death. And Xingyu blinked her eyes and, with a charming demeanor, offered an apology. I'm sorry. I promise I won't frighten you again next time. Lin Xie replied with a hint of exasperation. Let us go to the weapon warehouse. Gu Xiyan, still somewhat shaken, inquired, where are we going? Lin Xie, without much enthusiasm, responded, you'll find out once we arrive. He proceeded towards the weapon warehouse, while Gu Xiyan glanced at Xingyu, who merely blinked in response. The two then followed Lin Xie. In truth, Xingyu had not yet fallen asleep. He was pondering how to transport the corpses, given that their graduation was approaching, and he worried there would be insufficient time for dissection. Suddenly, he overheard that Xueqiu had mentioned Lin Xie had gone out and was waiting downstairs for someone. And Xingyu felt a twinge of curiosity, but his instincts suggested that Lin Xie was likely awaiting Xiaoyan, which explained the current scenario. It is worth noting that everyone regarded Xiyan as a younger sister. However, upon witnessing Lin Xie's behavior, both Xingyu and Shen Qingzhu became somewhat wary, suspecting that he harbored feelings for Xiyan, akin to an older brother's fear of his sister being taken away. Additionally, it should be mentioned that Zhu was in human form, which alleviated Gu Xiyan's fears. And upon seeing Zhu's appearance, she could hardly recall the spider from before, as long as Zhu did not reveal her true form in front of her. All be well. Chapter 63. The Vanished Armory Within the Armory. Gu Xiyan gazed at the mummy summoned by Lin Xie. It had initially emerged as a petite and adorable creature, yet now, Gu Xiyan found herself craning her neck just to catch a glimpse of its head. Despite her height increasing to 160 centimeters after extensive training, she still remained the shortest among her peers. Even Molly stood at an impressive 172 centimeters, while Lin Xie and Xingyu towered above at heights exceeding 180 centimeters. Gu Xiyan lamented, you deceived me. And Xingyu, with a look of keen interest, adjusted his glasses and inquired, since it has devoured all the weapons, do you think the instructor will discover it was your doing? Lin Xie, with a resigned expression, surveyed the desolate armory and hesitated. It shouldn't be a problem, right? After a prolonged period of gazing upward, Gu Xiyan's neck grew weary, prompting her to reposition it and massage her nape. Xie, it's far too large. Can't it shrink? Otherwise, it may not even fit through the armory door. Lin Xie stroked his chin, addressing the colossal mummy. Can you reduce your size? To their astonishment, the mummy comprehended their words and began to diminish its form. In no time, it reverted to a height of approximately 1.2 meters, just as it had appeared upon its initial emergence. With wide eyes, Gu Xiyan eagerly turned to the mummy, exclaiming, wow, could you possibly shrink even more? To a size that can fit in the palm of my hand? And Xingyu circled the diminutive mummy, examining it with a gaze that suggested a desire to dissect it on the spot. Observing Xingyu's intent, Lin Xie promptly shielded the mummy with his own body, declaring firmly, no. Upon hearing Gu Xiyan's request, the mummy obediently transformed into the size she desired. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she cradled the tiny mummy in her palm, exclaiming, it's so adorable. Can you let Molly see it too, Xie? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xie replied, sure, since you adore it so much, let it accompany you for a while. Gu Xiyan beamed with joy, thanking him, thank you, Xie, adding a soft brother at the end, her voice barely more than a whisper. Had it not been for Lin Xie's keen hearing, he might have missed it entirely, eliciting a smile that he could not suppress. And Xingyu, meanwhile, cast a lingering gaze at Lin Xie for two reasons. Firstly, he was obstructing his study of the mummy, and secondly, Gu Xiyan had referred to him as brother. Lin Xie noticed in Xingyu's stare, but chose to disregard it. He gently patted Gu Xiyan's head and said softly, "Let us go. It would be troublesome if the instructor arrives." Gu Xiyan nodded, carefully cradling the small mummy as she made her way out of the armory. And Qingyu followed suit, his attention predominantly fixed on the tiny mummy. The following morning, Hong Hao stood dazed at the armory door, clearly still in a state of sleepiness, pondering. "Yes, let us start over." Hong Hao closed his eyes once more, then gradually opened them again. Yet, the scene before him remained unchanged. A few seconds later, an exclamation erupted from him, resounding throughout the entire training camp. Meanwhile, Gu Xiyan awoke to find it was already 7 or 8 o'clock. Upon seeing Molly, she eagerly presented a small, sleeping mummy nestled beside her pillow. Molly, look at this!" she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Molly, puzzled by Gu Xiyan's enthusiasm, glanced at her palm, where a miniature mummy lay peacefully dozing. This sight instantly charmed Molly. "Where did it come from?" "Chia lent it to me." "Isn't it adorable?" Gu Xiyan inquired. Molly nodded in agreement. "It is indeed quite cute." At this, Gu Xiyan placed the little mummy in Molly's hands, urging her to feel it. As Molly instinctively touched the soft figure, she noted its delightful texture. Suddenly, the mummy rubbed its eyes and sat up in Molly's grasp. "It's awake," Molly exclaimed, blinking in astonishment. Gu Xiyan, too, witnessed this awakening. She gently poked the mummy's cheek, finding it irresistibly charming no matter how many times she looked. The mummy tilted its head in confusion, observing the two girls. In unison, Gu Xiyan and Molly thought, "It's just too adorable. How can it be so cute?" The pair spent the morning delighting in their interactions with the mummy. Meanwhile, Lin Xie and Qingyu and Bali Pang grew curious about the whereabouts of Molly and Gu Xiyan. They exchanged glances and, ultimately, Bali Pang called over a female soldier, asking her to check on them and to invite the two down for lunch. The soldier, Wu Yu, agreed, as she happened to reside on the same floor as Gu Xiyan and Molly. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, she approached the door of dormitory 306 and gently knocked. "Gu Xiyan, Molly, Bali Pang is looking for you. They want you to come down for lunch." Gu Xiyan and Molly exchanged a glance. Realizing how quickly noon had arrived, Molly got out of bed to open the door, responding, "All right, we'll be down shortly." "Thank you." Wu Yu shook her head and turned to leave. "Let us go," Molly said to Gu Xiyan. In Yuan Gang's office, he had been contemplating the disappearance of weapons from the warehouse. After careful consideration, he set his suspicions on Bai Li Pang, who possessed the free space. Gazing sternly at Bai Li Pang, Yuan Gang demanded, "Speak. Did you take those weapons?" Bai Li Pang appeared utterly bewildered. "Weapons? What weapons? I have no idea." Yuan Gang narrowed his eyes, clearly unconvinced. "You truly don't know? Open your free space and let us see." To prove his innocence, Bai Li Pang had no choice but to empty the contents of his free space onto the table. Yuan Gang stared in silence at the pile of forbidden items before him. It was no wonder they referred to the Bai family as the Museum of Prohibited Objects. However, there were indeed no weapons among them. Yuan Gang instructed him to return. Upon the return of Bai Li Fatty, Lin Xie and Qingyu, along with others, looked on with curiosity as Chao Yuan inquired, "What did Instructor Yuan summon you for?" Lin Xie and the others also cast inquisitive glances in his direction. Bai Li Fatty wore an expression of bewilderment mixed with grievance as he replied, "He asked me where the weapons in the warehouse went. How should I know?" Doubting his response, they even examined his free space. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie felt a tad uneasy and cleared his throat twice. Gu Xiyan discreetly concealed the small mummy she was holding behind her back. And Qingyu, however, remained remarkably composed. Others also found Instructor Yuan's actions somewhat perplexing, yet upon reflection, it was only natural to first suspect Bai Li Fatty's free space. In the end, Qingyu decided to dissect the two mysterious corpses in the laboratory of the training camp. Chapter 64. The Ominous Aura of Death in August, as Gu Xiyan and Lin Xie emerged from the cafeteria. Gu Xiyan inadvertently raised her gaze and was struck by a thick, ominous aura of death permeating the distant sky. Stunned, she stood frozen in place for a moment, her complexion gradually paling. Lin Xie and Xingyu noticed the change in her expression. Molly inquired, "What is wrong with Xiaoyan?" And Xingyu also looked in the direction Gu Xiyan was staring at, but apart from the white clouds and blue sky, there was nothing amiss. Molly, Chao Yuan, Shun Xingzhu, and Bai Li Pang Pang shared a similar sentiment. Lin Xie exclaimed, "Xiaoyan, you haven't seen something again, have you?" Gu Xiyan then regained her senses and, with a trembling voice, responded, "The aura of death. It is intensely potent. Something significant is about to occur." Lin Xie and the others were equally astonished and quickly suggested, "Let us inform Instructor Yuan so he can prepare." Gu Xiyan nodded, and the group hurried towards Yuan Gang's office. "Knock, knock, knock," Lin Xie announced. "Report. Instructor Yuan, we have something important to discuss." Yuan Gang, who was attending to some documents in his office, heard Lin Xie's urgent tone. "Come in," he replied, albeit with a hint of confusion. Once inside, he asked, "What is so crucial?" Lin Xie and the others remained standing, hastily relaying Gu Xiyan's discovery to Yuan Gang. Upon hearing their account, Yuan Gang was taken aback and immediately rose to his feet. "What? Gu Xiyan, can you elaborate?" Taking a deep breath, Gu Xiyan explained, "There is a highly concentrated aura of death above Jinan Mountain, and its extent is vast. Given the mountainous terrain, I suspect that a natural disaster may be imminent. However, I cannot be entirely certain if it is indeed a disaster." Lin Xie and Xingyu exchanged worried glances. Yuan Gang, genuinely astonished, found it hard to dismiss Gu Xiyan's perception of the death aura. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "I understand. I will report this to Commander Yi and ensure that preparations are made and personnel are adjusted as a precaution." Fearing he might doubt her, Gu Xiyan recounted her initial encounter with the death aura and the consequences witnessed during a task at school. Lin Xie corroborated her account, and Xingyu shared the incident involving Chun Mai. Yuan Gang recognized that Gu Xiyan was not one to fabricate tales. Yet the gravity of the situation necessitated approval from higher authorities for any personnel adjustments. "I do not doubt you, but any personnel changes require authorization from above. Rest assured, I will escalate this matter. You may return for now." Seeing that Yuan Gang took them seriously, Lin Xie and Gu Xiyan left, while Bai Li Pang Pang, Molly, Shun Xingzhu, and Chao Yuan could hardly fathom the trials Lin Xie, Gu Xiyan, and Xingyu had endured. They were also unaware that Gu Xiyan had the ability to resurrect so many beings upon her awakening. Both Lin Xie and Xingyu had experienced the mystical as well. Molly comforted Gu Xiyan, saying, "Xiyan, do not fret too much. Since you have already informed Instructor Yuan, he will undoubtedly make early preparations." Bai Li, the plump one, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Molly is right. There is no need for concern." Chao Yuan also nodded in affirmation. Shun Xingzhu was at a loss for words, while Lin Xie offered a few words of reassurance, and Xingyu remained silent, adjusting his glasses. Listening to their reassurances, Gu Xiyan shook her head. "You do not understand. Once the aura of death manifests, it invariably leads to calamity. The scope of the deathly aura just now was even greater than that I encountered during my school tasks. This signifies a higher number of casualties." Her words left Shun Qingzhu and the others momentarily speechless. They all wore heavy expressions as they returned to their dormitory. Meanwhile, after Gu Xiyan and her companions departed, Yuan Gang immediately placed a call to Yi Fan. The phone was answered promptly. "Commanderie." Just now Gu Xiyan and Lin Xie mentioned. "What? That child truly said that?" Yi Fan was taken aback. Yuan Gang's voice was low and heavy, as if weighed down by some invisible burden. "Yes, that is what she said." "Then we must prepare accordingly. That child would not deceive us." "Understood." On that day, the sky was overcast, the air thick and stifling, stirring a sense of unease in everyone's hearts, as if a torrential downpour loomed. At the training ground, names are called out one after another. Zheng Zhong, assigned to the night watch team in Wudong City, 117. Yang Zi, assigned to the night watch team in Hailan City, 152. Li Liang, assigned to... Each name was announced with a tense seriousness as everyone listened intently. Molly, assigned to the night watch team in Gusu City, 017. Bai Li, assigned to the night watch team in Guangshan City, 010. Gao Duang, assigned to the night watch team in Huaihai City, 007. Shun Qingzhu, assigned to the Night Watch team in Shangjing City 006. Lin Qie, assigned to the Night Watch team in Sangnan City 136. Gu Xiyan, assigned to the Night Watch team in Sangnan City 136. And Qingyu, assigned to the Night Watch team in Sangnan City 136. As the orders were read, a wave of shock swept through the crowd. Apart from Lin Qie and a few others, nearly everyone was taken aback that two divine agents and the newly emerged and Qingyu had all been dispatched to the relatively insignificant Sangnan City. Instantly, voices of dissent arose among the ranks. Report, Chun Bao exclaimed, "We have all witnessed Lin Qie's prowess, as well as that of Gu Xiyan and Qingyu. Why have they all been assigned to Sangnan?" One voice spoke up, prompting others who felt the same to chime in. However, they were quickly silenced by Hong Hao. "We are soldiers. We must obey military orders." Lin Qie and Qingyu and Gu Xiyan remained unfazed. This was indeed their own sentiment as well. Meanwhile, Shun Qingzhu by Li, Mali, and Xiao Yuan exchanged worried glances, concerned for their friends. It was precisely because they had uncovered the truth that they wished to remain, hoping to offer assistance when the time came. Shun Qingzhu and the others resolved to seek out Yuan Gang after the conclusion of the event, inquiring if they could delay their report to the squad. Not long after they dispersed, the rain began to fall. Initially, it was but a sparse sprinkle, yet it soon escalated into a torrential downpour. Gu Xiyan and Lin Qie stood not far from the training ground, their eyes fixed on the ominous mass of dark energy. Filled with trepidation, Lin Qie and Qingyu, along with the others, furrowed their brows as they gazed toward the direction of Jinan Mountain. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. Gu Xiyan, Lin Qie, and the others sensed it, and the intensity of the tremors grew increasingly pronounced. Before long, Instructor Hong sounded the whistle once more. Everyone, braving the downpour, assembled together. Yuan Gang, along with instructors Hong, Hao, and Han Su, wore solemn expressions. Several military tents were parked nearby. Gu Xiyan and her companions felt a weight in their hearts. Indeed, there was no escaping this fate. Chapter 65. Rescue Yuan Gang strode onto the platform, his voice resonating with urgency. Just a minute ago, a massive landslide triggered by an earthquake had ravaged the vicinity of Jinan Mountain. At least 7 villages have suffered, and while rescue teams have already set out for Jinan Mountain, our training camp is the closest location. Time is of the essence. Though you have completed your training, do not forget, you are soldiers. Now, immediately board the vehicles. We are heading to the disaster zone for relief efforts. Everyone swiftly boarded the vehicles, which then set off towards Jinan Mountain. Outside the windows, the torrential rain poured down, and fierce winds howled, bending slender trees as raindrops pelted the vehicle, creating a cacophony of sound. Gu Xiyan, Lin Qie, and Qingyu and others donned the black raincoats distributed by Instructor Hong, finding themselves in the last vehicle. After distributing the raincoats, Hong Hao pulled out a map, sketching routes while dividing the 20 or so new recruits into 3 small teams. In a serious tone, he designated Lin Qie as the captain of Team 1, alongside Gu Xiyan and Qingyu. Understood, they responded in unison. Qiao Yuan was initially to be assigned to another village, but Hong Hao and the others deemed it wiser for him to remain close to Gu Xiyan. Thus, he took Deng Wei's place. At the foot of Jinan Mountain, the already treacherous mountain path was further obstructed by landslides caused by the torrential rain and earthquake, blocking their ascent. Consequently, Hong Hao led Lin Qie and Gu Xiyan onward on foot. Upon disembarking, Li Jia and Shun Qingzhu stood before Gu Xiyan, capturing her attention. Gu Xiyan froze. Were they not merely here for disaster relief? Why did Li Jia, an ordinary person, emanate an aura of death? And Shun Qingzhu was shrouded in a dark, ominous mist. Lin Qie and the others exchanged puzzled glances with Gu Xiyan. What was happening? Did she see something again? Xiaoyan, Lin Qie called out to her. Gu Xiyan's gaze remained fixated on Li Jia, who, sensing her scrutiny, wore a look of bewilderment, questioning her intent. Gu Xiyan finally spoke. Li Jia carries an aura of death, and Qingzhu is enveloped in a dark mist. I cannot discern its nature, but it signifies danger. A heavy silence fell upon Lin Chia and the others. How could this be? Was this catastrophe not a mere natural disaster? Shen Qingzhu, upon hearing Gu Xiyan's words, furrowed his brow. His greatest concern was not for himself, but for Li Jia. Li Jia shared the same apprehension, fearing that Shen Qingzhu might endanger himself in an effort to protect him. Such was the nature of Shen Ji. Suddenly, a collective realization struck them all. Was this connected to the ancient cult that had previously emerged? The rain cascaded down in torrents, accompanied by distant rumblings of thunder. Indeed, before long, Hong Hao received alarming news from other instructors. Instructor Yuan was missing. Frowning with concern, Hong Hao pressed on with Lin Chia and the others, offering a reassuring word. The commander will be fine. He is a force to be reckoned with. Lin Chia and his companions found themselves at a loss. Yet the most pressing matter at hand was the rescue effort. With resolute determination, Lin Chia, Gu Xiyan, and Qing Yu and the others hastened deep into the mountain, carrying a black box containing the starry blade. As they traversed the path, they encountered nearby villages, witnessing devastation far beyond their imagination. A heavy silence enveloped them as they pressed on, yearning to reach the scene as swiftly as possible. After an hour and a half of relentless pursuit, they arrived at the designated village 1. What lay before them was a scene of utter ruin, collapsed mountains, landslides, and shattered homes. Without a moment's hesitation, they promptly initiated their rescue operations. Lin Xie employed his abilities to search for survivors while simultaneously aiding in the rescue, while Molly and the others wielded their shovels, steadily and cautiously digging at the marked points. Gu Xiyan took charge of tending to the injured. Gradually, the clearing filled with the wounded as they collaborated in their efforts. Gu Xiyan activated the divine sanctuary, healing. A gentle lavender light surged into the bodies of the injured, mending their wounds. An elderly man, gradually regaining consciousness under her care, stumbled to his feet and cried out in despair at the ruins. What a sin! Why has this happened? One by one, those who had been healed began to awaken, while others remained forever lost, clinging to their loved ones in anguish. Jiangjun, how could you leave me? Cried one. How am I to survive without you? Another lamented. No, my dear will be all right. Tears welled in Gu Xiyan's eyes as she saw that Lin Xie and the others had managed to rescue everyone. She then invoked the divine sanctuary, protection of all beings, 6 paths of rebirth, transcending death into life. In an instant, a tremendous wave of power emanated from her, enveloping all those unfortunate souls. The soft lavender light began to heal the lifeless bodies that had just been brought forth. Lin Xie and the others felt a surge of urgency, but were powerless to intervene. The mourners, previously consumed by despair, suddenly froze as if caught in a spell, staring blankly at the unfolding scene. As the lavender light gradually faded, the once lifeless figures began to show the slightest rise and fall in their chests, their cold bodies slowly regaining warmth. Gu Xiyan did not relent. She remembered the unfortunate souls in the villages she had passed through earlier, determined to heal them as well. Her mastery had ascended to the pool realm, expanding her divine sanctuary's reach and enhancing her mental prowess. Surely, a mere 100 or 200 individuals were within her grasp. However, Lin Xie and Qing Yu remained unaware of whether Gu Xiyan was merely enduring or truly capable of this feat. Xiao Yan. They called out in concern. Hong Hao also urged, Gu Xiyan, what are you doing? Gu Xiyan shook her head, signaling for them not to worry. She was capable. The lavender light gradually transformed into a deep violet hue. Villages 2, 3, 4, and 5. A purple radiance continuously wafted from the depths of the mountains, cascading upon the lifeless bodies draped in white cloth. The instructors and a group of new recruits beheld this scene, realizing that this purple light was gradually healing everyone, be it minor wounds or severe injuries. All were slowly restored under its glow, including those who had ceased to breathe. Meanwhile, the villagers of Village 1 observed a young girl clad in military attire, diligently striving to save all those in need. After a while, someone finally ventured to speak. Is this a deity? This question prompted a collective realization among them, as they began to express their gratitude towards the now somewhat weakened girl. Thank you. Thank you for saving us. Thank you. Thank you for rescuing my beloved. Thank you. Each voice trembled with emotion. Lin Xiye and Xingyu hurriedly urged Gu Xiyan to cease her efforts. Xiyan, that's enough. Please stop. Yes, Xiyan, they're all right now. Xiyan, Gu Xiyan, it's time to rest. Upon sensing that those she had healed were in stable condition, Gu Xiyan obediently halted her efforts. Moly, Lin Xiye, and Xingyu rushed to support her, with Xingyu employing healing powers to aid her swift recovery. Hong Hao also hurried over, inquiring about Gu Xiyan's condition. Xingyu reassured, her mental strength was not overexerted. Her self-healing ability has been continuously mending her. This statement alleviated the concerns of Lin Xiye and the others, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Gu Xiyan smiled. I told you I'm fine, yet you still doubt me. In unison, Lin Xiye and the others retorted. Have you forgotten? You have a history. Hong Hao, unaware of Gu Xiyan's past, was left puzzled. This remark rendered Gu Xiyan speechless, though internally she mused. They say the captain's incident was an accident. Must we dwell on it incessantly? Chapter 66. Ascending the mountain, the rain continued to fall without any sign of abating. After an arduous rescue operation that lasted 8 or 9 hours, Gu Xiyan, Lin Xie, and Xingyu and their companions were utterly exhausted. At last, they found a moment to sit down and rest. Forming a circle, they leaned against one another. Before long, Bailey Pang Pang succumbed to fatigue and fell asleep, prompting the others to seize the opportunity to close their eyes and recuperate, although they were acutely aware of the potential presence of adversaries. It was imperative to gather their strength. After all, they were not made of iron. Meanwhile, the unfortunate victims of the disaster began to gradually awaken. Thank heavens, you are safe, exclaimed a man beside an elderly individual, the first words upon his awakening. The elderly man, upon realizing that his son was indeed unharmed, embraced him tightly, tears of relief streaming down his face. Jianjun, my Jianjun. Another elderly figure nearby similarly clutched his grandson, softly weeping, my dear, you have returned. Others around them echoed similar sentiments, mindful not to raise their voices for fear of disturbing the resting children, despite the fact that they were all clad in military uniforms. However, one family was an exception. 2 elderly members had seemingly perished, while a young girl lay in a coma. Villagers nearby tended to them, offering assistance. The eyelids of the 2 elderly individuals fluttered slightly before they slowly opened their eyes, still clouded with confusion, soon giving way to panic as they shouted, Yaya, run, quickly, run. One of the villagers, witnessing their distress, hurriedly reassured them, Grandma Zhang, Grandpa Zhang, do not fear, it is all right. Yaya is safe too, Shu. Keep your voices down, we must not wake the children. As he spoke, he cast a glance towards Gu Xiyan and her companions, who were resting across from them. Upon hearing this, the 2 elderly individuals were momentarily stunned. It's all right, they echoed, before following the villagers' gaze. There, they beheld 10 young soldiers clad in military attire. Among them was one older soldier, standing guard, seemingly protecting the rest. The remaining 9 displayed youthful faces, wearied, yet resting with their backs against one another. Could it be, that they've been rescued? Grandpa Zhang, uncertain, inquired of the villager beside him, Lazy, have we truly been saved? The villager, referred to as Lazy by the elderly man, quickly recounted the events in hushed tones. After hearing the account, both elders were momentarily taken aback, grappling with the surreal nature of it all. Was this truly not a dream? At that moment, the little girl beside them stirred awake, her soft voice calling out as she sat up, somewhat dazed. Grandpa, Grandma. This tender voice stirred the realization within the 2 elders that this was not a dream. It was indeed real. Grandma Zhang swiftly turned to the girl, her eyes brimming with tears as she gathered her into her embrace. Yaya, do not be afraid, Grandpa and Grandma are here. Grandpa Zhang also wrapped his arms around both of them, his eyes glistening with emotion. The man named Lei gazed silently at the 3 individuals, wiping away a tear, a sentiment echoed by his family. The little girl, with her hair styled in braids, was held tightly by her grandparents, tears glistening in her eyes as she choked out. Grandpa, Grandma, Dad went up the mountain and hasn't returned. Mom went to find him, and she hasn't come back either. What should we do? At that moment, Lei recalled the absence of Yi's parents. The two elders, upon hearing her words, grew anxious but hesitated to disturb the resting children. Other villagers, sharing the same concern, resolved to search for their missing loved ones. After all, they were unharmed, and many of the village's young and strong, including those who had been revived, were available to assist. Seeing this, Hong Hao quickly intervened. No, it's not safe yet. You cannot go up there? I understand your good intentions, but we are worried. Moreover, those children are exhausted. We cannot put them in harm's way. Indeed, let's search on our own. You have done enough. A voice chimed in, increasing the commotion. This disturbance caught the attention of those who had been resting. Even Bai Li Pang woke up. After listening for a moment and grasping the situation, they stood and approached the villagers. Let us go. You should leave with the rescue team first. This place is still unsafe, Lin Shi urged. Upon hearing the voices, the villagers turned to face them. Grandpa Zhang spoke up. No, children, you must be tired as well. We can see that. Allow us to go instead. Other villagers echoed his sentiment. However, Lin Shi and the others firmly asserted, we are soldiers. If there's a task at hand, we will be the first to face it. This statement left the crowd momentarily speechless, but Grandpa Zhang quickly countered, what of soldiers? You are still human. You can tire and be injured. Moreover, you are younger than my son. Just because you wear that uniform does not mean you should risk your lives for us. Indeed, old Zhang agreed, and the villagers voiced their support. Nevertheless, Hong Hao and Lin Shi forcibly restrained them. Yet, Hong Hao opposed Lin Shi's assent as well. For the situation on the mountain remained uncertain, and there had been no news from their commander. Lin Shi insisted, Instructor Hong, since they are targeting us, we cannot remain here any longer. Staying puts these villagers in danger. We must divert their attention. Bai Li Pang added, yes, we have rest enough. Shen Qingzhu spoke solemnly. Instructor Hong, Xiaoyan mentioned that Li Jia carries a fatal aura. Thus, we cannot separate. We must go together. However, we cannot linger here. Please allow us to proceed. Gu Xiyan, Mo Li, Chao Yuan, and Qin Yu, Li Jia, and Li Liang nodded in agreement, their eyes resolute. Seeing their determination, Hong Hao sighed and relented. All right, you may go first. I will escort these villagers to safety at number 2 and will seek you out immediately. But you all must ensure you return alive. Do you hear me? Lin Xie and the others responded with an enthusiastic affirmation, their voices resonating like thunder. The villagers gazed at them, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lin Xie, Gu Xiyan, and the others set forth in the direction indicated by Yaya. The sky was shrouded in darkness, with ominous clouds obscuring the light, rendering the forest nearly devoid of illumination. Though it was merely evening, it felt as if night were fast approaching. Shadows draped in black military coats traversed the dimly lit woods. Lin Xie and his companions remained vigilant, their senses alert to the potential appearance of adversaries, while simultaneously searching for Yaya's parents. Bai Li Pang, observing the ever-darkening forest, hastily retrieved a luminous pearl the size of a goose egg from his free space to illuminate their path. Lin Xie and the others exchanged glances, exclaiming in unison, enough already. Embarrassed by their scrutiny, Bai Li Pang sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled. It's too dark. I can hardly see the way. With a mischievous blink, he reached back into the free space and produced 3 or 4 additional luminous pearls of the same size, offering them to his companions. You can't see either, right? But this is all I have. Indeed, he was quite extravagant. However, the group graciously accepted the pearls, using them to light their way, although they possessed flashlights. Bai Li Pang had forgotten to bring his, while Li Jia, Li Liang, and Xin Xing had theirs. Nevertheless, they found no objection in utilizing the luminous pearls for illumination, and Xingyu mused that when time permitted, she would devote some effort to studying how to create one herself. Chapter 67. The enemy Lin Xie, with a serene expression, extended his finger, and moments later, several bats appeared around him like phantoms. Simultaneously, nocturnal creatures began to gather in the vicinity, encircling Lin Xie. Ang Qingjiu gazed at Lin Xie with increasing excitement. Lin Xie's lips twitched slightly. Little fish, could you please temper your gaze? Ang Qinjiu adjusted her glasses without uttering a word. Gu Xiyan and the others stifled their laughter. Indeed, the little fish never forgot her initial enthusiasm. Lin Xie continued to communicate with them, but the more he engaged, the deeper his frown became. Soon, he decided to disperse them. Yaya's parents were currently untraceable, and there were 4 enemies. 3 appeared to belong to the Chuan realm, while the remaining 1 possessed formidable mental strength. I surmised it must belong to the High Realm. In truth, Gu Xiyan could also comprehend their speech. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingzhu and the others' expressions turned grim. Before they could say anything further, a faint sound emerged from the side. Gu Xiyan and the others immediately became vigilant. Shen Qingzhu produced a flashlight and shone it towards the source of the noise, revealing a man approaching leisurely, wielding an axe. I did not expect to find so many heads here, and they are all quite familiar. It would be a pity not to collect them. The man grinned menacingly. At that moment, the axe resting on his shoulder swung towards Li Jia, who stood beside Shen Qingzhu, and a flash of light streaked through the air. Shen Qingzhu and the others' pupils constricted sharply, and Gu Xiyan swiftly conjured a shield to protect everyone. Shen Qingzhu stepped forward to shield Li Jia. Block! The axe collided with the shield, producing a thunderous sound. The axe was firmly halted by the shield, yet the force of the impact caused the group to stagger. Observing this, the axe-wielding man displayed a flicker of surprise in his eyes, before breaking into a toothy grin. Not bad, but this is where it ends. With that, he gripped the axe tightly, raising it high, and his aura suddenly surged, distorting the surrounding air as if it were being compressed. Chao Yuan took 2 steps forward, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword. In an instant, a surge of dark energy erupted skyward, enveloping him in black flames. Gu Xiyan employed the power of the divine ruins to help him maintain his composure. Meanwhile, Shen Qingzhu, with a darkened expression, fixed his gaze on the axe-wielding man and snapped his fingers. With a crack, sparks erupted around the axe-wielding man. A deafening explosion ensued, accompanied by blinding flames, igniting the surrounding trees, which crackled ominously. The axe-wielding man emerged from the explosion, his clothing charred significantly, revealing his muscular frame adorned with scars. Impressive, but still insufficient, he remarked, shaking his head lightly. It was evident that such an attack had not harmed him. Gu Xiyan and the others' expressions grew even graver. They had not anticipated his resilience. Shen Qingzhu, maintaining his composure, vacated the air around the trees, extinguishing the flames instantly. Hearing a commotion, Hong Hao, who had just led the villagers away, changed his expression and swiftly retrieved his walkie-talkie. This is Rescue Team 1. We have unidentified enemies nearby. The number is unknown. Lin Xie and the others have already come under attack, requesting assistance. I repeat, requesting assistance. A response quickly came through the device. The voice on the other end stated that instructors would be dispatched for support, but they would not arrive in the immediate future and urged them to hold on during this critical time. Then, a series of calls followed. This is Han Li from Rescue Team 3. We are not far from you and are heading to assist now. This is Rescue Team 2. The villagers also heard the commotion, along with Hong's words, filling them with anxious concern for the group of children who had just ascended the mountain. Realizing the delay in reinforcements, Hong Hao began to feel a sense of urgency, yet he could not abandon the villagers. If enemies approached, it would spell disaster. Thus, he resolved to lead the villagers to a more concealed location. In the depths of the forest, the Axeman roared, exuding an aura of fury as he raised his axe once more, bringing it down fiercely upon the crowd. This time, the axe sliced through the air with a whistling sound, as if it intended to cleave the atmosphere in twain. Chao Yuan immediately charged forward to meet the attack. The clash of blades resounded with an earth-shattering boom. Sparks flew as the black flames generated by the collision of the axe and sword created shockwaves that rippled outward, seemingly tearing the air itself apart. At that moment, 2 more figures approached from different directions, one wearing a baseball cap. Before the second person could arrive, several sturdy vines surged forth, swiftly ensnaring Mo Li and Gu Xiyan. Startled, Gu Xiyan swung her katana at the vines, while Lin Xie and Qing Yu and others followed suit, cutting through the tendrils with their weapons. Soon, all the vines lay severed. Then, a humanoid figure slowly emerged from the trunk of a tree. Lin Xie spoke in a low voice, Xiaoyan, Mu. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiyan presented Mu, who had been peeking out from her pocket, revealing a small head and hands. Lin Xie accepted Mu, who, due to the contract with him, did not need to vocalize and automatically leaped to the ground, gradually growing to a height of 6 feet. Except for Gu Xiyan and Lin Xie, the others, including Qing Yu and Mo Li, had never seen Mu before. Thus, witnessing what was once a palm-sized entity expand in size left them all in astonishment. Mo Li, who had only seen Mu in its smaller form, was equally taken aback by its ability to change height and shape. Standing beside Lin Xie, Mu revealed an array of weapons, including automatic rifles, submachine guns, sniper rifles, and shotguns. Li Pang's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of the arsenal. The others shared his astonishment. Suddenly, Li Pang recalled the day Instructor Yuan had sought him out. So it was you. You've been hiding it well, Qie. Li Pang felt an overwhelming sense of grievance swell within him as he cast a lingering gaze upon Lin Xie. It was evident that Shun Qingzhu and the others shared the same sentiment. How unfortunate for Pang. Lin Xie, feeling somewhat embarrassed under their scrutinizing stares, cleared his throat and, rubbing his nose, offered an apology. Pang, I'm truly sorry. However, it was too long before Li Pang reassured himself, reasoning that it was merely a matter of taking the blame for Qie. It was inconsequential. The man adorned with a cap and the one who materialized from the tree trunk were taken aback upon seeing Mu, their immediate reaction being, "What on earth is this?" A walking arsenal. Chapter 68. The punishments of the 18 layers of hell. Without waiting for their reactions, Gu Xiyan immediately invoked the divine ruins. Protection of all beings. The 6 paths of reincarnation. Judgment. 18 layers of hell. The wheel of the 6 paths of reincarnation manifested behind Gu Xiyan, with heavy, ancient iron chains rushing towards the 3 men. The axe man, the cap man, and the tree trunk man were utterly taken aback. They could sense the formidable aura emanating from the iron chains and hurriedly utilized their powers to resist. The axeman gripped his exceptionally sharp axe tightly, his muscles taut, radiating a powerful force that instilled fear in those around him. At that moment, the iron chain lunged at him like a ferocious viper, moving with blinding speed. He swiftly raised his axe, precisely targeting the chain's trajectory, and with all his strength, struck down fiercely. A resounding clang echoed as sparks flew, yet the chain remained unscathed. Emitting a dark, ominous glow, the Capman shattered his hunting knife, the shards swirling around him like leaves caught in a steady whirlwind, forming a protective barrier. The heavy iron chain collided with the fragments of the knife, creating showers of sparks. Meanwhile, the tree trunk man shielded himself with all the vines at his disposal. Alongside a massive tree standing guard in front of him, the iron chain approached him relentlessly. Gu Xiyan faced the 3 adversaries with considerable effort. Beads of cold sweat trickling down her forehead, yet she persevered. In truth, her mental energy had not yet fully recovered. Observing the situation, Lin Xie and Qing Yu prepared to intervene. Mu, Lin Xie called out. In an instant, Mu raised its weapon, swiftly changing to a different armament. Multiple rocket launchers appeared, unleashing brilliant flames as rockets, trailing fiery tails, hurtled towards the trio like a tempest. And Qing Yu immediately expanded her shield, enveloping everyone within. Boom! The blinding explosion erupted around the Capman and his companions, the deafening sound of the blast sending the exhausted trio soaring through the air. Just as they were lifted off the ground, the iron chains seized the opportunity, ensnaring them tightly and dragging them into the abyss. Overcome with terror, the 3 struggled against the chain's grip, helplessly witnessing their descent. As they glimpsed the horrors below, they screamed in abject fear. The axeman's eyes widened in disbelief. What in the world is that? The Capman's voice trembled. What the hell? A mountain of blades? A sea of fire? Ice? How can there be everything? The tree trunk man was rendered speechless, his gaze fixated on the myriad tortures within. Before their words could fully escape, They plummeted into the 18 layers of hell, and immediately, a deluge of terrifying punishments rained down upon them mercilessly. Ah! The anguished cries of the three echoed throughout the mountainside, sending all living beings fleeing in terror, even causing the leaves to tremble slightly. Bai Li Bang Bang, Gao Juan, and the others were witnessing this scene for the first time, and they were somewhat taken aback, swallowing nervously as they cast fearful glances at Gu Xiyan, whose complexion had begun to pale, and Xing Yu's expression shifted slightly as she immediately commenced treatment on Gu Xiyan, a soft blue light enveloping her. Lin Chie furrowed his brows, asking Xiaoyan, "How are you? If it's too much, let them out. We will handle it." Molly's eyes reflected concern. "Indeed, Xiaoyan, my katana is eager for action." Shen Qingzhu also frowned tightly, insisting, "Release them. It's fine. I have long been itching to deal with them." His tone carried a hint of menace. Bailey Pang Pang chimed in, "Exactly, my great sword thirsts for blood as well." Chao Yuan affirmed, "Mem." Li Jia and Li Liang lowered their gazes, silently clenching their fists. Their expression somber. They were among the least capable in the group. Although Gu Xiyan appeared pale, she believed it would be easier to subdue the three after they were punished than bring them back to fight. "I'm fine. Just wait 2 more minutes. Once they emerge, you all attack. As the saying goes, take advantage of the illness to seize the life." A flicker of anger flashed in Gu Xiyan's eyes as she realized that the first target for the axe-wielding man was Li Jia. This was likely the reason behind the deathly aura surrounding him. Shen Qingzhu's energy was likely intertwined with this as well. Seeing her resolve, the others could do nothing but remain prepared. 2 minutes later, the axe-wielding men were dragged out of the inferno by iron chains, resembling corpses. Once they emerged and lay motionless on the ground, one might have thought they were already dead. However, once the chains vanished, their gazes turned vicious, and with their last ounce of strength, they lunged at Gu Xiyan, armed with vines, shattered blades, and axes, all aimed at her. Lin Chie and Qingyu, Molly, and the others would not merely stand by. Before they could fully unleash their powers, their attacks surged towards the three assailants. The katana sliced through the air with a resounding force directed at the tree trunk man. Chao Yuan's black flames followed closely behind. Boom! Bailey Pang Pang unleashed his one transforms into 3,000 toward the man in the duckbill cap. Lin Chie drew his straight sword, the pale blue blade cutting through the air as it swiftly aimed for the side and neck of the man in the cap. And Qingyu condensed the moisture in the air into several ice swords, launching them at the trio like a relentless hailstorm, leaving them nowhere to hide. Shen Qingzhu snapped his fingers, sparks igniting in an explosion around the axe-wielding men. Crack! Li Jia and Li Liang also attacked the axe-wielding man with their straight swords. Moments later, the trio bore not only cut marks, but were also impaled by ice swords and punctured by numerous wounds from the great sword, alongside signs of explosions and burns. Their demise was utterly tragic, beyond any hope of revival. Lin Chie and the others sighed in relief. Now only the ocean realm enemy remained. At this moment, Hong Hao arrived, his gaze fixed on the gruesome corpses sprawled on the ground, stunned. "Did you do this?" he asked, his tone tinged with disbelief. Bailey Pang Pang remarked that it was primarily Xiaoyan who exerted the greatest effort. Chao Yuan nodded in agreement, while Li Jia and Li Liang also echoed. Indeed, had it not been for Sister Yan's imposition of punishment upon the three of them, they might not have succumbed so readily. They referred to Xiaoyan as Sister Yan out of admiration for Gu Xiyan's prowess. Following the demise of the trio, Chao Yuan promptly sheathed his sword, wary of Gu Xiyan's mental energy becoming depleted. Meanwhile, Mu reverted to a diminutive size, scurrying back into Gu Xiyan's pocket. And Xingyu utilized healing to aid Gu Xiyan, hastening her recovery. Lin Chie, with a tone of concern, inquired about Xiaoyan's condition. Molly also glanced toward Xingyu. Gu Xiyan offered a wry smile, assuring them, "I am fine. Thanks to Little Fish's treatment and my own self-healing, I have little to worry about now." And Xingyu nodded, affirming that indeed, Gu Xiyan's mental energy had sustained some damage while confronting the three adversaries of the Chuan realm simultaneously, but she was now well. A collective sigh of relief washed over the others. Hong Hao, having overheard their exchange, felt reassured, noting the remarkable capabilities of these youngsters. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble once more, leaving Lin Qiye and the others astonished. Was this the onset of another earthquake, or merely an aftershock? All surrounding peaks began to tilt as if on the verge of collapse, while enormous boulders tumbled from the mountainside, creating a cacophony. Gu Xiyan immediately knelt upon the ground, extending her hands to channel energy into the earth, as a soft purple glow meandered through the soil. Lin Qiye and the others remained oblivious to her intentions, their gazes fixed intently upon her movements. Chapter 69. Seeking Aid. Mask. Gu Xiyan softly uttered, "Protect all beings." As soon as the words left her lips, a surge of pale purple light erupted, wildly extending deep into the earth. The entire Jinan mountain shimmered with this ethereal glow, visible even from Songnan. Lin Qiye and the others stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the nature of Xiaoyan's newfound ability, which they had never witnessed before. And Xingyu attempted to analyze it with his only correct answer, but at that moment, his soul jolted violently, forcing him to close his eyes and relinquish his focus. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure, yet simultaneously, the pale purple light surged from beneath his feet, enveloping in Xingyu and healing the injuries he had just sustained. In Songnan City, Chun Mai and the others sensed something amiss and quickly turned their gaze toward Jinan Mountain. They beheld the mountain shrouded in the pale purple radiance, and the tremors they had felt were gradually subsiding. Upon witnessing the light, Chun Mai surmised it was the manifestation of Gu Xiyan's power. Initially, he and Wu Xiangnan, along with Wen Qima, had speculated why the power of the Earth Mother had seemingly transformed into mere support abilities. It now appeared that Gu Xiyan had yet to fully master her abilities at that time, but with her elevation and cultivation, she was beginning to gain control. In the depths of a nightmarish reverie, Yuan Gang appeared disheveled, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth as he knelt on the ground, gravely fixated on the manifestation of the nightmare before him. Suddenly, a stream of pale purple light began to flow into his body from the depths below, mending his wounds. Yuan Gang was momentarily taken aback. This was Gu Xiyan's power. The entity of the nightmare also recognized it, his brow furrowing momentarily before breaking into a wide grin. What a delightful surprise. I never expected someone could invade my nightmare. Upon hearing the words of the nightmare's manifestation, Yuan Gang grew increasingly anxious. Nightmare, direct your wrath at me. Is your aim not to ensnare me? The manifestation, now eager to discern the intruder's identity, disregarded Yuan Gang entirely, vanishing from sight. With its disappearance, the nightmare lost its foundation and began to dissipate. "Commander," a stunned instructor exclaimed, rushing to assist Yuan Gang as he struggled to rise. His expression filled with concern upon seeing the marks upon him. Others quickly gathered around, inquiring, "What transpired, Commander? How did you suddenly vanish? And what of your injuries?" Another instructor questioned Yuan Gang about his condition. Ignoring their inquiries, Yuan Gang asked, "What of Gu Xiyan and the others? How are they faring?" The instructors recounted the attack on Gu Xiyan and her companions, explaining the events that had just unfolded. It was precisely because of the radiant light that they had swiftly emerged to investigate. Yuan Gang's voice turned grave. "They are in danger. Have you called for aid?" The instructors bowed their heads, for Yuan Gang's disappearance was abrupt and unforeseen. Initially, they presumed he had gone to assist with disaster relief, but soon realized he was nowhere to be found. As Lin Qiye and the others faced another assault, they hastily dispatched instructors for rescue, completely neglecting to seek external aid. Yuan Gang sighed deeply and spoke in a grave tone. "Immediately contact the mass team and instruct them to arrive with utmost urgency." Understood. In Huaihai City, the mass team, having just completed their mission, was dining in a restaurant. Suddenly, a notification chimed from Wang Mian's phone resting on the table. The other members of the team turned their attention toward him, instantly losing their appetite. They had only just finished their task. Could they not enjoy a moment's peace? Yuegui grumbled. "Is it another mission already? I've barely taken 2 bites. Is there no respite for us?" Vortex shrugged. "Well, I might as well savor a few more bites." With that, he hastily picked up his chopsticks and resumed eating. "Captain, what is the mission?" asked Qiangwei. while the other three members gazed at Wang Mian, eager for his explanation. Wang Mian examined the message on his phone, his brow furrowing, and his expression grew increasingly somber. He quickly rose. Enough eating, we must head to Songnan. Gu Xiyan and the others are in danger. Yue Gui and the others were taken aback, not anticipating that Gu Xiyan and her companions had encountered trouble. They immediately stood and followed Wang Mian outside. What exactly has happened? Yue Gui inquired. Aren't they at the training camp? Indeed. How could this happen so suddenly? Vortex echoed. Xiang Wei, too, furrowed her brow, concerned for the young girl and Lin Xie. Meanwhile, Tianping pondered silently, with Xinghin and Tanxiang remaining quiet. Let us discuss it on the way, Wang Mian urged. At Jinan Mountain, the earthquake had subsided. However, as the faint purple glow descended, Gu Xiyan's brow knitted in concern. She sensed a creature deep within the earth, perhaps a ground dragon. This revelation prompted her to swiftly inform Lin Xie and the others. The earthquake was likely caused by the ground dragon shifting beneath the surface. What? A ground dragon? Hong Hao exclaimed, astonished by the discovery. He hurriedly retrieved his walkie-talkie to report the situation, hoping to ascertain Yuan Gang's return. Regardless, this matter was of utmost significance. Thankfully, Yuan Gang had returned and bore additional news. The manifestation of Yu had also arrived, previously trapped in a nightmare. Now he was en route, targeting Gu Xiyan, Lin Xie, and then Qingyu. Upon learning about the ground dragon, Yuan Gang felt a surge of alarm. The dragon must not fall into Yu's clutches. Meanwhile, Gu Xiyan was attempting to establish communication with the ground dragon, her hands pressed against the earth. However, she soon realized that it struggled to comprehend human language. It's all right. I can understand you, Gu Xiyan reassured it. The ground dragon responded, roar. I have just awakened. It was not intentional. I understand. I bear you no ill will. For now, could you remain still? The earth dragon responded with a roar. Very well. Lin Xie and the others exchanged glances, astonished at this development. Lin Xie pondered deeply. His ability to communicate with nocturnal beings stemmed from the powers of the goddess of night. Meanwhile, Gu Xiyan appeared capable of conversing with all animals. Could this be a gift from the Earth Mother? And Xingyu adjusted her glasses, lost in thought. The others were even more bewildered, completely unaware of the underlying reasons. Chapter 70. The Earth Dragon Seeks Assistance. Gu Xiyan had just managed to soothe the Earth Dragon when, suddenly, through her powers, she sensed a man outside the cave where the creature resided. He had also discovered the Earth Dragon. Panic surged within her as she realized the gravity of the situation. Someone was lurking outside the cave, likely having fallen in when the Earth Dragon rolled over. What should they do? Lin Xie and Qingyu, along with the others, were equally alarmed. What? Someone's here? Could it be that individual from the Sea Realm? Hong Hao's expression grew grave as he understood the impending trouble. He would undoubtedly inform Yu. They could not allow the Earth Dragon to fall into the hands of the ancient god sect before Lin Xie could voice his thoughts. Another figure caught his senses, a man clad in silver, advancing toward them. He quickly warned everyone that yet another adversary had emerged from the Chuan realm. Instantly, all became vigilant. Before long, the man came into view. Upon seeing the gathered crowd, he furrowed his brow in annoyance. Damn it, these fools can't even handle a few children. This complicates matters. Unbeknownst to him, another instructor was present. Had he known, he would have sought out the 14th seat master first. Now, retreat was not an option, especially with the target right before him. With fingers extending into sharp, blade-like protrusions, he lunged at Hong Hao, intent on eliminating the instructor first, believing that the children would be easy prey thereafter. However, Lin Xie and the others were not about to allow him to confront Hong Hao alone. Why engage in a one-on-one fight when they could overwhelm him together? As the man charged, Hong Hao calmly drew his sword to meet the oncoming blades. Clang! The sound echoed, resembling metal striking metal. The others furrowed their brows. This man had transformed his body into a metallic form, exhibiting the characteristics of a forbidden abyss. Shen Qingzhu snapped her fingers, and in an instant, the air around the man was vacated, and Qingyu's eyes glimmered with a grayish-blue light. After a moment, he extended his right hand, manipulating the transformation. Baili, Astunisha, Axklanga, Go. Little fish, you're amazing. Even Xiao Yuan, Li Jia, and Li Liang stared in disbelief at Qingyu's fingers. Lin Xie and Molly turned to see that Qingyu's fingers had vanished, morphing into blades akin to the Silverman's. Shock rippled through Lin Xie and the others, while the Silverman gaped in astonishment at Qingyu. Murmuring, he realized, "No wonder Master EU desires him. I covet this ability myself." Gu Xiyan, puzzled, interjected, "Little fish, why didn't you use this ability before?" And Qingyu blinked innocently. "I didn't have the chance to experiment earlier. Do you believe me?" At that moment, seizing the distraction, the man lunged at Qingyu, attempting to seize him and fulfill EU's directive. Lin Xie reacted swiftly, stepping in front of the Silverman and blocking his attack with dual blades. Hong Hao's response was equally impressive as he swung his blade towards the silver-haired man. Shen Qingzhu once again employed the Forbidden Void, siphoning the air around the man and rendering his movements sluggish. Molly and several others coordinated their efforts, launching attacks from various angles. And Qingyu condensed the moisture in the air into an ice sword and thrust it towards the man. The man's defenses began to falter, struggling to withstand the onslaught. Fortunately, his resilience was commendable, preventing him from becoming a mere pincushion. And Qingyu's eyes shimmered with a gray-blue light as she fixed her gaze upon the man's eyes. Momentarily caught off guard, the man staggered as if on the verge of slumber. He had fallen victim to a mental assault. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Xie and the others unleashed a flurry of attacks upon him. In an instant, the man's body became a gruesome mess. For Qingyu's psychic strike had momentarily disrupted his ability to transform his body into metal, thus breaching his defenses. Critical points were pierced, causing him to violently expel a mouthful of blood as he toppled backward. Thud! The man was dead. Bailey Pang Pang and the others surrounded Qingyu, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he inquired, "Little fish, can you replicate Molly's Forbidden Void?" Qiao Yuan's face was also filled with anticipation. Seeing this, Hong Hao let out a hearty laugh. "Ha ha! What a remarkable lad! You truly possess the abilities of that spider." The others also gazed at Qingyu with newfound admiration. And Qingyu responded, "I believe I can. Let me give it a try." With that, she turned her attention to Molly. After a brief moment, she placed her hand on the tree trunk, channeling her power, and soon the entire tree trembled violently. Lin Xie patted Qingyu on the shoulder, grinning, "Well done." The others were equally elated. Meanwhile, the doppelganger of the Whisperer paused for a moment, soon filled with joy upon discovering the presence of the Earth Dragon. What an unexpected delight. He had just received news from Ma Tianyi and decided to head toward the Earth Dragon. On Gu Xiyan's side, the ground suddenly began to quake violently once more. Gu Xiyan and Lin Xie heard the roar of the Earth Dragon, a sound filled with rage and struggle. Bailey Pang Pang quickly asked, "Xiyan, what's happening? Why is the Earth Dragon suddenly stirred?" Lin Xie and the others struggled to maintain their balance, gripping the nearby trees tightly. "Xiyan, what did the Earth Dragon say?" Lin Xie inquired. Gu Xiyan, with one hand held by Molly while she clutched a tree, replied, "It's resisting. It says that man is formidable and implores me to save it." Hong Hao interjected, "This is bad. The Whisperer must be attempting to force a soul contract with the Earth Dragon." Lin Xie and the others wore grave expressions. Yet Gu Xiyan didn't perceive the soul contract as particularly daunting. She turned to Lin Xie and asked, "Xie, can you establish a contract with the Earth Dragon?" "I can persuade it." Initially taken aback, Lin Xie responded, "I should be able to, though I haven't tried." The others were puzzled by Gu Xiyan's inquiry, while Qingyu understood the underlying context. Gu Xiyan, "All right, I will first assist it with the soul contract before we descend." Lin Xie nodded in agreement, and the group relinquished their resistance, plummeting directly toward the opening below. And Qingyu swiftly enveloped everyone in a protective shield, and soon they landed safely. Upon their arrival, they beheld two figures before the Earth Dragon, a man clad in a black tailcoat, his long hair giving him the appearance of a noble gentleman, and another man, battered and bruised, embodying the essence of the ocean realm. Sensing their presence, the murmuring figure turned to face Gu Xiyan and her companions, while the Earth Dragon obediently stood behind the man in the tailcoat. Gu Xiyan and the others frowned, realizing that this man was indeed the murmuring figure. Hong Hao spoke in a low tone. Murmur, I never expected you to come in person, but shouldn't you be fleeing from the spirit medium team? A nonchalant smile graced Murmur's face. With 2 divine agents and a mysteriously formidable newcomer in the Forbidden Ruins, I certainly had to see for myself. However, I did not anticipate the presence of a young master from the Bailey family, along with several high-risk individuals. This journey has proven worthwhile. The spirit medium team is indeed quite troublesome, leaving me in such a state. At the mention of the spirit medium team, Murmur's expression soured. Lin Xie and Qingyu silently observed him, while Gu Xiyan directed her gaze toward the Earth Dragon. A flicker of excitement passed through the depths of the Earth Dragon's eyes, only to vanish swiftly. Murmur, noticing the shift in the Earth Dragon's demeanor, looked in surprise at Gu Xiyan, realizing that it had been seeking her assistance. Ignoring him, Gu Xiyan remained focused, while Hong Hao and the others hurriedly stepped forward to obstruct Murmur's line of sight. Chapter 71. The Joining of the Dragon. As EU noticed that Gu Xiyan ignored him, he remained unfazed. With a hint of regret in his expression, he shook his head and remarked, What a pity! A divine agent cannot be contracted, and can only be persuaded through words. Allow me to inquire once more. Young lady, how about joining our ancient god church? Yes, you. I can offer you a position that will satisfy you. As for the dual divine agents, you should reconsider. The future threats they pose are too significant. Gu Xiyan stood silently behind Lin Xie and the others, demonstrating no intention to engage with him, while Lin Xie and his companion shielded her. Observing her continued indifference, EU cast a dangerous glance at the group and concluded, If that is the case, I shall resort to lethal measures. However, a few high-risk individuals and those from the Bailey family may be spared. Suddenly, Hong Hao stepped forward, brandishing a straight blade, ready to act. Yet, EU merely flicked his fingertip, causing a black chain to emerge from the void behind him, ensnaring Hong Hao. Commander Hong, Bailey Pang Pang, and the others exclaimed. Hong Hao could not vocalize his protest, only glaring at EU. With a smile, EU remarked, Do not fret. I will ensure you all journey together soon. However, I am quite curious about what lies within the depths of your soul as a dual divine agent. Without waiting for Lin Xie's response, a piercing ghostly light erupted from EU's eyes, his formidable spirit surging directly into Lin Xie's mind. Bailey Pang Pang and Shen Qingzhu gasped in horror. Xie, you scoundrel, what have you done? Xie. Gu Xiyan was initially taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Han Qingyu also grew concerned, seeing the tension escalate. Ma Tianyi unleashed the pressure of his sea realm, suppressing them all. Instantly, everyone found themselves immobilized. Do not rush. Your turn will come shortly, Ma Tianyi grinned. At this perilous moment, Yuan Gang, accompanied by instructors like Han Li, finally arrived. Yuan Gang let out a cold laugh, his voice echoing from above the cave entrance. Is that so? Let me see what you are truly capable of. Startled, Ma Tianyi looked up, and upon realizing Yuan Gang's position, he hastily retreated. Yuan Gang and the other instructors leapt down from the cave entrance, landing directly above Ma Tianyi. Instructor Yuan, Instructor Han, you have come. Bailey Pang Pang and Chao Yuan cheered excitedly. With Yuan Gang's arrival, the oppressive pressure of Ma Tianyi's sea realm diminished significantly. Yuan Gang surveyed Bailey Pang Pang and the others, frowning. What has happened to Lin Xie? Bailey Pang Pang quickly recounted the events. Yuan Gang was taken aback. What? EU is of the Klein realm. Even a fragment of him possesses the strength of the sea realm. Han Li and the other instructors wore expressions of shock. Suddenly, Gu Xiyan interjected, Instructor Yuan, there is no need for concern. I can sense Xie's condition. He is unharmed. In fact, it is EU who is in peril. Yuan Gang and the others were momentarily stunned. How do you know? My abilities are related to the soul. Have you forgotten? As for the reason, I find myself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, I solemnly assure you with my very life that he is indeed unharmed. You must trust me. Due to the inability to disclose the existence of Lin Xie's asylum for divine beings, Gu Xiyan can only speak of her own situation. Yuan Gang pondered for a moment and ultimately chose to believe her. After all, Yu had already entered, and there was little they could do to assist. All right, girl, I trust you. The other instructors, seeing this, fell silent, while the chains binding Hong Hao remained intact. Gu Xiyan stepped forward, placing her hand upon the chains, a soft lavender light shimmering and swiftly enveloping the entire length of the restraints. Her gaze flickered with a subtle authority, and moments later, crack! The chains shattered. Bai Li and his companions stood momentarily stunned. Yuan Gang, however, advanced directly towards Ma Tianyi, his form aglow with golden radiance. In an instant, he stood before Ma Tianyi, his right fist clenched and radiating terrifying golden ripples, descending upon Ma Tianyi's face with tremendous force. Boom! Ma Tianyi had no time to react or defend himself and was sent hurtling away, shattering the mountain wall behind him. This was a deliberate moderation of his power, for they were still within the confines of the cave. Otherwise, the entire structure would have collapsed. Bai Li, bang bang, and Chao Yuan swallowed hard, while Han Li and the other instructors chuckled at the scene, observing that all attention was fixated on Instructor Yuan. Gu Xiyan made her way toward the Earth Dragon, and Qing Yu, Shun Qingzhu, and Mo Li quickly followed in her wake. Han Hao and the other instructors were taken aback, exclaiming, "Gu Xiyan, what are you doing? That is an Earth Dragon. Come back." They hastily pursued her, leaving a few instructors to guard Lin Qie. Upon their descent, they discovered another Earth Dragon present. Initially, they paid it no mind, as it showed no aggressive intent, but remained vigilant nonetheless. When they saw Gu Xiyan approaching it, the instructors were struck with astonishment. Yuan Gang turned to look, his voice rising in anger. "What are you doing? Are you seeking death?" Gu Xiyan reassured him. "Instructor Yuan, it's all right. It will not harm me. I can help it break the soul contract." With the Yu absent, the Earth Dragon gazed at Gu Xiyan with a pitiful expression. "Roar, you have come. He is a bad person." Gu Xiyan gently comforted it. "Yes, I am here, and I know he is a villain. Would you like to join us? When we encounter him, we can gang up on him together." "Roar, roar. Yes, I am willing. Let's beat him together." Yuan Gang and the other instructors stood dumbfounded as they witnessed Gu Xiyan conversing with the Earth Dragon. At that moment, they began to believe that the Earth Dragon would not pose a threat to her. Yuan Gang then focused on venting his frustrations, although Ma Tianyi was also at the sea level. He was no match for Yuan Gang, who was soundly defeated. A smile adorned Gu Xiyan's face as she approached the Earth Dragon, extending her hand to rest upon it. The soft lavender light delved into the depths of its soul, seeking the contract. While Yuan Gang continued to unleash his anger, all eyes were fixed upon Gu Xiyan's actions. Suddenly, her movements froze and the light dimmed slightly. The Earth Dragon became anxious. "Roar? What is wrong?" And Qing Yu and others quickly discerned the reason and hurriedly positioned themselves behind Gu Xiyan to shield her from the instructor's gaze. Bai Li Pang Pang remarked, "You all shouldn't keep staring at Xiaoyan. If the contract remains unresolved, the Earth Dragon might unleash its wrath upon you." Chao Yuan concurred, "Indeed." Li Jia and Li Liang chimed in, "Yes, Instructor Han, perhaps you should direct your attention towards Instructor Yuan instead of fixating on Sister Yin." The corners of Han Li and the other instructors' mouths twitched slightly, yet they refrained from continuing to observe. Hong Hao shook his head in resignation. Soon, a soft lavender glow intensified, and before long, they located the contract deep within the soul. Gu Xiyan extracted it and severed it with divine power. The Earth Dragon instantly erupted with joy, exclaiming, "Hooray! At last, that bothersome feeling is gone." Gu Xiyan smiled gently, but spoke candidly. "If you choose to accompany us, you must sign a contract. Are you willing? However, we will not impose upon you. We shall only call upon your assistance in times of danger. And when we encounter individuals like the one from earlier, we will summon you to join in the fray. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of struggle flashed in the depths of the Earth Dragon's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, it chose to trust Gu Xiyan, as she evoked an irresistible urge to draw near her. This sensation felt akin to an instinctual attraction, rendering it somewhat enchanted. The Earth Dragon nodded, responding with a joyous roar. Bai Li Pang Pang and Chao Yuan, witnessing the Earth Dragon's willingness, were filled with astonishment. They had now acquired a companion, Hun Ao, Fan Li, and the other instructors were equally taken aback. And Qing Yu cast a lingering glance at Gu Xiyan before quickly retracting her gaze, mentally reassuring herself. Do not dissect. Do not dissect. I truly find myself at a loss for words, each chapter brimming with countless surprises. Please bear with me. Chapter 72. The Naming Dilemma Before Long. Yuan Gang returned to Gu Xiyan and the others, carrying the lifeless body of Ma Tianyi. Lin Xie also opened his eyes, observing several instructors by his side, while Gu Xiyan and her companions were near the Earth Dragon. The enemy from the Surrealm was held firmly in Yuan Gang's grasp, seemingly without the need for a soul to bear it. Instructors Wang Feng and others inquired, "Are you all right, young man?" Lin Xie scratched his head and replied with a smile, reporting to the instructor, "I'm fine." As Lin Xie regained consciousness, the body opposite him remained motionless like a statue. Its complexion turned to a ghastly gray. They had not anticipated that Lin Xie truly possessed a solution. Yuan Gang chuckled with satisfaction. Very well. Bai Li, Futi, and the others also expressed their joy, while in Qingyu, Shun Qingzhu, and Mo Li all sighed in relief. Bai Li and Chao Yuan's eyes brightened. Chia. Gu Xiyan waved at Lin Xie. Chia, come quickly. The Earth Dragon has agreed. Li Jia and Li Liang chimed in unison, Brother Lin. Lin Xie grinned at Gu Xiyan and her companions. I'm coming. He hastened to their side, gazing at the enormous Earth Dragon before him, and asked once more, Are you truly willing to forge a contract with me? The Earth Dragon glanced at Gu Xiyan. Upon seeing her nod, it too gave a slight nod in affirmation. Good. Lin Xie responded softly, extending his right hand. Before him, an intricate and resplendent magical array began to manifest at his fingertips, blooming like a flower. The brilliance of the array radiated with an extraordinary luminosity, seemingly encapsulating boundless mysteries and power. It rotated in a peculiar manner, emitting an exhilarating wave of energy. With a subtle motion of his finger, the magical array appeared to come alive, racing towards the Earth Dragon like a shooting star. In an instant, both the Earth Dragon and Lin Xie were enveloped in the array's radiant light. Everyone else watched with rapt attention, while Yuan Gang furrowed his brow, noting, This is not the ability of the goddess of night or the seraph. This lad harbors numerous secrets. Nonetheless, this is advantageous. It alleviates concerns about his premature demise. Bai Li and the others dared not breathe, fearful of disturbing Lin Xie, and Xingyu observed the scene quietly. Moments later, the brilliance faded, signifying that Lin Xie had established an equal contract with the Earth Dragon. The Earth Dragon gazed at Gu Xiyan with sparkling eyes, roaring, I too desire a name. Something as melodious as yours would be splendid. Gu Xiyan scratched her head, huh? But I'm not adept at naming. She turned to her companions, Chia, Xiaoyu, Mo Li, Fatty, Qingzhu. Perhaps you could assist? It wishes for a name. Bai Li Fatty was the first to speak. Let us call it Fire Dragon. Chao Yuan interjected. No, let us call it Red Dragon. The Earth Dragon displayed a look of disdain, shaking its head vigorously to indicate its disapproval. Gu Xiyan stifled a laugh, thinking that the names proposed by Fatty and Chao Yuan were inferior to her own. Hearing their suggestions, Mo Li placed a hand on her forehead, posing a crucial question. Xiaoyan, what is its gender? Gu Xiyan replied, It is a female. Bai Li and Chao Yuan were taken aback, exclaiming what? The previous name was indeed unsuitable. Lin Xie, due to his contract with the Earth Dragon, could comprehend its words. It expressed its fondness for Xiaoyan's name, suggesting a preference for it. Thus, they decided to select a character from Xiaoyan's name to bestow upon it. Ang Qinjiu stroked her chin, acknowledging that Xiaoyan's name was quite lovely, especially since it belonged to a fire element Earth Dragon. Li Jia scratched his head, initially suggesting the name Longyan. Li Liang awkwardly added, I was thinking of Longyan as well, but with the character for flame. Lin Xie and the others exchanged glances of amusement. Shun Qingzhu pondered, fire, red. We could transform fire into the character for red. As Chao Yuan mentioned earlier, Molly chimed in, I believe Hongxi would be fitting. Bali Pang Pang raised his hand, proposing what about Hongxi? Molly replied, I think Hongyan sounds even better. Lin Xie and the others' eyes sparkled. This was indeed a splendid choice. The Earth Dragon, now named Hongyan, appeared quite satisfied, its large eyes twinkling with evident joy. Gu Xiyan and the others laughed, clearly delighted by the name. Yuan Gang, Hong Hao, Han Li, and the other instructors observed the children joyfully naming the Earth Dragon. These youngsters found such happiness in naming. Yuan Gang's lips curled into a slight smile, softly suggesting, "All right, let it lead us out. After all, this is its territory." Lin Xia nodded in agreement and turned to Han Yin, saying, "Han Yin, let us depart." The Earth Dragon, or rather Han Yin, nodded gently in response. It slowly crouched down, seemingly inviting everyone to climb onto its back. Bali Pang Pang and Chao Yuan's eyes instantly lit up. They exchanged excited glances, astonished at the prospect of riding on a dragon. Consequently, everyone eagerly scrambled on a Han Yin's back, seeking a comfortable spot to sit. Once they were settled, Han Yin unfurled its massive wings and with a powerful flap, soared from the cave, darting towards the outside like an arrow released from a bow. Wow! Accompanied by gasps of astonishment, Han Yin ascended rapidly, the scenery below shrinking away. It was at that moment that the masked team, just parachuting down, encountered the group riding Han Yin. Wang Mian and his companions were taken aback. Is that an Earth Dragon? Bali Pang Pang and the others spotted the masked team. And Yuan Gang slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about them. Chao Yuan and Bali Pang Pang called out, "Hey, esteemed members of the masked team, over here." Lin Xia, equally surprised, remarked, "Captain Wang Mian and esteemed members of the masked team, what brings you here?" Gu Xiyan and Ang Qinjiu also greeted them as the masked team approached. The members of the masked team landed atop Han Yin, with Yu Gue observing with curiosity. "Wow, it hasn't been long since we last met, and you've already tamed an Earth Dragon. Quite impressive." Xian's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "This is way better than our parachuting." Tian Ping, Xing Hen, and Tan Xiang watched with shining eyes, astonished to discover there was an Earth Dragon as well. Wang Mian gazed at the unscathed crowd, letting out a sigh of relief. "It is a blessing that you are all safe." Xiang Wei approached Gu Xiyan and Molly. Inspecting them closely, upon confirming their unharmed state, she too felt reassured. "Molly, Xiaoyan, it is truly wonderful that you are uninjured. You cannot fathom the worry I felt when I first heard the news." Gu Xiyan smiled awkwardly and replied, "Sister Xiang Wei, I apologize for causing you such anxiety." Molly chimed in, "Sister Xiang Wei, what brings you here?" Xiang Wei responded, "It was Instructor Yuan who called for the rescue." Only then did Gu Xiyan and the others realize. Turning their gaze towards him, Yuan Gang appeared somewhat embarrassed, clearing his throat twice. "It is nothing. You were on break after all." And it coincided with the new recruits' oath-taking ceremony. Wang Mian and the others bore him no ill will, since they were already there. They might as well enjoy the ceremony and spend a couple of days with Lin Xia and the others. Chapter 73. Daily Life Upon Returning to the Training Camp. Lin Xia and the others found themselves waiting for the others to arrive. As they gazed at Han Yin, they pondered how to arrange things. Sensing Lin Xia's thoughts, Han Yin contemplated briefly and exclaimed, "I can transform into a form like yours." Gu Xiyan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Really?" Han Yin affirmed enthusiastically. Bai Li and the others, intrigued, inquired about the exchange. "What did Han Yin say, Chia?" Lin Xia responded, "It claims it can take on a human form." This revelation left everyone present in sheer astonishment. Suddenly, a faint crimson glow enveloped the Earth Dragon, and its massive body visibly diminished. The scales on its skin seemed to retract, gradually morphing into a humanoid shape. When the light subsided, a young woman, seemingly in her 20s, stood before them, tall and fair-skinned, her fiery red hair cascading like flames. Her eyes, resembling dark golden slits, held an enigmatic allure, while remnants of dragon scales lingered on her abdomen, and a long, supple red tail trailed behind her. She was a strikingly graceful and elegantly aloof red-haired beauty. Instantly, everyone was rendered speechless, their faces gradually flushing with embarrassment. It was the four, Rosa, Sandalwood, Molly, and Gu Xiyan, who first regained their composure, swiftly shedding their cloaks and outer garments to cover Han Yin's form. Molly and her companions also felt their cheeks heat up as Rosa exclaimed, "Hurry, turn around." In an instant, everyone complied, hastily averting their gazes. Even the instructors, including Yuan Gang, Hong Hao, and Han Li, were engulfed in awkwardness and quickly departed from the scene. Lin Xie and Qingyu exchanged glances, enveloped in a silence thick with embarrassment. The members of the masked squad mirrored this silence, with several of them blushing profusely, their bodies seemingly steaming with discomfort. Hong Yan, bewildered, tilted her head in confusion as she looked at Gu Xiyan and her companions. They sighed collectively, realizing that they hadn't anticipated her transformation would leave her unclothed. After all, in her dragon form, she had only scales. Subsequently, Gu Xiyan and the others escorted her back to the girls' dormitory, where Molly generously offered her some of her own clothes to wear, as their figures were similar. However, Rosa and Sandalwood did not have any garments on hand. Since Hong Yan was unfamiliar with the dressing process, the four of them assisted her. Once dressed, Gu Xiyan and her friends began teaching her to speak. "Hello." Hong Yan scratched her head in confusion, responding with a simple. Gu Xiyan and her companions exchanged glances, realizing this child is a bit challenging to teach. Hong Yan's gaze fell upon a bag of chips resting by the bed. Her eyes sparkled with desire as she reached for it, only to be swiftly intercepted by Gu Xiyan and her friends. Hey, you can't eat that directly." With a pleading expression, Hong Yan looked at them, conveying her longing for the snack. Sighing in unison, the four friends could only shake their heads in exasperation. Gu Xiyan carefully unwrapped the packaging, teaching her how to savor potato chips, a treat they had purchased during their return from Songnan, with several bags still remaining. Hong Yan held the chips in her hands, her eyes sparkling with delight as she munched on them. Gu Xiyan and her companions seized the opportunity to teach her words, encouraging her to say good and delicious. Hong Yan's voice was somewhat indistinct as she attempted to mimic them. How? Crazy? Their eyes lit up at this progress. This method proved effective. In the following 2 days, they dedicated their time to teaching her to speak, while Hong Yan insisted on staying close to Gu Xiyan. Consequently, they had no choice but to allow her to reside in the dormitory shared by Gu Xiyan and Molly. The members of the mass team treated this as a brief respite, with Yuan Gang arranging accommodations for them. However, their greatest challenge was Hong Yan's incessant desire to eat everything she saw. During bath time, while Molly and Chong Wei were teaching her wash, Hong Yan took a bar of soap and put it directly into her mouth, causing a flurry of chaos among them, and resulting in several of their clothes getting soaked. That evening, Lin Xie, Gu Xiyan, and Qingyu and the others gathered with the mass team on the rooftop for a barbecue. The ingredients were funded by Wang Mian, while Yu Gui and Xian Wu were tasked with purchasing supplies. Molly, Gu Xiyan, Chong Wei, and Tan Xiang were responsible for ensuring Hong Yan did not consume anything inappropriate. Lin Xie gazed at the starry sky and remarked on how swiftly time passes. Bai Li Pang chimed in, "Indeed, this past year has been the happiest of my life, for I have made such wonderful friends." He cast a glance at everyone. Shun Qingzhu awkwardly interjected, "Why the sudden sentimentality, you fatso?" Chao Yuan agreed, "I resonate with that sentiment. I have never had friends before." And Qingyu remained silent, quietly grilling a few skewers of meat. In truth, this was his favorite time, despite the exhaustion and occasional dangers. Molly and Gu Xiyan shared similar feelings. Gu Xiyan felt fortunate for having joined the training camp. Otherwise, she would never have had the chance to meet Molly and the members of the mass team. Wang Mian wore a smile, expressing, "I'm also delighted to have met you all." Yu Gui added with a grin, "In the future, let us gather together when we have the time." Xian Wu nodded in agreement, affirming, "Yes, indeed." Chong Wei looked at Gu Xiyan and Molly with a hint of reluctance, saying, "Molly, Xiaoyan, let us make sure to have fun together when we can." They both nodded, replying, "Yes, Sister Chong Wei, please take care while on missions." Tian Ping raised his beer, proclaiming, "Enough of this chatter, let us toast. Here's to our future safety and prosperity." Xing Hen and Tan Xiang were equally beaming. The group quickly raised their glasses in unison, exclaiming, "To safety and smooth sailing." Hong Yan blinked in confusion, gazing at everyone. Gu Xiyan and Molly swiftly guided her to lift her glass and clink it with theirs. After a few moments of consuming the beer, Gu Xiyan, who had never drunk before, suddenly flushed a vivid red, enhancing her already adorable appearance. Wang Mian and the others were taken aback. unaware that Gu Xiyan could not handle alcohol. And Xingyu promptly offered her a skewer of grilled meat, saying, "Xiaoyan, have some meat to help you." As Gu Xiyan's vision began to blur, she obediently extended her hand, attempting to grasp the skewer of meat after hearing in Xingyu's words. Yet she was unable to reach it. "Little fish, please, stop shaking your hand. I can't get it." Observing Gu Xiyan's predicament, and Xingyu, concerned that she might be poked by the bamboo, skillfully used chopsticks to detach the meat and then graciously offered it to her in a bowl. Molly reached out to take it, delicately placing a piece into Gu Xiyan's mouth, prompting her to instinctively begin chewing. Lin Xie furrowed his brow, wondering if she might need some tea, but where could he find any at this moment? Both Qiang Wei and Tan Xiang shared a sense of worry, while Hong Yin gazed at Gu Xiyan's face, uttering, "Yin Yin, look." This sentiment was echoed by Lin Xie and the others. Gu Xiyan, in her drunken state, exhibited a charming flush that made her appear even more endearing than usual. "I know where to find some. I'll go," Shun Qingzhu declared, rising to make his way downstairs. Li Jia, Li Liang, and Deng Wei hastily followed suit, calling out, "Brother Shun, wait for us. We're coming too." Wang Mian, observing Gu Xiyan, instinctively noted her inability to consume alcohol. Bai Li, somewhat taken aback, remarked, "It's just 1 cup, only 8 degrees of beer." Chao Yuan, Yu Gui, and Xuanhua also stood in stunned silence. "Huh? What is this?" Chapter 74. The Oath Ceremony. Before long, Shun Qingzhu returned, cradling a cup of tea with utmost care, flanked by his 3 companions. In truth, aside from these 3, no one was privy to the source of the tea. "Here, the temperature is just right," he said, cautiously handing it to Gu Xiyan. With Molly's assistance, Gu Xiyan accepted the tea and took a small sip. Lin Xie inquired, "Xiyan, how do you feel? Is it effective?" The others gazed at her, eagerly awaiting her reaction. Gu Xiyan blinked, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her. "Why are there so many heads?" Molly and Rose reached out to steady her, guiding her back slightly, wary of her precarious position near the edge of the rooftop. Noticing the lack of immediate effect, and Xingyu reached out to administer a healing spell, curious to see if it would yield results. Bailey Pang Pang and Yue Gui nearly choked on their food, while Xuanhua, sitting opposite, inadvertently sprayed out his meal, narrowly missing Tianping, who quickly shielded himself with an empty plate. Bailey Pang Pang and Yue Gui struggled to swallow their food and exclaimed, "Xiao Yu, surely it can't be that drastic." Wang Mian and Lin Xie, however, were less concerned, believing that any form of healing was beneficial. As it turned out, the treatment was indeed effective. Gu Xiyan's complexion gradually returned to its normal pallor, and she appeared much more alert. With a puzzled expression, Gu Xiyan asked, "Xiao Yu, why did you heal me? I wasn't injured." Molly sighed. "Xiyan, you should have mentioned that you can't handle alcohol. Just 1 cup, and you're already tipsy." Gu Xiyan's eyes widened in shock. "Wait, am I drunk?" Everyone nodded in agreement, affirming her state of inebriation as the faces around her seemed to blur. Feeling overwhelmed by embarrassment, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Gu Xiyan bowed her head, unable to meet anyone's gaze, mumbling, "I didn't know. I've never had the chance to drink before." Everyone overheard her words. Lin Xie and Qingyu and the others exchanged amused glances, while Yue Gui and Xuanhua, along with Bailey Pang Pang, erupted into raucous laughter. "Ha ha! Xiaoyan, your tolerance is quite amusing," they chortled. "Who would have thought that just 1 cup of 8-degree wine could get you tipsy?" Bailey Pang Pang added with a grin, though he quickly fell silent under Molly's stern glare. Rose shot a dangerous look at Yue Gui and Xuanhua, declaring, "Yue Gui, Xuanhua, it seems you two are itching for a reprimand. Allow me to assist you in that regard." The emphasis on her last words was unmistakable. Yue Gui and Xuanhua promptly sealed their lips, stammering, "No, please. Sister Rose, we were wrong." The night passed amidst playful banter and lively camaraderie. A savory aroma of meat wafted through the air above the training camp. Meanwhile, in the office of the commanding high-rise, Yuan Gang surveyed the entire training camp. Small clusters of individuals gathered in various spots, and he chose not to intervene. A smile crept across his face as he quietly observed the lively scene, particularly noting Gu Xiyan's inebriated state, shaking his head in mild exasperation. Hong Hao and Han Li stood quietly beside him, observing the scene. The following day, all the departing recruits gathered on the training ground. Yuan Gang, accompanied by a cadre of instructors, stood on the high platform while the masked squad positioned themselves to the left of the recruits, refraining from ascending the platform this time. Yuan Gang spoke with gravity. Over the past year, you have all grown significantly and faced life-and-death challenges. I trust that upon leaving this training camp, you will emerge more mature and composed. We, the instructors, take great pride in having participated in and witnessed your development. Today marks a crucial juncture for the Night Watchman, our oath-taking ceremony. However, before the oath, there is another matter to address. This statement momentarily stunned everyone. What could it be? Yuan Gang continued. During the rescue operation at Jinan Mountain, all of you performed exceptionally well. In the face of disaster, you did not give up or complain of fatigue. You persevered in your rescue efforts, embodying the exemplary spirit of our great Xia soldiers and the honor of the Night Watchman. It is my privilege to bestow a Spark Medal upon each recruit who participated in the rescue efforts. Upon hearing this, the recruits' eyes lit up. They had previously envied Lin Chia and others for their medals, and now they too would possess one. Although it was merely a Spark Medal, it brought them immense joy. After the instructors distributed the medals, they also presented the Star Blade, cloaks, and emblems. Everyone donned their cloaks, fastened the blades at their waists, and held the emblems in their hands. Yuan Gang then elaborated on the roles and capabilities of the Night Watchman's triad of equipment. Standing tall with his fellow instructors, he gazed solemnly at the assembled recruits and proclaimed, "The oath-taking ceremony. Commence." Yuan Gang gripped the emblem tightly, placing it over his heart, while his left hand rested on the hilt of his blade. His voice resonated deeply and solemnly, creating ripples across the training ground. "I, Yuan Gang, swear under the banner of Great Xia." All present echoed his words, including the members of the masked squad, who found this to be a novel experience, cherishing the opportunity to partake in the ceremony once more. "I, Zhang Xiao, I, Deng Wei, I, Li Liang, I, Li Jia, I, Shun Qingzhu, I, Chao Yuan, I, Bailey Tuming, I, Lin Chia, I, Enqing Yu, I, Mo Li, I, Gu Xiyan, I, Wu Yu, I, Jian Bao." In the end, all their voices coalesced into a singular declaration. "I swear under the banner of Great Xia." Yuan Gang intoned, "Should the dark night descend, should the dark night descend, I shall stand before the multitude. I shall stand before the multitude, with blade drawn toward the abyss, with blade drawn toward the abyss, blood staining the heavens, blood staining the heavens." The chorus of voices reverberated steadily above the training camp, filled with unwavering determination and fervor. This encapsulated their journey of growth. Upon arrival, everyone was quite tender, innocent, and rebellious. Now, all have matured, gradually becoming capable of standing on their own. They have officially begun to embrace the role of the Night Watchman. Initially, I pondered whether to bypass the oath, yet ultimately chose not to, for it is an integral part of their growth. Without it, the experience would be incomplete. For those familiar with the original novel, it may seem superfluous. However, for Gu Xiyan and the others, it holds significant importance. Chapter 75. Reporting in after the conclusion of the ceremony, everyone bid farewell to their acquaintances and departed from the training camp. However, Shun Qingzhu, Chao Yuan, Bai Li Pang Pang, and Mo Li approached Yuan Gang, inquiring if they could delay their reporting to their respective teams for a few days. Gu Xiyan, Lin Chia, and Enqing Yu, along with the members of the masked team, were also present. Yuan Gang, aware of their close bond, had previously discussed this matter with Commander Yi, who consented to a 2-day extension for their reporting. Yuan Gang stated, "All right, but you must report in 2 days. I will arrange for someone to escort you." Given the recent events at Jinan Mountain, Yuan Gang was uneasy about the new recruits reporting alone, hence he organized an escort. This news brought great joy to Shun Qingzhu, Chao Yuan, Bai Li Pang Pang, and Mo Li. The masked team was equally surprised by Yuan Gang's agreement, as such leniency had never been granted before. However, upon understanding the circumstances, they realized the rationale behind Yuan Gang's decision, which left them quite taken aback. While some may find it absurd that I shared this matter with everyone, rest assured, the mass team is loyal to the Xia and will never betray it. Moreover, this is fan fiction, not the original work. Certain conventions may be broken. Gu Xiyan, Lin Xie, and Qing Yu, and Mo Li, with their suitcases in tow, bid farewell to the members of the masked team at the camp's entrance. They were the last to leave, having exchanged contact information during the previous night's gathering, and even set up a group chat. The masked team had initially intended to accompany them to Tsangnan, but they were called away on a mission. Captain Wang Mian remarked, "We have another mission, so we can only wish you all the best from here." Lin Xie nodded in response, advising, "Be careful, Captain Wang." Yu Gue patted Lin Xie on the shoulder, saying, "We will stay in touch through the group." Xianhua added, "Yes, we will keep our phones handy." Lin Xie affirmed. "All right." Chang Wei, reluctant to part, grasped Mo Li and Gu Xiyan's hands, saying, "Xian, Mo Li, do keep in touch with me often." Mo Li replied, "Of course. Chang Wei, we won't be able to assist with your mission, so please stay safe." Gu Xiyan nodded in agreement. Tian Ping, Xing Hen, and Tan Xiang listened quietly alongside Shen Qingzhu and Qing Yu. Bali Pang Pang turned to Captain Wang and the others, saying, "Feel free to visit me in Guangshan when you have the time. I'll treat you." Chao Yuan added, "I've been assigned to Huaihai City. We can hang out if the opportunity arises." Yu Gue cheerfully responded, "Sounds good." Xianhua smiled, "Don't worry." Captain Wang declared, "All right, let us part ways here." Lin Xie and the others agreed. Shen Qingzhu's 3 younger companions had already been escorted to report in. As they made their way to the bus area, they noticed Hong Ying arriving to pick them up. However, seeing Shen Qingzhu and the others present, there wasn't enough space in the car. So they ultimately boarded the bus, which would take them to Tsangnan City. Ding dong, welcome! Lin Xie, Gu Xiyan, and Qing Yu, and the others first arrived at the office to report in. Upon entering, Hong Ying cheerfully called out, "Captain, there are new arrivals from Xiangnan." Hearing her voice, Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan promptly emerged from the office, already aware that Gu Xiyan and her companions had returned. Chen Mai smiled and remarked, "Ah, you little rascals. What brings you here?" However, he paused momentarily upon seeing Shen Qingzhu and the chubby Bai Li. Wu Xiangnan furrowed his brow in confusion, asking, "What is going on? Shouldn't you all have reported to your respective teams?" Bai Li quickly explained, "Uncle Chen, Uncle Wu, we've been granted permission to delay our reports by 2 days. We wanted to see if there was anything we could assist with." Chao Yuan chimed in, "Yes, it was approved by Instructor Yuan." Shen Qingzhu and Mo Li nodded in agreement. Shen Mai frowned, questioning Yuan Gang's intentions. What could you possibly help with in such a significant matter? I'll make a call to inquire. With that, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed Yuan Gang. The group fell silent, standing quietly to the side as the call connected. Shen Mai promptly posed his question. On the other end, Yuan Gang's voice responded, "It was approved by Commander Yi, and soon I will be arriving with the instructor." "All right then," Shen Mai replied before hanging up. Wu Xiangnan, who had been listening nearby, heard the exchange. It was only then that Lin Xie, Gu Xiyan, and Qing Yu felt emboldened to speak. They saluted Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan, declaring, reporting in, "Lin Xie, Gu Xiyan, and Qing Yu have arrived." Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan both smiled warmly in response. "You 3 should head to Hong Ying's place to drop off your luggage. Dinner will be here tonight," Chen Mai instructed. "Yes, sir," they replied in unison. Turning back to Shen Qingzhu and the others, he added, "You should join us as well." Bai Li and the others agreed. At that moment, Gu Xiyan and her companions noticed that Lung Xian, Wen Qimo, and Si Xiaonan, as well as Zhao Kongsheng, were absent from the office. Lin Xie inquired, "Captain, where have Lung Xian and the others gone?" Chen Mai sighed. "There appears to be a suspicious, mysterious case in the eastern part of the city. They went to investigate." The group gasped in surprise. "What?" Wu Xiaonan interjected, "However, we can't definitively conclude it's mysterious. Let's not dwell on that for now. Go ahead and put your luggage away." Lin Xie and the others nodded in agreement. They reasoned that since Zhao Kongsheng and Wen Qimo were already investigating, it would be best to wait for their return before discussing anything further. Hong Ying led them toward her villa, where Shen Qingzhu and the others would also be staying for the next few days, each carrying their belongings. They returned to their previous rooms to tidy up before heading to the office together. Upon arriving at the office, they found Chen Mai cooking in the kitchen, with Wu Xiangnan and Zhao Kongsheng helping out. Lung Xian, Si Xiaonan, and Wen Qima had already returned. Old Zhao, Lung Xian, Qima Xiaonan, you're back, Lin Xie exclaimed. Gu Xiyan and Bailey Pang Pang exchanged greetings with Zhao Shu, Lung Xian, Qiamo, and Xiaonan. With a beaming smile, Wen Qiamo patted Lin Xie and the others on their shoulders, expressing his warm welcome back, along with a cordial welcome for them as well. Lung Xian nodded with a smile, and Xiaonan returned the gesture with a grin. Shortly thereafter, Yuan Gang and Master Chen arrived. With a cheerful demeanor, Master Chen remarked, "What a lively gathering. May I join you?" Yuan Gang walked alongside Master Chen. Upon hearing their voices, the group turned to greet them, saying, "Master Chen, Instructor Yuan." Master Chen, with his eyes twinkling, replied, "No need for such formality. I'm simply here to enjoy a meal." Chen Mai, Wu Xiangnan, and Zhao Kongcheng, hearing the commotion, peeked out from the kitchen. Zhao Kongcheng cheerfully said, "Master Chen, old Yuan, please take a seat. The dishes will be ready shortly." Master Chen responded affirmatively. "All right, thank you. Carry on." Yuan Gang took a glance into the kitchen, a rare smile breaking through his serious demeanor as he thought, "It seems I am in for a treat today." Chen Mai shot him a sidelong glance before returning his focus to the cooking. Zhao Kongcheng, grinning, chimed in, "Indeed, old Yuan, your timing is impeccable. Old Chen's culinary skills are exceptional," while giving a thumbs up. Wu Xiangnan merely nodded and continued with her tasks. Observing this, Yuan Gang also lent a helping hand, while Master Chen, Lin Xie, and others engaged in lively conversation in the hall. Chapter 76. The beginning the meal was prepared swiftly, and Chen Mai and his companions brought it out, while Lin Xie and others stepped forward to lend a hand. A long table was arranged, with Chen Mai, Wu Xiangnan, and the elder Chen Fuzai seated on one side, while Lin Xie, Gu Xiyan, and Qing Yu and the younger ones took their place across from them. The dishes included braised beef with radish, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, red braised pork, steamed fish, wenchang chicken, for happiness meatballs, sweet and sour carp, and a total of over 10 delectable offerings. As Qing Yu gazed at the steamed fish positioned directly in front of him, he furrowed his brow slightly and silently swapped it for the 4 happiness meatballs from Lin Xie's plate. Gu Xiyan, sitting beside him, noticed this and couldn't help but steal a glance at the two, chuckling softly, aware that little fish had a habit of pushing fish dishes towards Xie. However, she herself was not fond of fish either, finding it too fishy and the accompanying green peppers unappealing. The others observed in Qing Yu's subtle maneuver with barely contained amusement. Clearing his throat, Chen Mai raised his wine glass and spoke, "In honor of welcoming Xie, Little Fish, and Little Yin back to Team 136. And to our esteemed guest Chen Fuzai, Old Yuan, Tu Ming, Little Shun, Chao Yuan, and Mo Li, let's toast." Everyone raised their glasses in unison. Suddenly, Lin Xie and Qing Yu, Mo Li, and Shin Qingzhu noticed Gu Xiyan holding a wine glass and, taken aback, quickly snatched it away, replacing it with a glass of juice. Gu Xiyan, perhaps this time drinking will be harmless. Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan were left bewildered, asking, "What are you two doing?" Subsequently, Lin Xie and Bailey Pang Pang recounted the events of that fateful evening. Upon hearing it, Chen Mai and the others found it rather absurd. Drunk on 8th-degree liquor? Xi Xiaonan. Hong Ying burst into laughter, her amusement infectious, causing everyone to join in. Even the older members, Chen Mai, Wu Xiangnan, and Chen Fuzai, struggled to suppress their laughter. Gu Xiyan, please don't spread my embarrassing history. I assure you, one day, my tolerance for alcohol will improve. Someday. After satisfying their appetites, everyone helped to clear the table and return to the hall. It was universally understood that Chen Fuzai's arrival held significant purpose. With solemn expressions, Chen Fuzai and Chen Mai regarded Gu Xiyan intently, asking, "Are you confident?" Lin Xie and Qing Yu also watched her nervously. Gu Xiyan nodded. In truth, she lacked complete assurance, but Song Nan could no longer wait. Yet, she did not fear failure, as her self-healing ability would activate during the initiation of the divine ruins. And when the time was right, she would have Little Fish and Sister Xiaonan nearby to assist in her healing. Gu Xiyan expressed her thoughts. and in Qingyu and Gu Xiyan and exchanged serious nods, affirming their support. During this period, every member of Team 136 has been exerting their utmost efforts to eliminate the personnel dispatched by the ancient God's Church in Songnan City. As of now, the place is considerably clean. With the midnight hour still distant, Master Chen sought a private conversation with Chun Mai, omitting even Yuan Gang from the discussion. Hong Ying and Lin Qie immediately sensed something amiss. Was the captain concealing further matters from them? This seemed quite plausible, especially given Chun Mai's past indiscretions. With a swift glance, Hong Ying stealthily positioned herself outside the door to eavesdrop on their conversation, reasoning that if Chun Mai was untrustworthy, they too might indulge in clandestine listening. Upon witnessing this, Wen Qima and Lin Qie exchanged glances before also inching closer. Even Yuan Gang, intrigued by the nature of Master Chen's dialogue with Chun Mai, opted to join rather than intervene. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Inside the room, two individuals conversed while a throng of listeners, both young and old, huddled outside the door. Unbeknownst to Chen Mai, his usually obedient team had chosen this occasion to defy expectations. Master Chen noticed a slight twitch at the corner of his eye, yet after a brief glance at Chun Mai, he commenced the dialogue. Over these 10 years, you have endured much. How fares the Shiva's grievance? Chun Mai sighed softly, stating, Since Xiao Yan resurrected me, my realm has ascended to the sea level, yet I have not had sufficient time to absorb the power of Shiva's grievance. Master Chen's brow furrowed. Time was of the essence. Once Songnan is fully revived, it would alert them, and, at that juncture, Chun Mai lamented, having only absorbed 2/3 of the power thus far. Outside, all but Yuan Gang and Wu Xiangnan were filled with bewilderment. What was Shiva's grievance? Indeed, the captain was concealing matters from them. Wu Xiangnan and Yuan Gang exchanged worried glances. Realizing that Master Chen's summoning of Chun Mai was connected to Shiva's grievance, a conceptual level weapon of mass destruction. Wu Xiangnan's eyebrows knitted tightly, nearly capable of crushing a mosquito, incredulous that Shiva's grievance rested in the captain's hands. Hong Ying and the others were anxious, urging them to continue the conversation and refrain from speaking in vague terms, which was truly exasperating. Their hopes were dashed as the two inside fell into silence. As midnight approached, the sky was enveloped in darkness, with only a sparse scattering of stars visible. In the old city, Chun Mai and the others found an unoccupied mine. Gu Xiyan stepped forward to the center of the clearing, followed closely by Qingyu and Gu Xiyan. Taking a deep breath, Gu Xiyan crouched down and placed her hands on the ground, manifesting the divine ruins. Guarding all beings, 6 paths of reincarnation, transformation from death to rebirth, protecting all things. The 6 paths of reincarnation wheel appeared behind Gu Xiyan, and a monumental force radiated from her, spreading throughout Songnan. The light, initially a soft lavender, swiftly transformed into a deep violet, shining brilliantly against the night sky. The entire city of Songnan was enveloped in this formidable power. Chun Fuzi and Yuan Gang were both witnessing this for the first time, filled with excitement yet remaining vigilant of their surroundings, aware that unforeseen circumstances could arise at any moment. Naturally, there were others in the shadows on guard, such as a lone rider among others. Chun Mai and his companions were similarly alert, encircling Gu Xiyan and her 2 companions in the center. A violet luminescence enveloped all the inhabitants of Songnan City, who remained oblivious to the unfolding events in their slumber. In the old district, atop one of the buildings, stood a youth, a child, and a dog. Yang Jin gazed at the radiance enveloping himself and Neza, his brow furrowing in concern. With such a significant surge of energy, could that girl truly withstand it? Neza, filled with wonder, exclaimed, Ah Jin, it turns out what you said was indeed true. This power can genuinely aid us in restoring our divine essence. Yang Jin focused his attention on the position of Gu Xiyan, yet he felt distinctly that this phenomenon involved more than merely the powers of the Earth Mother. If my instincts are correct, this should. At this point, he paused in his discourse. Neza, momentarily taken aback, pressed urgently, not just the Earth Mother's powers? What else is there? Please tell me. Xiao Hei Lai, equally perplexed, barked in confusion. Yang Jin remained silent, regardless of Neza's inquiries. This left both Neza and Xiao Heilai in a state of agitation. In truth, he could not ascertain the validity of his suspicions. Moreover, I neglected to mention that I believe Gu Xiyan was previously a member of a special task force and should be aware of the Shiva's grievance. If you think he is uninformed, please express your thoughts in the comments, and I shall amend it accordingly. Please do not chastise me. Thank you. Chapter 77. Unexpected slumber. As the number of resurrected souls in Songnan City gradually increased, cold sweat trickled down Gu Xiyan's forehead, her complexion growing increasingly pale. And Xingyu and Si Xiaonan, witnessing her distress, promptly initiated their healing efforts, channeling their energy toward Gu Xiyan. However, the exertion began to take its toll on the two behind her. This situation startled everyone, both in the shadows and in plain sight. Unbeknownst to them, the resurrection of the entire Songnan was not inherently perilous. At most, it would leave Gu Xiyan weakened. The complication arose from the presence of two divine essences within the healing range, whose powers were not limited to that of the Earth Mother. Chen Mai's expression shifted dramatically as he urgently called out, "Xiaoyan, stop." Zhao Kongqing echoed his concern. "Xiaoyan, you must halt immediately." Lin Qiye's countenance was equally grave, urging, "Xiaoyan, please listen." Wu Xiangnan's previously stern demeanor melted away, replaced by anxiety and fear. "Xiaoyan, Xiaoyu, Xiaonan, you must not come to harm." Hong Ying and Mo Li's eyes glistened with tears, calling out, "Xiaoyan, Xiaonan, Xiaoyu." Ali Pang Pang and Xiao Yuan also cried out in alarm. "Xiaoyan, Xiaoyu." Senior Xiaonan, Shun Qingzhu, standing nearby, wore a look of deep concern, her fists clenched tightly. Rarely did Lung Xin's face lose its color, but now it appeared unnaturally pale. When Qima shared in the worry. Yet, Chun Fuji furrowed his brow, shaking his head gently. "It's futile. If we halt midway through this process, Songnan City itself may vanish entirely. This involves more than just a few individuals. Gu Xiaoyu herself risks backlash." Those lurking in the shadows, one rider and one swordsman, recognized the gravity of Chun Fuji's words. Upon hearing this, Chun Mai and the others felt as though they had been plunged into an icy abyss. How could this be? She clearly stated it was possible. Gu Xiyan's expression was one of unjust grievance. It did not lie. Chun Fuji and his companions quickly pondered alternative methods to assist. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, upon sensing Gu Xiyan's condition, Yang Jin's expression shifted as he realized the gravity of the situation. "I was right. This truly is her power." He attempted to command the divine essence to cease its energy absorption, but to no avail. Neza remained bewildered, yet could feel the danger posed to the healer of their divine essences. Following Yang Jin's lead, he mirrored his actions, but it too proved ineffective. Xiao Heilai anxiously watched from a distance. After a moment, they conceived an unorthodox solution: to have another divine agent channel divine energy into Gu Xiyan to sustain her. Li Fan and Lu Wuwei, disregarding their need to maintain vigilance, hurried to Chun Mai and the others to propose this idea. In the shadows, a young man in his 20s observed with a complex gaze, glancing furtively at Gu Xiyan and Lin Qiye, a long sword in hand. Without hesitation, Lin Qiye dashed toward Gu Xiyan and the others, placing his hand on her back to unleash divine energy from the divine ruins. As Lin Qiye channeled his divine power, it indeed greatly alleviated the burdens of Gu Xiyan and her companions, primarily benefiting Gu Xiyan herself, which naturally eased the others as well. Witnessing the effectiveness of this method, everyone promptly instructed Lu Wuwei to fetch Wang Mian. Simultaneously, they sent him a message, fortunate that their task location was not far from Songnan City. The members of the mask team were resting when suddenly a notification chimed. Wang Mian's phone buzzed. He reached for it and discovered a message from Yifan, which read, "Come to Songnan to deliver divine power to Gu Xiyan. Lu Wuwei will come to pick you up." Wang Mian stood up in shock, startling the others who had been resting with their eyes closed, now taken aback by his sudden movement. Yu Guei inquired, "Captain, what happened?" Xianhua asked, "Is there a problem?" Rose frowned. A message sent at this hour must be serious if it has elicited that reaction from the captain. Tian Ping, Xinghen. And Tanxiang also cast concerned glances at Wang Mian. Wang Mian's expression turned grave. Yes, something has happened to Gu Xiyan. She needs my assistance to channel divine power. And they've sent a top-tier individual to retrieve me. The group gasped in astonishment. What? We've only just parted ways. Wang Mian cautioned them, clarifying that they had a solid understanding of the task at hand, and that together they could manage it, considering it was merely a mysterious entity not adept at combat. Yu Guwei and the others nodded solemnly. Before long, Lu Wuwei arrived, urging, "Hurry, get in the car." However, Wang Mian still felt uneasy about his teammates. Lu Wuwei, noticing his concern, asked, "Where is that mystery? Take me there, quickly." He was unwilling to waste time on locating it and directly inquired. Wang Mian and the others exchanged glances of relief and hurriedly guided him to the suspected lair of the mystery. With a single strike, Lu Wuwei dispatched the mystery. Subsequently, Wang Mian boarded Lu Wuwei's electric vehicle, while Rose and the others had to make their own way. Just as Wang Mian settled into his seat, Lu Wuwei accelerated, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Yu Guwei and the others marveled. Is this the prowess of a top-tier individual? Disappearing without a trace. Impressive. Not long after, Lu Wuwei returned with Wang Mian to Cangnan. Upon assessing the situation, Wang Mian was taken aback and quickly moved to stand behind Gu Xiyan, mirroring Lin Qiye's approach. He activated the divine ruins to channel divine power. With the support of both their divine energies, Gu Xiyan significantly improved, and the revival of Cangnan was nearly complete. She sensed the energy within her being gradually siphoned away, her complexion pale as a sheet, yet she resolutely continued, knowing that halting now would render their efforts futile. And Xingyu and Si Shaonan also appeared somewhat pallid, though not severely so. At that moment, Gu Xiyan's energy began to envelop Lung Xian and Bai Li Pangpang, an occurrence beyond her control. The others were perplexed. What is happening? How are Lung Xian and Pangpang being healed as well? Both Lung Xian and the plump Bai Li were engulfed in confusion as they beheld the violet radiance enveloping them. In that fleeting moment, both experienced the surge of Gu Xiyan's power coursing through their beings. However, the luminous glow surrounding Bai Li dissipated almost instantly, leaving the onlookers even more bewildered. In contrast, Lung Xian continued to bask in his glow, which seemed to possess a remarkable magic, akin to a key gently unlocking a mechanism deep within his body. He could distinctly sense something striving to break free, gradually emerging from the shadows. As time progressed, the force intensified, causing his body to tremble slightly. His heartbeat quickened, and his breath became labored, an indescribable tension enveloping him. Yi Fan and Master Chun, along with their companions, immediately recognized this phenomenon, their astonishment beyond mere words. This was, indeed, the harbinger of the awakening of the Forbidden Ruins. Chun Mai and others stared wide-eyed at the transformation unfolding in Lung Xian. On the rooftop, under the influence of Gu Xiyan's power, Yang Jin's divine essence had notably recovered, yet Nez's restoration was minimal due to the constraints of Gu Xiyan's limited strength. Upon witnessing Lin Qiye and Wang Mian channel divine energy into Gu Xiyan, Yang Jin breathed a sigh of relief, knowing this would prevent any backlash against her. Otherwise, he would have felt a pang of guilt, for that was her own power. Suddenly, a warm yellow glow flickered around Lung Xian, the fluctuations of his mental energy palpable to all present. Chun Mai and the others stared in astonishment. This was an ultra-high-risk Forbidden Ruins. Sequence 089 Flash. The ability to transform oneself into a beam of light and move at light speed within a 10-meter radius. Furthermore, it could condense the light into an attack, rendering all assaults null for 3 seconds upon reaching a certain level. The range of movement increases with the elevation of one's realm. Lung Xian gazed in awe at the newfound ability manifesting within him, never imagining that he too would awaken the Forbidden Ruins one day. Bai Li's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning why he could not achieve the same. As the entirety of Cangnan revived, Gu Xiyan's power faded, and she was suddenly enveloped in darkness, rendering her unaware of anything further. Panic ensued among the crowd, and Xingyu and Si Shaonan, along with Lin Xie and Wang Mian, were closest to her. However, both in Xingyu and Si Xiaonan felt somewhat weakened and were unable to catch Gu Xiyan. It was Lin Xie and Wang Mian who simultaneously reached out to catch her as she fell backward. Chun Mai and the others rushed to her side to assess her condition, discovering that she had lost too much power and would likely fall into a deep slumber for several days. This outcome relieved everyone, as merely falling asleep was a far better fate. Chao Yuan and Bai Li supported Qingyu, while Hong Ying and Mo Li aided Si Xiaonan, with Lung Xian following closely behind. Ultimately, it was Chun Mai who carried Gu Xiyan back, as Lin Xie had been the first to channel divine energy. Thus he was assisted by Wen Qima. Wang Mian, however, needed no assistance and walked alongside the others on their return. Why do I always feel compelled to delete this passage after I finish writing? It feels inadequate. Chapter 78. His Miracle Yi Fan, Lu Wei, and Master Chun were deep in thought, astonished by Gu Xiyan's ability to awaken the latent potential within the human body. This revelation was nothing short of astounding, akin to a spiritual guide devoid of any side effects. And Qingyu, Si Xiaonan, and Lin Xie rested on the sofa. In truth, Gu Xiyan's power had aided in their healing. Otherwise, given the earlier circumstances, both in Qingyu and Si Xiaonan might have succumbed to unconsciousness. Bai Li Pangu looked at Lung Xian with a face full of grievance, wondering why his potential could not be awakened like Lung Xian's. This left everyone puzzled, though they ultimately speculated that Gu Xiyan's power was insufficient. Lin Xie sighed, "All right, Pangu. It seems that Xiao Yan's strength is not enough to awaken a second individual." Chao Yuan shot him a glare. "Indeed, you should reflect on what just transpired." Shen Qingzhu frowned. "Xiao Yan has already fainted, and you are still considering this." Mo Li also cast a disapproving look at Bai Li Pangu, but remained silent. And Qingyu shot him a sidelong glance. Realizing that everyone was criticizing him, Bai Li Pangu refrained from further comment, muttering, "I was just mentioning it." Chun Mai and the others shifted their attention back to Lung Xian. Hong Ying curiously suggested, "Lung Xian, why not give this forbidden realm a try?" When Shimal blinked, "Yes, do try it. Let us witness your capabilities." Zhao Kongcheng echoed, Yes, quickly try it. I too wish to see." Although Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan remained silent, their eyes sparkled with curiosity. Lung Xian felt a bit helpless under their scrutiny, nodded, and stepped outside. Chun Mai and the others hurriedly followed, while Lin Xie no longer required assistance. Mo Li and Hong Ying supported Si Xiaonan as they exited together. Bai Li Pangu and Chao Yuan assisted Qingyu, and Wang Mian joined them as well. They were currently at Hong Ying's residence, and after confirming that Gu Xiyan was fine, Yi Fan and the others departed to make preparations. For Tsang, Nan had been resurrected. Standing outside the villa, Lung Xian took a deep breath, feeling a mix of anxiety and excitement. Suddenly, a warm yellow light enveloped him, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot, reappearing 10 meters away from the villa. "Wow!" Hong Ying and Bai Li Pangu exclaimed in awe. Si Xiaonan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Even Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan felt that this forbidden realm was perfectly suited for Lung Xian. Once he located the sniper point, there would be no need to ascend the stairs. He could simply flash to his destination. However, as it was his first time using this ability, he was startled by the distance he covered. Hastily, he controlled himself to return to his previous position, and with a flash of light, he reappeared where he had started, a glimmer of delight in his eyes. Indeed, this forbidden realm was remarkably fitting for him. Chun Mai smiled and remarked, "Excellent. It suits you well." Bai Li Pangu enviously chimed in, "Congratulations, Ling Xuan." Chao Yuan and the others also offered their congratulations. Zhao Kongcheng laughed heartily, "Haha. With this, our little team has achieved the standard of a special unit." As soon as the words were spoken, everyone felt a sense of understanding. Even Wang Mian, upon learning about the forbidden ruins of Team 136, shared this sentiment. A flicker of desolation crossed Wu Xiangnan's eyes, which did not go unnoticed by Chun Mai beside him, who reached out to pat his shoulder. Lin Xie, observing the situation, quickly stepped forward and urged, "Vice Captain, extend your hand. Allow me to create a miracle for you." Chun Mai's eyes brightened with realization. Now that Songnan had resurrected early, the remaining power of the divine ruins would naturally revert to Lin Xie. The others, hearing this, looked at Wu Xiangnan with eager anticipation, silently urging him to extend his hand. Some even felt an overwhelming impulse to seize him and forcibly bring his hand to Lin Xie. Wu Xiangnan blinked, momentarily taken aback. In their urgency, Hong Ying and Zhao Kongcheng directly stepped in, grasping his hands to remove the cloth strips, laying them before Lin Xie. Lin Xie extended his hands, holding Wu Xiangnan's, and a faint golden glow emanated from his eyes, enveloping both him and Wu Xiangnan in the mortal realm of the gods. A beam of light flickered and gradually merged into Wu Xiangnan's palm, and as the brilliance faded, the two deep scars vanished without a trace. A wave of joy washed over everyone as Wu Xiangnan stared in astonishment at his hands. The others refrained from disturbing him, turning their attention back to the forbidden ruins of Gu Xiyan. "How does your attack manifest? We would like to see it," Hong Ying inquired. "Come on, give it a try," urged Si Xiaonan, while Wen Qima and Zhao Kongcheng echoed the excitement. Li Pangpang watched Gu Xiyan with eager anticipation. Yes, Gu Xiyan. We are curious." Chao Yuan and Shen Qingzhu nodded in agreement. Their interest piqued. Even Wang Mian observed with curiosity. Chen Mai chuckled, feeling somewhat helpless. Gu Xiyan remained silent, obediently testing the forbidden ruins. He retrieved a sniper rifle from the mobile armory, took a deep breath, and slowly infused his forbidden ruins ability into the bullet. As the ability seeped into the bullet, it began to emit a faint glow. Pulling the trigger, a sharp crack echoed through the air. The bullet shot forth at an astonishing velocity, twice as fast as before, and with a resounding crash, it obliterated an entire tree as if it had been struck by a missile. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Wow, incredible. Even Chun Mai was taken aback by the unexpected result, filled with joy. In truth, Gu Xiyan himself was startled. Li Pangpang exclaimed, "Azuma, Lin Xuan." Zhao Kongcheng remarked, "Damn, no wonder it ranks among the highest risk forbidden ruins. The destructive power is astonishing." Hong Ying gave Gu Xiyan a thumbs up, praising, "So cool." Lin Xie added his commendation, "Impressive." Si Xiaonan, An Qingzhu, Moli, Shen Qingzu, and Wen Qima all shared in the joy. Wu Xiangnan, jolted back to reality by the sound, gazed at the tree struck by Gu Xiyan's shot, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 79. Unraveling the cause the following day, as the citizens of Songnan awakened, they sensed a peculiar transformation within their bodies, though the specifics eluded their comprehension. They merely felt a heightened sense of stability and tranquility. Meanwhile, Lin Xie and Qingyu and Wen Qima continued their on-site investigation in the eastern part of the city, as the manner of the deceased's demise was enigmatic and the scene bore no witnesses. The other members of the mass team had also arrived in Songnan, and upon learning that Gu Xiyan had succumbed to unconsciousness, they expressed their concern, albeit relieved that no additional issues seemed to arise. Molly, Rose, and Xiangxiang remained at the Hong Ying residence, vigilantly guarding Gu Xiyan, apprehensive that she might awaken in their absence. Li Pangpang, Shen Qingzhu, and Chao Yuan were permitted by Chun Mai to accompany Lin Xie and the others to the scene, eager to glean insights from the unfolding events. Initially reluctant, Molly was encouraged by Rose to join them, assuring her that Gu Xiyan would be in good hands with them present. After all, they were due to report back in 2 days. Time passed in a haze of Gu Xiyan's slumber, extending over several days without her stirring. As Li Pangpang, Molly, Shen Qingzhu, and Chao Yuan prepared to depart for their report, they earnestly implored Qingyu and Lin Xie to inform them promptly upon Gu Xiyan's awakening. Both Lin Xie and Qingyu assented. The mass team departed a day earlier due to another assignment, echoing similar sentiments to Lin Xie and Qingyu before their departure. Days slipped by, and Lin Xie and Qingyu successfully resolved the case in the Eastern District, uncovering that the hotel proprietor had orchestrated a ritual in a misguided attempt to resurrect Bel Clan. After receiving Chun Mai's nod, Qingyu returned to the laboratory with the corpse of the hotel as chic ghost child and the golden bug. This modification is noted as in Qingyu and Lin Xie had discerned the ritual beforehand, thus preventing Bell Clan from being revived or taken by the ancient god church, which had previously been eradicated by Team 136. During the investigation, the bodies had been dissected by Qingyu, augmenting his abilities with the Sheik Ghost Child's duplication skill and acquiring a forbidden object known as Eerie Thread. Yet, Gu Xiyan remained unresponsive, prompting Chun Mai and the others to grow increasingly restless. Furrowing his brow, Chun Mai inquired, "Why is she not awakened yet? Did Commander Yi not assure us it would only take a few days?" Wu Xiaonan suggested, "Xiao you and Xiao Nan should check on her again to ascertain the cause." And Qingyu and Si Xiao Nan nodded in agreement and made their way toward Gu Xiyan's room, followed closely by the others. Lying motionless on the bed, Gu Xiyan's complexion appeared normal, yet she remained in deep slumber, resembling a lifeless doll. And Qingyu and Si Xiao Nan employed their mental powers to assess her condition. But Qingyu's brow furrowed slightly as he failed to uncover the reason for her prolonged unconsciousness. Si Xiao Nan experienced a similar outcome. Observing their struggle, Chen Mai promptly called Yi Fan to relay Gu Xiyan's situation. Upon hearing the news, Yi Fan too furrowed his brow, deciding to dispatch the Phoenix team for further examination. During this period, Bai Li Pang Pang and the members of the mass squad inquired about Gu Xiyan's condition in the group chat. Upon learning that she had yet to awaken, their concern grew palpable. Lin Shi hurriedly returned to the Asgard Psychiatric Hospital to consult Merlin regarding the matter. At the Asgard Psychiatric Hospital, Lin Shi rushed towards Merlin's room in a state of agitation. Nix was lounging in a rocking chair in the courtyard, basking in the sun. Upon noticing Lin Shi, Nix initially felt pleased, but Lin Shi did not approach, leaving Nix momentarily bewildered and blinking in confusion. "What's going on, Donatos?" Outside Merlin's room, Lin Shi knocked urgently on the door. "Knock, knock, Uncle Merlin. I need to speak with you." His tone was laced with urgency. Merlin, aware of Lin Shi's distress, responded, "Come in, esteemed director." Upon receiving the invitation, Lin Shi rushed inside. "Uncle Merlin, do you know what's happening with Xiaoyan?" Merlin closed the book in his hands and met Lin Shi's anxious gaze. "I cannot see her future. Have you forgotten, esteemed director?" Lin Shi was taken aback. He indeed had forgotten, consumed by the need to ascertain the cause. His brows furrowed, and his hands instinctively clenched into fists. "What should we do? What is happening to Xiaoyan?" Seeing Lin Shi's distress, Merlin sighed softly and replied, "Bring her here. Let me examine her first." Lin Shi's eyes brightened instantly, and he excitedly responded, "All right, I will go fetch her." He dashed out. Nix, observing Lin Shi's departure, lamented, "Why has he left again? Does he not wish to see me?" Meanwhile, at the border of Daxia, a woman cloaked in a golden cape spoke into her phone. "Yiba Pai, you only remember me when there's something to discuss." Beside her, a bespectacled man frowned. "The agent of the Daxia deity has fallen into a deep slumber, and we cannot ascertain the reason. Let us take this opportunity to bring her and that dual deity agent over. The newly emerged forbidden ruins are quite promising. We must secure them." The woman briskly walked towards the awaiting aircraft, as the others followed suit, shaking their heads. "Captain, this is unrealistic. Commander Yi would never agree to such a plan. I advise you to abandon this notion." The man doused her enthusiasm with cold reality. The woman blinked and then turned to the man, murmuring, "Perhaps I should incapacitate you first." The man exclaimed, "Captain, please have mercy. Do not fixate on my legs." Laughter erupted among the others, some chuckling openly, while others stifled their amusement. After Lin Shi emerged, he made a beeline for Gu Xiyan's room, pondering where her little bell might be. And Qingyu, noticing Lin Shi head towards Gu Xiyan's room, curiously followed him. Upon reaching the door, she observed Lin Shi seemingly searching for something. "What are you looking for? Do you need assistance?" The sudden voice of Qingyu startled Lin Shi, for his mind was solely focused on taking Gu Xiyan to the psychiatric hospital of the gods, leaving him oblivious to everything else. "I must ask, little fish, could you possibly amend this habit of yours? Your unexpected appearances and utterances are quite disconcerting," Lin Xie expressed with a hint of exasperation. And Qingyu, with an innocent demeanor, chose not to respond to his remark, but instead inquired, "You still haven't disclosed what you were searching for." "I am looking for Xiao Yan's little bell." "Do you know where it is?" "Indeed, I do. The last time Xueqiu and Bao came to play with her, they saw her place it under her pillow." Lin Xie swiftly extended his hand, cautiously retrieving the small bell from beneath her pillow, and placed it into Gu Xiyan's hand. Do not question why Lin Xie could not sense it. The little bell had been isolated from any aura since Gu Xiyan fell into slumber, rendering it imperceptible to mental energies. And Qingyu, perplexed by his intentions, asked, "Do you have a way to awaken Xiao Yan?" Lin Xie's body stiffened momentarily before he slowly shook his head, responding solemnly, "No." "Then what is your purpose?" Suddenly, Lin Xie turned to face Qingyu, looking at her earnestly. "Do you trust me, little fish?" And Qingyu hesitated for a moment, her gaze reflecting a strange curiosity as she replied, "Why do you ask that?" "Of course I trust you. Throughout this past year, you and Xiao Yan have been my utmost confidants, along with Captain Pang Pang and the others." "Very well. I intend to take Xiao Yan's consciousness to another realm, seeking Uncle Merlin's assistance to examine her condition. I need you to keep watch at the entrance." Since witnessing Lin Xie summon Mu Mu with her own eyes, and Qingyu had come to understand his role as the proxy of the three gods, she nodded in agreement and proceeded to stand by the wall outside the door, ensuring it was securely closed. Chapter 80. The Awakening of Abilities after Qingyu exited. Lin Xie positioned himself beside Gu Xiyan's bedside table, delving his consciousness into the asylum of the deities. He beheld Gu Xiyan seated on a bench in the courtyard, his heart leaping with joy. He had not anticipated her presence here. Initially, as Gu Xiyan lay in deep slumber, he had lost all perception of her, leading him to believe she could not be brought in. Upon sighting Gu Xiyan, Nix comprehended the urgency that had gripped Lin Xie moments before. Merlin emerged from within the room, employing his mental prowess to assess Gu Xiyan's condition. After a brief moment, his brow furrowed slightly, indicating something amiss. Lin Xie watched Merlin with eager anticipation. Nix, noticing Merlin's reaction, conducted his own examination, yielding a similar response. Lin Xie, perplexed, implored, "What is it? Please speak. Uncle Merlin, how is my mother?" Red Yin was also present. Lin Xie had brought her in to sign the caregiver contract at the asylum, having previously established a soul bond, thus permitting her entry. This is considered a private arrangement. Li Yifei, a Zhu, the cube, and a murmuring dog were also in attendance. Red Yin, Li Yifei, and a Zhu gazed anxiously at Gu Xiyan, awaiting the pronouncements of the two deities. The cube hovered closely by Lin Xie's side, while the murmuring dog, with a puzzled expression, observed the gathering. Merlin, somewhat bewildered, re-examined the situation, discovering it remained unchanged. This is undeniably a human. Why does she harbor the essence of divine power deep within? Nix responded, "There lies a force within her that is gradually awakening." However, Lin Xie furrowed his brow. A force? Awakening? Could it be the power that Lady Huda spoke of? Is this the reason for Xiao Yan's unending slumber? Merlin nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is as Lord Nix has stated. Lin Xie seized upon the subsequent however. "Mother, Uncle Merlin, however, what? Is there an issue with the awakening?" Merlin replied, "However, her physical form lacks sufficient strength. She has merely awakened 1/10 of her power thus far." Nix interjected, "It is likely that upon awakening, she will ascend to a higher realm. You need not worry excessively. She is on the verge of awakening." Lin Xie was genuinely astonished. Just how formidable must Xiao Yan's full power be? Nevertheless, this revelation alleviated his worries considerably. "Thank you, Uncle Merlin, and you too, Mother." Nix gazed at Lin Xie with maternal affection, gently ruffling his hair. "Silly child, I am your mother. Do not hesitate to seek my assistance." Merlin chuckled. "Since I reside here, I will do my utmost to assist. There is no need for formalities, esteemed director." A warm wave of appreciation swept through Lin Xie. He had long regarded them as family. He nodded in agreement. Upon hearing the words of Merlin and Nix, Li Yifei, a Zhu, and the others felt a sense of reassurance. Red Yin gently caressed Gu Xiyan's small face. "Yin Yin, you must be all right." A Zhu grasped Gu Xiyan's hand, urging, "Sister, please awaken soon." Li Yifei cast a glance at Gu Xiyan, while the cube gently brushed against her cheek. Merlin and Nyx proposed that Gu Xiyan remain here, as it would facilitate her swift revival. Lin Xie acquiesced to their suggestion, carrying Gu Xiyan to her usual resting chamber and tucking her beneath the covers before stepping outside. And Xingyu was still waiting. As Lin Xie opened the door and exited, and Xingyu turned to him. Xiaoyan is fine. Uncle Merlin mentioned that her powers are just beginning to awaken, and her body is adjusting. She will awaken soon. Upon hearing this, and Xingyu breathed a sigh of relief. Then we should inform the captain. They're quite worried. All right, Lin Xie agreed. He and Xingyu conveyed Gu Xiyan's condition to Chun Mai and the others. A revelation that instantly alleviated everyone's anxiety. Chun Mai redialed Yifan, sharing the news. Though Yifan was already aware, he believed it prudent for the Phoenix squad to pay her a visit, considering it a brief respite for them. Otherwise, they would continue to complain, and there were no pressing missions at the moment. Lin Xie and his companions formed a small group within the mass community, named Under the Starry Sky. Lin Xie, Xiaoyan is fine. She will awaken shortly. As soon as the message was sent, everyone responded in unison, with nearly all exclaiming, "That's wonderful." A few responses differed. Molly, do we know when she will wake? Shun Qingzhu, do we understand the cause? Wang Mian, who informed you? Rose, I'm so worried. We must have a video call as soon as she awakens. Serious face, and Qingyu, but Xiaoyan might not agree. We don't even know if she can manage a voice call. Adjusting glasses, Rose, alas Lin Xie. Wang Mian, it was the goddess Nyx who told me. Shun Qingzhu Xiaoyan's powers have awakened a little. Lin Xie, Molly, I can't be certain, but it will be soon. Everyone what? Really? Lin Xie, yes. Bailey Pang Pang, wow. Chao Yuan, it's good that Xiaoyan is okay. Everyone, when Xiaoyan wakes, remember to let her message us. Lin Xie and Qingyu, Lin Xie and Qingyu. All right. However, Wang Mian noticed the implications of Lin Xie's words and pondered. The goddess Nyx mentioned? How could she appear so suddenly? Has Lin Xie maintained a connection with her? Nonetheless, it was reassuring that the goddess Nyx was not adversarial towards the great Xia. As for Lin Xie's connection with her, everyone harbored their own secrets, and he did not intend to pry. In fact, several individuals had observed this as well, but chose not to inquire further. If Lin Xie wished to disclose it, he would not deliberately withhold it, given their relationship. Chapter 81. Radiance of colors in the depths of darkness. An overwhelming void enveloped everything, instilling a sense of unease and dread. Gu Xiyan widened her eyes, striving to discern her surroundings, yet despite her fervent efforts,